World of Immortals Chapter 448 to Chapter 478. On the boundless bloody land, the three mountains were like paper. Under the surging of the grey fog, they collapsed all of a sudden and turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Rustle, the sound of sand being blown by the wind could be heard faintly. However, that kind of power was absolutely unparalleled, as if it could destroy everything. It's here. The grey fog surged over from the horizon like a tide. The sound was still very weak, like the rustling of falling leaves. It was very gentle and didn't seem to be violent at all. However, the three of them felt a great danger. The grey fog contained the power of death. Even Beyond Sky and Human Outsider revealed a grave expression. Let's go. They decisively retreated. Facing this divine grey fog, the three of them felt their hearts palpitating. It was an indescribable pressure. The gentle grey fog seemed slow, but it was actually moving very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered several dozen li and was already in front of them. At this point, even the octatic extreme speed and spatial traversal seemed to be useless. The three of them were caught up by the grey fog. Bang, Beyond Sky swung his fist and directly smashed the void. The three of them entered the dimensional space in order to avoid the grey fog. What was hard to imagine was that the grey fog actually destroyed the dimensional space. Nothing could stop it wherever it passed. Only the big world could contain it. Even the dimensional space was shattered. Run! The three of them paled and tried their best to escape. A power that could even make a half-ancestor feel fear was definitely horrifying. The grey fog brushed past. Although it seemed gentle, it contained an all-conquering power. Boom! Seeing that the grey fog was about to swallow them, Human Outsider extended his snow-white fist and punched backwards. Immediately, it was like a meteor colliding into the vast sea. The raging waves engulfed the heaven and earth. The grey fog fluctuated and emitted a majestic aura. It absorbed the power of Human Outsider in a blink of an eye. Rustle, the grey fog finally surged up and submerged the three of them. Chi, Beyond Sky and Human Outsider worked together to create a light screen. It was like a light screen, preventing the grey fog from approaching the three of them. Xianxia took advantage of this opportunity and took out the cracked stone statue from the acupoint space. However, the process was a little difficult. Perhaps it was because of the strength of the stone statue, it was not easy to take it back. With a flash of light, he fused with the stone statue. Everyone's expression changed as they exclaimed, "Not good, the mist is too evil." The mist was currently corroding the light barrier, refining and absorbing the half-martial ancestors' power. Judging from the situation, they would not be able to stop it at all. Bang, the light screen that the three of them released was shattered. The power in the grey mist was so terrifying that it was shocking. It was as if a lightning hammer had smashed into their bodies. The people from beyond heaven and those outside felt intense pain all over their bodies. It was as if all their bones had been shattered. It could actually injure a powerful half-martial ancestor. More cracks appeared on Xiaoqian's stone statue. If not for the divine light from the seven-colored holy tree in his body filling the cracks, the stone statue would have shattered. What kind of mist is this? We have to leave this place. Otherwise, we will all be refined into dust. The sky beyond heaven shouted. His entire body flashed with a weak divine glow as he resisted the invasion of the grey fog. Then, he rushed toward a certain direction. The people from outside beyond heaven and Xiaoqian followed closely behind. They wanted to rush out of this terrifying grey fog. However, the grey fog seemed to be boundless. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the three of them were still inside. The horrifying power kept corroding them, wanting to refine them into a part of the fog. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. They could not find the exit at all. The situation was very dangerous. If this continued, even an undying half-martial ancestor would truly fall. Comparatively speaking, Xiaoqian was still safe. The divine light from the seven-colored holy tree could actually resist the grey fog. Seniors, let me put you into the stone statue. At this point, the people from outside beyond heaven didn't care about their reputation anymore. They directly entered the stone statue and temporarily alleviated the danger. This is not a long-term solution. The holy tree's divine power will be exhausted sooner or later. We have to get out of here. The people from outside heaven felt very vexed. They had no choice but to re-evaluate the world of death. It was far more dangerous than they had imagined. However, they were still far from the deepest region. However, the three of them were helpless. The area covered by the gray fog seemed to be a boundless world. They could not find the exit at all. Time elapsed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. The three of them kept fumbling forward. However, it seemed like they were forever isolated in this place. They had been trapped in the gray fog that was filled with the aura of death for 30 years. However, they were still clueless. It was as if they had fallen into a maze filled with destructive power. Bang! On the 32nd year, Xianxia and the others suddenly suffered an attack. A powerful force ruthlessly bombarded the back of the stone statue. Dozens of cracks appeared in an instant. Xianxia was already certain that if they left the seven-colored holy tree, this stone statue would have already collapsed. The power of this attack was too powerful. It was definitely the destructive power of a half-martial ancestor. Swish, he reacted immediately and moved several hundred meters away. However, the sneak attack followed him like a shadow. It suppressed him and continuously bombarded the back of the stone statue. You've gone too far. The people from outside heaven were furious. No matter what, the stone statue had the power of 3 half-martial ancestor. The two of them immediately poured their divine power into Xiaoqian's body and let him control the stone statue. Boom, the 7-colored divine light on the stone statue soared into the sky. Even the fog seemed to have thinned. The sneak attacker was sent flying on the spot. Xiaoqian made use of this opportunity to turn around. At the same time, he attacked forward. Dozens of battle swords emitting cold light in all directions formed a sword formation. They immediately surrounded the sneak attacker. Clang! Clang! The battle swords moved horizontally and vertically in front of them. Immediately, the three people in the stone statue started to laugh. This sneak attacker was really too miserable. His entire body was tattered. There was practically no part of his body that was intact. Almost every bone was full of holes and corroded beyond recognition. The two-word Sovereign King appeared in the minds of Xiaoqian and the others. However, this person was really too miserable. Stop. Stop. We are all in the same boat. Why must we fight each other? The tattered white skeleton transmitted such a spiritual fluctuation. Just now, you wanted to kill us. Do you think we will stop just because you say so? We will dismantle you first. Xiaoqian released all 27 swords. The peerlessly powerful sword formation completely trapped the Sovereign King. In that instant, the sword aura soared to the heavens. The dazzling sword chi interweaved together like a divine rainbow. It was exceptionally dazzling. Dang, 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 unexpectedly, even with the sharpness of the battle swords, it was only able to dismantle the lower half of the Sovereign King's body. The Sovereign King was holding a bone fragment in his hand. It resisted from east to west and protected his upper body. What is it that didn't shatter? Beyond Heaven revealed a curious expression and said, "It can't be the bone of an ancestor god, right?" After saying that, he and the others helped Xiaoqian at the same time. Divine power surged violently. The entire body of the stone statue blossomed with radiance. The battle sword seemed to have sensed it. The sword light became even sharper. Chi! Chi! The sword soared into the sky. Divine rainbows were dazzling and emitted a resplendent radiance. The Sovereign King was submerged within. It was equivalent to him bearing the attacks of 3 half-ancestors. It was difficult for him to resist anymore. In the end, with a rumble, the bone body completely collapsed. Only the skull and a bone fragment were left floating in the gray fog. The instant the skull left the bone fragment, the Sovereign King screamed miserably. The flame in the skull seemed to have been corroded by the gray fog. He quickly rushed to the front of the bone fragment. Only then did he stabilize himself. Furthermore, he chose to escape at the first moment. The radiance wrapped around the bone fragment and it flew far away like a meteor. Do you think you can still escape at this point? The stone statue shot out a 7-colored divine radiance. The 27 battle swords turned into divine rainbows and chased after it. In an instant, they trapped the sovereign king's skull. It was not easy to find a fourth person in the gray fog. How could they let him escape? They quickly suppressed the sovereign king. Speak yourself, or do you want us to force a confession out of you? Beyond Heaven was very experienced. He directly started to threaten them. Speak what? What do you guys want to know? The flame in the sovereign king's skull flickered. The underworld fire in its eyes flickered with a malicious glint. What exactly is going on with this gray fog? This was what Xianxia and the others wanted to know urgently. Rather than being trapped here forever, they might as well choose to die. No one knows what the gray fog is, but it is an existence that surpasses the sovereign king. Anyone who is engulfed by it can only end up dead. Could it be that no one is able to deduce a thing or two? It is very obvious that you are not telling the truth. Beyond Heaven questioned in dissatisfaction. At the same time, Xianxia snatched the bone piece away. After leaving the bone piece, the sovereign king screamed miserably on the spot. He was once again invaded by the gray fog. If this was spread out, it would definitely scare people to death. Even the sovereign king was unable to resist the gray fog. He was as weak as an ant in this place. What the hell is this? When Xianxia was looking at the bone piece, Beyond Heaven also sent out his divine sense. However, he was unable to figure out the origin of the bone piece. The bone piece was snow-white in color. It was as smooth as jade. Although there was no radiance circulating around it, one could feel that it contained a special power. It was precisely because of it that the sovereign king in front of them was able to survive. Give it back to me, the sovereign king screamed hysterically. He was enduring an indescribable pain. What is the deal with this bone piece? Beyond Heaven asked. That is a treasure that I refined. It can resist the corrosion of the gray fog. You guys already have the stone statue, so don't steal my bone piece. Quickly give it back to me, liar, you are definitely not able to refine this bone piece. Xianxia did not believe it at all. There is a scribble on the other side. Beyond Heaven said in surprise. The bone piece was only the size of a palm. One side was as smooth as a mirror, while the other side was engraved with some incomprehensible patterns. This seems to be a map. Could it be? Xianxia, Beyond Heaven, and Beyond Heaven seemed to have thought of something at the same time. Could it be the map that the evil corpses are searching for? That's right, it looks like an oracle bone map. You skeleton, you are still lying when you are about to die? The three of them spoke at the same time. If you don't want to die, hurry up and tell us the truth. Otherwise, we will forcefully search through your Tinder memory. Beyond Heaven's words were definitely not a joke. He was an expert in this aspect. The sovereign king who was left with only his skull was thoroughly defeated. He did not dare to hide anything anymore and began to answer every question. What made Xianxia and the others shocked was that this sovereign king had already been trapped in the gray fog for over 1,000 years. If it was not for the protection of the oracle bone map's mysterious power, he would have already turned into ashes. After being trapped for 1,000 years, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even the protection of the bone piece would not be able to hold on for much longer. The gray fog was one of the most dangerous substances in the world of death. It contained the power of the world. As long as one was engulfed by it, no matter how fast one flew, they would not be able to escape. It was as if they were trapped in a box and would be refined alive. According to the conjecture of some sovereign kings, if this gray fog was not the destructive fog from before the creation of the world, then it would be the unconscious soul of the fallen ancestor god. Other than the existence that surpassed the sovereign king, anyone who entered would not be able to escape the fate of having their body and soul destroyed. Speaking of the name of this bone piece, the sovereign king's knowledge was limited. He only knew that this was a treasure map that could even move the heart of an existence that surpassed the sovereign king. If all the bone pieces were gathered, it would lead to a mysterious place. As for what exactly was in that mysterious place, other than the existence that surpassed the sovereign king, even the sovereign king did not know. Is there an existence that surpassed the sovereign king in the world of death? Xianxia asked. Ever since I gained consciousness, I have never seen or heard of any rumors of their appearance. However, speaking until here, the sovereign king paused for a moment, there should be. I think they can be born in the deepest part of the continent of death. After obtaining everything he wanted to know from the Sovereign King, the sky beyond sky shattered the Sovereign King's tinder. After that, Xiaochen collected it. Perhaps this was very cruel, but if one were to be merciful to the enemy that tried to assassinate him, it might lead to his own destruction in the end. After all, this was a sovereign king. If he carried a grudge and decided to assassinate him for revenge, that would be an unimaginably terrifying scene. Xiaochen tried to refine the tinder. However, as he had guessed before, absorbing the tinder after reaching the paramount realm was no longer effective. He had absorbed more than a third of the tinder, but his realm did not increase at all. However, he could vaguely feel that his potential seemed to have increased. Of course, this was only an intuition. As for the potential that had yet to be unlocked, it was impossible to truly estimate it. Whether it was an intuition or a misconception, Xiaochen absorbed another third of the tinder. The stone statue was filled with resplendent divine radiance. Xiaochen's entire body was sparkling and translucent. The Sovereign King's tinder's divine radiance completely enveloped him. In the end, the sky beyond sky felt the pinch and asked Xiaochen to preserve the last third of the tinder. This delinquent-like half-martial ancestor kept his disciple for him. That's not right. This time, I really feel that the Sovereign King's tinder's energy seems to have merged with my potential. Xiaochen's entire body was enveloped in a divine radiance. His flesh was almost transparent. He looked like a supreme deity. If I reach the Sovereign King realm, this potential will definitely awaken. That way, I will have the combat prowess of two Sovereign Kings. Right now, you can also fight against several people of the same realm. The sky beyond sky rolled his eyes and kept the remaining third of the Sovereign King's tinder. The divinized acupoints and the stored Sovereign King's potential made Xiaochen's foundation very solid. He believed that as long as he advanced, no matter which realm he was in, he could become one of the strongest in the same realm. From time to time, it flowed slowly like water. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen and the others had been trapped in this gray fog for a whole 50 years. However, they still couldn't find a way out. They had to fumble around in the gray fog all day long. This made the sky beyond sky and the human outsiders gasp in surprise. The rainbow-colored sacred tree seemed to have an inexhaustible divine power. Its radiance didn't show any signs of dimming. This is the ancestor god-level sacred tree. This was the highest evaluation they could give it. For a whole 50 years, Xiaochen and the others could only rely on cultivation to pass this kind of dull and monotonous life. On the 56th year, the sky beyond sky and the human outsiders suddenly woke up. After that, Xiaochen also felt an unusual fluctuation. Immediately, the three of them became vigilant. They controlled the stone statue and cautiously approached the front. It was a blur in front of them. Even the half-martial ancestor's divine sense couldn't extend very far in this terrifying fog. There seemed to be a huge monster moving in the gray fog. Xiaochen and the others were on guard as they slowly approached. It was actually an island floating in the gray fog. This discovery was out of Xiaochen and the others' expectations. How could there be an island floating in the destructive fog? As they continued to approach, they finally saw it clearly. Rather than calling it an island, it would be more accurate to call it a floating boulder. It was about half a square kilometer in size. Apart from the fog, there was nothing else in this deathly silent area. It was indeed a colossal creature. The black boulder didn't have any luster. It only emitted a weak energy fluctuation, but it could resist the corrosion of the gray fog. It was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. What an excellent material. I'm afraid it's an ancestor god's material. I have never seen it before. The sky beyond sky rubbed his hands excitedly. He extended his divine sense to observe the black boulder. Wait a moment. The human outsiders suddenly noticed something strange. They said, "There's someone on it." There was indeed a humanoid creature on it. However, it seemed like it was already at the end of its rope. It was lying motionlessly on the black boulder. That's a demon. Xiaochen was very surprised. This was indeed a demon creature. It was about 2 meters tall. Other than its head, its entire body was covered in purple scales. Its blue hair had already lost its luster a long time ago. There was a spiral-shaped silver horn on its head. If the scales on its entire body were disregarded, this demon's face could still be considered handsome. Especially it had a pair of furry barriers, it mitigated the demon's ferocious temperament. Damn it, I was just swearing on the name of the female relative of the highest existence in the world of death. If he can let me see another person in this godforsaken place, even if I have to die immediately, it will be worth it. The highest existence, his mother. If I really see him, could it be that he wants me to die? This demon weakly crawled up and cursed. Angrily with a weak voice. It seemed like it didn't even have the strength to speak. This was definitely a sovereign king level existence. Other than a sovereign king level expert, no other creature had any chance of surviving. It's over. I'm really going to die. Speaking, wasted the last of my strength. The demon laid down on the ground once again. Xianxia landed on top of the huge black rock. He felt that this demon was very interesting, so he didn't make his move immediately. I know, you lump of stone want to take my life. Come, give me a quick death, this oracle bone map belongs to you. The demon gasped for breath with great difficulty and threw a warm bone piece over. Regarding this demon that didn't take the initiative to attack, Xianxia and the other two didn't have any intention of killing it. The instant he caught the bone piece, Xianxia squatted down at a distant place and began to converse with it. However, this sovereign king level demon was indeed very weak. It almost didn't have the strength to speak. Xianxia shot out a rainbow divine radiance to allow it to continue speaking. After a series of conversation, Xianxia and the others unexpectedly found out that this demon had been trapped on this black rock for 10,000 years. Such a long period of time was really scary. The demon had almost exhausted all of its energy. Even with the protection of the huge black rock and the mysterious bone piece, it was afraid that it would die soon. The demon had a very interesting name. It was called Brave Bear. That's right, it was Brave Bear and not Hero. The highest existence in the world of death. I greet your 18 generations of ancestors. Just after I swore an oath. I really saw a stone man, your mother's. Xianxia, sky beyond sky, and human outsider smiled. They felt that this guy was very interesting. Moreover, this gray world was too dull, so they decided to save him. Rumble, what's that sound? The few of them were startled. A majestic aura spread over. A huge shadow was slowly approaching from the distance. It was several times bigger than the huge black rock. That is, they could finally see it clearly. They simply didn't dare to believe their eyes. That was a majestic celestial palace that stretched on endlessly. The highest existence in the world of death is your mother's. Don't tell me, he really came to pick me up personally? Brave Bear weakly cursed and muttered. Gray fog was everywhere. It was hazy. The whole world had lost its color. It made people feel depressed and depressed. The gray fog was surging. A majestic palace stretched on endlessly. It was slowly approaching. It was indistinct in the fog. It was mysterious and hazy. It had been several decades. Xianxia and the rest were facing the dull and monotonous gray cage. They suddenly saw such a heavenly palace. They were incomparably shocked. Xiong kept spitting out all kinds of words. He greeted all the family members of the highest existence in the world of death. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't be blamed for this. He had been trapped for tens of thousands of years. If it was someone else, they might have already gone crazy and collapsed. One had to admit that this guy was very careless. It could be considered a miracle that he could persist until now. The vicissitudes and ancient aura assaulted them head-on. It was like an immemorial relic that had just been unearthed. It gave people the feeling of endless years. It didn't seem like a palace. It was a silhouette of the long river of history. The heavenly palace floating in the gray fog was drifting like duckweed. It was very slow. But it gave people a grand and majestic aura. It finally arrived in front of them. It was completely made of reddish-brown stones. It was engraved with the wind and frost of time. Let's go. Xianxia lifted up the weaking Xiong. He leaped onto this palace. There was a row of huge stone pillars in front of the main hall in the center. They were at least 30 meters tall. 5 or 6 people had to hold hands to encircle it. Ancient patterns were engraved on it. They were all gods and devils. They were vivid and lifelike. As if they had souls. As if they wanted to break through the wall. Why do I feel that the people on these stone pillars are glaring at me? Xianxia already regained his strength after Xiaochen sent 3 7-colored divine lights into him. He wandered around these stone pillars. Xiaochen also looked at these stone pillars seriously. The devils and undead on them were not only similar in appearance. The charm was also extremely lifelike. It was as if it had flesh and blood. The sky beyond heaven suddenly said, "These gods and devils are so similar." Don't tell me he used a secret technique to seal them in the stone pillars? He had seen a lot of things, so his words sent a chill down everyone's spine. One must know that there were dozens of stone pillars. Judging from the appearance of the fiend gods and skeletons, it was clear that the fiend gods and skeletons were extremely powerful. Even the weakest of them had reached the earth-penetrating realm. Most of them were at the Sovereign King level. If Sky Beyond Avalon's guess was true, that was really scary. Why don't we just break one and find out? Brother, please lend me your divine power. Xianxia did not regard himself as an outsider at all. He grabbed the arm of the stone statue, borrowing a wave of pure energy. Then, he pointed a finger at the undead on a stone pillar. How powerful was the power of a monarch? However, the stone pillars were not shattered. All it did was crack the surface of the engraved image. Imagine the sturdiness of a reddish-brown stone. In the outside world, it would definitely be a top-grade material for refining weapons. Bang, Xianxia swung his palm and slapped the undead carving. Kacha-kacha sounds continued to be heard. The engravings on the stone pillar continued to fall off, and in a short while, that area was bare. Eh? There really is a human-shaped indentation here. Could it be? The weak Xianxia suddenly became incomparably vigorous. He dashed out a distance of 100 meters. He stared at that stone pillar cautiously and said, "Could it be that I really released a powerful undead? This kind of antique taboo technique is the most common. Even if we are of the same rank as him, it's hard to deal with." Xiaochen kept staring at that stone pillar. He didn't find anything unusual. He said, "There's nothing. However, there really is a human-shaped indentation on the stone pillar. It seems like there really was an undead sealed there." Xianxia moved closer again. He said, "Let me borrow your divine power again." He pulled the stone statue to the front of another stone pillar. The engraving on it was a devil that was much more powerful than him. It should be of the same race as him. This bro is really tall. But he's not as handsome as me. Xianxia had a narcissistic look. He smashed the engraved image with a kacha sound. Rocks fell off at high speed. But immediately after, he retreated again with a swish sound. This time, he dashed out a distance of 300 meters. Far away from this palace. At the same time, Xiaochen also felt his blood run cold. He saw a few strands of dull hair at the broken part of the engraved image. He followed Xianxia and retreated. Mother ***, the devil is scaring the devil. Scaring the devil to death. Xianxia cursed in a low voice from afar. He said, "Even if you are my close relative, you shouldn't play like this. Don't pretend to be profound. Run and hide inside the pillar." After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, that broken engraved image didn't change at all. There was no Sovereign King level expert rushing out. "Brother, don't tell me you're really sealed inside?" Xianxia crossed his arms. He slowly walked forward. Of course, this time he had borrowed enough divine power from Xiaochen. He muttered to himself, "My family is really unfortunate. An unlucky guy like you appeared. You were actually sealed inside the stone pillar. A dignified Sovereign King level devil. If this gets out, even I will lose face." A gloomy and cold aura pervaded the vicinity of the palace. The few strands of hair exposed at the broken part of the stone pillar fluttered with the wind. It appeared even more eerie. Xianxia carefully peeled off a layer of stone skin. The sealed devil's head was exposed. The long gray hair covered its face. Its face couldn't be seen clearly. Xianxia was about to clean the other parts of the stone skin. But just at this time, there was a sudden crash sound. The devil sealed inside the stone pillar scuttled out. It threw itself into Xianxia's embrace. F***ck. Xianxia was incomparably agile. He left behind an afterimage in his original position. He flew several hundred zhang away. However, he was horrified to find a corpse hanging on his body. The long gray hair brushed against his face, making him feel cold all over. Bang! Xianxia violently flung it. He threw the corpse on the stone steps in front of the palace. "Brother, I am a man. I misjudged you." He cursed in a low voice. He walked forward. This unforeseen event happened in a short period of time. Fortunately, this guy's nerves were thick enough. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be scared to death. Xiaochen laughed out loud as he walked over. This was indeed a devil. However, the flesh on its body had already decayed. Only the lusterless hair and bones were still there. It might be due to the compression. When Xianxia uncovered the stone skin, this skeleton bumped into his embrace. At this moment, there was no doubt that there was a powerful existence sealed inside every stone pillar. After realizing this fact, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What kind of boldness and power was this? They actually sealed the monarch in the stone pillar outside the palace. This was really shocking. Xianxia seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His complexion became extremely ugly. He said, "Could it be that the legend is true?" "What legend?" "The past. I don't believe in legends at all, so my knowledge is limited. I only vaguely heard someone mention it before. In that endless distant past. Apart from the deepest region of the world of death. It was once unified by someone. Wherever the supreme ancestor passed, no one dared to disobey. All the monarchs who dared to disobey disappeared." Xiaochen, sky beyond sky, and human outsider all sucked in a cold breath. How many existences surpassing the monarchs have appeared in the world of death? There should be 2 or 3, but the one who unified the continent was especially powerful. Xianxia straightened his compatriot. He bowed respectfully. Then stood up straight. He said, "That was something that happened countless years ago. I don't really believe it. In any case, I've never seen an existence at that level after I was born. Heavens. My second brother. Earthly third brother. I'm not interested in that so-called supreme existence." Sky beyond sky coughed and said, "It seems, perhaps, likely, probably, we've entered that ancestor's territory." Looking at the grand palace in front of him, Xianxia felt his scalp numb. Inside that tightly shut huge stone door, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. Cough. "That's right, we're here to pay our respects to the supreme ancestor." He pretended to bow to the main hall's door. "Let's go. We're already here. Let's take a look." Xiaochen walked up step by step towards the tightly shut door. Creak creak, when he pushed open the 2 huge stone doors that had been sealed for who knows how many years. An aura of decay assaulted his senses. There was even the smell of rotting flesh within. It gave him a very bad feeling. Suddenly, Xianxia suddenly shouted, "Fuck. Close, brother. Why did you stand up?" Such an abrupt shout immediately startled Xiaochen, sky beyond sky, and human outsider. They hastily retreated. The reddish-brown stone door closed with a loud rumble. "I say, brother Xianxia. The demon is scary. It can also scare people to death." "It's not scary." He really did stand up. Xianxia was like a gust of wind. He rushed to the front of that stone pillar and shouted, "Where did he run off to?" "Please, brother Xianxia, your joke isn't funny at all." Xiaochen pointed at the stairs not far away. "Isn't your brother from the same clan lying there?" The devil's corpse lay quietly on the stone steps. As the mist surged, the devil's corpse disappeared. Her long gray hair was also moving with the wind. Xianxia immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Pointing at the sky, he swore, "I really saw him appear from the broken part of the stone pillar." And he was smiling eerily. Then he stood up. Hearing his words, Xiaochen, sky beyond sky, and human outsider also felt their scalp go numb. This matter was too strange. They once again arrived in front of the huge stone pillar. They carefully observed. After the stone layer was peeled off, apart from the human-shaped groove inside, there was nothing else. Scanning with divine sense, there was no discovery. Of course, because of the gloomy fog, divine sense couldn't extend very far. Brother, stop playing around. Come out. Xianxia circled around outside the grand hall but didn't find anything. Xiaochen and the others didn't find any trace of that demon. But they caught a trace of an unusually cold aura. Although it was just a flash. But powerhouses of their level definitely wouldn't make a mistake. This cast a shadow over the hearts of these people. Do we still go in now? Let's wait and see. Since the sealed demon is strange. Then the soul that peeled off at the beginning, could it be? As soon as these words came out, a chill rose in everyone's heart. How about we peel off another stone pillar? This time, we seal the surroundings. Find out. Xianxia made this suggestion. Immediately, Sky Beyond Sky and Human Outsider looked at each other in dismay. Then let's give it a try. If we don't find out, I can't help but feel uneasy. Xiao Chen and the others finally agreed to this suggestion. The sonorous sound lingered in their ears. 27 swords formed a sword formation. It sealed a stone pillar inside. At the same time, the stone statue emitted a 7-colored divine light. A holy aura filled the place. This time, we will find an Earthrealm brat to make our move. Xianxia peeled off the stone skin. A human-shaped groove appeared inside. Other than that, there was nothing. This brat must have been destroyed long ago. Let's find another one. Stop. Xiaochen stopped him. At the same time, the 27 swords turned into divine rainbows. They shot into the distant gray fog. Chi-chi, the sound of breaking air lingered in their ears. Just now, he once again felt that abnormally cold and gloomy aura. However, the 27 swords didn't hit anything. They returned empty-handed. At this moment, they all revealed a solemn expression. This was too unusual. The spy in the dark actually disappeared without a trace. It was hard to find. Stop peeling off the stone skin. Sky Beyond Sky and Human Outsider felt the seriousness of the situation. They didn't want to take the risk anymore. They calmed down. They guarded outside the Sky Palace for 3 months. But there was still no clue. In the process, the entire vast palace group slowly drifted in the gray fog. No one knew where it was going. In the gray fog world, time was the most incorruptible thing. Xiao Chen and the others had already spent more than 50 years. And Xianxia was trapped for a whole 10,000 years. Therefore, they were not anxious. They relied on the divine source provided by the colorful sacred tree to cultivate quietly. They waited for more than 10 years. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen and the others had already been trapped in this fog for 70 years. Guarding such a sacred door and not entering. We are really letting ourselves down. Finally, they didn't want to wait any longer and decided to push the stone door open. They walked into the main hall. Now they were certain. The Wushang ancestor they imagined was not in this magnificent sky palace. Otherwise, he would have found them long ago. Creak, the huge stone door was pushed open. It made an ear-piercing sound. The rotten smell wafted out again. It made people feel very depressed and uncomfortable. They even had a feeling of palpitation. They pushed open the 2 doors completely. Let the air circulate. The gray fog surged in. The rotten smell was brought out. As if there were countless rotten corpses hidden inside. After waiting for 2 hours. Only then did the rotten smell slowly fade away. It was pitch black inside the main hall. They couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Even if they used their divine eyes to observe, they could only see a distance of 10 meters. It seemed to be shrouded in a layer of pitch black fog. Tap, tap, they walked into the pitch black and spacious main hall. The sound of their footsteps echoed clearly. It was very ear-piercing in the dead silence of the main hall. Creak, a hair-raising sound rang out. The two stone doors that were frozen by them actually closed automatically. The only gray light at the door completely disappeared. The main hall became incomparably dark. Unparalleled Xianxia, grew up properly. I'm not scared. Let's continue. Let's see what he can do. Xianxia brandished his sword. He formed a sword formation. It was suspended in all directions. It emitted bits of divine radiance. No wonder there is a rotten smell. Whose unlucky child is rotting there? Xianxia's demonic eyes were very sharp. He could see a rotten corpse in the main hall from far away. Something is strange. We have been guarding outside for more than 10 years. He is not completely rotted yet. Be careful. Sky Beyond Heaven reminded. Go around it. Don't touch him. Outsiders were more cautious. They walked closer and saw. White bones could be seen in some places on the corpse. And some places were still covered with rotten corpses. The smell was pungent. It was really unbearable. This guy must have been a scourge when he was alive. Xianxia came to such a conclusion. Why? Haven't you heard that scourge lives for 1,000 years? Judging by the smell this guy left behind. He has been lying here for at least 1,000 years. At this point, Xianxia suddenly wrinkled his nose. He said, eh? There is a hint of fragrance. That's right. It was a refreshing fragrance. It's in the next hall. Sky Beyond Heaven also sensed it. The few of them passed through this hall. They continued to move forward. At this time, Xianxia suddenly screamed. He staggered a few steps back. He said, F***CK. Brother from the same clan. Why did you follow us in? In this pitch black and dead silent ancient hall. Such a sudden shout was especially scary. You coward, you want to scare people to death? Sky Beyond Heaven angrily materialized a big hand. And gave him a slap. Nope. Just now, there was a figure following closely behind us. I saw it as soon as I turned around. Xianxia shouted in exasperation, it's true. I definitely saw a black figure following behind us without a sound. In this kind of environment. All of this was really scary. The few of them couldn't help but turn around to look. They probed with their divine sense. The result was only pitch black. They didn't see anything. It appeared again. The black figure is behind you. Xianxia shouted at Xiaochen. Following Xianxia's shout, Xiaochen hastily turned his head to take a look. A black figure silently stuck to his back like a ghost. The figure revealed a sinister smile at him. He couldn't see its facial features clearly, but he could clearly feel the resentment in its expression. Chi-chi, the war sword pierced through the air and instantly chopped over. 10 odd divine rainbows were resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the pitch-black ancient palace hall. However, what shocked everyone was that the war sword missed. Without any sound, the black figure disappeared before their eyes. Pfff, a ghost-like sound resounded in their ears. In an instant, the palace hall became pitch black. There was no longer any light. Even the divine radiance emitted by the war sword and the stone statue was completely absorbed by the darkness. It was deathly silent. One could not even see their own fingers in the pitch-black ancient palace hall. A bone-piercing chill pervaded the air. The chilly energy was like the breath of a malicious spirit. Suddenly, the outsider felt a chill on his neck. An ice-cold claw touched his neck. A rotten smell pervaded the air, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. The outsider cried out loudly. His blood and chi surged. A vigorous yang aura rushed out to block the energy. At the same time, he withdrew his head, crouched down, turned around, and in one breath, he chopped backward with his right hand. Pfff, although the outsider looked like a child, he was very strong. Even among half-martial ancestors, he was a tough opponent. His right hand was like a saber that sliced through space and slashed at the black figure emitting the rotten smell. A cold and sinister aura immediately burst forth. That black figure was sent flying and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A piece of rotten flesh the size of a longan appeared on the ground. It was incomparably stinky and made people want to vomit. What a fast speed. Even traveling through space cannot compare to it. The outsider was startled. Just now, he had used a spatial technique, but he was still unable to lock onto the figure. The stench on the ground assailed his nostrils. That rotten smell was as if it had existed for hundreds or thousands of years. It was unbearable. Damn it. My hand. His jade-like finger instantly turned pitch black, and it was currently spreading from the tip of his finger to the base. This was the rotting corpse poison. It was actually capable of injuring half-martial ancestors. This meant that the rotting corpse was not ordinary at all. Xiao Chen, Tian Weidian, and Yingxiong quickly surrounded him and guarded his side. The young aura around their bodies was like a huge furnace, slowly forcing the black liquid out from the tip of their fingers. The black liquid dripped onto the ground and gave off a sizzling sound. The smell was pungent. "What evil creature is that?" asked Xiao Chen. Yingxiong said, "My first impression was the strongest. I thought it was my brother from the same clan, but now it seems that it wasn't him." Sky Beyond Heaven said, "It's very likely to be the 1,000-year-old corpse in the first hall." All of them had reached the half-martial ancestor realm, and were backed by powerful strength. Even though they felt a chill in their hearts, they were not afraid. As such, they decided to go back the way they came. They decided to investigate this matter. The stench of decay in the pitch-black first layer of the palace was unusually strong, but the corpse on the ground had disappeared without a trace. "It really is him." Sky Beyond Heaven surrounded the place where the corpse was lying. Other than some corpse water imprints, he didn't find any other clues. This made their scalps go numb. When they first discovered the corpse, they had used their powerful divine sense to check it, but they didn't sense any energy fluctuation from that stinky corpse. They didn't expect it to be able to move at all. At this moment, it gave them a very bad feeling. "I don't believe that he can harm us. Let's continue forward," Yingxiong said without a care. It was impossible for them to be frightened by this. They chose to continue forward. In the second layer of the palace, they could clearly smell a fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. It was like the fragrance of a mature heavenly treasure. I originally thought that the origin of the fruit fragrance was in the second layer of the palace, but it seems like it's still quite a distance away. The second layer of the palace was even colder. It was bone-piercing like an ice house. At the same time, it was even darker. It was like the huge mouth of a malevolent demonic beast, pitch black and deathly still. "Ah!" Yingxiong shouted loudly. He felt that someone was blowing cold air at his neck. However, when he slashed backwards, he didn't feel anything. Because of this guy made a series of movements that made everyone speechless. He rushed into the darkness and blew repeatedly. "PFFF, PFFF, you blow my yin qi, I blow your yang qi. Let's see who will blow to death." However, just at this moment, Yingxiong felt an extreme danger. An ice-cold aura silently pressed against his throat. Fresh blood flowed down from his throat. Yingxiong quickly retreated. He covered his bleeding throat with his hand and revealed an inconceivable expression. Xiao Chen and the rest also rushed over in the first instance. They used their divine sense to check the situation. The scene they saw made them gobsmacked. A death knight was riding on another horse. The corpse aura around him was rolling over and over. He was holding an ice-cold death spear in his hand and blocked the main hall. There was no energy fluctuation from his body at all. Yingxiong was no longer as weak as he was when they first met. After he absorbed the divine power of the rainbow-colored sacred tree, he had already recovered gradually. He immediately stopped the bleeding from his wound and transformed into a streak of purple light. All the scales on his body opened up, and he turned into a humanoid killing machine. Clang! Clang! Boom! He had an intense battle with the Death Knight. He had clashed with that ice-cold spear thousands of times. However, the shocking thing was that the Death Knight was actually able to contend against him. Moreover, it even used a powerful charge. The nether horse's corpse aura was overflowing. It carried the Death Knight and charged over. It was like a thick wall was smashing over. Boom! With the final attack, Yingxiong sent the Death Knight flying. The nether spear was broken. However, the shocking thing happened. the Death Knight leaped over the horse and disappeared into thin air. It did not pass through space. It disappeared like a burst bubble. The broken death spear on the ground also disappeared in the blink of an eye. This result made Xiao and the rest puzzled. The sky beyond heaven and the humans outside heaven searched carefully, but they did not find any dimensional space. They did not see any spatial tunnel either. However, that Death Knight disappeared under the eyes of those half-ancestors just like that. This is strange. That corpse and the Death Knight should be from the same path. They disappeared in the same way. To be able to contend against a half-ancestor, it is very unusual. The few of them became even more vigilant. The second palace hall was completely empty. There was no valuable item. They proceeded to the next palace hall. Just as they entered the third palace hall, they suffered a terrifying attack. The aura of death enveloped them. This is the curse of the undead. Xianxia shouted. He already knew that they were not natives of the undead world. He reminded them, guard your soul firmly. Don't let the evil invade. Otherwise, even a sovereign king will be crippled. In the pitch-black palace hall, a terrifying undead was faintly discernible. The aura of death soared to the sky as it cast a spell on them malevolently. The few of them did not dare to be careless. They all guarded their soul firmly. Their appearance was dignified and divine, preventing the evil from invading. Curses and prophecies were the most terrifying. They were all pervasive and exceeded common sense. Once they were cast on the body, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of them. Suddenly, danger appeared. The few of them felt the sinister aura behind them. The Death Knight held on to the undamaged nether spear and sat on the nether horse that was filled with death chi. He charged forward with tremendous force, and if he was stabbed by it, a powerful sovereign king would be crushed into pieces. However, he just happened to be completely silent. On the other side, a rotten corpse smiled eerily. There was no energy fluctuation as it pounced over like a specter. There was the curse of the undead in front, the assassination of the Death Knight from behind, and the sneak attack of the rotten corpse from the side. The situation was very grim. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary sovereign king, but the curse of the undead was too terrifying. No one dared to be distracted. TSS. TSS. Xiaochen boldly controlled the 27 swords to attack the Death Knight, the rotten corpse, and the undead. At the same time, he felt the curse of the undead pouncing on him. The gloomy aura pierced into his body like an icy blade. Outside sky, and Xianxia hurriedly came to his rescue. 3 resplendent divine sources rushed out and entered the stone statue. The gloomy aura was dispersed. At the same time, the rainbow-colored sacred tree radiated with a warm radiance. Clang! Clang! At a distant place, the swords were like rainbows. They were moving unhindered as they slashed at the Death Knight and the rotten corpse. Of course, the main target was that powerful undead. They had to get rid of him first. This was the most terrifying existence. If they let him follow them in the dark and launch sneak attacks continuously, no one would be able to defend against him. PFFF, after a quarter of an hour, the undead was penetrated. However, just like the Death Knight and the rotten corpse, it disappeared into thin air. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like it had retreated instead of being destroyed. Their escape technique was very peculiar. It was impossible to see through it at all. When the third palace hall regained its peace, the divine radiance on their bodies had completely vanished. They had sunk into darkness once again. What kind of place have we arrived at? Why can't we eliminate them? Even if they are sovereign king-level existences, they shouldn't be immortal. They were very uneasy. An enemy of the same level that they couldn't eliminate was the most terrifying. If they were careless for even a moment, they might suffer a fatal attack. They stayed in the third palace hall for 2 whole days. They tried their best to deal with the curse of the undead. However, something happened that finally broke the shadow in their hearts. Not only could Xiaochen's rainbow-colored sacred tree dispel the undead curse, the 2 oracle bone maps also had the same effect. When Xianxia and Outside Sky were ambushed, they thought they couldn't escape this calamity. They didn't expect that the 2 gentle bone pieces would circulate a trace of gentle power and completely dispel the undead curse. Just like that, they advanced once again. Even if they couldn't kill the enemy, they wouldn't have a problem protecting themselves. In the fourth palace hall, they encountered a blood demon. It was completely formed by the putrid blood. It was as black as ink and as sticky as ink. It was all-pervasive, making it impossible to guard against it. At the same time, terrifying undead spirits, powerful death knights, and sinister rotten corpses would also appear from time to attack them. There are actually so many creatures that are as powerful as sovereign king-level existences guarding this heavenly palace. There must be something extraordinary inside. It must be abnormally important. Beyond Sky made such a judgment. I really like this deduction. Xianxia beamed with joy. There seems to be a precious treasure inside. Outside Sky agreed with this judgment. Compared to the entire heavenly palace, the fourth palace hall was only the peripheral area. It was far from the central area. However, when they walked out of the fourth palace hall, light suddenly appeared in front of them. The environment changed greatly. A refreshing fragrance of flowers assaulted their nostrils. This place was just like a fairyland. This was a world full of light. There were verdant trees, strange stones, bridges, waterfalls, and pavilions that complemented each other. The scenery was pleasant and indescribably lively. There was no gray fog or death aura. Even if they didn't grab onto the oracle bone map or hide inside the stone statue, they wouldn't be harmed in such an environment. The spiritual energy here was dense and multicolored. This was truly shocking. There was actually such a pure land in the middle of the deathly ancient palace hall. It was unbelievable, like a dream. This is a small garden. I really wonder what kind of divine power was condensed here. Even with the gray fog lingering outside, this place is actually a small world. It isn't affected at all. What a miracle. In front of the garden were endless palaces. This place wasn't the central area, but after a closer look, it was truly shocking. That's the Ianwood ginseng fruit. Wait, could it be the legendary Inyang fruit? Xianxia almost spat out his saliva. Glutton. The fair and plump man curled his lips in disdain. However, when he himself noticed the divine tree in the garden, he was also startled and revealed an excited expression. Meanwhile, Sky Beyond Heaven laughed out loud and said, "This is fate. In this place that dogs and cats don't care about, we actually found such a divine object. This is truly inconceivable. We are lucky to have a good meal." The three towering ancient trees were verdant and lush. Every branch was sparkling like jade, and the leaves were even more so, flickering with brilliance and vibrant colors. Every branch was laden with fruits, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. The fragrance of the surrounding flowers was far from being able to compare to it. The three ancient trees were vigorous like horned dragons. It was unknown how long they had been growing for. At first glance, they really did look similar to the amethystine wood tree. Even the shape of the fruits was exactly the same. The only difference was in the color. The three ancient trees weren't just purple. Other than the specks of purple light, the most important ones were black and white lights. These were the legendary Inyang trees. Only when the amethystine wood tree reached 500,000 years of age could it transform into a Inyang tree. Other than the specks of purple light, the majority of the tree was black and white. The fruits seemed to have Inyang fish imprinted on them. Black and white intersected as yin and yang energy circulated. The effects were even stronger than the Ianwood ginseng fruit. It was truly a divine fruit. From yin to yang, one could imagine how extraordinary this divine object was just from the process of transformation. Back then, I once stole a few yin yang fruits from ancestor god Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, countless years have passed. I didn't think that other than ancestor god Xianxia, there was someone else who could cultivate such a divine object. How rare. I have the good fortune to have a good meal again. Hee hee. How nostalgic, the realm beyond heaven had accidentally revealed all of their dirty secrets. Hearing this, Xianxia's saliva was already flying everywhere. He was the first to rush over and knock down a yin-yang fruit. He couldn't wait to stuff it into his mouth. Strange, there's no taste? He revealed a sly expression. Nonsense. Sky Beyond Heaven rolled his eyes and said, "You swallowed it whole." Did I? Xianxia scratched his head. The other three were speechless. Sky Beyond Heaven also plucked a dazzling ginseng fruit. The yin and yang energy circulated unceasingly on top of the fruit. After taking a bite, the entire garden was immediately filled with a strong fragrance. That kind of enticing fragrance was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. Eh? This place, Xiaochen was very surprised. Under the third vigorous yin-yang tree, there was a stone table and 2 stone stools. It was emitting a simple and unadorned aura. On the stone table, there was actually an oracle bone map. Another oracle bone map. The other 3 were also very surprised. In the distant past, it seemed like someone was sitting at the stone table, playing with and admiring this oracle bone map. After leaving it here, he didn't have the time to put it away. There is such a treasure in the garden. There must be another astonishing discovery in the important place ahead. The bone fragment was warm and sparkling, it was very comfortable to hold in one's hand. The engraved pattern was clearly visible, but it would be too complicated to call it a map. Good stuff. Xiong happily grabbed it in his hand and played with it. He said, back then, for the sake of a bone fragment like this, I fought with others until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. I obtained it from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I never thought that after meeting you, I would see 2 of them in a row. The yin-yang tree was full of spiritual energy. Its branches were luxuriant, and every leaf had yin and yang energy circulating around it. Sitting at the stone table under the tree made one's mind peaceful. If one meditated here, it was indeed a good place to train. The zombies, death knights, and terrifying undead seemed to be afraid of this otherworldly pure garden. They didn't want to touch the holy aura, so they didn't follow them here. Xiaochen had already escaped from the stone table. He, Sky Beyond Sky, Xiong, and Xiong tried to piece the 3 bone fragments together. They wanted to know where the engraved pattern was pointing. It seems like the complete bone map is very big. The 3 bone fragments are not connected, they can't be connected at all. Sky Beyond Sky and Xiong were very interested in this bone map. They lay on the stone table and pondered seriously. Old Xiong, you are a native of the death world. Look at the direction of the engraved pattern. Don't tell me it's a mountain range of death? Don't you find the engraved pattern familiar? The death world is too big. Even if I have the strength of a sovereign king, it is impossible for me to travel the entire continent. Especially the depths of the death continent. The depths of the death world had always been very mysterious to Xiaochen. With a sovereign king-level demon here, the gossipy flame in his heart was immediately ignited. He talked a lot more than usual and asked non-stop. All the experts in this world would be filled with reverence when they talk about the depths. What exactly is there? It is a terrifying region. The degree of danger is beyond imagination. Even a sovereign king would be in danger of dying at any time. Xiong revealed a rare serious expression and said, "Isn't the gray mist we saw dangerous enough? But it is only one thing. There are many similar mysterious powers in the depths of the death domain. Especially in the vicinity of the immemorial demon city, it is even more dangerous. That place is simply a synonym for death. Sometimes, a ray of multicolored light would flash past and a sovereign king would immediately turn into ashes if they were to collide with it. Can you be more specific?" Xiaochen felt that the deepest part of the death continent was even more mysterious and unfathomable. Through Xiong's simple narration, Xiaochen was deeply shocked. In the depths of the continent of death, there were not only ancient ruins with overflowing corpse aura, there were also divine gardens filled with a pure and holy aura. This was a mysterious world that challenged one's imagination. Moreover, it was very likely that these mysterious places were not even the deepest depths of the ultimate realm. The most shocking thing was that the mysterious land seemed to have an irresistible magic power. Every few hundred years, it would emit traces of fluctuations, causing the king to involuntarily walk in, wanting to find out what was going on. Sky Beyond Heaven pieced the few pieces of bone together and studied them over and over again. He said, "If this is a map, then it would be a very dangerous and complicated place. There are too many twists and turns, and there are too many paths to take. We would have to avoid many regions." Hideo nodded and said, "It's most likely in the deepest part of the death continent." They chatted about the bone map and the depths of the dead zone while enjoying the yin-yang fruit. the whole garden was filled with a refreshing fragrance. The 3 yin-yang trees were luxuriant with leaves and fruits everywhere. The yin-yang fruits hanging on the branches hadn't been picked for many years, it was basically uncountable. Even a few big eaters would be stuffed to death here. Xiaochen sat on the stone stool at the side. He was in high spirits. After the 365 main acupoints were divinized, he was able to control the sword in a simple manner. However, the divinization did not stop there. The minor acupoints began to undergo divinization as well. He believed that his control over the sword would become more and more perfect. I suggest that we meditate here for a period of time. Once we accumulate enough power, we will go to the depths of the palace to explore the secrets. Both Human Outsider and Xiaochen agreed with Sky Beyond Heaven's suggestion. Especially since Hero's life force was almost exhausted in the past 10,000 years, he needed a true recuperation. This divine garden was filled with spiritual energy. Moreover, there were 3 yin-yang trees, and the branches were filled with divine fruits. It was enough for them to reach their peak state. Time passed by day, month by month, year by year. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. During this period of time, Human Outsider, Sky Beyond Heaven, and Hideo had eaten all the fruits on the yin-yang tree. For them, even the divine yin-yang fruit couldn't increase their cultivation. Once they reached the Sovereign King realm, external spiritual items were already useless. The reason why they ate so many of them, other than the fact that the fruit was rare and the taste was indescribable, the main reason was that they were storing the spiritual energy. They refined the essence of each ginseng fruit into their bodies to avoid the tragedy of Hideo's life force being almost exhausted. After all, the surroundings were shrouded in gray mist. Without an effective replenishment of spiritual energy, the blood essence would be exhausted sooner or later. In these 30 years, Xiaochen had also eaten all the divine fruits on the yin-yang tree by himself. The number of divinized acupoints was uncountable. He was quite surprised. The structure of the human body was mysterious and unpredictable. There were many acupoints that he had never heard of before. He only knew about them when they were divinized and turned into a bright spot. There were dozens, even hundreds of hidden acupoints in a square inch. Take a thumb as an example. There were hundreds of tiny acupoints. They were densely packed like stars. Moreover, looking at the situation, there were even more tiny acupoints that could be divinized. It seemed like there was no end to them. Xiaochen was speechless. He felt like he was decrypting the password of his body. If this continued, he would be able to understand every detail of his body. If all the acupoints were divinized, they would be comparable to the countless stars in the vast starry sky. Under the yin-yang tree, Xiaochen quietly sat cross-legged in the empty space. His entire body was enveloped by a divine radiance. He looked like a supreme deity. Complicated and profound patterns were faintly discernible on the surface of his body. A few heavenly steels were guarding the 4 corners of his body. It was as if he was separated into a small, independent world. Xiaochen's 365 main acupoints were shining brilliantly like stars. They were exceptionally dazzling in his flesh. At this moment, he had already immersed his spiritual sense into them. He could clearly see a figure meditating in every main acupoint. It was a dignified and saintly figure. Back then, when these acupoints had just divinized, he had already discovered that there were figures sitting cross-legged in the acupoint space. Now, they were becoming clearer. Those figures sitting cross-legged seemed to be him, but at the same time, they didn't seem to be him. Their faces seemed to be covered in mist from time to time. They all looked mysterious and unfathomable. He didn't know if they were him or not. This brat is really strange. Yingxiong muttered as he watched from afar, he really can eat too much. The divine radiance completely vanished. The patterns on Xiaochen's body disappeared as well. He descended from the sky and sat on a stone stool under the tree. He said, "Are you guys done adjusting? It has been 30 years, and you still haven't adjusted? We were just waiting for you." "Good, then let's continue forward. However, we can't let the 3 yin-yang trees be covered in dust." Xiaochen had been thinking about these 3 wondrous trees for a long time. If he transplanted them to Keek's lost paradise, that place would definitely be a pure land for cultivating divine trees. He could pick them anytime in the future. Brat, you really want to sweep them clean. Outside Sky, Outsider, and Xianxia plucked a lot of holy fruits from the third Yin tree and stored them. After that, Xiaochen used a mysterious technique to store the three ancient trees into his acupoint space. It was very thorough, he packed them up and brought them away. It seems like the zombies, death knights, and terrifying undead are not the real monarchs. They have a weakness. They are not willing to come in contact with the divine aura. In the past 30 years, they didn't even take a step into this place. The few of them passed through this divine garden and walked towards the depths of the palace. Xiaochen stored the stone statue into his acupoint space. When the rainbow-colored sacred tree continued to fuse with his body, you don't want the stone statue to protect you anymore? Outsider looked at him in astonishment. If I don't have it, the rainbow-colored sacred statue would have already shattered into pieces. I can't always rely on it. I will lose it sooner or later. Speaking until here, Xiaochen's entire body flourished with radiance. The 27 swords flew out and formed a rainbow bridge in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Eh? You were able to display such might without relying on the stone statue? Outside Sky was deeply astonished. He was someone who knew the ins and outs of Xiaochen. He understood that Xiaochen could only display the might of the sword while inside the stone statue. Outsider was also very astonished. Even without the stone statue, you can still protect yourself when facing a half-step ancestor. This was the result of the divinized acupoint. Xiaochen's control over the sword had become even more proficient. Furthermore, he didn't need the stone statue's power to make the sword. Wield a terrifying might. When they walked into the pitch-black main hall again, the auspicious light from before had completely disappeared. Tap, tap, in the spacious and dark main hall, only the sound of footsteps could be clearly heard. Out of everyone's expectation, the rotten corpse, the death knight, and the terrifying undead didn't appear again. The main hall was very peaceful, it seemed like there was no danger. Good, let's hurry up and enter the central region as soon as possible. Xianxia really wanted to see what was going on. That was because this place might be that ancestor's palace. The four of them passed through 23 halls in a row and finally approached the central region. There was actually a burst of light flickering in front of them. It was especially eye-catching in this pitch-black hall. However, it was also at this moment that the few of them felt danger. Not long after, a putrid smell wafted over. The rotten corpse was the first to appear. It was as silent as a specter. Corpse water was dripping from its entire body. It was indescribably terrifying. After that, the Death Knight wielded the underworld spear and appeared from the darkness. It was ready to charge at them at any time. The corpse aura their sword into the sky like a raging black flame. Following that, the terrifying undead appeared and stared at them coldly and resentfully. Something's wrong. Something's strange. Outsider reminded them, be careful. Swish. Swish, silently, dozens of black shadows appeared in the 24th main hall. All of them were shrouded in black fog and were staring at them coldly and mercilessly. In the pitch-black main hall, one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Only 20 pairs of eyes were flickering with demonic radiance. That kind of radiance was especially dazzling. It was like a bloodthirsty wolf staring at its prey in the night. The few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Unknowingly, they were actually surrounded by so many terrifying figures. This was really not a good thing. F***ck. This time, I'm not mistaken. Brother of the same family, are you really among them? Xianxia pointed at a tall figure shrouded in darkness in front of him. In this strange main hall, although one couldn't see anything clearly with one's eyes, one could still sense it with their divine sense. It was indeed a powerful demon. It was much stronger than Xianxia. Boom, that demon crashed over like a mountain. Its huge fist was enough to turn a huge mountain into ashes. It ferociously smashed toward Xianxia. F***ck. Brother of the same family, you really don't care about feelings. You even attacked a brother of the same family? Bang. Xianxia used force to resist force, using violence to counter violence. The violent energy that was enough to shatter the earth blasted out. If the entire main hall wasn't built with special stones, it would probably be turned into ashes in the first moment. The intense collision caused the entire dark main hall to shake like an earthquake. The frantically shaking Xianxia was sent flying back, and that powerful demon was also blasted away. Rumble, the Death Knight launched a charge. The nether horse leaped, and the death spear in its hand overflowed with corpse flames as it swept across the few of them. Roar, the terrifying undead let out a roar that originated from the soul. The curse of death descended. Pfff, the nether flame soared into the sky. A flame sovereign king brought along the black death nether flame and rushed over. Bang, the heaven and earth shook. A huge bone dragon swung its huge tailbone and swept toward the few of them. Chi, a lich sovereign king with blood and flesh. Its jet black nails were curved like iron hooks and bird claws as it tore forward. Boom, the aura of death pervaded the air. A sovereign king nine-headed demon crushed over like a killing machine. The ghostly aura soared into the sky, causing the entire main hall to shake to the point that it was about to collapse. Over 20 sovereign king-level terrifying dark creatures were filled with killing intent. Without saying a word, they charged toward the four of them. The situation was grim to the extreme. So many terrifying experts had gathered together to surround and kill them. It was simply unimaginable. Quickly retreat! Sky Beyond Heaven shouted. There was no way they could fight against them. How could the four of them defeat over 20 sovereign kings? If they were entangled, they would die without a doubt. How the F***ck can there be so many sovereign kings? Xianxia shouted. All of this was inconceivable. The kings were arrogant. Normally, they would not interact with each other. The few of them fought in a sorry state. They wanted to break through the obstruction and escape back to the Divine Garden. However, they were unable to fly out. In just a short moment, the four of them were all heavily injured. It's impossible for there to be so many sovereign kings. Even though he was heavily injured, Xianxia was still muttering. He could not believe it because the number of sovereign kings he had seen in the world of death was only this number. Of course, due to the limitations of the region, it was impossible for him to know everything. However, he felt that it was too absurd for there to be over 20 sovereign kings gathered together. Bang, Sky Beyond Heaven was attacked by the undead knights and was whipped by the powerful bone dragon's tail. Many of the bones in his body were shattered. Blood flowed out from his mouth unceasingly. Boom, Xianxia was killed by the zombies and his close brother. He also vomited blood and fell to the ground. At the same time, Sky Beyond Heaven was sent flying by the underworld flame sovereign. Many of his bones were shattered and he could barely stand up anymore. Although Xiaoqian's 27 swords were protecting his body, they still could not block the attacks of the experts. His body was already dyed red with blood. Plop, he also fell to the ground. Even if it was an ancestral god, he would probably frown when facing over 20 sovereign kings. Not to mention these four people. They were on the verge of death. I was too careless. Sky Beyond Heaven sighed and said, I thought they were walking corpses, but it seems like I underestimated them. Among them, Xiaoqian suffered the heaviest injuries. The rainbow-colored sacred tree in his body could no longer fuse with him. It actually emerged. Immediately, the rainbow-colored radiance soared into the sky and illuminated the entire hall. The 20 sovereign kings hastily covered their eyes with their raised palms and retreated repeatedly. Quick, activate the divine tree and let it shine with divine radiance. They did not expect these powerful sovereign kings to be so afraid of light. The four of them used all their divine source energy. Not only did they shine brightly, they also made the sacred tree shine with thousands of auspicious lights. Swish, 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 all the sovereign kings revealed a fearful expression and retreated repeatedly. Let's go. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sky Beyond Heaven shouted, charge towards the hall with the radiance. Boom, the instant they charged, the 20 sovereign kings behind them launched their thunderous attacks. The four of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. They all vomited blood. The powerful Sky Beyond Heaven, Xianxia, and the others had not been injured for many years. Yet, they were injured again and again today. After all, more than 20 sovereign kings working together was something that was rarely seen in history. Fortunately, Xiaoqian shielded the rainbow-colored sacred tree behind him. Otherwise, his body and soul might have been destroyed. Although the four of them suffered extremely terrifying injuries, they did not dare to stop for even a moment. They charged forward as if their lives depended on it. After passing through 3 halls, they finally arrived at the location of light. The 20 sovereign kings faced the sky and let out a soul roar. They paced back and forth outside. Their corpse aura filled the sky and ghostly figures were everywhere. They were unwilling to leave, causing the entire palace to tremble. How can there be so many sovereign king-level existences? When they arrived at the front of the radiant palace, Xianxia was still mumbling to himself as if he was possessed. Nothing is impossible. Sky Beyond Heaven frowned and said, "Did you guys forget about those stone pillars outside the heavenly palace? Dozens of sovereign kings were sealed inside. Don't you think those sovereign kings looked familiar?" "That's right, it's them." Sky Beyond Heaven also changed color. "Ah," Xianxia cried out in surprise. He revealed a shocked expression and said, "It's true, it's them. They look exactly the same. Weren't they sealed inside the stone pillars? We even dug out the bones of that demon." "What happened?" Xiaochen raised his doubt. "It's him, it's that ancestor who did it. He extracted those people's war souls and refined them into slaughter puppets." Xiang's complexion was a little pale as he muttered, "This is too inconceivable. Those were more than 20 sovereign kings. If they were released outside, they would be able to sweep through everything. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's see what's inside this radiant palace first." This is already the central hall. After Sky Beyond Heaven finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward. The few of them were very nervous. They had even seen more than 20 sovereign kings. What kind of terrifying scene would there be here? From the outside, the radiance of the main hall soared into the sky. The gray mist had been cleanly dispersed. The radiance emitted by the main hall was like a blood pillar that reached the sky. That's right, it was actually a blood-red radiance. The few of them advanced with extreme vigilance. However, they did not encounter any danger as they smoothly entered the radiant palace. The scene in front of them gave them a huge shock. There was a pool of fresh blood on the reddish-brown floor. It was very eye-catching. There were also 3 broken swords at the side. They were stained with a lot of blood. The blood did not coagulate and the radiance soared into the sky. It was as if the murder had happened not long ago. However, the few of them quickly rejected this conjecture. No matter how they looked at it, the aura of this hall was like no one had entered or exited it for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They were sovereign king-level experts. Naturally, they could deduce the truth from the environment. The blood that had not dried for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, was as fresh as if it had just been sprayed out. What was even more unimaginable was that the light from the pool of blood actually shot up into the sky, breaking through the obstruction of the gray mist. What kind of mighty power was this? It was simply unimaginable. When their gazes landed on the broken sword, the expressions of Xiaochen, Sky Beyond Heaven, and Human Outsider almost froze. That was actually an ancient sword that was exactly the same as the battle sword that Xiaochen wielded. It actually had the power to break a battle sword. All of this was too terrifying. A half-step ancestor would definitely not be able to do it. "Here, there is a book." Xiang was very thick-skinned. He had already walked to the other side and picked up a book from the ground. However, he had only flipped it open for a while when his complexion turned pale and unsightly. Xiaochen was closer to him. He received the book and took a look. The words Doomsday Prophecy were written on the book. It was clearly written, "I have already foreseen your arrival 30,000 years later. Everything that happened is within my expectations. From the moment they entered the heavenly palace, everything that had happened was recorded in the book." When he saw a certain sentence, Xiaochen's complexion also turned pale like Xiang's. He felt his hair stand on end. 7 of you came in at the same time. Only 1 of you survived. How could there be 7 of them? Where were the other 3? The bright red blood of the ancestor, the broken sword, the Doomsday Prophecy booklet. When all these were combined together, the radiant palace was filled with an indescribable chill. The booklet was reddish-brown in color, its material was unknown. It was soft and gloomy at the same time, giving people a strange feeling. Outside Sky noticed Xiong and Xiaochen's expression. They were all astonished and walked over to look at the booklet together. Outside Sky was startled on the spot. He subconsciously became alert and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Only one of the 7 could survive, but where were the other 3? Nonsense. Outside Sky scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice, "This is too absurd. How could someone from 30,000 years ago predict the future? Even the ancestor is unable to do so." Xiaochen flipped to the 7th page and his expression froze. Even Outside Sky and Xiong's expression changed. Outside Sky felt strange and said, "Why are you guys looking at me like that? You, come and see for yourself." Outside Sky pulled him closer. On the page, there was actually a scene of Outside Sky reprimanding the nonsense and absurdity. How is this possible? Outside Sky was dumbfounded. Then, he revealed an astonished expression. Normally, Outside Sky didn't care about anything and had the appearance of a delinquent. However, at this moment, he revealed a solemn expression and pondered for a moment before saying, "I don't believe that someone can predict the future 30,000 years later. Even the ancestor cannot have this kind of divine ability." Speaking until here, Outside Sky said in a serious tone, "Don't be influenced by it. I think this booklet is definitely strange. It's causing mischief. The so-called prophecy booklet is definitely an evil object. It first gave us a psychological hint before revealing the evil phenomenon. Naturally, it's not afraid of us falling into its trap." Xiong was a thick-skinned person. He also didn't believe in the supernatural and said, "That makes sense. If that's the case, the ancestor's divine ability is too terrifying. It's too absurd to say that he knew the future 30,000 years ago. That's definitely impossible. It's beyond common sense. If you don't believe in the prophecy, you can turn to the next page before they react." This was the last line of words on the 9th page. Xiaochen and Outside Sky didn't speak and quickly flipped to the 10th page. It clearly depicted the scene of Outside Sky and Xiong walking away to look at the broken sword. Xiaochen and the outsider did not say anything. They only exchanged glances. Everything that happened next could be said to be within the prophecy book. Sky Beyond Heaven and Xiong really did walk over to the broken sword and pick it up. Xiaochen and the others had an incredulous expression on their faces. If it could be said that it was the work of the booklet earlier, recording the scene according to the current events, then everything in front of them was too inconceivable. On the 10th page, there was a clear depiction of Beyond Heaven and Brave Bear, each holding a broken sword as they walked towards the booklet. When Xiaochen and the others saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. By the time they reacted, the 2 broken swords were already stabbing towards them. Xiaochen and the others sent out a barrier of light to envelop the booklet. They did not want it to be destroyed because of this. "Don't stop it. Destroy this evil thing so it doesn't affect our minds." These were the words of the realm beyond heaven. That's right, an evil book dares to play tricks on us sovereign king-level powerhouses. Shatter it, and I'll see if the evil spirit inside will come out and beg for mercy. Xiong was also certain that there was a Yin spirit in the book causing mischief. No. The others pushed the barrier of light to its limit and said, "The prophecy inside is true. What you guys are going to do is true." Hearing this, the realm beyond heaven and Brave Bear were startled. The broken swords in their hands slowed down, and the light barrier that Xiaochen and the others put up managed to block the 2 exceptional swords by a hair's breadth. However, an accident still occurred. The broken swords were stained with sparkling and translucent blood droplets. That was the blood of the ancestral monarch. At this moment, after the killing intent of the realm beyond heaven and Brave Bear was infused into it, it became even more bewitching. Although the broken sword stopped, a few blood droplets still splashed over due to inertia. They actually pierced through space at an extremely fast speed. One could well imagine how powerful the power contained within them was. The others were startled and hastily spread out their palms to block it. Swish, a few blood droplets easily pierced through the others' meaty little hands. Green smoke and the stench of flesh rose up. "Ah!" the others cried out loudly. With a shake of his hand, he threw away the booklet and fell to the ground. He dodged to the side as fast as light. He never thought that the ancestral monarch's blood droplets would contain such terrifying energy. Seeing this, Xiaochen also hastily dodged. A few blood droplets fell down and landed on the Doomsday Prophecy booklet. It was unknown what this booklet was made of, but it was even sturdier than the others' palms. The blood droplets scattered and dyed the booklet red, but it did not pierce through. "Are you all right?" The realm beyond heaven was startled and hastily looked at the others. "I'm fine. I can recover." The others shook their head and felt a lingering fear in their heart. The ancestral monarch's blood was too horrifying. Even someone as strong as a half-step martial ancestor could not withstand it. "Not good." Brave Bear shouted, "It's ruined. It's ruined." The latter half of the reddish-brown booklet that had been dyed by the ancestral monarch's blood was emitting green smoke. It was actually being rapidly corroded. Xiaochen and Brave Bear rushed over, wanting to use their divine power to stop it. Even the powerful half-step martial ancestor's divine power could not stop it. "It's useless. The blood contains the ancestral monarch's power and our killing intent." Quickly flip through the booklet. The realm beyond heaven rushed over and said, "Let's take a look at the prophecy quickly." However, it was already too late. The blood had already corroded the latter half of the booklet. In the end, only a damaged corner and a blurry page were left. This, Xiaochen and the others were stunned. Things had changed too quickly. How could this be? The upper half was still intact, but they had already seen it all. The remaining corner of the booklet only had 4 words, "Hope of Life." Are they messing with us? Brave Bear could not help but shout. "There's still half a page left. Quickly, look at what's on it." The others reminded them. The remaining half of the booklet seemed to be mocking them. There were 4 words clearly written on it, "This is the will of the heavens." Even though their state of mind was far superior to that of ordinary people, they still had the urge to curse at this moment. Flip it over and look at the back. The other 3 only remembered that there were words on the back after the realm beyond heaven reminded them. There were only 2 words on the back of the booklet, 7. After looking at it, the 4 immediately felt their hair stand on end. They already believed most of this prophecy. These 2 words were somewhat cold to them, giving them goosebumps. How could there be 3 people? At this moment, the blurry page was as heavy as Mount Tai in their hands. They flipped it over to see if there was any final prophecy on it. Unexpectedly, there were quite a lot of words on it. The few of them looked at it attentively. In the end, they looked at each other in dismay. It wasn't a prophecy, but more like a diary that was muttering to itself. The main idea was, he knew what would happen in the next 30,000 years, but he did not discover his own future. In the next 30,000 years, his figure was empty. Thus, he knew that he would die. However, what made them puzzled was that he could predict what would happen in the next 30,000 years, but he did not know the present tense of his existence. It was extremely absurd. It was as if he had lost a period of time. It was a blank space that he could not grasp. He could only speculate from the future that he would no longer exist. He could not truly deduce how he would die. The few of them pondered for a long time, but they could not understand what was going on. In the end, they read the first half of the prophecy carefully again. What they were most concerned about was whether only one person would survive. Could it be that the others were going to die? But why were there only 4 out of 7 people? Xianxia grinned and said, "I still find it hard to believe. This prophecy is too sinister. Even if it was the ancestor's prophecy, the credibility is not very high. Perhaps he really saw a trace of the future. However, he was wrong. Aren't there only 4 of us here? This means that the record he left behind is not reliable. There is no need to worry." The outsider had already healed his injured palm. He looked at Xiaochen with a somewhat grave expression and said, "I remember that in the Divine Village, I saw 3 Azura imprisoned in your acupoint space." Beyond Sky's expression immediately changed. He had heard Xiaochen mention that one was the Azura race's saintess, and the other 2 were the Azura race's elders. That meant there were exactly 7 people. Xiang's expression immediately changed. He said with a stutter, "Really, there are really 7 people? I say, brother, are you trying to scare me? You even imprisoned 3 people?" He had already been trapped in this gray mist for more than 100 years. If the outsider didn't mention the Azura race's Saintus and the two elders, Xiaochen would have really forgotten about them. However, he immediately explained, I left those 3 people in the Divine Village to undergo labor reform. I didn't bring them here. Hearing this, Xiangxia's expression became slightly better. He said, it seems like the ancestor's prediction was wrong. However, at this moment, Xiaochen's expression suddenly changed and became extremely unsightly. What's wrong? The outsider asked. Come out. Xiaochen shouted. Xiang immediately felt his hair stand on end. He used his powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Beyond Heaven also frowned and said, what did he give birth to? Xiaochen's expression was somewhat gloomy. He said, I was tricked. What happened? The outsider revealed a strange expression. They are in my body. Beyond Sky, the outsider, and Xiang couldn't help but take a step back. They looked at Xiaochen in surprise and asked, who is in your body? The 3 sovereigns are in my body. Hearing this, whether it was Beyond Sky, the outsider, or Xiang, they all felt their scalps go numb. The 3 powerful sovereigns actually ran into Xiaochen's body, and they didn't know anything. This was really too terrifying. Who is it? Come out, or else this daddy will kill my way in. Xiang shouted. The outsider and the outsider hurriedly stopped him. What kind of joke was this? Could he really kill his way in? What are you guys planning to do? Xiaochen asked calmly. A cough was heard. An aged voice said, all right, I'll go out first. Xiaochen opened up a space in one of his acupoints. A figure flew out as fast as lightning. Beyond Sky, the outsider, and Xiang immediately surrounded him. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, there were still 2 sovereigns hiding in Xiaochen's body. This was an amiable-looking old man. His hair and beard were white. The Taoist robe he wore was also alternating between black and white. It looked like a combination of yin and yang fish. Who are you? Xiang shouted. The sky beyond heavens and the people outside were also very surprised. They couldn't sense any gloomy aura from this old man with a ruddy face and grizzled hair. On the contrary, there was a pure and holy aura pervading the air. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a gloomy and evil monarch. Please don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. The old man hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to them. If you had no ill intentions, would you run into someone else's body? Xiang asked, if you want to express your sincerity, hurry up and let the other 2 come out. The old man gave off a benevolent aura as he cupped his hands and said with a smile, please don't be angry. I'm really not an evil spirit. If the 3 of us came out together, I'm afraid you would immediately attack us. I'm afraid we wouldn't have a chance to explain. The outsider waved his hand and said, I believe you. Now, tell me what exactly happened. I don't have any grudges with you guys. Speaking of which, it can be said that we are fated to meet. The old man smiled and said, how does the yin-yang fruit taste? That's the fruit I'm offering to you. You, Xiang pointed at the old man, revealing a look of shock. It's you. Sky Beyond Sky was also very surprised. Xiaochen was even more stunned. He never thought that the 3 sovereign kings would actually have such a background. That's right, it's us 3. Now, you guys should believe that we mean no harm, right? The outsider nodded. Very well, I'll summon the other 2 as well. Xiaochen opened up the space of the other 2 acupoints. With a flicker of light, 2 more benevolent-looking old men appeared on the scene. Their appearance was similar to the first person, they were both very benevolent. Furthermore, they were also wearing a black and white Taoist robe. Please forgive us if we have offended you, Yizichen said. Xiaochen bowed to the 3 old men. He never thought that the 3 yin-yang trees had already gained intelligence and cultivated to the sovereign king realm. After thinking about it, it was not that strange. After all, the 3 yin-yang trees had already grown for more than 500,000 years. It was a matter of course for them to attain enlightenment. No matter. Come to think of it, we can only blame ourselves for not showing up earlier. It could be seen that the 3 of them were very kind. They hurriedly returned the greeting. That's right. Why didn't you show up earlier? Xianxia complained. The three old men smiled bitterly. One of them said, we have our own difficulties. Just at this moment, a cold and emotionless voice came from the distant darkness outside the palace. It made even the soul of a half-ancestor tremble. Finally, it has reached the number of 6, the temperature in the radiant palace plummeted. They felt as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar. The yin qi pervaded the outside of the palace. The dense qi directly penetrated into their bones. It made them feel as if their divine sense was trembling. There were no less than 30 black figures blocking the exit of the radiant palace. The corpse qi there was overflowing, more than 30 sovereign king-level experts. The bone-chilling killing intent was coming from them. Thud, 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 the clear sound of footsteps came from the darkness. It was so ear-piercing and extremely rhythmic. It actually created an unbearable vast pressure. The entire heavenly palace was shaking. Even the sky beyond skies and the outsider felt waves of pressure and discomfort. It was as if an unparalleled ancestor was slowly walking over. The 30 powerful sovereign king-level experts all retreated to the sides and knelt on one knee on the ground, respectfully welcoming the supreme existence in the darkness. Who is he? The ancestor shouldn't be filled with cold and death qi. Xianxia and the others were all aghast and filled with doubt. More than 30 powerful sovereigns knelt on one knee on the ground, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the king from the darkness. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or the knowledgeable sky beyond sky, they all felt their scalps go numb. It was easy to imagine how extraordinary this person was. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, as if they were pounding on their hearts. In the end, it was as if a huge hammer was pounding on the hearts of Xianxia and the others, causing them to bleed from the corner of their mouths. That kind of powerful pressure was unbearable. It was one with the heaven and earth, synchronized with the pulse of the world, controlling the power of this world and transforming into the will of heaven and earth. It was a very terrifying scene. The material of this heavenly palace was special, even the sovereigns couldn't break it. However, at this moment, all the palaces were jumping along with the footsteps, each time they were several feet off the ground. The heavy aura made it hard for people to breathe. Finally, they got closer. A slender figure in the darkness gradually revealed himself. His complexion was snow-white, almost sickly. His entire body was shrouded in thick black underworld clothes. This was a young and beautiful woman with a full forehead, dense and long eyelashes, a straight nose, moist red lips, and snow-white teeth. The only thing that was out of place was her eyes, which were completely a deathly gray without any luster. She wasn't a woman, but she was even more beautiful than a woman. Her soft black hair curled up like waves, her snow-white skin was delicate and tender, her slender body was slightly frail, and her black underworld clothes fluttered in the wind. It was precisely this beautiful and sickly young woman that gave people a strong sense of oppression, making more than 30 sovereigns submit to her. Fortunately, he had already stopped and the footsteps had stopped. Otherwise, Xiaoqin was worried that his heart would shatter and he would cough it out. 6, I need 6 sovereigns. Although the beautiful woman's voice was very young, it was a bone-chilling coldness, making people feel as if they were in a world of ice and snow. This was a kind of power that surpassed the power of a half-ancestor. Every word and action echoed with the heaven and earth. Her words were the law, and her actions were the law. The gray eyes swept over the 7 people in front. The beautiful and bewitching man was as calm as a mountain, making people involuntarily feel reverence. Sky beyond sky calmed down and asked, "Who are you?" The snow-white young woman opened her red lips and said, "Rizio." Upon hearing this name, Bear's face immediately turned pale. He shouted, "Great mighty Nether King Rizio? That's impossible. He died 50,000 years ago. You. Which Rizio are you? Great mighty Nether King Rizio." The voice was still very soft, but it was like heavenly thunder striking Xianxia's ears. He felt like his brain was exploding. How is this possible? Didn't the great might Netherworld King already perish? How is it possible for it to reappear in the world? Xianxia seemed to be extremely shocked and muttered to himself. What is the origin of King of Hades Rizio? The outsider asked Xianxia softly. It was obvious that Xianxia was shocked. At this moment, He was a little absent-minded and was still muttering, this. How is this possible? Needless to say, Rizio must have had a terrifying background 50,000 years ago. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have such an expression on his face. It took him a while before he gradually calmed down. The great mighty Nether King Rizio was once the most terrifying existence in the Death Continent. Xiangxia's first sentence was to give such an evaluation. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said, back then, my demon bloodline's divine ancestor had already reached the peak of the sovereign realm ninth heaven. He was the supreme demon ancestor who had the highest chance of breaking through to the ancestor realm. It could be said that he could already sweep through the entire Death Continent. However, he was still killed by the great mighty Nether King Rizio. The great mighty Nether King Rizio's empty eyes had no luster. He looked at Xianxia coldly and said, you are the descendant of that demon. He is, the ancestor king? The outsider asked. He is not the ancestor king, but he is just a step away. It can even be said that he has already taken one step forward. After Hero said these words, he stared at King of Hades Rizio and said, what do you want? I need 6 of you sovereign kings to offer sacrifices to me. He was emotionless and cold. Although he said it calmly, it made people shiver. You want us to offer sacrifices just because you say so? Although the outsider looked like a child, his temper was unyielding. He said, so what if you have one step into the ancestor realm? You want us to offer sacrifices? Why don't you give it a try? Whoosh, the outsider turned into a beam of rainbow light and rushed over. He had already seen the situation clearly. The great mighty Nether King had already made a decision and could not be changed. Rather than that, he might as well fight to the death. The rainbow light that the outsider turned into was dazzling. It was extremely fast and really crashed into Rizio. Boom, the entire light palace shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. However, the result was shocking. The great mighty Nether King did not move. He was as steady as a mountain, as if he was not affected at all. The outsider had reached the half-martial ancestor realm. His cultivation was very high and his magic power was profound. However, after the collision, his arms fell down. His bones were completely fractured. He vomited blood and fell back. This result made people feel terrified. The terrifying attack power of a half-martial ancestor could not do anything to the great mighty Nether King at all. Xiaoqian hurried over to support him and said, are you okay? Swish, just at this moment, the sky beyond sky moved. It left an afterimage in its original position and directly appeared in front of the great mighty Nether King. Its palms were like blades as it chopped down. Rizio was still motionless. His deathly gray eyes were as calm as the abyss. Bang! Bang! The sky beyond heaven landed squarely on the Netherworld King's body. The hands that could shatter mountains and summon meteors from outer space didn't injure Riccio at all. Riccio's arms were broken from the impact and he was sent flying. However, this time, there were still a dozen drops of bewitching red blood that fell on the Nether King's body. Chi-chi-chi sounds rang out continuously. The great mighty Nether King Rizzio's black underworld clothes turned into ashes. That was actually the blood of the ancestral monarch on the ground in the Light Palace. The sky beyond sky had stealthily absorbed some of it and landed on the Nether King's body. The result was still terrifying and shocking. The ancestral monarch's blood did not harm the great mighty Nether King in the slightest. Under the black underworld clothes was a layer of metallic armor that flickered with black light. The ancestral monarch's blood only left some scratches on it. The ancestral monarch's blood? Even though it contains killing intent, it cannot harm me. The great mighty Nether King Rizio stretched out a jade-like finger and gently wiped a few drops of blood on the black iron armor. He let them roll between his palm and finger, unable to harm him in the slightest. You are indeed infinitely close to the ancestral monarch realm. Your other foot is about to take a step forward. Xianxia stared fixedly at Rizio. 50,000 years ago, if not for the master of this heavenly palace sealing me here, I would have long become an ancestral monarch. At this point, the great mighty Nether King Rizio lost his indifference and calmness. He looked up to the sky and roared, I have wasted 50,000 years of my time. This kind of death roar was filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. The power of the death attribute surged violently between heaven and earth. Even the gray mist in the sky was shaken to the point of dissipating. Xianxia pointed at the 30 sovereigns around him and said, "They are all dead and have become muddle-headed puppets. How did you come back to life?" "Because I am the great mighty Nether King Rizio." Such a reason showed Rizio's confidence and conceit. It also showed how powerful and terrifying he was. The truth was right in front of him. After being sealed by the ancestral monarch, he came back to life. 50,000 years ago, there was a supreme ancestral monarch who walked out from the deepest part of the Death Continent. No one dared to disobey him. Those who resisted were killed, and many sovereigns were captured into the heavenly palace. They were sealed in the stone pillars, and their battle souls were extracted and made into death puppets. This was something that could not be reversed. Rizio had undoubtedly broken this logic. "How did you come back to life?" Xianxia really wanted to know the truth. "Who am I?" "I am Rizio." "How can I be like them?" The great mighty Nether King pointed at the 30 sovereigns around him and said, "My battle intent is never extinguished, and my hatred never stops. Even the ancestral monarch cannot erase my resentment." Speaking until here, the deathly gray pupils of the Nether King became even emptier. He laughed crazily and said, "When a supreme expert charged into the heavenly palace with a battle sword and fought with the ancestral monarch for 3 days and 3 nights, finally crushing his soul with the battle sword, I—" "Ha ha ha, great might Netherworld King Rue," she laughed hysterically. His pale face looked particularly terrible, almost ferocious. He laughed and shouted, "It is precisely because of the hatred for him hidden in the depths of the puppet's soul that a trace of my soul consciousness was not destroyed. I swallowed the remaining half of his body and finally broke the puppet's body, completely awakening. Devouring half of the ancestral monarch's body was really too terrifying. An ordinary sovereign king would not be able to bear it." When they saw the bewitching bloodstain and the 3 broken swords in the radiant palace hall again, Xianxia and the others felt a sinister aura. Although the great mighty Nether King had already regained his indifference, Xianxia and the others still felt that this place was incomparably gloomy. This was a crazy person. He was definitely not as calm as he looked on the surface. "Since you have already awakened and devoured the ancestral monarch's flesh, why are you still making things difficult for us?" Xianxia shouted. "It is precisely because I have devoured the ancestral monarch's flesh that I need you as sacrifices. The essence of the ancestral monarch's flesh cannot completely merge with mine, so I cannot truly enter the ranks of the ancestral monarchs." Speaking until here, he looked at the 3 old men formed by the Inyang tree and said, "Don't think that I don't know of your existence just because you are hidden in the tree. I am just rearing you like pigs. This time I have awakened just in time to reach the number of 6 monarchs. I can start the operation." Everything was already very clear. The truth was almost out. The critical situation was right in front of them. "So you have read the Doomsday Prophecy?" Xiaochen asked. "Naturally. Then you must know what is written in it. Can you tell us? Let us know the reason before we die. It describes your ending, that is, death, sacrifice for me. What else? You don't need to know anything else. You fool, the ancestral monarch is playing with you." Xianxia suddenly sneered in a very disrespectful manner. "Do you really think there is someone who can foresee what will happen 30,000 years later? It must be a smokescreen to confuse your mind. You are really incomparably stupid. Just now, we all saw through it, yet you were fooled for so many years." Haha, Beyond Sky also laughed heartily and said, "What a joke. You are just a foolish brat, yet you are still so complacent. I think you will never be able to break through to the ancestral monarch realm in this lifetime." Rizio was not angry at all. His eyes were like 2 pitch-black caves of death. He was calm and said, "You don't need to provoke me. Even if the ancestral monarch is resurrected, it will not shake my state of mind. I can tell you that everything recorded in the Doomsday Prophecy is true." That year, the ancestral monarch collected the complete oracle bone map and entered a mysterious place in the deepest part of the continent. He saw through the future, but because of this, he also brought about a fatal disaster. The oracle bone map was scattered all over the continent before he died. As for the Doomsday Prophecy, I will not tell you what is recorded in it. In the next 100 years, not only will you taste the torture of death, you will also suffer the pain of not being able to obtain the shocking secret. At this point, there was nothing more to say. It was impossible for them to sit still and wait for death. Beyond Sky, and Heroic Bear each held a broken sword dripping with blood. The three benevolent-looking old treants were surrounded by yin and yang energy. Black and white yin and yang fishes revolved around them. Xiaochen re-entered the stone statue and took out the 27 swords. The rainbow-colored sacred tree also shone brightly. However, the powerful Rizio already had 1 foot in the ancestral monarch realm. He was not someone that these people could contend against. He merely pressed his palm lightly in the void, and the 7 people were sent flying. Many of their bones were broken. He took off his iron cloak and covered it with the ancestral monarch's blood. The soaring bloody light was blocked. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of yin energy. The main hall that was originally filled with bloody light immediately turned pitch black and became completely gloomy. More than 30 powerful sovereigns all entered the main hall and silently surrounded the 7 people. Fight. We will not resign ourselves to death. However, everything was futile. How could the 7 of them defeat more than 30 sovereigns? Moreover, the great Might Underworld King was holding the line at the side. After holding on for less than a quarter of an hour, the 7 of them could no longer resist. They could die at any moment. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Heroic Bear might be thick-skinned, but he was very unyielding at the crucial moment. He wanted to detonate his soul and destroy both his body and soul. He did not want to let Rizio have his way. Bang, a soft beam of death knocked the hero flying and froze him in place. I will not let you destroy your own soul. Great Might Underworld King Rizio's beautiful and pale face was as calm as an ancient well. It was impossible for him to destroy both his body and soul. After more than 30 sovereigns suppressed the 7 people, Rizio continuously made his move to restrain them. More than 30 sovereigns silently retreated. The pitch-black main hall became completely quiet. It was almost deathly still. Begin the sacrifice for me. Underworld King Rizio stood there like a demon statue. The aura of death engulfed the heaven and earth. It was miserable. First, it was the 3 treant monarchs. Then, it was Heroic Bear, Human Outsider, and Sky Beyond Sky. Their flesh and souls were burning. They converged into specks of light and enveloped Rizio. Sacrifice, open the barrier of my soul. Break through the obstruction for me. The gloomy roar echoed in the flickering main hall. It spread throughout the entire heavenly palace and rushed towards the heaven and earth. This was the most inhumane kind of torture. It was not just a single sacrifice. It had to last for an entire 100 years. Every day, at a fixed time, they had to burn a portion of their blood soul and transform it into rays of light that condensed towards Rizio to help him break through the barrier of his soul. In the remaining time, Rizio would use his methods to repair their powerful sovereign souls. Their freedom was restricted as if they were livestock in a pen. This was an unimaginable torture. It was as painful as being in purgatory. Xiaochen's soul had not reached the sovereign realm yet, so he did not personally experience that kind of pain. However, he could only watch helplessly as it happened. He also felt incomparably angry and tormented. 30 years passed in a flash. The 6 sovereigns had already been tortured beyond recognition. They no longer looked like humans, but they could not die even if they wanted to. When it was the 50th year, even the strong 6 were on the verge of collapse. Where was the hope of survival? Were the 4 words in the doomsday prophecy meaningless? On the 55th year, when the great Might Underworld King's pale face gradually regained a trace of vitality, his body trembled. Just behind him, at the entrance of the pitch-black main hall, stood a withered figure. It was unknown how long it had been here, but it was currently staring at him quietly. It was pitch black in the main hall. At the entrance, a withered figure stood motionless, as if it had been standing there for many years. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a chilly yin qi. The hair on the dried corpse's head, which was as messy as weeds, fluttered in the wind. The great Might Nether King Risyoho turned around and faced the mysterious black shadow at the entrance of the main hall. The blush on his pale face quickly faded. He quietly looked at this uninvited guest, and a glimmer of light gradually appeared in his hollow eyes. Then, 2 rays of light shot out like comets across the sky. That kind of terrifying power was absolutely violent. Just the aftermath alone caused the entire sky to tremble. The dazzling light was really like a comet striking the earth, and it was condensed with unparalleled power. However, the dazzling light that suddenly burst out seemed to be covered by a huge curtain that covered the sky, and it instantly lost its luster. When the two rays of sharp divine light that were comparable to the dazzling starlight charged into the darkness, they were silently swallowed up. During this process, the dried-up figure didn't move at all and didn't show any expression. For a great might nether king who had already stepped into the ancestral monarch realm, all of this indicated extreme danger. The two rays of divine light that ignored his attack disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea, causing him to have no choice but to become extremely solemn. Deathly silence. The black figure was like a piece of rotting dead wood that stood there without moving in the slightest, yet it was also like an expanse of void. Gradually, it seemed as if it had vanished. It was obviously still standing there, yet it caused others to be unable to sense its existence. It seemed to be calm, but the great might nether king's body actually started to tremble slightly, as if he was carrying a million divine mountains on his back. His pale face became even paler, and a black mist gradually rose from his beautiful face. His body seemed to have lost its center of gravity, and it started to sway slightly. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer, and he took a step back. Then, he continued to move back, slowly but forcefully. Every step he took carried unimaginable pressure. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The Sky Palace seemed to have experienced an earthquake, and it shook violently along with Rizzio's retreat. Crash, many reddish-brown tiles were shaken off, and they collided with each other, emitting a wave of crisp sounds. Finally, the great might nether king Rizzio retreated to the center of the main hall. The black iron robe that covered the bloodstains of the ancestral monarch suddenly rushed up and reappeared on his body. What was surprising was that after the black chainmail floated up, although the bloodstain on the ground was revealed, it was covered by the surging black mist from the entrance of the hall, and did not blossom into the sky. With a clanging sound, the 3 broken swords on the ground rose into the air. The great might dark king of hell stretched out his hands and slowly pushed them forward. Then, he suddenly exerted force. The 3 broken swords that were stained with the blood of the ancestor god turned into 3 beams of blood light and shot towards the exit of the hall. Ding, clang, clang, 3 metallic sounds rang out. The withered figure in the darkness stretched out a hand and caught the 3 broken swords between his fingers in the blink of an eye. Roar, the bewitching and beautiful great might dark king's slender body shook violently. His slightly curled black hair danced wildly, and his hollow eyes seemed to be ignited with fire. He faced the sky and let out a terrifying soul roar, and the aura of death covered the sky and covered the earth. The 3 broken swords shone brightly, and he poured an unimaginable destructive power into them. However, even though he was shaking violently, the 3 broken swords didn't move at all. They were firmly caught between the fingers of the black shadow. Bang, the withered hand shook lightly, and the great might dark king of hell was sent flying on the spot. At the same time, the black shadow threw the 3 broken swords on the ground, and with a clang sound, he walked forward silently. The dying Xianxia regained his consciousness. After seeing this situation, he opened his mouth with difficulty and said, "Well done, Supreme Ancestor. Please destroy his body and soul." Beyond heaven and human outsider, who were on the brink of death, opened their eyes. When they saw the skinny figure, they were instantly shocked. At this time, Xiaochen opened his mouth and said, "Senior, we are willing to offer 3 pieces of the Oracle bone map." They had already recognized that the black shadow was that evil corpse. Its entire body was emaciated, and its bones were only wrapped by a layer of yellow skin. It looked like a living skeleton. There was no need to doubt that this person had definitely reached the ancestor god realm. He knew that they were looking for the Oracle bone map, so he offered it in advance. If he was innately cold, then it was fine. If he had a little bit of humanity, then with his identity, he wouldn't ignore the matter in front of him. A trace of black mist appeared on the beautiful face of the great might dark king. His pale complexion gradually regained a trace of vitality. He walked forward again and said, "Everything here is mine. I am willing to offer the Oracle bone map." He was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Although he could already show disdain for monarchs and the Death Continent at his level, The premise of all of this was that the ancestor god didn't appear. Otherwise, he would have to swallow his anger. He didn't want to offend someone he couldn't resist. Great Might Dark King, you are really shameless. What here belongs to you? The oracle bone map was found by us. Xianxia shouted. The Great Might Dark King directly ignored him. There was no emotion in his deathly gray eyes as he quietly looked at the evil corpse. Everything here belongs to you? The cold and gloomy voice seemed to come from the netherworld. Although it was weak and hoarse, everyone present felt as though a clap of thunder had resounded in their ears. It wasn't in the beginning. However, everything here belongs to me now. The Great Might Dark King, who was wearing a black iron robe, replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by the withered evil corpse with a slap. Although he had the protection of the black iron robe, his sternum still collapsed on the spot. The Great Might Dark King spat out a dense corpse energy as he was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He didn't expect that the other party would treat him like this. Everything here belongs to me. The withered evil corpse's voice was weak, but it was still terrifying. When the sky beyond Avalon, human outsider, and Xianxia heard this, they were all shocked. Everything belongs to him? Could this evil corpse be the deceased ancestor god, the original owner of this palace? The three Treant sovereigns shook their heads at them and gave a negative answer. Soon, they knew what was going on. Everything belongs to me. Why do I need you to give it to me? If I wanted it, you would also be mine. The evil corpse's cold voice clearly echoed in the palace. The Great Might Dark King had dominated the death world and was invincible under the ancestor god. Of course, he could also fight against the ancestor god. He had never been humiliated like this before. He was usually very overbearing, but he didn't expect to meet someone even more overbearing than him today. The evil corpse walked forward silently. When it passed by the Great Might Dark King, it didn't even look at him. It went straight to the sky beyond Avalon, human outsider, and Xianxia. Its withered right hand swept across their bodies. Immediately, the oracle bone maps hidden in their bodies flew out and appeared in its palm. The ancestor god's heart was hard to fathom. Xianxia and the others chose to keep their mouths shut and didn't say anything else. The might of the ancestor god was unimaginable. Standing in this palace, he was suppressed. The gray mist dispersed from afar, and the blood on his body became dim. The Great Might Dark King also fell into silence. The evil corpse pressed forward step by step until it was less than 3 meters away from Rizio. This was a dangerous distance. The pale and beautiful face of the Great Might Dark King frowned for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Everything here belongs to the ancestor god." Speaking up to here, he took off the black iron shirt and said, "This is the battle shirt of the fallen ancestor god. I will now respectfully offer it to the supreme sovereign." Unexpectedly, the evil corpse didn't even look at it and let it fall to the ground. "Why do I need you to give it to me?" The evil corpse's words were clear. If he wanted it, everything would be his. There was no need for the Nether King to give it to him. "Supreme Sovereign God, what do you want?" Although the Nether King was incomparably angry, he appeared very calm. Facing someone more overbearing than him and stronger than him, he could only suppress his anger. "I want to store a strand of essence energy in your body that hasn't been refined yet." "No." Hearing this, the Nether King's expression changed, and he immediately retreated more than 10 meters. His tone was very firm. There were 3 strands of essence energy in his body that were absorbed when he swallowed the corpse of the ancestor god. It was related to whether he could become the ancestor god in the future. The evil corpse didn't say anything else. The surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. He walked step by step towards the Great Might Dark King. The Great Might Dark King's expression changed, and he said, "Heaven, Wasteland, Underworld." The Underworld King's world appeared, and his figure disappeared in an instant. He didn't choose to attack, but directly retreated. Unexpectedly, the evil corpse's ability was unimaginable. He casually grabbed at the void, and forcibly restrained the disappeared Heaven, Wasteland, Underworld. The pitch-black gate of the underworld was currently open. The evil corpse slowly walked over, calm and composed. This was the spirit of looking down on the world, this was the spirit of being the only sovereign. Before this, the great might dark king was the sky, the ruler. Compared to the sovereign king, he was a high and mighty existence. But facing the true ancestor god-level evil corpse, he fell from the high and mighty altar. "You're going too far." The great might dark king finally couldn't bear it anymore, and completely turned hostile. The corpse energy around him was monstrous, and as he stood outside the main hall, black smoke surged into the sky. At the same time, 30 powerful sovereigns silently appeared, and they all stood around him. The evil corpse didn't seem to see them at all, and walked forward step by step. There was only Rizzio in his pitch-black eye sockets, and he ignored the 30 sovereigns. "Kill." At this moment, the Nether King only had the sinister order, and the word kill caused the temperature to plummet to the extreme. The 30 powerful sovereigns rushed over at the same time. The Death Knight, holding the Nether Spear, rode on the Nether horse that was surging with corpse energy, and was the first to rush over. However, the result was shocking. The evil corpse didn't dodge at all, and directly stepped forward. Facing the charging Death Knight, he merely stretched out his withered hands. Pfft, a hair-raising sound was heard. He directly grabbed the Nether horse and the Death Knight, and tore them in mid-air, before throwing them to the side with a shake of his hand. What kind of power was this? He tore a sovereign king apart in a single move. The terrifying undead howled, and after getting out of the death curse, he directly rushed to the side of the evil corpse, and ferociously bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Bang! The evil corpse fiercely turned his head, and his messy yellow hair, which was like wild grass, smashed the undead's head like a whip. Boom! The ferocious sovereign king shrouded the entire place with a boundless hell, and the pitch-black space covered the sky and earth. The evil corpse acted as if he didn't see it, and he continued to advance. When the dark hell shrouded him, he calmly shattered it, and as if he had done something insignificant, he directly passed through it. Bang! With a kick, he shattered the devil. This was the power of a powerful ancestor. At this realm, his strength was immeasurable. Roar! A green aura emerged on the great might dark king's beautiful cheeks, and he shouted, "Attack together, kill him for me." The monstrous black fog drowned that place, and the 30 powerful sovereigns rushed over, causing the entire heavenly palace to shake violently. Rumble! Not far away, a huge palace was smashed into pieces. This was a palace that even the sovereigns couldn't break, but at this moment, it was easily torn apart by the evil corpse like a piece of paper. At the same time, a huge bone dragon and 4 or 5 sovereigns were thrown into the air after being torn apart. Invincible, matchless, and invincible, this was the truest portrayal of the evil corpse at this moment. The sovereigns were simply not a match in front of it, and the two were not on the same level. In less than an hour, the 30 sovereigns were all torn apart by the evil corpse. A gentle breeze blew, and he stood alone in the center of the field. Although his figure was thin and withered, that invisible pressure was as majestic as a vast continent. Dozens of palaces collapsed and turned into ruins. The cold wind blew, and the 30 sovereigns that were torn apart slowly reassembled their puppet bodies. Their bodies and souls were not completely destroyed, and it was not so easy for experts of this level to die completely. At the same time, the collapsed palaces were also slowly reassembling, and as if they were alive, they gradually returned to their original state. The evil corpse walked step by step towards the great might dark king, giving him an unimaginable pressure. "Heaven, wasteland, underworld!" Rizzio shouted loudly. Darkness swallowed the heaven and earth, and completely submerged the entire sky palace, swallowing the evil corpse and the 30 sovereigns. The great battle began. In Rizzio's heaven wasteland underworld, he held a huge sickle, and led the 30 sovereigns to battle the evil corpse. The 10,000-meter-tall black dead mountain constantly rushed into the sky, and there were even more shining stars falling down. The 30 sovereigns displayed their respective abilities, and dominated the will of heaven and earth, turning into a large world. However, the evil corpse surpassed heaven and earth, and looked down on the world. Wherever his withered claws passed, the 10,000-meter-tall demonic mountain collapsed, the 1,000-mile blood river dried up, the countless stars were shattered, and the heaven wasteland underworld was collapsing. Nothing could stop him. Heaven wasteland's limit, underworld reincarnation. The great might dark king merged with the heaven wasteland underworld, becoming one with this world, and struck out a terrifying ability. The entire world seemed to have reached its end, and when it reached the end of time, a new reincarnation began in the dark underworld. The evil corpse was submerged by heaven and earth, as if a huge millstone was crushing him. Heaven and earth also had times of desolation, and after the limit was the reincarnation of death, the beginning of a new era of darkness. At this moment, time seemed to stop, and then as if it was flowing backwards, everything in the heaven wasteland underworld was annihilated. *CK, the great might dark King Rizio wouldn't go against the heavens and slaughter the ancestors, right? An entire 2 hours had passed, but the evil corpse still had not broken through the underworld and appeared. The Sky Palace was deathly silent. The evil corpse was surrounded by the 30 sovereigns led by the great might dark king, and never returned, never appearing again. Heaven and earth also had times of extreme desolation. In the heaven wasteland underworld, it was desolate. The mountains and rivers no longer existed. The dark age had arrived. The land was frozen, and the broken mountains and rivers were dead silent. If the 30 sovereigns were not standing behind great might underworld king, they would have turned to dust. Everyone seemed to have transmigrated to the beginning of the world. The broken mountains and rivers were disappearing. Heaven and earth had turned into a millstone, crushing and obliterating all living beings. Great might underworld king and his party stood on the long pole of the millstone. It was the only safe zone. And the evil corpse was in the millstone, enduring reincarnation, resisting death, enduring the crushing, and tasting the pain of being obliterated until the end of time. Black astral winds swept across the land, cracking the icicles. The entire land of death was desolate. The end of heaven wasteland, the reincarnation of the underworld. In my kingdom even gods cannot go against my orders. Great might underworld king stood on the black heavenly winds, looking down at the frozen land. Sooner or later, there will be a day. My kingdom will cover the world of death, engulfing everything in the world. Replace millions of worlds. Become the only sacred land. Let the Ice Aeon descend. As great might underworld king's cold and emotionless voice fell, the millstone spun even faster. Heaven and earth merged, crushing everything in the world. The black millstone crushed all living beings. Great might underworld king's skin was whiter than snow, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. But at this moment, he stood high in the sky, looking down at the earth like a ruler. He looked down on the world without being angry. A trace of blood gradually appeared on his beautiful face. He looked up at the sky and roared, "I will control the world of death." At the same time, the 30 sovereigns behind him all let out soul roars. The broken underworld trembled, the dark river of ice covered the devastated land. The ancestral monarch is not indestructible. This is a new starting point for me to rule the world. Great might underworld King Rizio looked down at the world. His empty eyes were as deep as the abyss. The black heavenly winds gradually stopped, and the millstone also stopped spinning. The broken underworld was completely covered by the dark river of ice. He won't know that I have the ancestral monarch's treasure, the dark millstone. I can kill him. Great might underworld king's empty eyes flickered. He landed on the ground. He walked forward step by step, with over 30 powerful sovereign kings following closely behind him. The cold wind whistled. Black ice and snow danced in the air. One couldn't even open their eyes. Great might dark king's group. Step by step, he moved deeper into the underworld. He wanted to take away the corpse's broken body. His feet landed on the black snow. Caw-caw sounds were heard, and the cold air was surging. However, the great might netherworld king's expression quickly froze. In the distant depths of the underworld, a withered figure stood alone in the wind and snow. She had her back to him. He was as thin as a skeleton. Only a layer of yellow skin covered its bones, and its head of yellow hair danced wildly in the wind and snow. Great might dark king's face turned pale. He turned around and left. The 30-plus powerful sovereign kings behind him looked as if they were facing a great enemy. He nervously watched the evil corpse. To protect Rizio and bring up the rear. However, where could they go? This was the netherworld. It was the kingdom of the great mighty netherworld king. This was his own world. No matter where he went, he was destined to face evil corpses. Heaven and earth millstone, not bad. I'm taking it. The weak voice of the evil corpse could be heard. He slowly turned around, facing the 30-plus sovereign kings. He made a grabbing motion in the air. This world quickly shrunk. The heaven and earth millstone appeared again. Just now, it was you, it was you. Great Might Dark King revealed a frightened expression, as if he knew something terrible. He pointed at the evil corpse with a trembling finger. Just now, you were the one who pushed the heaven and earth millstone to turn? The evil corpse ignored him. Rumble. It grabbed the soul of heaven and earth, combined them, turned into a black millstone. No. No. Great Might Dark King roared in fear, the heaven and earth millstone has already merged with my netherworld. Turned into heaven and earth. You can't take it away. Otherwise, my netherworld kingdom will collapse. Rumble, the netherworld collapsed. The dark energy went berserk, countless black holes appeared. It rapidly devoured everything in the netherworld. Boom, the sky shook. The entire heavenly palace was almost destroyed, although it could be reformed. But at this moment, it was undoubtedly a veritable ruin. It's out. Xianxia shouted, let Rizio shatter it. The berserk aura slowly dissipated after a long time. Endless corpse energy slowly dissipated. Ahead. The evil corpse stood there quietly. Great Might Dark King was dispirited. His whole body was covered in blood. He was lying on the ground. His wavy black hair covered half of his beautiful face. But one could still see him coughing blood, as if he was about to run out of oil. He struggled to move one of his palms. He didn't even have the strength to lift it. One could imagine what kind of damage the destruction of the netherworld had done to him. It was already fortunate that his body and soul weren't destroyed. He used all his strength to lift his left hand off the ground. Trembling, he pointed at the evil corpse. His teeth clashed. He could only say one word with difficulty, you. The 30 over sovereign kings were also lying on the ground after being beaten up. No one knew if they were dead or alive. This scene was extremely shocking. Good. Good. Xianxia shouted. Rizio, keep being arrogant. Come, come, come. I, Grandpa Bear, will fight you for 300 rounds. Bring it on. I won't move. If you can hurt me, I'll change my surname to yours. This guy was a typical troublemaker. He had been tortured for more than 50 years. He had never given in. Of course, he couldn't forget to be sarcastic. Great Might Dark King's hollow eyes swept over him mercilessly. But Xianxia wasn't afraid. He roared, what are you looking at? To think that you would have such a day. You deserve it. Karma. Cough, sky beyond heaven coughed. He said to him softly, he's not looking at me. He's looking at you. Xianxia, fuck, noisy. The evil corpse's voice was very weak, as if it would stop breathing at any time. But even so, the word noisy was spat out. It still made the entire heaven palace extremely cold. The world returned to silence once more. No one dared to speak again. What a joke. Great Might Dark King, who was one step into the ancestor realm, was beaten to death by him. Who dared to touch him, in the dead silence? The withered evil corpse silently walked to the front of the Great Might Dark King. You, Lizio revealed a look of despair. The evil corpse was emotionless, cold and emotionless. He squatted down. A withered palm slapped down on his head, black gas surged out. Darkness drowned that place. The entire heaven palace was filled with a somber atmosphere. Xiaochen, sky beyond heaven, human outsider, Xianxia, and the 3 triumphant monarchs looked at this in shock. The evil corpse's ghost claw seemed to have infinite magic power. It made the corpse energy on Great Might Dark King's body go berserk. Then, it slowly pulled out a sparkling and translucent thread. That was a thread of essence energy. It came from the ancestor's essence energy. You're already an ancestor. Why, do you still want it? Great Might Dark King's beautiful face was filled with bitterness. Anger was no longer enough to describe his current mood. Everything in the heaven palace. I can take it, there's no need for you to tell me. The evil corpse's voice was very calm. However, he inadvertently revealed a domineering aura. There were 3 threads of ancestor essence energy in Great Might Dark King's body. But the evil corpse only took 1. This surprised Lizio, and at the same time, he felt a trace of bitterness. I got it. You've hurt your foundation. That's why I took a thread of essence energy. He couldn't even move at this moment. His divine sense had already suffered great damage. He could only accept this reality. It's not easy for you to cultivate. I won't kill you. 1 thread of essence energy is enough for you. The evil corpse said a few more words with difficulty. The sun moves in the middle of the sky. When the moon is full, it declines. When things flourish, it declines. Human outsider and the others gritted their teeth in hatred. Why didn't the evil corpse just kill Lizio? Leaving this person alive would be a huge problem in the future. And their current situation was even more worrying. The evil corpse was like a ghost. It walked into the darkness. It was about to disappear. Ancestor, you can't leave. You've received our kindness, you have to repay it. One of the Treant monarchs shouted. Sky Beyond Heaven, Human Outsider, and Xianxia also gave it their all. All of them shouted. If they let the evil corpse leave, their fate was predictable. This was their only hope. The 3 oracle bone diagrams were offered by us. Are you going to watch us die? You old man, you don't understand. You don't know right from wrong. You even let that bastard underworld king go, but you pushed us into the fire pit. People were not afraid of anything when they were in danger. The evil corpse was about to disappear. The few of them shouted rudely. The evil corpse stopped in the darkness. He waved his hand. The restriction on the 7 was instantly released. Thank you, Ancestor. Senior, please wait. Please take us out with you. Send Buddha to heaven. Senior, if you don't take us out. It's the same as pushing us to our deaths. However, the evil corpse disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 7's expression changed. No matter. He left us a way out. Wherever he went. The gray mist can't get close. Human outsider noticed this phenomenon. There was a path without mist in the Heaven Palace. Damn it. We can't leave like this. Xianxia walked in front of Great Mighty Underworld King. He threw a punch at his head. He wanted to explode it. Bang, Great Mighty Underworld King rolled out. But his head didn't break. He just spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The 7 were shocked. Rizio was almost at the end of his rope. He actually didn't die. He could withstand the attack of a sovereign king. It was terrifying. The realm beyond skies and human outsider were all well-known figures of evil. They wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The 2 of them did a somersault and kicked forward. Their 2 feet hit between Great Mighty Underworld King's legs. These 2 were as ruthless as they could be. Xianxia grinned as he watched. She tightened her legs even more. Great Mighty Underworld King groaned. His empty eyes stared at them with resentment. What are you looking at? Xianxia seemed to realize that he was being scolded again. He rushed over in annoyance. He also kicked fiercely. The 3 tree sovereign kings had good tempers. But they had been tortured for more than 50 years. They were also resentful. They couldn't help but join in. The 6 of them beat up Great Mighty Underworld King, who had 1 foot in the ancestor realm. They beat him up in a way to vent their anger. I'll beat you until your face blossoms. Crackle crackle, Xianxia slapped Rizio with all his might. Clattering sounds could be heard. Even though her beautiful face was impervious to swords and spears. Impervious to fire and water. But now it was swollen. I'll beat you until you look like a colorful cloth. Sky Beyond Heavens was a famous half-ancestor in the human world. Evil aura filled the sky. He had been persecuted and humiliated for more than 50 years. The resentment in his heart was about to break through the sky. He punched the Great Might Netherworld King's face with all his might, and his punches were colorful. Blood and saliva flew everywhere. However, the 6 of them tossed and turned. But in the 50 years he was tortured. Most of his essence, blood and soul energy were burned. He had fallen from the half-ancestor realm and couldn't break great mighty underworld king's body. My fork. Brat, you're such a miser. Quickly take out your sword and chop him up. Xianxia turned around and saw Xiaochen cleaning up the pool of ancestral blood on the ground. And the broken sword was already in his hand. As for the ancestral battle robe, it was folded into a square. Obviously, he was going to take it away. Xiaochen was the only one who wasn't tortured, so his combat power was still there. Hearing this, he walked over. He waved his sword and chopped down. Pfft, an incomparably sharp sword. It only made a cut on great mighty underworld king's body. It wasn't able to chop him in half. One could imagine. How terrifying would it be after one step into the ancestral realm? So sturdy. Ruthlessly chop. Otherwise, it'll be hard to vent my anger. Sky beyond heaven even took a battle sword from him. He immediately started to chop great mighty underworld king. At this moment, the few of them turned into thugs. They had been tortured inhumanly for the past 50 years. The resentment was too strong. It's okay if you can't chop him. I have an idea. Plant a tree on him. Sky beyond heavens and Xianxia turned around and realized that it was one of the 3 Treant kings. They were overjoyed. A leopard was born out of a wilted man. The Treant sovereign quickly inserted branches into Great Might Underworld King's wound, allowing these roots to take root into Great Might Underworld King's body through the wound, extracting his power. Alright. You 3 old Treants take care of him first. I'll go and find a few other bastards to practice with. Xianxia walked with large strides towards the 30-odd sovereign kings whose life and death were unknown. He immediately pulled the strong devil up. Damn it. My brother. See if I can't beat you to death. He let go of his fist. A series of violent attacks. At the same time, he kept saying, "You're my close relative. You're ruthless. 50 years ago, you beat me until my whole body cramped. See if I don't tear you apart." On the other side, Xiaochen took out the rainbow-colored holy tree. He planted it on Great Mighty Underworld King. The rainbow-colored holy light soared into the sky. Not long after, they were surprised to discover a sparkling and translucent thread flowed out of Rizio's body. The roots of the holy tree absorbed it. Pfft, seeing this situation, Great Mighty Underworld King Rizio vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot. He almost died from anger. Alright. That's the ancestral god's essence. Continue. Suck out a few more. When the Treant King and Sky Beyond Heaven saw this situation, they immediately shouted in joy. Not good. Let's go. At this moment, one of the Treant monarchs shouted. The passage is about to disappear. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to get out. We'll be trapped here forever. Everyone turned around to look. The gray mist was about to drown the hazy passage. The gray mist was the result of the ancestors' endless power of Een souls that had shattered into pieces. Even if a monarch was trapped inside, they would be trapped inside forever. After seeing this situation, they all rushed out of the Sky Palace. They flew along the increasingly blurry passage. Quick! We won't make it in time. Damn it. We can't cross the space here. We can't break the space. We have to get out. The 7 of them were all anxious. If they couldn't get out, the outcome was predictable. The passage was getting more and more blurry. It was almost impossible to tell the real passage. In the end, it couldn't be seen at all. The few of them were in despair. There's a faint light in front. We're almost at the exit. We're almost at the exit. We're still in the passage. They saw a bit of light in their despair. This undoubtedly made their hearts burn with light and hope again. It's the exit. It's really the exit. They were about to reach the exit. Everyone revealed a look of true joy. You can't escape fate. At this moment, Great Might Dark King's voice sounded from the depths of the gray mist. He said, even if you can escape for a while, but sooner or later, you will return here. Sacrifice for me. Everything is moving along the path of fate. His voice was cold and bone-piercing. It caused a chill to run down their spines. Then you can wait until the end of time. At this moment, the few of them rushed out of the gray mist. Light flickered. They reappeared in the world of death. Even though this world was not very bright, it could even be said that it was filled with the aura of death. But at this moment, they seemed to have seen thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious lights. The world of death at this moment was sacred and peaceful in their eyes. Everything was so vivid. The sky beyond heaven roared at the sky. An evil aura rushed up from the top of his head. It stirred up the lead clouds in the sky. We're finally out. Awoo. I, the unparalleled heroic bear, am back. Xianxia also roared happily. The 7 of them were extremely excited. After surviving a calamity, they cherished everything they had. When they turned around to look again, there was nothing behind them. The gray mist could not be seen at all. It was as if it had never existed. It should have hidden itself in a strange little world. The gray mist only appeared once every few hundred years. Thinking about it, it made sense. Otherwise, it would wreak havoc in the continent of death every day. I'm afraid that this world wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Xianxia waved his hand, and his barriers stood up. He said, "There's nothing to say, we are friends who have gone through life and death together. Follow me to the Devil's Kingdom. Come to my territory as a guest. Slowly recover your cultivation." The few sovereign king stage rankers had fallen from the half-ancestor realm and urgently needed to recover their souls. Recover the power of their consciousness. The few of them did not stand on ceremony. They followed him as he flew. This is the Great Rift of Death. I once killed an angel of death here. On the way, Xianxia kept introducing the famous mountains and rivers that he saw. That's the river Styx. It flows from the deepest part of the world of death. No one has ever found its source. Everyone looked in the direction that Xianxia was pointing. They saw a large black river. It was surging and roaring. It was unknown how many miles long it was, but it was surging with huge waves. The black fog rolled. The chilly wind was howling. It was indescribably tragic. This is really evil. The people outside sighed. Even with their extreme speed, they still flew for half a day before reaching the Devil's Kingdom. However, everything in front of him made Xianxia feel exceptionally disappointed. The once prosperous Devil King's kingdom was now desolate, and not a single devil could be seen. Occasionally, a few skeletons would appear on the great plains of death. The silence was somewhat terrifying. A broken city. A broken ruin. It was telling of the desolation of this place. The once magnificent sovereign king's kingdom had long been destroyed. Only the damaged foundation was left. Gone. My kingdom has perished. Where did all my clansmen go? He shouted to the sky. And then he turned into a meteor and charged into the depths of the plains. He caught a few wandering skeletons. He shouted, "Where's the Devil's Kingdom? Why did it disappear?" A few skeletons were trembling in fear. As early as 10,000 years ago, this Devil's Kingdom was destroyed. 10,000 years. It was enough to destroy a powerful empire 100 times over. Under the power of time, nothing could last forever. In the 10,000 years that Xianxia had been missing, too many things had happened. Things were no longer the same. Everything in the past no longer existed. "My wife and son," Xianxia roared to the sky. He fainted immediately. The few of them hurriedly held him up. They could completely understand his feelings at the moment. Being trapped in the gray fog for 10,000 years. Hoping for a miracle. Wanting to return to their kingdom. Reuniting with their loved ones. But the result was heartless. Let's go to the divine village. Beyond heaven made such a decision. In their current state, it was impossible for them to continue exploring the depths of the continent of death. They had to find a safe place. To restore their cultivation. To fall into the half-ancestral realm. If they could not recover quickly, that would be dangerous. The 3 old Treants did not have a good place to go either. They had gone through trials and tribulations together. Therefore, they trusted them. They decided to travel together. On the way back, they were all very cautious. They avoided the sovereign king's kingdom when they saw it. It was not suitable for them to fight at the moment. He recalled his experience this time. It was unbearable. They had been trapped in the gray fog for 150 years. More than 100 years had passed in a hurry. A mortal's life was not that long. A mortal's life had already ended. Beyond heaven, Outsider, and Treant Monarch were still fine. They had experienced too much. This period of time was just a blink of an eye for them. Of course, the process was full of suffering. However, for Xiaochen, more than 100 years had taken up most of his life. It made him feel like a lifetime had passed. It was hard to express the thousands of emotions in his heart. It was hard to imagine what had happened in these 100 years. What had happened in the 9 prefectures and the 4 worlds. To Xiaochen, this was really a long period of time. More than 150 years. Most likely, many people had already forgotten about him. In that chaotic and complicated 9 prefectures world, too many things must have happened. Perhaps some acquaintances had already passed away. At the very least, the mortals of the same generation had already passed away forever. Although Xiaochen did not see it with his own eyes. But just thinking about it gave him a sense of vicissitudes. Life was so insignificant. In the long river of history, the people of an entire generation might not even be able to make a small splash. The era that I was familiar with has passed. The people of the same generation as me are already gone. Xiaochen muttered to himself. He did not know how much of his past knowledge was left. An era had ended. Let's take a rest in the Divine Village. We have to return to the 9 prefectures immediately. Outsider seemed to have a heavier heart than Xiaochen. He seemed to be worried about something. Dark clouds churned in the world of death. More than 150 years had passed, and the continent had not changed at all. In the central region, the few sovereign cities of the past still stood tall, giving off an oppressive aura. This bottle contains the blood of an ancestor. After infusing killing intent into it, it can severely injure a half-step ancestor. On the way, someone shook a small bottle made of black jade. It was very bright. Even though it was black and opaque and had many restrictions on it, the divine blood still shone brightly through the jade walls. The red blood could completely shine through the walls, looking like a blood agate. We've struck it rich. Outside of Sky sighed and said, adding a drop of this ancestor's blood when refining a treasure can raise its rank significantly. Drink 1 drop when you're at a bottleneck. It will be of great help to break through. Yingxiong also sighed in admiration. 1 drop of divine blood already had such a miraculous effect. Furthermore, the great Might Underworld King had consumed half of an ancestor's body. It was easy to imagine how much benefit he had gained. Right now, the half-step ancestors and the sovereign kings were all severely injured. They could use this blood as a guide to recover their energy. Of course, they still had to rely on their own cultivation to recover. Can these swords really be repaired? Xiaochen did not want to give up. It would be a pity to abandon the 3 broken swords. It is not impossible if we use the ancestors' blood to forcefully reconnect them. However, you should know that there is a mysterious sword formation carved in the swords. If we forcefully reconnect them, we might not be able to repair the formation inside. The 3 sovereign Treant kings had personally experienced that terrifying night. An unknown expert barged into the heavenly palace and fought with the ancestor for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the expert killed the ancestor. However, the swords were destroyed and abandoned in the heavenly palace. At that time, the words of that mysterious expert spread throughout the heavenly palace. Even now, the 3 sovereign Treant kings still remembered them clearly. The swords are broken, and the sword formation inside is broken. Even if we obtain the 49 swords, they will become useless. It is better to abandon them. Xiaochen felt very dissatisfied when he heard that. He had already collected more than half of the 49 swords. If he could not complete the perfect sword formation because of these 3 swords, it would be too unfortunate. Is there no other way? The beyond heavens was born in the human world, so he was much more knowledgeable than the king of the world of death. It's not like there's no hope at all. In terms of refining techniques, the strongest in the cultivation world would naturally be the weapon refining sect. When the time comes, you can go there and take a look. When he passed by the territory ruled by the young sovereign king, Sky Beyond Sky and the others did not follow him. Xianxia went deep into the sovereign king city alone. When the seven-colored skeleton, Huang Lianpa, saw Xianxia, he was greatly startled. After so many years, he thought that Xianxia had met with an accident in the death world. Unexpectedly, they met again after more than 100 years. I can't believe it. Your encounters are truly shocking. When Lianpa understood what had happened to them, he couldn't help but sigh. Has your king returned? Xianxia urgently wanted to know the news of that seemingly innocent girl. Lianpa shook his head and said, he never returned. Xianxia's heart sank at that moment. This result made him very worried. But our king is fine. Lianpa's following words made Xianxia heave a sigh of relief. At that time, the seemingly innocent girl joined hands with Yi Tianzhong and a few other sovereigns to enter the deepest part of the Death Continent. In the end, they never returned. Until 10 years ago, a powerful sovereign who was on the verge of death escaped back and brought back some mixed news. The deepest part of the Death Continent was filled with dangers. The sovereigns who entered together were almost completely annihilated. They were trapped in an ancient ruin for more than 100 years. If it wasn't for the 3 skeleton war emperors under the young sovereign king's command merging with the abyss prison, allowing them to safely hide inside, perhaps everyone would have been annihilated. The young sovereign king had a great opportunity, and Yi Tianzhong also had some gains. They chose to continue forward. As for the only surviving sovereign king, he chose to retreat and escape back. After hearing all this, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The deepest part of the Death Continent was dangerous and strange. Xianxia had already experienced it himself. He knew very well how dangerous it was. Looks like I can only bring Kiki along to have the opportunity to enter the deepest part. Without the protection of the Lost Paradise, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. After walking out of the Sovereign King City, he thought to himself. After meeting up with the other 6, they set off again. Like the wind and lightning, they would arrive at the Divine Village in just one more day. This ancestral monarch iron cloak is really a rare treasure. One of the Treant sovereigns exclaimed in admiration. The others also expressed their agreement. The iron robe flickered with black light. It was forged from black godly metal, and it did not feel stiff when worn on the body. Instead, it was very flexible and tough. It was definitely a supreme defensive treasure. Black light flickered, and the unique golden luster made it look especially extraordinary. Even the Treant sovereign king and the others were reluctant to part with it. Actually, the most important thing is still the wisp of ancestral monarch's essence that the little sacred tree absorbed. If it was obtained by a 9th celestial layer monarch, stepping into the ancestral god realm would no longer be an extravagant hope. The ancestral monarch's blood, iron cloak, and war sword that they brought out from the Heaven Palace were not ordinary items. However, if they were to talk about the most valuable item, they all agreed that the wisp of ancestral monarch's essence would definitely be the best. The 6 half-ancestors couldn't conceal the burning desire in their eyes, but they restrained themselves in the end. How could it be easy to reach the 9th celestial layer of monarch? Moreover, if they became greedy because of this, it would be the same as locking themselves in a prison. It would place a heavy shackle on their soul, and they might not have any hope of becoming an ancestral god in this lifetime. It was possible to forcefully break through other realms, but to become an ancestral god, it was impossible to rely on battle prowess alone. There were many factors, and the most influential one was one's mental state. Finally, the Divine Village was in sight. They could see a trace of it in the distance. That 100 flowers in spring, even from far away, they could see an incomparably coquettish guy lying on a rattan chair under the big tree in front of the Divine Village. He was leisurely swinging his legs and humming a tune narcissistically. Brother Crisis, stop singing. My child is crying because of your singing again. The god race's burly chier walked out from the village and said, I beg you, hurry back to the 9 provinces. What a tragedy, is this the helplessness of being too high and too few? Crisis gave him a sidelong glance and said, You really have a wife and forgot about your elder brother. This is too vulgar. You have already fallen to become an ordinary person. The god race's burly man immediately became anxious and said, Brother Crisis, you have to be kind and honest. In these past few years, you stole the donkey, I plucked its fur, you peeped at me, and you got beaten up. You even caused my wife to start a war with me. How many times have I taken the blame for you? Did any of these things happen? Crisis lied comfortably on the rattan chair. He blinked his peach blossom eyes and said, Why don't I have any impression of it? Cheer immediately became anxious and said, A person must have a conscience. Brother Crisis, don't forget your roots. I was quite carefree in taking the blame for you. After the matter is settled, I will leave with a brush of my sleeves, hiding my identity and name. If you don't want to admit it, let's have a good talk. When the group arrived at the entrance of the village, they just happened to see this scene. Crisis, you really have improved. Now, you even have a full-time scapegoat? When Crisis and Cheer saw the 7 of them, they immediately cried out. Ghost, apart from Xianxia, the remaining 6 were tortured by the great might Pluto King of Hell to the point that they didn't even look human anymore. Their entire bodies were covered in blood. Especially Xianxia, that demon, he looked incomparably ferocious. Crisis jumped up with a bang and scurried a few steps away. He turned around and looked at the few of them in shock. Xianxia? Nonsense, do you recognize me? You didn't die? Crisis revealed a shocked expression. Xianxia didn't say anything else and went forward to give him a slap. Following that, Beyond Sky, and Xianxia also walked over and gave him a few slaps at the same time. It was so painful that Crisis grimaced in pain. He was convinced that Xianxia and the others had returned. The news immediately spread throughout the divine village. With a whoosh, a large group of people ran over and looked at the 7 of them in shock. After that, they surrounded them and asked with concern. The scene immediately became very lively. Xianxia and the others had been gone for more than 100 years. Everyone thought that they had encountered an accident in the depths of the continent of death. They didn't expect that they would actually return today. Big brother Xianxia, a pretty youngster, squeezed into the crowd. You are? I am World's Edge. More than 100 years had passed. The child from back then had already grown up. He was no longer the child who timidly called him Mr. Skeleton when they first met. The god race's burly man, Cheer, had already married and had a child. She wasn't the Xianxia Empress he mentioned, nor was she any of the paramount heavenly kings among the 100 races. She was just a very ordinary human girl. Life was really wonderful. This ordinary girl with a low level of cultivation managed to subdue the god race's burly man, Cheer. Moreover, it seemed like he was very satisfied with this kind of life. Cheer's child was a very interesting little guy. He was very intelligent. He was not even a year old, but he was already calling Xianxia uncle with a lisp. However, when he saw Crisis, he immediately cried. Moreover, he cried very sadly. In the end, he even started to vomit milk. What kind of outrageous things did you do? Xianxia glared at Crisis. Cheer said with a bitter face, Brother Crisis, please don't appear in front of my child anymore. He doesn't want to see you, and even more so, he doesn't want to hear your singing. Crisis, #%%#. Soon after, Xianxia saw 2 other acquaintances, Rimmed Orchid and Shuemeng. After so many years, the 2 girls had become even more beautiful. However, they were still as lively and quick-witted as before. They walked over to greet Crisis while giggling. They completely ignored Crisis, who was very close to them. What's going on? Xianxia asked Crisis in a low voice. Sigh, a lot of stories have a sad reason. Seeing Crisis pretending to be deep in thought, Xianxia really wanted to kick him. 1,000 sad reasons. In the end, my love slowly grew old in the story, although he said that, Crisis's peach blossom eyes were glowing. Go to hell. Xianxia really wanted to say these 2 words. Even if everyone in the world was sad, this guy would never do it. A large group of people crowded around them as they walked into the village. The god race old man Limu and Zhaoying already came out to welcome them after hearing the news. The sky beyond sky and the outsiders immediately walked over. They urgently wanted to know what happened in the kingdom of the 9 provinces. After chatting for a while, their expressions gradually relaxed. Xiaochen knew that there shouldn't be any big unforeseen event. A sumptuous banquet was set up. The people of the divine village welcomed the few of them. It was bustling with noise and excitement as they celebrated their survival from the calamity. "Where's Slaughter Wolf?" The sky beyond sky was very concerned about this former disciple of his. Xiaochen had refined most of the tinder of the sovereign king he killed in the grey mist. The remaining small portion was brought over by the sky beyond sky to fulfill his disciple. He went to the kingdom of the 9 provinces to enjoy himself. The god race member at the side answered. This made the sky beyond sky and the others stunned. This guy was not easy to deal with. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause in the kingdom of the 9 provinces? For some reason, Xiaochen wanted to laugh when he saw Chrysis's peach blossom eyes glowing. After so many years, this guy's temperament really didn't change at all. "Are you kidding me?" Chrysis was very dissatisfied. He said, "Brother, I feel very helpless." "You are actually still laughing. What are you helpless about?" "I met a powerful love rival. It made me lose my appetite. Life is so tasteless." Hearing Chrysis's words, Xiaochen couldn't help but glance at Rhyme and Xuemeng. After that, he asked Chrysis with a smile, "Will the enemy that you have a grudge against have a good life?" "It won't work this time. The opponent this time is too powerful." Chrysis shook his head. However, he was still eating with relish at the table. The god race man, Cheer, directly said, "This time, this bro Chrysis can only give up. Even if Rhyme and Xuemeng were to join forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the person that Rhyme and Xuemeng like." "Who?" Hearing this, Xiaochen really revealed his curiosity. Chrysis picked up a mouthful of food and said gloomily, "Xingtian and Qiyu." "Pfff," Xiaochen directly spat out a mouthful of wine. Fortunately, he only spat it on Chrysis's body and didn't splash anywhere else. Xiaochen deeply sympathized with Chrysis's misfortune. As for Rhyme and Xuemeng's foresight, Xiaochen admired them so much that he couldn't comment on it. They were really 2 valiant girls. Humans, beyond sky, and the others stayed in the divine village for a long time. They began to meditate and recover their spiritual essence. As for Xiaochen, he stayed here for a period of time. Then, he entered the kingdom of the 9 provinces with Chrysis, Cheer, Xianxia, and the others. When he appeared in front of the ghost town, Xiaochen was very excited. It had been close to 160 years since he left this land. It had been so long that people had already forgotten about him. After appearing in front of the ghost town, Xiaochen felt that this time was very different from the past. He felt as if there was a raging flame burning around his body. Bang, bang, Chrysis, Cheer, Xianxia, Rhyme, and the others were all sent flying by the powerful aura that erupted from his body. They were shocked to discover that a demonic mark actually appeared on Xiaochen's forehead. It was like a heavenly eye that stood erect there. Furthermore, his entire body was emitting radiance. The radiance was like a monstrous flame burning in the sky. It illuminated the entire sky with a gorgeous radiance. This feeling, Xiaochen muttered. After that, he suddenly soared into the sky and flew up to the towering ghost town. He stood on top of the 100-meter-tall city wall and couldn't help but face the sky and let out a long roar. The demonic mark that stood erect on his forehead was like a heavenly eye. It pulsated and shot out rays of radiance. If one were to compare the current ominous lands of the 9 provinces, the ghost town was undoubtedly one of the top 3. Normally, this place was filled with gloomy aura and underworld fog. No practitioner was willing to approach this place. The various powers that were stationed outside the ghost town to monitor the situation had already left more than 100 years ago. It was basically impossible to tell what was going on here. Xiaochen stood on top of the ghost town. His entire body was emitting radiance. The demonic mark on his forehead was glowing brilliantly. The divinized acupoints were flickering in his flesh like stars. Many mysterious patterns appeared on his skin. The image of the heavenly monument was faintly discernible. 27 swords floated in all 4 directions and arranged themselves into a profound and complicated sword formation. They shot out a soaring sword light. At this moment, he felt that he was brimming with powerful energy. He vaguely felt some kind of connection with the ghost town. Xiaochen, what's wrong? The deity race's Chier shouted. Divine power surged all over Xiaochen's body. The radiance soared into the sky. His body was getting hotter and hotter, as if he was burning up. At this moment, he finally knew that he had a connection with the ghost town, just like back then. That's right, he felt the same as the ghost town. He could feel its majestic power, and it was even about to merge with its will. You guys go first, I'll stay here for a while. Xiaochen stood on top of the ghost town. His ink-black hair fluttered in the wind. The divine radiance behind him was like a huge waterfall that soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the endless black underworld fog surged around him. They looked at each other in dismay. Xianxia was very worried and shouted, Elder brother Xiaochen, you have to be careful. Only Crisis didn't seem to care and said, it's fine. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. His life is as long as mine. He won't die even if he wants to. Binglan and Shuemeng were speechless. They shouted a few words at the ghost town and left first. After Crisis and the others left, the ghost town regained its peace. Then, Xiaochen jumped into the ghost town. If this bold action was seen by others, they would definitely be flabbergasted. The ghost town's ferocious name had spread throughout the 9 provinces and the 4 worlds. Many major powers had sent people to the ghost town to investigate. However, those cultivators never returned. No matter how many of them went, they all died. As long as they entered the city, there would be a sealing power that prevented them from leaving. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that all the ancient residences in the city hid evil spirits. Be it humans, demons, or gods, it was difficult for them to escape. They would be eaten alive. The ghost town was completely silent. On the spacious ancient street, there was only a single figure. Even under the midday sun, it still seemed incomparably gloomy and lifeless. The majestic city had existed for who knew how many years. The ancient buildings on both sides of the city streets were engraved with the wind and frost of time, but they seemed to be eternal, standing tall all the time. Crisis Xiaochen 2. That. 2. He had to two of Crisis to the ghost town. In his days, he seemed to have seen ancestor god Xianxia's tall and handsome figure standing alone on a building. Faintly, he seemed to have seen many figures of legend that had perished fighting amidst seas of blood and corpses. Of course, everything was just an illusion. It was because his state of mind was the same as what he felt in the past. The corporeal body of a god was locked inside the ancient residence on both sides of the street. They had already lost their intelligence a long time ago. Now, they were like prisoners, a member of the army defending the ghost town. No one could say for sure how many demonic gods had fallen in the ghost town. The autumn wind was rustling, a sorrowful atmosphere pervaded the city. Tap, 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 on the quiet ancient street, only his footsteps were echoing. The magnificent ghost town was deathly still and desolate. Although there were evil spirits in those haunted residences, not a single vicious creature rushed out. He once fought here, he once roared here. However, after revisiting this place, there was only loneliness in Xiaochen's heart. There were no words that could describe his current mood. Faintly discernible, he seemed to be able to hear that ancient ballad from the false god Great Tribulation once again. That broken mountain is the backbone of the heaven and earth. That dry and hard yellow mud is the blood of the earth. Those mountainous corpses are the sorrow of our ancestors. Who still remembers that Xianxia lit up the future of the human race? How can we forget that Shinong tasted 100 grasses and buried his bones in a foreign land? He walked towards the center of the ghost town step by step. That was the place where the heavenly steel was suppressing. Even though the demonic well was still far away, he could already feel the pressure. Xiaochen stood quietly in the middle of the plaza and gazed at the sealed demonic well. He was silent for a long time. It was as if he could see Qingqing again. Finally, he slowly walked forward and circled around the demonic well. Then, he silently sat down in front of it. He wanted to say something in front of the demonic well, but he found it hard to spit out a single word. The sun rose and set, Xiaochen just sat there quietly for 3 days. In the end, he silently stood up and walked away step by step. Suddenly, Xiaochen discovered a small crack on the limestone ground of the plaza. His divine eyes swept through the surroundings like lightning. The huge plaza was no different from before if he didn't look carefully. However, with the heavenly eye, he could see all the minute details. There were many hidden cracks in the surroundings. Even though they were very small, an expert of Xiaochen's level could still notice them. He was moved and carefully observed. He discovered that the cracks were actually radiating from the center of the demonic well. However, there were no cracks in front of the demonic well. They were only faintly visible in the surroundings. The center of the radiation was the demonic well. After discovering this situation, Xiaochen's heart immediately skipped a beat. He immediately walked back. The yellow clay platform was incomparably hard. It firmly sealed the demonic well. There didn't seem to be any abnormalities. Xiaochen placed his left hand on the platform. He couldn't feel any terrifying fluctuations. However, when he raised his palm, he was shocked to discover that there was actually a little bit of red on his palm. There was actually a bloodstain on his hand. This gave him a huge shock. The yellow clay platform was oozing blood. What was going on? There was a problem with the sealed demonic well. Xiaochen's heart suddenly sank. This matter was very important. It could even be said to be a very important matter. Xiaochen's divine sense was as resplendent as the moon. He gathered it together and probed into the yellow clay platform. It was dusky, he couldn't see anything clearly. He couldn't find any conclusion. The fake gods of the past were all wiped out. It was impossible for them to be the cause of chaos. What in the world led to this kind of result? If he thought about it in a bad way, it would be very terrifying. Anything could be possible. If he thought about it in a good way, the yellow clay platform was made of the ancestor god's flesh. Perhaps it was still alive. No matter what, the yellow clay platform that sealed the demonic well was oozing blood. This was a problem that couldn't be ignored. Xiaochen secretly guessed that this might be the reason why he merged with the pulse of the ghost town. Xiaochen discovered that the bloodstain on his hand transformed into a tiny ray of light and rushed back into the yellow clay platform. He used his hand to touch it again, but there was no longer any red on his hand. He guarded the demonic well for an entire day. However, he didn't discover anything new. He stayed in the ghost town for 10 days. Xiaochen left this plaza. He didn't encounter any obstruction from the seal. He easily flew out of the ghost town. It is hard to say what will happen in the future. Hopefully, I am overthinking it. He decided to find a half-ancestor as soon as possible and tell them about this phenomenon. Xiaochen left the ghost town. Originally, he wanted to look for Kiki. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. He already heard from the old manly moo that the little critter almost suffocated in the divine village. She fled back to the 9 provinces and entered the Dragon Island's sacred mountain. From then on, she slept for more than 100 years without waking up. When he heard about this result, Xiaochen was not worried at all. He knew that the little critter's strength might have advanced by leaps and bounds again. The little critter's talent was exceptional. Sleeping was equivalent to cultivating. The ghost town was not very far from the ancient capital of the western region, Chang'an. Xiaochen arrived here. After many years, this ancient city became even more flourishing. The streets were filled with endless streams of horses and carriages. People came and went in an endless stream. After more than 150 years, the 4th most famous building, Misty Rain Pavilion. It still stood tall and was even more famous than before. For more than 100 years, not only did many scholars write poems here, there were also many deities who left their words here. Moreover, ever since the 3 half-ancestor came here, the Misty Rain Pavilion's fame was pushed to the peak. It was faintly becoming the 2nd most famous building in the world. For more than 100 years, many famous secret battles took place here. The 5 elements heavenly kings and Wu Ming once fought here. The Xianxia Empress and the War God King once had a showdown here. A celestial race expert once killed 5 experts of the same rank. 3 Emperor Realm experts once had a showdown here. After so many experts showed their faces here, the fame of this place became even greater. This place became a treasured land favored by practitioners. Revisiting an old haunt, no one recognized Xiaochen anymore. He couldn't help but sigh at the ruthless power of time. The current Misty Rain Pavilion Master was the great-grandson of the previous Pavilion Master. And the guests on the second floor were all people who appeared in the last few decades. He quietly enjoyed the food and wine on the seventh floor. Naturally, there were many practitioners on the second floor. Many of them were discussing the matters of the cultivation world. Su Xian's golden snake art is really powerful. He killed 4 spell masters of the same rank by himself. It's really intimidating. Why don't you think about who his grandfather is? That's the famous 9-headed divine snake. He was born a demigod half-monster, so he naturally possesses outstanding talent. What does Su Xian count for? There are plenty of people more powerful than him in the younger generation. Someone at the side snorted coldly and said, "Have you guys heard of Wu Xiaoshi? He's a natural-born deity. He's only 20 years old, but he's almost unparalleled in the same generation. How could we not have heard of him?" Someone immediately replied, "Rumor has it that Wu Xiaoshi is the son of a legendary heavenly king." Once the secret was revealed, it immediately drew the attention of many people in the surroundings. Someone asked, "Which heavenly king's son is he?" "It's definitely that legendary heavenly king surnamed Wu." "What? Wu Xiaoshi is actually his son?" Someone cried out in surprise, but even more people revealed a bewildered expression. "Which heavenly king Wu?" Someone rebuked in dissatisfaction, "You must be a rookie. 40 years ago, Heavenly King Wu swept through the world and fought with the 5-element heavenly kings here. Could it be that you haven't heard of him? 20 years ago, he even fought with a celestial race expert for 1 day and 1 night before emerging victorious. You actually don't know such a famous person?" Cries of surprise resounded from upstairs. "It's the legendary heavenly king Wu Ming. He's definitely one of the strongest among the heavenly kings." "That's right. With the imperishable imperial divine bell above his head and the purple-gold heavenly lightning hammer in his hand, aside from the rare celestial race, there's practically no one among the heavenly kings of the same rank who can shake him." Not far away, Xiaochen was stunned. Close to 160 years had passed, and Wu Ming had already become a legendary figure. It was easy to imagine how many things had happened. Heavenly King Wu Ming's son, Wu Xiaoshi, is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid he'll be the second heavenly king in 100 years. However, I heard that the youngest son of the Golden King of the 5-element heavenly kings, Huan Xinren, is also an incredible character. I'm afraid he'll be a formidable opponent for Wu Xiaoshi. Yes, there are indeed some extraordinary characters. The famous little Azura is definitely an expert who can do whatever he wants. Even the older generation has to take a detour around him. It's said that he was taught by the number 1 emperor-level expert, Lin Hanbing. Lin Hanbing? That sounds a little familiar. An old man with white hair and beard sighed, "That's the Shura sovereign of the earth-penetrating realm. He was born in the ancient era. His talent is peerless, and he's the number 1 emperor-level expert." Oh, this old man knows quite a lot. He even knows so much about the emperor-level antiques. On the other side, a young man suddenly had a look of realization. He laughed and said, "I remember now. This Shura sovereign seemed to have appeared 100 years ago. However, he seemed to have been beaten up into a pig's head. Is he really the number 1 emperor-level expert?" In another corner, a young Azura by the window immediately stood up and said, "Shut up. Don't slander my clan's ancestor. Brother Azura, what I'm saying is the truth. Many people in this generation know this. Could it be that you don't acknowledge this truth and only allow us to say good things about the Shura sovereign? That's not right. There's a brother from the celestial race over there. Just now, when we talked about the celestial race's expert being defeated by Heavenly King Wu Ming, he didn't say anything. How can you be so overbearing?" That Azura was about to become hostile on the spot, but he was finally stopped by someone else. The old man with white hair and beard said, "It's fine for us to talk freely, but don't hurt our friendship. That Shura sovereign suffered a great loss 100 years ago. He was fortunate enough to witness that great battle. It could be said to be world-shaking. This life is enough. Old man, are you leaving us hanging again?" You're definitely talking about the great battle that happened in the Forbidden Ocean 160 years ago, right? It's already been distorted by now. Since you were fortunate enough to witness it, tell us in detail. The old man stroked his beard and sighed. That battle could be said to be world-shaking. It caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The water flowed in reverse, and even the Forbidden Ocean was boiling. War swords filled the sky, and sword chi was as thick as a mountain. It shattered everything and rushed into the heavens. Even a half-martial ancestor was almost killed. Everyone was attracted by the old man's voice and listened attentively. In the end, there was still someone who wasn't satisfied and said, "Old man talked for a long time, but you still didn't mention the names of the people who participated in the battle. Isn't this making things difficult for us?" That's right. The legends nowadays are really harmful. There are all kinds of versions of the people who participated in the battle. I don't even know which legend is true. The white-haired old man smiled and shook his head. He said, "I can't say it. The people who participated in the battle all had shocking backgrounds. This matter concerns their face. If I say it, I'm afraid I'll die in my home tomorrow." Although they knew he was hiding something, they couldn't force him to say it. He's just like our clan's old man, as cowardly as a mouse. Back then, he also personally witnessed that battle, but he didn't explain it to us. He said that a loose tongue can cause trouble, so he didn't want us to know. Sigh, actually, my grandfather was fortunate enough to witness that battle as well. However, he also kept his mouth shut, saying that it concerned the dignity of a half-martial ancestor. If I found out and spoke carelessly, it might bring about the extermination of my clan. That's why he didn't tell me. Everyone discussed spiritedly, feeling very regretful. Just at this time, a skeleton that was completely covered up, leaving only its empty eye sockets exposed, walked into the Misty Rain restaurant. Someone immediately muttered, "Damn, skeletons don't eat or drink tea. Why did they come here to join in the liveliness?" "Brother Skeleton, I have money. So what if I can't?" I'm willing. He shook his cloak and unceremoniously monopolized a table. He called out, "Waiter, bring us a table of good food and wine." The waiter ran over in a hurry and stammered, "Sir, can you eat?" "I can't eat, but I can watch." When the waiter heard that, he was about to turn and go downstairs when that mysterious skeleton called out to him again. "Later, call over a few girls for Brother Skeleton. I like to listen to music and watch dances." #@%, the waiter cursed in his heart. What kind of skeleton is this? Why doesn't he think about his own condition? To think that he still has such perverted thoughts. Someone at the side whispered, "I know who this skeleton is. It's that peak-quality skeleton. Not long ago, he snuck into Skull Island and swindled people. He even boasted shamelessly, saying that he wanted to find the beautiful pink skeleton of the skeleton race as his wife." Damn, that can't be. It's that skeleton called Killing Vanquishing Wolf. I heard that he is an outsider. After coming to Skull Island, he really caused a ruckus. I wonder if he found the beautiful pink skeleton girl or not. In the distance, Xiaochen felt speechless when he heard this. This Killing Vanquishing Wolf was indeed very good at causing trouble. Suddenly, the door of a private room was pushed open, and a burly man walked out. He scanned the practitioners in the room coldly and said, "Lower your voices. My elder brother is going to hold a banquet with an important guest." "Who are you? What right do you have to make us speak softly? The Misty Rain Pavilion is not yours." The temperature of the air plummeted. The burly man's gaze was as sharp as a knife. The practitioner who spoke just now immediately fell to the ground. The upstairs immediately quieted down. Bang, the burly man turned around and closed the door again. "Who is that? It's too horrifying. That seems to be a super expert of the Tiger Clan. Furthermore, it seems to be the legendary Heavenly King. I heard that the Tiger Clan has a devastatingly beautiful woman who is going to marry Wu Ming's son, Wu Xiaoshi. Could it be that they are inviting Wu Ming to the banquet today?" The moment these words came out, the upstairs immediately burst into an uproar. However, everyone quickly suppressed their voices. A gathering of heavenly kings, it was very likely that they would see a legendary character. Many people were looking forward to it. Just at this moment, a long bell rang in the distant sky. An imposing figure slowly walked over from the void. That kind of aura that seemed to be one with the world was hard to describe. It really is the legendary Heavenly King Wu Ming. I didn't expect to see him here. This is the legendary invincible Heavenly King. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Wu Ming, long time no see. I was just about to look for you. All of a sudden, a voice suddenly rang out from the left and right of the misty rain pavilion. It clearly transmitted to the distant sky. Wu Ming was immediately startled. He immediately stopped in his tracks and stood in the void. He asked, "Who are you? It's only been 150 years since we last met. Could it be that you have forgotten me?" The voice was very faint. The people of the Misty Rain Pavilion couldn't figure out who made it at all. However, something that shocked them happened. The legendary Heavenly King Wu Ming, who had the immortal Heavenly Divine Bell above his head and the purple gold Heavenly Thunder Hammer in his hand, fled without looking back as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone in the Misty Rain Tower was dumbfounded. They had an incredulous look on their faces. That was the invincible Heavenly King Wu Ming. He was known as one of the strongest cultivators in the past 500 years. How could he be scared away by a few words, then? He seemed to be retreating in a panic. As if he had seen a ghost. What kind of person was that? Even the invincible Heavenly King was so afraid of him. The Misty Rain Tower was in an uproar. What the hell? Is that really Heavenly King Wu Ming? Are you kidding me? Someone scared the invincible Heavenly King away with a few words. This is too unbelievable. Are you kidding me? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Wu Ming had dominated the world for more than 200 years. He was invincible. He had fused with the legendary immortal Heavenly Divine Bell. He had an immortal body. Immortal soul. He fused with the bell. Eternal and indestructible. He fought against the 5 elements heavenly kings. He could defeat the celestial race venerables. Even a half-martial ancestor would find it hard to kill him. But today, he ran away without fighting. This was too unbelievable. Strange. That voice just now was a little familiar. The white-haired old man in the Misty Rain Tower. He had a puzzled look on his face. He said, could it be someone from back then? Someone who made Heavenly King Wu Ming so afraid of him. There are not many people like him in the world. He looked around, puzzled. Everyone on the second floor was also looking for any suspicious people. However, while the crowd was talking about it, one person disappeared in the Misty Rain Tower without a sound. No one noticed it. It was as if that person had never been in the tower. This was a brilliant illusion. Even though he had been gone for a long time, the illusion he created was still there. There was an empty table. No one could tell that something was wrong. 30 li away from the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xianxia stood in the sky. He blocked Wu Ming's path and said, "Wu Ming, long time no see. Your fame is getting bigger and bigger." However, he was becoming more and more timid. Meeting an old friend. There was no need to hide. I didn't mean any harm. Wu Ming looked uncertain. He is a scheming man. To be able to have today's achievements. This was inseparable from his extraordinary means. Fame meant nothing to him. Only tangible benefits were the most important. Back then, he had once suffered a great loss under Xiaoqian's sword, and the battle at the Taboo Sea left a deep impression on him. Xiaoqian actually controlled more than 20 swords. The number truly gave him a fright. Those divine rainbows that soared into the sky were capable of shaking even half-martial ancestors. Even though he had the indestructible Heavenly Emperor Divine Bell, he couldn't defend against it at all. From that day onwards, Wu Ming knew that his opponent's sword could restrain his god clock. If the two of them were to fight, he would definitely not be a match for them. Therefore, 150 years passed quickly. When they met Xiaoqian again, he immediately chose to flee. He didn't want to court death. He knew that the other party didn't have a good impression of him. After all, he had ruthlessly schemed against Xiaoqian in the Heaven Burial Valley. He almost got rid of him. At this moment, after being stopped by Xiaochen, Wu Ming directly used the god clock to protect himself. It hung above his head. The dazzling divine light shone in all directions, making him look divine and awe-inspiring. And a purple-gold heavenly thunder hammer appeared in his hand. Terrifying thunderbolts kept dancing around it. Purple light soared into the sky. Wu Ming had already prepared the strongest defense. Once the battle started, he wouldn't be suddenly killed by the sword. Long time no see. You are becoming more and more unfathomable. Wu Ming revealed a hearty smile. He would not fight if he could. At this moment, his mind was racing. He was thinking about how to avoid a fight. He said, back then, you and I planned to work together to get rid of the 5 elements heavenly kings. Unfortunately, we couldn't put it into action. I wonder if you are still interested now. At this moment, Wu Ming could be said to have put in a lot of effort. If this reasonable excuse to get rid of the fight didn't work, he was going to shift the trouble to someone else. He would directly pull over the local big force, the Hu family. Wu Ming, you are too thoughtful. Am I really that bloodthirsty? Xiaochen looked at him with a faint smile. He said, I'm afraid you have already calculated dozens of plans just now. Actually, we can be friends. There is no life and death. If you invite me to have a drink, I will be very happy. Huh? Be friends? Go to hell. Wu Ming sneered in his heart. He wouldn't believe the other party's nonsense. However, he pretended to be stunned on the surface. He looked at Xiaochen doubtfully. I no longer see you as an enemy. Why don't we go to the Misty Rain Tower for a drink? I want to go there to have a drink with you. But someone has already asked you to meet there. I don't want to waste your time. What are you talking about? I'll just take it and push it off. Let's go. Let's go and have a few drinks. No matter what the other party's purpose was, Wu Ming wasn't afraid. As long as he didn't fight to the death right now. Xiaochen smiled and shook his head. He said, go and keep the appointment. I have plenty of time now. I am not in a hurry. Go ahead. Don't leave without saying a word after you are done. I will wait for you. Hearing Xiaochen say so, Wu Ming knew. The reason why the other party looked for him was definitely not an ordinary matter. Damn it. You need me for something. Otherwise, you would have already fought to the death with me. Wu Ming sneered in his heart. But on the surface, there was a smile. He said, then I will respectfully accept. Many practitioners in the Misty Rain Tower were discussing. They couldn't imagine who exactly scared away the invincible Heavenly King. But at this time, someone suddenly exclaimed. That is Heavenly King Wu Ming. He is back again. It's really him. What happened? How could it be like this? Everyone was puzzled. A dazzling rainbow shot out from a private room. It spread outside the Misty Rain Tower. There were thousands of colorful lights. It formed a 7-bridge arch bridge. The burly man of the Tiger Clan came out to welcome him with a smile. He said, Heavenly King Wu Ming, this way please. My big brother has been waiting for you for a long time. Heavenly music sounded. Singing and dancing. It was very extravagant. The burly man welcomed Wu Ming to the Rainbow Bridge. He couldn't help but ask, Heavenly King Wu Ming, what happened just now? It's a long story. At this time, an elegant middle-aged man came out from the private room to welcome him. Brother Wu. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I don't dare. I have kept you waiting. Wu Ming cupped his hands to return the greeting. The group entered the private room. The Rainbow Bridge retreated. This private room led straight to the 10th floor. This place was filled with divine radiance. It was arranged like a heavenly palace. It was completely made of sheep-fat jade, and the tables and chairs were carved from the hard-to-find purple diamondine wood. Sparkling and translucent. Purple light flickered. The 10th floor was usually not open to the public. Only special guests could enter this place. The paintings of famous people on the wall were scary enough just by looking at the names. The banquet had already been set up, just waiting for Wu Ming to take his seat. It could be called an Immortals delicacy. The table was filled with wine and dishes. If there were practitioners here, they would definitely be shocked, because those ingredients would be startled if they spread it out. The people on the 7th floor of the Misty Rain restaurant were all discussing why Wu Ming had returned. Many people were happy to see a great expert like Wu Ming who had been famous for a long time. Of course, there were also some people who didn't think so. They were puzzled by Wu Ming's initial performance. They felt that that wasn't the demeanor that an invincible heavenly king should have. Everyone discussed for a long time. They couldn't guess who had scared Wu Ming away at the beginning. In the end, the topic shifted to the matter of the Hu family inviting Wu Ming to a banquet. Did you guys notice just now that the elegant man who welcomed Wu Ming seems to be the Tiger King Hu Shifeng of the 3rd generation of the Hu family? That's right. It seems to be him. The leading heavenly king of the 3rd generation of the Hu family. He is a true Tiger King. Oh. I understand. It is said that the Tiger King Hu Shifeng has a daughter who is extremely beautiful. Could it be that she is going to marry Wu Ming's son, Wu Xiaoshi? That should be the case. I have long heard that these two families are going to unite by marriage. It is said. The ancestors of the Hu family have already fallen for many years, but their power is still very large. The power behind Wu Ming is not weak either. That is the famous weapon refining sect in the cultivation world. It is a great sect that has been passed down since the ancient times. On the 7th floor of the Misty Rain Tower, Xiaochen sat there and drank without batting an eyelid. He quietly listened to everyone's conversation. From the time he left to the time he returned, he didn't disturb anyone. Even if someone glanced at him, they would only treat him as an ordinary person. This was the extraordinary point of having reached a certain realm. Even if he was sitting in front of an acquaintance, he could also make them ignore him as if he was air. For example, the slaughter wolf not far away didn't notice him at all. Do you guys know about this Hu Shifeng? It is said that he is very powerful. His strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Some people suspect that he might have already stepped into the Earth Foundation realm. The Hu family has not shown their strength for so many years. Their strength is unfathomable. This Hu Shifeng is indeed an extraordinary person. It can be said that he is even stronger than many of the 2nd generation of the Hu family. He only has one battle record in his life. Not many people know about it. He had once defeated a rank 1 celestial race expert. What? Everyone immediately cried out in surprise. The celestial race was definitely the most mysterious and terrifying race. Although their population was extremely small, it is said that a race would have no more than 30 to 50 people. However, every single one of them had the aptitude of a genius. Almost at the same level as a king, so if an expert of the same level could defeat them, he was definitely a peerless genius. They could dominate the same level. Hu Shifeng actually defeated a celestial race expert of the same level. This is too unexpected. As expected of the Tiger King. What a surprise. The strength of the Hu family is really hard to estimate. As expected of a royal family that has been passed down from the ancient times. The leader of the Hu family's 3rd generation, Hu Shifeng. The secret news of his battle record gave people a strong sense of impact. The celestial race was a benchmark. As long as one of them could be defeated, that definitely proved that this person was powerful and terrifying. The Hu family has been silent for so many years. I'm afraid they are about to rise. The old man with white hair sighed. They have endured for many years. Now, they have a marriage alliance with the weapon refining sect. There will definitely be a lot of moves in the future. Come here, buddy. At this moment, the slaughter wolf shouted. Uncle Skeleton, what can I do for you? The waiter eagerly ran up to him. He didn't care if you ordered or not. As long as you were willing to spend money, you were a god here. Go get me the tiger penis wine. Ah. The waiter was instantly dumbfounded. Didn't you hear? This is the 2nd most famous restaurant in the world. You don't even have this kind of wine? We do have it. But. The waiter's face was a bit pale. As he spoke, he glanced upstairs. Today, the 10th floor was the Tiger family's distinguished guest. That's good. Give me 3 jars. And. I haven't finished. The waiter wanted to slip away. The slaughter wolf stopped him again. He said, grill me a few more tiger kidneys. And a big plate of tiger meat with soy sauce. And a big dish of dragon and tiger fight. I said I want a snake and cat fight. If there are no dragons, then a snake and tiger fight is fine. Anyway, don't fool me with a cat. Damn it, the waiter was speechless. This master was too hard to serve. If the Tiger family on the top floor found out, there would definitely be no bloodshed. All the cultivators upstairs looked at this exquisite skeleton. They were all shocked. Chang'an was the closest to the Tiger family's territory. This was their base camp. This guy actually dared to be so presumptuous and fearless. It was really shocking. What are you looking at? Can't you see such a handsome brother skeleton? The slaughter wolf shook his cloak. He shook his head again. Unfortunately, not a single strand of hair was fluttering on his bald head. This brother skeleton is really talented. Does he want to go against the Tiger family? But looking at him, how could he be Hu Shifeng's subordinate? This guy is really a piece of work. He just caused trouble on the Skull Island. He came here to cause trouble again. I think he's tired of living. He boasted shamelessly that he wanted to find the pink skeleton Xianxia on the Skull Island. Now he came to the Tiger family's territory to cause trouble. I'm sure he'll be torn apart soon. You guys are too vulgar. Brother skeleton, I can't be bothered with you guys. The slaughter wolf had a narcissistic look. He was extremely narcissistic. F***ck, everyone was speechless. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from the stairs. A young Shura walked forward. Wherever he went, he seemed to form a world of his own. It was indescribably illusory. Everywhere his gaze passed made people not dare to look at him. He was definitely an extremely powerful Azura. Every move seemed to be in harmony with heaven and earth. It was indescribably natural and harmonious. It contained heavenly principles, and vaguely, there was an unparalleled pressure spreading out. This person is too scary. Yes, this person has probably reached the Paragon realm. He actually has the aura of heaven and man as one. Unbelievable. Many practitioners in the Misty Rain Tower were shocked. They were all discussing softly. This? Could he be the legendary Little Azura? Hearing this speculation, many people gasped. If it was Little Azura, then it was too scary. In the legends, he was a person who could do whatever he wanted. Many older generation figures had to retreat when they saw him. One word of disagreement and blood would flow like a river. Little Azura reached the Heavenly King realm? This? Unbelievable. Oh. This person is really Little Azura. I saw him once from afar. It was said. He wanted to marry the pearl of the undying sect, Yan Qingqing. After being rejected, he turned hostile. It tore 2 fish-leaping state powerhouses in half. Shoo, keep quiet. The main character is here. You still dare to talk about it. The discussion in the Misty Rain Tower was obviously lower. Many people felt very uncomfortable. But at this moment, there was someone who didn't care. Looking at Little Azura's evaluation, he said, so ugly. Everyone was speechless. This person? Did he eat the guts of a leopard? He dared to make such an evaluation in front of Little Azura. He must be tired of living. Everyone turned around to look. Looking for the person who spoke. What are you looking at? Brother skeleton, I am so handsome. It's useless for you to be jealous. It was that top-grade skeleton again. Everyone rolled their eyes. They cursed in their hearts. You are dead. Are you talking about me? Little Azura glanced at the killing wolf coldly. 2 rays of blood light shot out from his eyes. It was terrifying. Azura women were born beautiful. And the man's face was ferocious. This was his natural appearance, even though he was considered a handsome man in the Azura clan. But from the aesthetic standards of other races, he was indeed very ugly. Brother Ugly, don't mind me. I just accidentally said the truth. Come, come. Come and have a drink. The killing wolf greeted enthusiastically. Everyone was speechless. How could this person live until now? It was really a miracle. It was too good. Where did this top-grade skeleton come from? Did he really have an extraordinary identity? Yes. Otherwise, why would he dare to come to Skull Island to swindle people? And now he's here to cause trouble. You don't say. I really don't know his background. Don't tell me he's really a powerful expert? Everyone was stunned by the killing wolf's words and actions. They couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. What made everyone speechless was, this guy's skin was really thick. He seemed to have heard their discussion. He looked very narcissistic. He said, "You just found out? I am a genius of my generation. You are dead." That was all little Azura said. He walked forward like a mountain. The Misty Rain Pavilion didn't move. But the sky outside the Misty Rain Pavilion shook violently. This was a powerful pressure. It could shake the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, harmonizing with heaven and earth. He had truly reached the realm of being one with heaven and man. He really is a heavenly king. Little Azura has already cultivated the body of a heavenly king. This is too scary. No wonder he dared to propose to the Pearl of the Undying sect. One should know that many experts covet Xianxia's beauty. They wouldn't dare to propose to the Undying sect. With little Azura's strength, he is indeed qualified. They had personally witnessed little Azura's strength. Everyone was shocked. One should know that he had only been born for a few years. Formless world energy. It isolated the Misty Rain Pavilion from the outside world. Being one with heaven and man, he used his supreme Azura divine power to envelop this place. The whole Misty Rain Pavilion was under his control. It was equivalent to trapping the killing wolf here. Little Azura was very calm. He sat opposite of the killing wolf. I will kill you slowly. Everyone was very surprised. As expected of an expert personally taught by the #1 Emperor-level expert freezing. His battle strength is truly tyrannical. The direct disciple of the #1 Emperor-level expert is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid he is the #1 expert in the same generation. Everyone was discussing in a low voice. Actually, everyone didn't know that although little Azura had only made his debut recently, but he was already 40 years old. Strictly speaking, he couldn't be considered as a figure of the younger generation. Otherwise, 2. Reach the immortal realm in his 20s. There weren't many people like him since ancient times. He could be called a hero of the ages. However, there was no doubt about little Azura's talent. He was only slightly weaker than Freezing Wolf back then. Freezing Wolf's talent was already considered the most outstanding in that era. He could barely be considered as a rare talent since ancient times. Currently, I'm afraid that little Azura will be the leader in the Azura clan. That's right. I heard that the Azura Heavenly King and Ashura Saintess were also very powerful. But I heard that they were killed and imprisoned by the same person. The Azura clan still has other king-level experts? Of course. Back then, the Azura Heavenly King and the Xianxia Heavenly King dominated the world. They were invincible. But they were all killed by the same person. And the Ashura Saintess was captured by the same person on the first day she left the Azura Island. What a terrifying person. Don't tell me he's the great demon king mentioned in many legends? Of course it's that great demon king from 150 years ago. Who else could it be other than him? Hearing these words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that those legends are true? Although there are many versions. But it seems that great demon king appeared in all of them. According to rumors, little Azura went to the Undying sect to propose marriage. After Xianxia saw him, she only mentioned one name. This caused little Azura to retreat in the face of difficulties. Many people guessed. It's that great demon king. I heard about it too. According to Little Azure's words. Sooner or later, he will kill that great demon king. What is the name of the great demon king? I don't know. It seems that every version of the legend is called Great Demon King. Very few people mention his name. At this time, Killing Vanquisher spoke again. He was actually a little impatient. I say, Brother Azura, you're really bored. Sitting in front of me like a door god. It really affects my appetite. If you want to make a move, hurry up. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy was really too awesome. He didn't put Little Azura in his eyes at all. I'll tell you the truth. The great demon king you guys are talking about is my brother. As long as I chant the heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, I can summon him. Killing Vanquisher boasted shamelessly. He said to himself. Back then, I was a little late. Otherwise. Today, there will be 2 great demon kings. Everyone was speechless at him. You can't brag like this. Who would believe it? You're really courting death. Little Azura wanted to make Killing Vanquisher collapse with his aura. And then slowly torture him to death. Unexpectedly, this high-quality skeleton was not affected at all. The void shattered. The blood-colored Azura world shrouded down. He wanted to take Killing Vanquisher inside. The glaring blood light dyed the entire Misty Rain Tower red. Tao of nature. Break for me. Killing Vanquisher shouted. Killing Vanquisher was really a bastard. The so-called break turned out to be a fierce slash. A large number of people behind him were swept over. They blocked in front of him, letting these people follow him to fight against Little Azura. Among them, including Xianxia. Xianxia thought for a while. He decided to help this guy. Otherwise, this guy would definitely return to the world of death. He didn't dare to say how strong Killing Vanquisher was. But he definitely had the ability to escape back to the world of death like the god race. The others were all pushed back. Xianxia walked over with large strides. He calmly pushed out his palm. Just in time to meet Little Azure's millstone-sized bloody palm. Bang, something that shocked everyone happened. Little Azura directly vomited blood and was sent flying hundreds of feet away from the window. He swayed in the void and stabilized his body. Ah, Killing Vanquisher felt Xianxia's aura. He almost shouted at that time. But in the end, he swallowed back the 2 words Xianxia. Everyone was stunned. Little Azura had a solemn look on his face. He flew into the Misty Rain Tower. He fixed his eyes on Xianxia. Just at this time, Killing Vanquisher shouted, Buddy. Where's the tiger penis wine I wanted? And, is the roasted tiger kidney ready? Right. That important dish, dragon and tiger fight. Don't forget it. The shopkeeper and the waiters of Misty Rain Tavern had the urge to curse. Such a loud shout. This would definitely alarm the experts of the Tiger clan on the 10th floor. Everyone in Misty Rain Tavern couldn't help but exclaim. This was really AF * King top-grade skeleton. Bang, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. The burly man of the Tiger clan walked out. He shouted, Who is it? Who is it? The smell of dragon liver and phoenix marrow. How nostalgic. Xianxia said to himself. At this time, everyone smelled the aroma that made their mouths water. Xianxia went straight to the private room. The burly man immediately stopped him. But this absolute realm heavenly king. He was actually suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. Xianxia went to the 10th floor through this private room. This result made everyone shocked. And the white-haired old man of Misty Rain Tavern said with a trembling voice, Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? I actually saw him. Grandpa, who is this you are talking about? At the side, all the practitioners hurriedly asked. Don't go. Little Azura shouted. He chased to the 10th floor. Everyone in the Misty Rain Pavilion discussed and quickly surrounded the white-haired old man to question him. Who was that person earlier? Old man, it looks like you know the inside story. Quickly tell us the identity of that person earlier. Everyone was looking at this white-haired old man, wanting to know Xiaoqian's secret from him. Earlier, Xiaochen easily sent the prime realm little Azura flying. It was obvious to all. Such a method was very shocking. A person with such a cultivation must have a frightening background. Furthermore, when they thought of the scene of Wu Ming being scared away, they could not help but think of this person. If it was the same person, then it would be even more terrifying. To be able to scare away one of the strongest people in the past 500 years, Wu Ming, he must be a famous peak expert. Quickly tell us, this old man, stop keeping us in suspense. Quickly tell us. Everyone was looking at the old man, but he just stroked his beard and shook his head. I saw wrongly. I did not know his identity. However, how could the crowd believe his words? They all knew that he was hiding something. Could he be the legendary Great Demon King? Someone made such a deduction. The moment this was said, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were too many legends about the Great Demon King. However, the truth had long been distorted by now. I've heard that the Great Demon King seems to have a grudge with the Tiger clan. Now, he has already gone upstairs. We will know the result later. Everyone could not help but look at the stairs of the private room, waiting for the result. At this moment, Xiaochen had already reached the 10th floor. This place was like a heavenly palace. It was richly ornamented and extremely luxurious. The floor was paved with white jade, and the ceiling was made of pearls. The tables and chairs were made of amethyst wood, and the emerald plates flickered with green light. The food on the jade plates was even more shocking. Dragon liver, phoenix marrow, demonic ape brain, divine bear paws, 5-colored golden ginseng longevity soup. The fruits were also those extremely rare divine fruits, such as sage king fruit, 7-colored dragon scale date, etc. The banquet had just been served, and the 1,000-year-old immortal brew had not been poured yet. Xiaochen came at the right time. He sat down without any politeness, immediately startling Hu Shifeng. At this moment, Kill Destruction Wolf also followed closely behind and went up to the 10th floor. Little Azura also chased up with a murderous look on his face. The last one was the burly man from the Tiger clan who was at the Paragon realm. How dare you cause trouble in my Hu clan's banquet? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After the burly man caught up, he stretched out his claws and tried to grab the back of Xiaochen's neck. Step down. Hu Shifeng shouted anxiously. He could already tell that Xiaochen was extraordinary. He was afraid that his brother would meet with misfortune, so he quickly stopped him. However, it was already too late. Xiaochen did not even turn his head as he grabbed that hand of his. Have mercy. Hu Shifeng shouted and stretched out his right hand. A tiger claw-shaped white light chopped at Xiaochen. Bang, Xiaochen used his other hand to block the tiger claw divine light. At the same time, he flung the burly man away. Rumble, the Tiger clan's heavenly king expert immediately went numb and rolled down the stairs. Everyone on the 7th floor was listening attentively. They never thought that the door of the private room on the 7th floor would be knocked open with a bang. The Paragon heavenly king of the Tiger clan tumbled out in a sorry state and fell on the floor, unable to move. The Misty Rain Pavilion immediately erupted. This was a Paragon heavenly king, but he was tossed down like a chick without any effort. This kind of strength was really too terrifying. Too powerful. The one who scared away Heavenly King Wu Ming must be him. That's right. This person's strength is simply unfathomable. Everyone could not help but reveal an expression of shock. And at this time, the old man with white hair and beard muttered to himself, "It really is him." "Old man, what are you talking about? Who is it?" With a whoosh, a group of people surrounded him again. On the 10th floor, Hu Shifeng sat on the purple diamond chair and looked at Xiaochen opposite him. He said in a deep voice, "Friend, who are you? Why are you like this?" Wu Ming wore a faint smile as he sat at the side, looking as if he was not involved in this matter. Killing Breaker Wolf rarely behaved himself. He sat quietly at the side and did not say a word. As for little Azura, he carried anger and a baleful aura. He stretched out his 5 fingers and swept them at Xiaochen. A scarlet light tore through the void. This was the Azura finger. When it reached a high level, it could destroy space and refine the void into primal chaos. Its might was extremely shocking. Xiaochen smiled and stretched out 2 fingers, leaving behind 2 illusory finger images. Chi. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the little Azura's wrist in the shattered space. He said, "Young man, you are too rash." Not only was little Azura shocked when he blocked the Azura finger so easily, but even Hu Shifeng's heart pounded violently. "Who are you?" At this moment, little Azura's divine power surged. His entire body was enveloped by a scarlet divine light. The piercing light rushed out of the window and dyed the entire Misty Rain Pavilion scarlet. Many people in Chang'an City saw this phenomenon and revealed expressions of shock. As for the cultivators on the 7th floor, they all felt this intense scarlet energy fluctuation and revealed expressions of shock. Rumble, on the 10th floor, 2 scarlet Azura swords rushed out of the void like 2 scarlet lightning bolts. They burst out with a horrifying ocean-like fluctuation and slashed at Xiaochen. These were the holy swords that the #1 monarch realm expert, Lin Hanbing, personally refined for little Azura. When he encountered the most dangerous situation, they would automatically break through space and slash out. Clang, ding, 2 crisp sounds rang out. Xiaochen flicked his jade-like fingers and knocked the 2 Azura holy swords, which contained the might of monarch realm experts, several hundred meters away. They flew out of the Misty Rain Pavilion and clanged in the sky. A blazing rainbow light soared into the sky. Little Azura's expression completely changed. No one understood the terror of these 2 holy swords better than him. As long as he grasped them, it was like Lin Hanbing had come here personally. But now, they were sent flying by someone else. "Who exactly are you?" Little Azura revealed an expression of disbelief. Xiaochen gently waved his hand, and the 2 scarlet Azura holy swords flew into his hand. He flicked the tip of the swords and said, "You are too arrogant. Even if Lin Hanbing came personally, I would not fear him." Dang! Dang! 2 ear-piercing sword chimes rang out, and the scarlet light completely dimmed. The 2 holy swords were easily sealed. "Young man, you are too impulsive. There are many people in this world that you cannot kill just because you want to." Saying this, Xiaochen exerted a little force. Little Azura's body immediately trembled, and he collapsed on the white jade ground, kneeling on one leg. Back then, even the Azura Heavenly King and the Azura Saintess did not dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Xiaochen placed the 2 Azura holy swords on little Azura's neck and placed the hilts on his thighs. He looked down at little Azura and said, "Do you think you can compare to those 2? I personally dealt with those 2. If you do not want to follow in their footsteps, you better put away all your arrogance in front of me." Little Azura's complexion immediately paled. He stared at Xiaochen and said, It's you." At this moment, Xiaochen seemed to have completely ignored him. He withdrew his gaze from little Azura's body, but little Azura felt a chill run down his spine. He knelt on one knee and did not dare to move. Although his opponent did not hold the holy swords and only casually placed them on his thighs, killing him would only take an instant. At this moment, the 7th floor of the Misty Rain Tower was in an uproar. Although these practitioners did not dare to enter the 10th floor, many of them flew into the sky and looked at the situation through the windows in the distance. Little Azura was actually kneeling on one knee in front of the mysterious cultivator with a pale face. This scene was inconceivable to them. That was the arrogant and unruly little Azura, the Heavenly King personally taught by the #1 Emperor-level expert Lin Hanbing. However, this scene was undoubtedly real, and it made everyone feel very shocked. This mysterious cultivator was too strong. He was able to suppress a Heavenly King expert to the point of kneeling in front of him. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. "That's right, it's him, it's him." The white-haired old man had already flown into the sky, and he kept repeating this sentence. The surrounding people rolled their eyes and said angrily, "This old fellow is really despicable." Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Hu Shifeng, who was on the 10th floor. He stared at Xiaochen, and his expression changed again and again. The other party gave him a huge shock. With a raise of his hand, he suppressed a Heavenly King under his feet. This kind of method shocked him. "I think you know who I am, right?" Xiaochen looked at the scholarly Hu Shifeng and said, Come. Let's talk while we eat. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow are really good stuff. Even immortals would find it hard to eat them." Speaking until here, he picked up a chopstick and placed it in his mouth to taste it. He revealed an expression of incomparable enjoyment. Then, he poured a cup of immortal wine that was like bejeweled nectar. An intoxicating fragrance wafted out as he slowly poured it into his mouth. Good wine. Hu Shifeng, who had a scholarly aura, looked at Wu Ming, but the other party revealed a bitter smile at him. Before Hu Shifeng expressed his decision, he first blocked any of his suggestions. It was obvious that he did not want to offend the person in front of him. You are Xiaochen, who has been missing for more than 150 years? Hu Shifeng looked at Xiaochen. Although his clan had a huge grudge with Xiaochen, he had never seen such a great enemy before. It is rare for you to remember the time so clearly. Xiaochen drank another cup of fine wine. Guessing was one thing, but being confirmed was another. Hu Shifeng's expression completely changed. This name was like a curse to the Tiger clan. All the outstanding experts of the Tiger clan wanted to destroy this person with their own hands. However, this person seemed to have an inexhaustible life force. Every time they thought he had died, he would reappear in this world. Hu Shifeng would not forget the shocking battle in the Forbidden Ocean 155 years ago. After that battle, no one dared to underestimate the person in front of him. The degree of danger was no less than half a martial ancestor. Rumble, 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 the stairs were shaking, and a burly man from the tiger family regained his freedom. Like an angry tiger, he rushed up. He was a dignified heavenly king, but he was thrown down the stairs like a child. He was truly furious. He pounced and attacked Xiaochen again. At this moment, he was completely berserk. His blood was boiling. He did not consider the gap between them at all. 10 odd black holes appeared in the void. That was his divine ability, Starry Sky Tiger Roar. It could annihilate space and imitate the starry sky. A miniature universe with stars twinkling. It seemed to be very far away, but also seemed to be very close. 10 odd black holes emitted destructive power. A berserk aura instantly rushed out of the Misty Rain Tavern. The entire Chang'an city felt this overwhelming pressure. No. Hu Shifeng cried out in fear. Xiaochen said coldly, reckless. He sat steadily on the amethyst shadywood chair. With a sweep of his finger, the starry sky was shattered. All the stars and black holes were destroyed. Bang! Xiaochen smacked the burly man to the ground with a slap. The boundless pressure was directed towards him alone. In an instant, the heavenly king's body was like a sieve. He could not bear the violent divine sense impact at all. He stared at Xiaochen's eyes in fear. In those emotionless eyes, he saw millions of demons wailing. He saw countless evil spirits screaming miserably. He even saw the universe space being destroyed. Feeling this kind of emotionless and unimaginable majestic power, he seemed to see this person mercilessly tear apart the stars and everything in the universe with a raise of his hand. The heavenly king of the Tiger clan felt that all this was not an illusion. His soul was trembling. The pair of emotionless eyes contained too much. That kind of unimaginable divine sense pressure made him collapse. He knelt on the ground with a putong sound. His whole body was trembling. In the Misty Rain Tavern, the practitioners who flew up to the sky and watched from afar were all shocked. They clearly saw the situation inside through the open window. The heavenly king of the Tiger clan was actually kneeling in front of the mysterious practitioner. His whole body was trembling violently. It was obvious that he was frightened. Such a scene was really shocking. Everyone was so shocked that they could not speak. After a long time, everyone looked at each other. Who in the world is this person? Could it really be the legendary Demon King? I'm not wrong. Look at that strange old fellow on the 7th floor. Isn't he saying that it's really him? I think it's that Demon King. On the 10th floor, Hu Shifeng's expression was very unsightly. He said, Xiaochen, you are too much. What do you think is too much? Xiaochen put down his chopsticks and looked at him. He said, 150 years ago, did you spread the news that you controlled a woman to lure me out and kill me? At that time, when Xiaochen heard this news, he did not think much of it. That was because he knew the whereabouts of the woman related to him. Now that he returned from the death world and met the experts of the Tiger clan, he naturally had to get to the bottom of it. A strange look flashed in Hu Shifeng's eyes. Although he quickly hid it, Xiaochen still caught it clearly. What exactly is going on? Xiaochen felt that he seemed to have overlooked it. There was probably a hidden story. It is just a fake bait. There is no woman. Now, so many years have passed. My clan no longer wants to be enemies with you. Hu Shifeng's expression did not change. He was very calm. Lies. Xiaochen shouted coldly. It was like a bolt of lightning. The entire Misty Rain pavilion trembled. Qi, a blazing white light sword. Hu Shifeng opened a scroll and actually retreated without fighting. He disappeared from the Misty Rain pavilion. You can't leave. In the next moment, Xiaochen appeared in the sky above the Misty Rain pavilion. His eyes were incomparably cold. He extended his hand and grabbed at the empty space mercilessly. Rumble, he directly shattered the empty space and grabbed Hu Shifeng. Such a method made everyone reveal an expression of disbelief. To actually be able to sever the empty space and capture the person who passed through it. This was so scary that it was almost demonic, an even more glaring white light flickered. Hu Shifeng opened an even stronger spatial scroll and disappeared from his original spot. If I don't let you go, no one can let you go. Xiaochen stood in the empty space like an indomitable giant. He emitted a boundless and unfathomable pressure. The entire Chang'an city was shaking. A huge palm appeared 2 miles away. It shattered the empty space on the spot and shook the third-generation leader of the Tiger clan, Hu Shifeng, out. Bang, the golden hand grabbed Hu Shifeng and held him tightly in his hand. Many cultivators saw this scene with their own eyes. Everyone was incomparably shocked. That was the third-generation leader of the Tiger clan. He had once defeated a celestial race expert of the same rank. He could be considered as a hero among the heavenly kings of the same rank. However, he was grabbed by someone's huge hand just like that. His mouth was bleeding. This kind of powerful contrast was really shocking. Speak. Xiaochen only said this one word. A boundless pressure engulfed the heaven and earth. The sky above Chang'an City was shaking violently. That was the rumor released by the elders. I really don't understand. Alright, I will go to your Tiger clan now. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, then just wait for your destruction. A light flashed. Xiaochen's figure disappeared from the sky. Only a voice echoed in Wu Ming's ears, I will look for you in a few days. Wu Ming cursed in his heart. However, it was not good for him to show it. He directly fled far away. Chang'an City was in an uproar. Many cultivators flew into the sky and flew towards the western region together. That was because it was rumored that the Tiger clan's main camp was in the mountain range several hundred miles west of Chang'an City. However, when many cultivators rushed over, they only saw a wasteland. A wasteland that made people feel horrified. Within a circumference of several dozen miles, not a single plant could be found. Everything here had been destroyed. The towering mountains were completely chopped down by the sword energy. The Tiger clan's grand ancient castle was even more so, completely shattered. A huge palm print was clearly imprinted on the ruins. It seemed like it was smashed by the palm in the sky. There were no less than a dozen broken mountains. All of them were chopped down by a single sword. There! Someone cried out in alarm. In the west, the sword light soared into the sky. The incomparable divine light became the only dazzling thing between heaven and earth. It broke through the clouds. Everyone approached that place at lightning speed. However, they could only see an afterimage. 27 battle swords flew across the sky. Dozens of huge mountains were instantly turned into dust. Nothing was left within a circumference of 50 miles. This kind of power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth really caused people to feel a chill in their hearts and bodies. Look, there's another flash of sword light rising up in another area. It's over. The Tiger clan's main camp in this mountain range has been uprooted. In the sky above the ruins, many cultivators were dumbfounded. They simply could not believe what they saw. 27 battle swords had completely destroyed this mountain range. Those who rushed to the Tiger clan's main camp were not only people from Chang'an City. There were also many famous people who lived in seclusion in the western region. Some elders revealed a shocked expression. It's him. 27 battle swords. I didn't expect him to appear again. This is going to be lively. He must have found out that the Tiger clan's main camp is just an empty shell. He will definitely chase to the west. At that time, the 500 divine knights of the Tiger clan and the solar denomination will probably be in big trouble. Old man, what are you all muttering about? Is that person the great demon king from over 100 years ago? Little guy, don't speak nonsense if you don't know anything. Otherwise, you will invite a fatal disaster. Is he or is he not? Of course it's him. Who else can wield 27 battle swords other than him? The 500 divine knights of the solar denomination can shake a half-step ancestor. If he chases to the west, there will be a good show to watch. Is the great demon king called Xianxia? Many young people asked. Hey, old man, is that person called Xianxia? On this day, the 9 prefectures were no longer peaceful. The demon king had appeared again, affecting many people's emotions. Xianxia did not expect that after more than 150 years, he had already become a legendary figure. Moreover, he was the great demon king that many people talked about. This made him feel quite speechless. On the Azura Island, when little Azura walked in front of Lin Hanbing dejectedly, the wrinkled face of this #1 expert among the emperors trembled. He was really angry. When he heard the news of Xiaoqian's appearance, he naturally thought of that evil Buddha from back then. He had tasted the greatest humiliation of his life. It was unforgettable and unforgettable. At the same time, the 5 elements' heavenly kings all frowned. The kings of the battle clan all changed their expressions. Almost all the kings of the 100 races felt threatened, of course, when the Yiksha half-ancestor, the Azura half-ancestor, the skeleton sovereign and the others received the news, they frowned even more. They all felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. During the battle at the Taboo Ocean, all of them could be said to be dejected and depressed. They all lost a lot of face after receiving the news. It was very hard to guess what they were planning. The 9 prefectures and the 4 worlds were no longer peaceful. Xiaoqian's appearance once again affected the nerves of many people. Xiaoqian did not expect that the Tiger clan had already gone to the west and entered the westernmost region with the solar sect. What was left in the 9 prefectures was nothing but an empty shell. He decided to go to the westernmost region. When Xiaoqian decided to go to the west, someone had already entered the westernmost region before him. Crisis, Xianxia, and Qi'er had traveled to the west a few days ago. Crisis obtained some clues that a few of his old friends were living in seclusion in the west, so he followed them. Under the bright moonlight, the pure white snow covered everything in a silver sheath. Xianxia breathed out white gas and said, I heard that tomorrow is an especially important festival in the west. Tonight, an old man from the god race will be sending gifts everywhere. Let's go catch him and see what he looks like and what kind of treasures he has. Forget it, that's a kind god. Let's not disturb him. Qi'er shook his head. Alright. Xianxia nodded and dispelled the curiosity in his heart. Crisis looked at the 2 of them in disdain and said, You 2 blockheads, you don't even know what tonight means. Tonight is an especially wonderful night. Speaking until here, this guy's peach blossom eyes blossomed. He suddenly shouted in the sky above a big city, causing the snowflakes in the surroundings to rustle and dance. Brothers, don't make any mistakes. Little sisters, when it's time to slap them ruthlessly. After passing through the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, Xiaoqian flew across the vast plains and headed west. He arrived at the western earth at night. Killing Vanquisher Wolf was also traveling with him. This fellow had been doing very well recently. He found an excuse to say that he was tired of staying in the eastern earth and wanted to go to the western earth to take a look. At this very moment, the western earth was covered in a layer of silver. Large snowflakes filled the sky, and the cold wind whistled loudly. The ancient castles and cities on the ground flickered with a gentle radiance. It seemed especially warm in this world of ice and snow. Xiaoqian walked into a small town. The limestone on the ancient streets had already been submerged by the snowflakes. However, tens of thousands of houses were brightly lit. The smell of delicious food that would make one's appetite wet wafted in the air. It seemed to be brimming with a festive atmosphere. Xiaochen wanted to rest in this town for the night. He would charge into the Tiger clan's territory tomorrow. All the hotels and bars had already closed long ago. After walking around the entire town, he only found a small bar in a dark corner that was still operating normally. A few homeless people were rubbing their hands at the entrance. The small bar was still warm. The fire in the fireplace was very strong. There were only a few customers. They were already drunk, but they were still pouring alcohol into their mouths. The owner of the bar was an old man. He looked very old and did not have a trace of vitality. He was currently drowsily reading a thick and old book. "Oh, God, please forgive my sin of not returning home on Christmas." A golden-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man fainted at the sight of the bar when he saw the skeleton, killing Vanquisher Wolf. "God, please forgive me. I will definitely return home to accompany my wife. Even if she scolds me more than 20 times a day." A golden-haired man with a robust physique and long body hair ran towards the exit as if he was running for his life. "God is merciful, my child. I forgive you." Killing Vanquisher Wolf waved his hand at that golden-haired man. "Oh, God, please don't punish me. I did not make a deal with the devil. F***ck. I am a god, not a devil." Killing Vanquisher Wolf explained in a deadpan manner. However, how could the golden-haired man listen to him? He had already fled in a sorry state. His speed made Killing Vanquisher Wolf stare blankly. In the bar, apart from the 3 customers who had fainted under the bar counter, only the old bartender was still conscious. As for the few maids, they had already gone home. It was unknown if the old man was really bold or if he was old, but he was not afraid of Kill Wolf. He slowly poured 2 glasses of amber-colored liquor and brought it to the bar counter. Xiaochen did not mind at all. He picked up the glass container that looked more like a wine jar than a wine cup and drained it in one go. He felt that it had a different taste compared to the wine of the eastern lands. Every time this happened, Kill Vanquish Wolf would be filled with resentment as he muttered to himself, "When will I be able to regenerate my flesh and blood? When other people eat meat, I look at them stupidly. When other people drink, I stand on the side like a pillar. It's so painful. I also sell life origin fluid here. As long as you can afford it, even devils can buy it here." The old man's eyesight was blurry, and his words sounded like they were coming from a coffin. Xiaochen did not say anything. Kill Vanquish Wolf sized him up a few times and said, "I knew you were not simple. Very well, I'll have a glass of life origin fluid. Of course, it would be even better if there was a drop of the Sovereign King's blood." This mysterious old man swayed as he brought over a glass of dark green life origin fluid. The transparent glass was emitting an astonishing life energy fluctuation. He pushed it over the bar counter and said, "If you are willing to pay the corresponding price, it is not impossible for you to get the Sovereign King's blood." PFFF, hearing this, Slaughter Wolf spat out the source fluid of life that he had poured into his mouth. However, in order not to waste the source fluid of life, he took a deep breath and swallowed all the bits of source fluid of life that had spilled into the air. "You. What did you say?" Kill Vanquish Wolf was gobsmacked. After absorbing that mouthful of dark green life energy, his whole body flickered with radiance. On the other side, Xiaochen also revealed a flabbergasted expression. However, he was not that shocked. He calmly looked at everything. "As long as you are willing to pay the price, I can consider selling you a drop of the Sovereign King's blood." The old man was as calm as an ancient well, like a 10,000-year-old rotten wood. Kill Vanquish Wolf did not really need the Sovereign King's blood. It was undeniable that although it was very useful to him, it was not something that he needed to obtain. He was just surprised and curious. "Oh, what kind of price do I have to pay? Give me your soul." Hearing these words, Kill Vanquish Wolf almost flipped the table on the spot. However, he endured it and sneered, "What a big tone you have. You want to take away my soul? I wonder if you have the ability to do so. This honorable Mr. Skeleton, I think you have misunderstood something." The white-haired old man's face was full of wrinkles, but his expression did not change. He said, "Could it be that you have not heard that the only thing you have to pay when making a deal with the devil is your soul? Oh, I understand. You guys come from the East, so you know very little about Western Earth. Who is the deceased Satan to you?" Just at this moment, Xiaochen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. He is my senior. Maybe I will inherit everything from him in the future. So you are a super great devil? Kill Vanquish Wolf looked at him with an unfriendly expression. Strictly speaking, I am a human, not a devil. Maybe I have the chance to inherit a part of the Demon King Satan's power. The old man's expression did not change. He explained patiently, even if we make a deal, we are not really going to harvest your soul. We are only going to let your soul serve me for a period of time. I didn't expect this. Xiaochen seemed to be a little rueful. He gazed at the old man and said, the genius illusion master with incomparably powerful potential back then actually inherited a part of Satan's power. At this moment, the originally lethargic old man with half of his body buried in the yellow soil actually shot out two divine rays from his muddy eyes. He stared at Xiaochen with a very sharp gaze and said, Who are you? The mist on Xiaochen's face rolled over and over, revealing his true appearance in an instant. Xiaochen? The old man revealed a startled expression. After that, his appearance changed greatly in an instant. His bones were creaking. In just a split second, he no longer looked old. He turned into a 20-something-years-old youngster. He regained his exuberant vitality. His long golden hair was as dazzling as the sun. His fair face was incomparably handsome. A living person. Kill Vanquish Wolf was incomparably shocked. I didn't expect you to still remember me. The golden-haired beauty Carlos gazed at Xiaochen. The divine power all over his body was surging, it was as vast as the ocean. At this moment, the entire sky above this ancient town was enveloped by a divine radiance. The powerful divine power was surging up and down violently. The radiance was especially bright and resplendent in the night sky. Carlos, a powerful illusionary genius. When Xiaochen first entered the world of Immortals, he was trapped on the trapped dragon island. He once experienced a desperate battle. Carlos was one of the people who posed a serious threat to him at that time. More than 200 years had passed, under the merciless power of time, Carlos had already turned into a white-haired old man a long time ago. Only in battle would he adjust his vitality to its most exuberant state. Carlos looked at Xiaochen and said, Do you want to kill me? Looking at this former enemy, Xiaochen shook his head and said, We don't have any conflict of interest. Since we once cooperated to search for the Dragon King on the Dragon Island, the grudges of those years can be considered to have been settled. Every old friend I kill will be one less. It will be very difficult for us to meet people of the same generation. However, if we go against each other in the future, I won't show any mercy. Hearing these words, the young Carlos withdrew all the energy in his body and aged again in a split second. Very quickly, he turned into a white-haired old man again. You are an illusionary psychic, why did you choose to inherit Satan's power? Xiaochen asked in puzzlement. The old man mocked himself bitterly, so what if my illusionary skills reach the strongest level? Without a sharp attack, I will never become a top-notch expert. Xiaochen was silent for a while, he could tell that this old man's circumstances didn't seem to be very satisfactory. The powerful illusionary genius Carlos in the past, he was in high spirits at that time. His talent made him high-spirited and vigorous. Who would have thought that under the tempering of time, everything in the past seemed to have lost its luster? Now, he was so lethargic and became a somewhat dispirited old man. Time will slowly erase everything and forget everything. Xiaochen was very emotional. I received news that the Tiger clan is secretly dispatching their experts. The elites of the second and third generation are all rushing back to the Tiger Castle. Carlos was as calm as an ancient well. He looked at Xiaochen with a calm expression and said, And the 500 divine knights of the solar god religion are also dispatched. It is said that the backbone of the solar god religion are all the antiques that have lived until now since the ancient times. I'm afraid they won't be as simple as fighting against a half-step ancestor. Of course, it's more than enough to suppress a half-step ancestor. Thank you for your information, I know what to do. Xiaochen calmly drank a cup of wine. Just at this time, a dragon's roar suddenly transmitted from the distant horizon. The sound shook the surroundings. Immediately after, a purple light flashed in the bar and a human figure suddenly appeared. One could well imagine how terrifying the speed of the newcomer was. Even Xiaochen revealed a surprised expression. It was a purple-clothed young girl. She was delicate and pretty, her black eyebrows were curved like the crescent moon. Her eyes were flowing like the ripples of autumn water. Her fine nose was raised, her red lips were dotted, her pearly white teeth were sparkling and translucent. Her purple hair flickered with specks of splendor. As her hair fluttered in the wind, it was like the flowing water. It was indescribably elegant. The most peculiar thing was that she actually had a pair of jade horns flickering with purple light on her head. They were sparkling and translucent. Not only did they make her even more beautiful, they also made her look somewhat cute. If killing Vanquishing Wolf had saliva when he saw this girl, it would have already formed a small stream on his chest. This fellow was completely dumbfounded. However, Xianxia was startled. Without a doubt, this was a dragon girl. Furthermore, the purple jade horns on her head were actually the horns of the ancestral dragon. They were glistening with divine splendor. This must be a dragon king. There were only a dozen or so dragon kings, but there was only one with a purple dragon horn. That was the amethyst dragon king that was born on the dragon island. Xianxia thought quickly and immediately thought of Lan Nua. The amethyst dragon king followed the proud goddess Lan Nua. Now that it suddenly appeared, didn't that mean that Lan Nua was in the vicinity? Delicate neck, bright eyes, I can't help but feel pity for her, killing Vanquishing Wolf muttered in a deadpan manner. He had a self-proclaimed romantic appearance. The otherworldly dragon girl merely glanced at him and shot out a purple light. It immediately made killing Vanquishing Wolf take 3 steps back. In the end, he stepped on the back of the hand of a man who fainted from fright earlier. The man woke up with a cry of pain and was so frightened that he quickly ran out of the bar. Is the thing ready? The purple-clothed dragon girl's voice was like the sound of nature. It was very gentle and moving. It's ready. Carlos stood up unsteadily. He looked very old as he said, however, there's a change in the deal. I need to add 10 drops of half-ancestral blood. The purple-clothed dragon girl's eyes emitted 2 dreamy multicolored lights as she said, why did you wait until the deal is about to be made before changing the terms? Miss Purple, please don't blame me. This is the idea of the elders in the church. I am just the middleman. Furthermore, Goddess Lan Nua is going to become an eternal half-ancestral god tonight. A few drops of blood is nothing to her. Hearing what Carlos said, killing Vanquishing Wolf's mouth immediately turned into an O shape. Someone is going to become an eternal sovereign king tonight? This news nearly stupefied him. Xianxia was even more shocked. It had been more than 100 years, and there was still no news of Lan Nua. He did not expect that when he heard of her again, she was actually going to break through to half-ancestral level. How shocking was this, she was truly worthy of being the goddess of the generation. She managed to reach such a level in 200 years. She was probably the youngest half-ancestral ancestor in history. Indeed, she was worthy of being a hero of the ages. My elder sister wants to become an eternal half-ancestral god tonight and refine her holy sword at the same time. She is still lacking a dispensable material. I already made an agreement with you earlier. However, at the last moment, you increased the price again. Have you not thought of the consequences of angering a half-ancestral ancestor? You are asking for sky-high prices. This is extortion. The purple-clothed dragon girl's expression turned cold. Carlos shook his head and said, this is not something I can decide. However, as far as I know, these 10 drops of blood were added at the last minute due to an unexpected incident. Please forgive me. Very well, give me the things you have collected. I will agree on behalf of my elder sister. The purple-clothed dragon girl had a calm expression, no emotions could be seen on her face. Carlos opened a metal box under the bar counter. Instantly, divine light soared into the sky. It was actually the legendary 7-colored divine metal. The resplendent radiance drowned out the entire bar. This kind of divine metal was extremely rare. Even a mountain of gold would not be able to exchange for it. Furthermore, from the conversation earlier, it was clear that this material was only a supplementary material for Lan Nua's holy sword. It was not the main material. One could imagine how shocking the holy sword she wanted to refine would be, however, it was easy to imagine and understand. She was the goddess of the generation and seemed to be the youngest half-ancestral ancestor in history. Naturally, she wanted to refine her holy sword to its strongest level. Only then would it be compatible with her. She would not be interested in regular half-ancestral spirit treasures. Seeing that the purple-clothed dragon girl was about to leave, Xianxia said, "Little purple dragon, do you still remember me?" The purple-clothed dragon girl turned around and looked at him seriously. After a while, she seemed to recall something and said, "It's you. Let's go and meet your elder sister together." "Sure." The purple-clothed dragon girl nodded. "But don't go over. Don't make a sound and don't disturb us. We can only watch quietly from afar." "Alright, no problem." Slaughter Vanquisher immediately followed after her. Carol also walked out of the bar and soared into the sky. The goddess of the generation, Lan Nua, was about to become a half-ancestral ancestor. This was no longer a secret among the major powers in West Earth. Some people had already gotten the news a few days ago. Many practitioners had already gathered in the vicinity of Mitika's peak. However, no one dared to approach. They were all watching in secret. They wanted to witness the miracle of the goddess of the generation successfully breaking through to half-ancestral ancestor realm. The moonlight was like water. The surrounding snow-capped mountains were sprinkled with bright divine splendor. When Xiaochen and the others arrived, they had already discovered many people who came before them. Everyone remained silent. No one made a sound. The purple-clothed dragon girl left. Xiaochen and Slaughter Vanquisher stood quietly on a snowy peak. He had already discovered the figures of the experts of the Tiger clan. He also saw the divine knights of the Solar Church. Just at this time, a familiar voice suddenly transmitted over. "Crisis, Xianxia," and Chi'er flew over from afar and landed on this snowy peak. And Crisis was carrying a bulging sack on his back. "Here," Slaughter Vanquisher hastily greeted. "It's fate. We are fated to meet even though we are thousands of miles apart." Crisis immediately ran over. He and Slaughter Vanquisher could be said to be birds of a feather. They could be considered bosom buddies. He immediately gave Slaughter Vanquisher a passionate bear hug. The pressure made Slaughter Vanquisher's bones creak. Slaughter Vanquisher bared his fangs and pushed Crisis away in a hurry. He asked, "I say, what's that bulging sack of yours?" Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Brother Crisis is a scoundrel. After capturing a very kind deity, he put him in his pocket." "Capturing a deity? What kind of deity is that?" Slaughter Vanquisher asked curiously. Xiaochen also revealed his curiosity. He asked, "What kind of trouble did you stir up this time? Why did you capture a deity like that?" "I really didn't stir up any trouble this time." Crisis quickly cleared his name and said, "It was just to satisfy Xianxia's curiosity. We followed behind a person called Santa Claus, wanting to see what he looked like. In the end, I was careless and put him in his pocket. Sigh, how disappointing. He is far from being as handsome as I am. He's short and fat, there's nothing special about him." Xiaochen was almost speechless. This fellow was too much of a scoundrel. He said, "Quickly release him. You are humiliating a good deity like this. This is too outrageous. Please, it's not that I don't want to release him." This fellow refused to leave and insisted on coming with us to see the proud goddess Lan Nua advance to half-step martial ancestor. He said that he couldn't get close to this place. In a fit of anger, I put him away. Xiaochen wished he could knock him on the head. He said, "Release him. Quickly release him." After that, Chi'er continuously apologized to that charmingly naive old man. As for Xiaochen, he pulled Crisis to the other side and asked, "You have been in the Western Earth for some time already. Do you know if the Tiger Clan and the Solar Divine Church are in contact with some half-step martial ancestors?" "I haven't heard of this before. However, it looks like they are making a big move tonight." Crisis pointed at the surrounding snowy peaks and said, "Look, those are the second-generation experts of the Tiger Clan. Over there are the divine knights of the Solar Divine Church." The surroundings were already filled with people. It was unknown how many people from the major powers of the Western Earth had come to watch this grand event. "It's fine." Xiaochen nodded and didn't say anything else. More and more people gathered. Many strong loose cultivators also rushed over after hearing the news. They wanted to witness the birth of an outstanding half-step martial ancestor. At this moment, a divine rainbow became the only thing in the world. A white-clothed girl appeared on the highest peak, Mitika's peak. Under the watery moonlight, the snowy peak was sparkling and flickering with a dreamy radiance. On the peak, Lan Nua was dressed in snow-white clothes. Under the cover of the moonlight, her celestial body seemed to be emitting a faint holy radiance. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like an otherworldly fairy. Under the watery moonlight, the snowy peak was sparkling and flickering with a dreamy radiance. Lan Nua's clothes were whiter than snow. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. She stood quietly on the snowy peak. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her entire body was enveloped in a layer of hazy holy radiance, making the bright moon in the sky lose its splendor. Many strong loose cultivators were watching from the snowy peak in the distance. When one became an eternal half-step ancestor, there would be many tribulations. This kind of rare sight was rarely seen since ancient times. Hence, it attracted the attention of many deities. Xiaochen stood quietly on an icy peak. He was like an ancient well without any ripples as he stared at the exceptionally beautiful goddess in front of him. Before he came here, there were still some ripples in his heart. After all, Lan Nua was too famous in his generation. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. However, when he arrived here, the ripples in his heart completely disappeared. At this moment, his heart was strangely tranquil. It was undeniable that the peerless beauty in front of him had once left a ripple in his heart. However, that was only the appreciation of perfection. Now, his heart was completely empty, without any ripples. The former goddess was only an outstanding woman who was about to become a half-step ancestor in his eyes. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Looking at Lan Nua in the distance, he recalled many things of the past. It was like this was the first time he saw through the past. In an instant, his mind wandered beyond the universe and sank into his memories. He only came back to his senses after a long time. At this moment, he felt his entire body relaxed. He let go of many people and matters in an instant. In that instant, his entire mind entered the vast starry sky. A ball of divine light shone in his heart. His spiritual sense became even more resplendent. In a short period of time, his spiritual sense actually strengthened significantly. It completed a small sublimation. Xianxia looked at him in shock and said, "Elder brother Xiaochen, after your body shone earlier, it was as if you suddenly disappeared from this world. I couldn't even sense your aura when I was standing beside you." Crisis chuckled and said, "Brother, can you not steal the limelight? Are you the one who is going to become a half-step ancestor, or is that outrageously beautiful woman over there?" Xiaochen smiled and didn't say anything. Just at this moment, a resplendent divine light suddenly burst out from the summit of Mitika's peak. Following that, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation soared into the sky. The dazzling radiance illuminated the entire mountain range, making it as bright as day. Following that, beams of divine rainbows soared into the sky like huge waterfalls flowing in reverse. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. Glowing rivers surged forward, and the rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Heavenly thunder rumbled and lightning danced about. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed, and the world lost color. On the summit of Mitika's mountain, with goddess Lan Nua as the center, a total of 81 divine rainbows soared into the vast starry sky. It was as if 81 ancestral dragons had soared into the sky. The blazing light made people unable to open their eyes, and the deafening thunder rumbled continuously. Lan Nua had started to charge towards the half-ancestor eternal god throne. It was simply impossible to conceal the fact that one was attempting to break through to half-martial ancestor. The reason for that was because one needed to use natural power to temper one's body. The disturbance one created was simply too great. As long as one was in this world, any powerful cultivator would be able to sense it. At this moment, in the Far East and even beyond the seas, those foreign half-ancestors who were in seclusion all opened their eyes and revealed astonished expressions. It had already been many years since a new half-ancestor was born. Tonight was so abrupt. They sensed the powerful energy fluctuation in the west, and the instant they opened their heavenly eyes, they even saw that resplendent and dazzling divine radiance. On the islands beyond the seas, the foreign half-ancestors tore open the space and rushed to West Earth. They wanted to see who exactly had stepped into their domain. On the summit of Mitika's mountain, divine power surged from Lan Nua's entire body, and the brilliance was glaring. The divine radiance emitted from her body was like huge heavenly swords that entered the sky and blossomed with radiance. Endless heavenly lightning struck down and exploded on Lan Nua's body unceasingly, but they were all blocked by the divine radiance around her body. Soon after, she gathered the world-shocking power of lightning into her body. Rumble, after 81 divine rainbows soared into the sky, Lan Nua's graceful body shot out another 200 dazzling rays of light. There were no less than 300 rays of divine radiance surging and roaring in the sky like a resplendent waterfall, connecting the heavenly earth. The resplendent divine waterfall was as thick as a mountain. It swept across the entire sky and finally rushed into the starry sky. The stars in the sky seemed to be swaying, and the rays of light were dazzling. Soon after, countless stars in the sky swept down one after another, divine radiance after another, and they actually connected to the summit of Mitika's mountain, connecting with Lan Nua's immortal body. The night was as bright as day. Endless starlight sprinkled down and condensed on Lan Nua's divine body. This was the crux of attaining the eternal God position of half-ancestor. It was to borrow the power of the myriad of things in the world, the universe, and the stars to temper the divine soul and physical body. This was a process that every half-ancestor had to go through. No one knew how many divine radiance from the stars were connected to the summit of Mitika's mountain. Lan Nua was completely submerged by the resplendent radiance, and there were even rumbling heavenly lightning. The myriad of things in the world, the stars of the universe, and the power of the world condensed the corporeal body and divine soul of half-ancestor. This was the fundamental reason why half-ancestor could look down on all living beings. The entire sky was filled with the divine radiance, great waterfall that connected the starry sky and the summit of Mitika's mountain. This spectacular scene shocked all the practitioners who saw this scene. They truly understood how far the gap between them and half-ancestor was. Suddenly, a blood-red radiance tore the sky apart. A more than 20 li long and 2 li wide blood-red sword chi slashed over from a distant snowy peak. Its target was precisely goddess Lan Nua, who was on the summit of Mitika's mountain. Someone had interfered with her attaining the eternal God position of half-ancestor. This was a very serious matter. If she was obstructed and destroyed at such a crucial moment, it would be very dangerous. It was very likely that all of goddess Lan Nua's previous efforts would be wasted. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. Even though she had chosen to stay in the relatively deserted western region, the strange phenomenon when she became a half-ancestor would still be sensed by all the super experts. The more than 20 li long blood-red radiance tore apart the heaven and earth. It arrived in front of Lan Nua in the blink of an eye, and with a bang sound, it smashed the sparkling and translucent divine radiance into pieces, and entered the summit of Mitika's mountain. Lan Nua's body trembled as she forcibly blocked the attack. The sonorous sound lingered on unceasingly. Xianxia made his move. He didn't want to sit and watch Lan Nua get schemed against in such a despicable manner. 27 battle swords streaked across the horizon and hacked towards that snowy mountain in the distance. Rumble, that mountain range was chopped into pieces almost in an instant. Dust and snowflakes filled the sky. 27 battle swords crisscrossed and rushed back very quickly. It was very obvious that the person who made the move in the dark didn't want to expose his identity. He retreated far away and changed his position. Chi! Chi! The sound of the air being pierced transmitted again. 9 blood-red radiance actually rushed over from all directions. Each of them was 20 to 30 li long. Their might was unfathomable. Dozens of slightly taller snowy peaks were directly crushed by that powerful aftershock. One could well imagine how terrifying the power contained in those 9 huge blood-red radiance was. Xianxia brandished his battle sword and attacked again and again. He blocked 5 of the blood-red radiance, but there were still 4 that rushed towards the summit of Mitika's mountain. Rumble, an ear-splitting sound resounded. The entire West Earth trembled. The 4 blood-red radiance collided with the boundless power of the stars. The radiance that burst out illuminated the entire land. It was as if 10 suns were shining in the sky. It was definitely not a half-step ancestor. There were at least 2 or 3 of them. Otherwise, Xianxia would have been able to block them. Who is so vicious? An old man who was dressed in rags and had a head of white hair that looked like weeds soared into the sky and shouted towards the surroundings, my disciple became an eternal deity realm half-ancestor openly today. If you want to harm him in secret, then you'll have to pay 10 times the price. It was actually Xianxia who hadn't seen him for a long time. At this moment, he didn't have any deranged look. He shouted angrily towards all directions, "Look, what is this?" He was holding a pair of huge dry qi in his left and right hands. Black light soared into the sky. The demonic aura in the surroundings surged as if millions of gods and devils were roaring. He shouted loudly, "This is the dry qi of Xianxia battle god. Although he and demon god Qiyu have something to do and can't come here, they have already spread the word that whoever dares to harm Lan Nuo will be hunted down to death in the future." The so-called dry qi was a pair of demonic weapons that Xianxia took out. They were precisely the ominous weapons of Xianxia battle god. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Who were Xianxia and Ho? They were genuine ancient great demonic gods. They had the real battle record of killing a half-step ancestor with their own hands. They were invincible and were the most terrifying people among the half-step ancestors. Perhaps you guys also know the origin of my disciple Lan Nuo. She still has 2 martial ancestors. One is an outsider, and the other is a sky beyond heavens. If you guys dare to harm her, just wait for the 4 half-step ancestors to join hands and hunt you down. Xianxia shouted furiously. At this moment, he was really anxious. He had no other choice but to bring out someone else's name to intimidate the half-step ancestor in the dark. Just now, the 410 to 30 li huge bloody light entered the summit of Mitika's mountain. It seemed like they didn't harm Lan Nuo at all. At this moment, the divine splendor there became even more resplendent. One could clearly see the baleful aura within the bloody light scattering, and the essence contained within was absorbed by Lan Nuo. This kind of scene couldn't help but make people exclaim in admiration. This girl was very unusual. Xiaochen soared into the sky. At this moment, he was already wearing a layer of black iron armor flickering with black light. It was like the battle armor of the Grim Reaper. It looked somewhat strange in the snowy mountain that was flickering with divine splendor. However, the black iron armor also made him look incomparably powerful. It gave people an exceptionally terrifying pressure. Including me, who is not a half-step ancestor, I haven't stepped foot in the mortal world for more than 150 years. I am very happy to find a half-step ancestor to sharpen my sword. His voice was very gentle, but it brought along an unparalleled pressure. 27 swords appeared around Xiaochen. The divine rainbow startled the sky. The black iron armor on his body also flickered with luster. It stimulated a soaring battle intent. Looking at this youth with messy black hair, intimidating iron armor, and sword in the sky, all the practitioners on the snowy mountain felt a chill and fear. He dared to attack a half-step ancestor and use a half-step ancestor as a whetstone. How arrogant was this? He was not a half-step ancestor, but he was even stronger than a half-step ancestor. The older generation had already recognized Xiaochen. Even though he hadn't stepped foot in the mortal world for more than 150 years, the world-shaking battle at the Taboo Ocean would not be forgotten by people. Back then, this youth could shake a half-step ancestor. After so many years, no one knew what kind of terrifying realm he had reached. Only he dared to say such words. In the 9 regions and the 4 cardinal worlds, he was the only one who dared to brandish the butcher's knife against a half-step ancestor. He is really still alive. This person really didn't die. Many powerful loose practitioners muttered to themselves. And there were also many young practitioners on the snowy mountain. They couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. He is indeed the great demon king. No wonder he suppressed the little Azura and the tiger clan's heavenly king to the ground. Xiaochen, he is that Xiaochen. It's him. Xiaochen is the great demon king. The great demon king is him. Obstructing and destroying someone at the crucial moment of achieving the eternal godhood of a half-step ancestor was a very sinister method. It could be said that it was very despicable. The half-step ancestor who attacked in the dark seemed to feel the pressure and didn't continue to attack for a while. On the other 2 snowy peaks, some people couldn't remain calm anymore. There were several second-generation experts and third-generation elites of the Tiger clan here. They whispered to each other and disappeared in an instant. And on another mountain peak, the divine knights of the solar religion were also having a secret discussion. Soon, they also disappeared among the snowy peaks. Not long after, the experts of the Tiger Clan and the divine knights of the solar religion converged 100 li away. They revealed a tacit understanding expression. Perhaps tonight is a rare opportunity. That's right. Since he is going to attack us anyway, we might as well use the opportunity of his enemy half-step ancestor to attack him. Who knows, we might even drag those old bastards into this. Is the ancient formation of your solar religion really that powerful? 500 divine knights can even shake a half-step ancestor? Don't worry, it can even suppress a half-step ancestor. Your 500 experts of the Tiger Clan have been practicing for many years. With both of us working together, the 2 divine formations will be enough to suppress him. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to suppress him. Although he is not a half-step ancestor, you all should know that he has already given a headache to the half-step ancestor. We only need to injure him. At that time, his enemy half-step ancestor might not be able to bear it and kill him. Ha ha ha, the divine knights of the solar religion and the experts of the Tiger Clan looked at each other and laughed. At this moment, Goddess Lan Nua had already experienced many dangers and was stepping into the realm of half-step ancestor step by step. The stars in the sky were blossoming with brilliance. One after another, the bright light beams shot towards the summit of Mitika's mountain. In the end, it seemed as if the entire Milky Way was hanging down. All living things in the world, the stars in the universe, and the power of the world were unceasingly tempering Lan Nua's body and soul. At this moment, they could already feel the boundless pressure that she was emitting. I wonder what kind of power of the world will be drawn to temper my body when my martial body reaches that level. Xiaochen secretly speculated. Boom, suddenly, an incomparably boundless pressure came from the distant horizon. A terrifying fluctuation surged up violently, causing the entire snowy mountain to shake. An incomparably powerful battle intent swept through the entire world, suppressing the 9 heavens. In the distant sky, the 500 divine knights of the solar religion all had a solemn expression. Each and every one of them was like the resurrection of an ancient god of war. The ancient armor on their body flickered with the unique cold luster of metal. The surface of the armor was filled with sword marks and marks of time. The backbone of this group were the ancient divine knights that had survived since the ancient times. Their mounts weren't ordinary. They were either covered in dragon scales or had a brilliant defensive divine radiance lingering around them. All of them were ancient beasts from the prehistoric era. They were slowly approaching from the void. Die, Xiaochen! Die, Xiaochen! An earth-shaking roar resounded in unison. The 500 divine knights of the solar religion were like the descent of an ancient god. The vast sound seemed to shake the entire West Earth. However, after Xiaochen saw all of this, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, an astonishing battle intent soared up. He was like a raging sword that could make the mountains and rivers lose their color. His black hair fluttered chaotically, his iron clothes intimidating, and his sword sweeping across the sky. He was already prepared for a great battle. The 500 divine knights were like ancient deities descending to the mortal world. Their battle intent soared to the sky, causing the surrounding snowy mountains to tremble violently. The primeval beasts they were riding on let out earth-shattering roars. Their baleful aura surged as they slowly approached from the void. Xiaochen, die! The deafening sound was uniform, like the rumbling of thunder, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. This was an ancient divine formation that could fight against a half-step ancestor. The essence, qi, and spirit of 500 people merged into one and soared to the sky. One could see a huge humanoid war soul standing between heaven and earth, emitting glaring rays of light. Xiaochen wore the netherworld iron battle suit and held a battle sword in his hand as he walked forward step by step in the void. He was like a monarch walking out from the world of death. His whole body emitted a powerful aura. It could be said that his spirit could pierce through the sky, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their colors. He was clearly a human made of flesh and blood, but he was like a Buddha carrying a world forward. He was one with the heaven and earth, causing millions of mountains and billions of stars to tremble. Kill! The 500 solar knights roared loudly, suppressing the thunder. All the knights riding on the primeval beasts raised their two-handed swords and golden battle spears at the same time. The light in the void illuminated the mountains and rivers. The dazzling divine radiance made people unable to look straight at it. The powerful energy undulated like the vast ocean. The 500 ancient divine weapons illuminated the heaven and earth. They were like 500 miniature suns blooming with dazzling splendor. The soaring sword Qi and the divine radiance of the battle spears shattered the vault of heaven. The radiance condensed together and slashed towards Xiaochen. That huge radiance was like a divine pillar that pierced through the clouds. It came crashing down with a rumbling sound. It was even more terrifying and incomparably sharp than a heavenly blade. The huge light blade was dozens of miles long and 5 to 6 miles wide. It cut through the heaven and earth and shattered the void. Such a huge blade was unavoidable and had nowhere to hide. Xiaochen faced the sky and let out a long roar. He soared into the sky with the battle sword in his hand and faced that huge light blade that could even make the sun, moon, and stars lose their colors. The battle sword was like a rainbow. Although it was only 1.5 meters long and the sword radiance it spat out was only as thick as a wrist, its aura was shocking. The rainbow radiance was resplendent and pierced through the sky. Xiaochen roared loudly. His black hair was blown backward. The netherworld iron battle suit on his body burst out waves of black light. He was like a black sun. The sword radiance shot out from the battle sword in his hand was dozens of miles long. Although it was not as thick as the light blade above, it was still incomparably sharp. Qi, the divine rainbow broke through the sky, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. Xiaochen brandished his sword and chopped the huge blade of light in the sky, splitting it into two. Rumble, the sound of energy collapsing was like a million mountains collapsing at the same time, causing everyone's mind to be shaken. Their ears were ringing, and even their eardrums were shattered. With great momentum, the huge light blade was shattered in the sky. It was obvious how terrifying the might of Xiaochen's sword strike was. Although he only had one sword in his hand, he had gathered the murderous spirits of all 27 swords into one sword. Therefore, he was able to break the giant energy blade, formed by 500 holy knights. After so many years of peace, the fighting spirit in Xiaochen's heart awoke today. Meeting with a strong enemy made his blood boil for battle. Millions of streams of energy surged out from the huge light saber in the sky, wreaking havoc in the sky, turning into a dazzling light. The 500 holy knights roared, and their voices shook the vast sky. The surging energy turned into 500 divine lights and rushed back to their divine formation in an instant. A vast aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The 500 divine knights' spirit, energy, and soul merged into one, and the battle souls in front of them became even clearer and more real. It stood there like an immemorial mountain, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations that made people's hearts race. And the 500 divine lights that were summoned just now quickly gathered in the war soul's hand, forming a two-handed greatsword. The radiance was glaring, and it emitted a terrifying fluctuation of sword energy that made people's heart palpitate. This was simply a living god whose strength was comparable to a half-ancestor. All the powerful loose practitioners in the distance changed their expressions. It was rumored that when 500 sun god knights united, they could contend against a half-ancestor. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were endlessly shaken. Roar! That golden god who stood on the ground and had his head in the sky roared. The golden greatsword in his hand was more than 20 miles long. It emitted a soaring radiance, and there seemed to be a raging golden divine fire burning around his body. He stood at the same place and slashed at Xiaochen. That huge golden divine sword directly tore through the sky. It was simply like a golden divine mountain was crashing down. The pressure was overwhelming. The golden greatsword was so huge that it covered the sky. That terrifying sword energy was even more overwhelming, submerging Xiaochen below. Xiaochen felt his blood boiling. He had not fought such a big battle for a long time. He held the greatsword in his hand and soared into the sky, rushing towards that dazzling sword light. The greatsword in his hand emitted a soaring divine rainbow. There was no way to dodge, so he used his strongest combat power to fight. Everyone was endlessly shocked. A human who was as small as an ant compared to the golden god, the greatsword in his hand emitted a soaring radiance. That divine rainbow actually collided with the golden greatsword. Clang, the deafening sound made everyone's eardrums go numb. They even felt an incomparable pain in their heads. The golden greatsword and the divine rainbow emitted by that tiny greatsword clashed together and let out an ear-piercing metallic sound. It was as if two similarly sized gods were colliding. Boom, the whole world was filled with glaring rays of light. Xiaochen was sent flying for more than 10 kilometers before he could stabilize his body in the sky. As for that indomitable golden deity, he was also sent flying for more than 10 kilometers. The whole snowy mountain was shaking, and many of the snowy peaks even collapsed with a loud rumble. The 500 sun god cavalrymen all trembled. They also retreated a similar distance while riding on their primitive beasts. The radiance on their bodies seemed to have dimmed a little. Xiaochen transformed into a rainbow light and rushed over. If he wanted to thoroughly end this battle, these 500 sun god cavalrymen were the key. If he killed them, that huge golden god would naturally be destroyed. However, since it was an ancient divine formation, it could even shake a half-ancestor after it was formed. It naturally had its outstanding points. The instant he made his move, that indomitable golden god had already fused with the 500 sun god cavalrymen. The 500 of them rode their barbaric beasts and entered the huge body of the light materialized god. Roar, the golden god let out a loud roar. A golden primitive beast appeared under his crotch. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, the legs of a chelan, and the tail of a crocodile. Its whole body was densely covered in golden scales. It had a ferocious expression as it rushed into the sky while carrying the giant god. Sure enough, it's equivalent to creating a half-ancestor. No wonder the legend says that this formation can contend against the half-ancestor of the sky-connecting world. Everyone was gasping in admiration. Roar, suddenly, on the other side, Hu Zhentian and the 500 experts of the Tiger clan also appeared in the ancient battle formation. They slowly approached. The 500 battle gods were all riding huge white tigers. Their baleful aura soared to the sky. Every one of them was brimming with killing intent. When they converged together, it soared to the sky. This kind of imposing manner could be said to be extremely intimidating. Every one of them had a faint bloody aura lingering around them. One could imagine that they were powerful practitioners who had undergone the baptism of countless blood. Two divine formations? All the powerful rogue cultivators realized why these two clans were so fearless. The Solar God cult and the Tiger clan had formed an alliance. They passed the top-secret divine formation to the Tiger clan. These two clans were determined to deal with Xiaochen. The tiger's roar shook the 9-layered heavens. The 500 elite battle gods of the Tiger clan all soared to the sky. Their essence, energy, and spirit merged together. A huge deity manifested in the sky. This was a giant silver-white deity. Its upper body was that of a human, and its lower body was that of a white tiger. Not only did it have the arms of a human, it also had the terrifying body of a white tiger. This was a human tiger deity. The 500 experts of the Tiger clan also submerged into the body of this indomitable silver-white deity. They blocked Xiaochen in the middle with the giant golden god. No one had thought that they would encounter such a big battle. Originally, they came to watch Lan Nua advance to half-ancestor. They didn't expect that the two divine formations would transform into two terrifying deities. They were going to fight against Xiaochen, who had disappeared for more than 150 years. Xiaochen appeared very calm. He didn't show the slightest fluctuation because of the two deities joining hands. At this moment, he summoned 27 battle swords and slashed at the two giant deities. Chi! 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 The sword radiance was startling. It was like a comet streaking across the sky. It was also like a rainbow piercing through the sun. The 27 battle swords were pushed to the limit. The murderous aura was awe-inspiring. The sword intent traversed through the void. The human tiger deity and the golden deity both let out a long roar and burst out with unparalleled power. It was as if two suns had exploded. The golden radiance and the silver divine radiance illuminated the world. Everywhere they passed, an endless black hole appeared in the void. The two indomitable deities didn't appear clumsy because of their huge body. On the contrary, they were incomparably nimble. They rushed towards the sky. Their entire body was covered with a glaring radiance. It was as if they were in eternal armor. They isolated the battle swords in the endless black hole. Then, they stopped high up in the sky and launched their attack on Xiaochen. The huge sword in the golden deity's hand had already turned into a golden spear. At this moment, he was riding on that savage beast with a dragon's head, a horse's body, Qilint's legs, and a crocodile's tail. He launched the strongest divine knight battle technique, Charge. It ignored space and time. It broke through the barrier of time and space and arrived before Xiaochen in an instant. The powerful savage beast was comparable to a mountain. It carried the golden deity on its back. It was incomparably ferocious. That 10-mile-long golden spear pierced down from the sky and directly reached Xiaochen's chest. This was no longer a stab. It was a violent smash. The golden spear was too huge. Xiaochen's body was as small as an ant. Boom, it directly shattered the sky. It was like a golden lightning bolt as thick as a mountain. It collided with the 9 battle swords that streaked across the sky. At the same time, that silver-white human tiger deity also wielded a huge silver sword and slashed over. It launched a swift and terrifying charge. It also broke through the barrier of time and space. It was incomparably powerful. Bang, the other 9 battle swords blocked in front of Xiaochen. Unparalleled energy waves emitted a glaring radiance and engulfed the entire sky. Xiaochen's entire body was emitting a dazzling radiance. Mysterious patterns appeared one after another and helped him break through the barrier of time and space. He defended against the 2 giant deities' charge at the first possible moment. Otherwise, he might be in danger. Slash. 18 battle swords surrounded Xiaochen. At the same time, the other 9 went against the sky. They were dazzling. They tore through the sky and slashed at the 2 giant deities. Roar, the roar shook the sky. The 2 giant deities did not expect Xiaochen to resist their charge and launch such a fierce counterattack in an instant. Even though they retreated quickly, they were still hit by 2 swords each. The radiance dimmed and they quickly rushed into the sky. At this time, Xiaochen summoned the stone statue. At this moment, the stone statue was almost completely shattered. There were cracks all over its body. With a flash of light, Xiaochen, who was wearing the underworld iron battle armor, fused with the stone statue and became a huge stone man. He held the enlarged battle sword and rushed into the sky. Bang, clang, the battle between the 3 people in the sky was extremely intense. It shook the starry sky. The stone man was fighting against the 2 giant deities alone. He was not at a disadvantage. When he swung his sword, the heavenly wind blew through the void. The stars seemed to be swaying. The sword radiance was incomparable. Meanwhile, the golden giant deity and the silver man-tiger kept on attacking. They broke through the barrier of time and space. The golden spear and the huge silver sword were incomparably terrifying. They emitted dazzling divine radiance and destroyed everything in their path. The 3 giants fought in the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. Around them, many divine souls and evil ghosts danced in the air. The souls that rushed out of the shattered dimensional space were the remnant souls of the experts who had died many years ago. Chi! 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 The battle sword swept across the sky. Xiaochen let out a loud roar and swept across the sky. The heaven and earth shook violently as if the entire planet was about to flip over. The battle sword slashed open the chest of the golden giant deity and sent him flying. The beast he was riding on was cut in half by Xiaochen's next attack. The golden radiance surged as if endless golden blood was spraying out. At the same time, the huge silver sword in the man-tiger's hand was cut in half by Xiaochen. The sword swept out and almost cut the man-tiger in half, causing him to fall back with serious injuries. The radiance of the 2 giant deities dimmed a lot. The 500 divine knights and the 500 battle gods of the Tiger clan were all shocked. Boom, the divine radiance surged through the vast sky. The 2 giant deities had a solemn expression. They were incomparably dignified and sacred as they shouted at the same time. God said, "Let there be light." After the golden giant deity formed by the 100 divine knights shouted this sentence, the entire world was dyed with golden radiance. The endless divine radiance submerged that huge stone man in the sky. Tiger crouching 6 realms. The huge silver-colored man-tiger also roared. His dignified appearance was imposing and oppressive. In his surroundings, 6 worlds overlapped and spread out in all directions. This was a great divine ability that was equivalent to a half-ancestor god's divine ability evolved from the primordial divine formation. The sound of shattering was clearly transmitted from the vault of heaven. When the golden divine radiance and the six worlds completely disappeared, that huge stone man in the sky suddenly split into pieces and crumbled between heaven and earth. Xiaoqian's body was sent flying for dozens of miles, revealing the iron cloak inside. All the experts watching the battle were shocked. Back then, Xiaoqian relied on this stone statue to fight against the half-ancestor in the taboo ocean. It could be said that this was the source of his power. But today, it was actually destroyed just like that. Everyone felt that Xiaoqian had lost his strongest and sharpest weapon. The huge golden gods while standing in the sky let out a long roar and turned into a golden beam of light as it rushed over. The spear in its hand was like a golden mountain pressing down. The tip of the spear radiated a cold light, and it was cold and oppressive. At the same time, the huge silver-colored man-tiger reared its head back and roared. It seemed very excited and agitated as it charged over. Just at this moment, a scarlet light soared into the sky from the snowy mountains in the western earth, attacking Xiaoqian. Many people knew what it meant for Xiaoqian to lose the stone statue. A half-ancestor could not help but make a move. At this moment, they wanted to strike Xiaoqian while he was down. The first to arrive was the Azura half-ancestor. His entire body was encased in scarlet light. Scarlet clouds covered the sky, surging in the sky. The second to arrive was the skeleton sovereign king. The sky was filled with ghostly figures, and a sea of bones appeared around him. What surprised Xiaoqian was that the Xianxia half-ancestor did not come. The deities materialized by the two half-step martial ancestors and the two divine formations trapped Xiaoqian in the sky. "You want to strike me?" Xiaoqian looked at the two half-ancestors quietly. "Just to kill you." The Azura half-ancestor's scarlet hair fluttered in the wind. The skeleton sovereign king stood high up and looked down at Xiaoqian. He said, "The battle from 150 years ago has not ended yet. It has already lasted long enough. It is time to end it. You really know how to find the time." Xiaoqian looked at them mockingly. "While you are down, I will take your life." The huge human tiger formed by the 500 battle gods of the tiger clan roared, feeling very pleased. "This time next year will be the day of your death." The 500 solar god knights also roared. Now, the situation was completely under their control. With the addition of two powerful half-step martial ancestors, Xiaoqian, whose stone statue had been shattered, would definitely die. This made these two huge deity venerables, which represented the essence, energy, and spirit of the two clans, tremble in excitement. The long battle had caused the light of the two deities to dim significantly. It was somewhat difficult for them to maintain it. "I don't know where your pride and confidence come from." After saying that, Xiaoqian raised his sword and walked towards the strong Azura half-ancestor step by step in the air. At this moment, the iron battle armor he wore flickered with a cold metallic luster. The dark light made him look very valiant. He did not have the sorrowful expression of someone surrounded by a strong enemy. Instead, he looked calm and composed. "Can you kill me?" Xiaoqian held the sword in his right hand and pointed it at the Azura half-ancestor not far away. "Arrogant brat. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight, and you dare to challenge me? Reckless." A scarlet holy sword appeared in the Azura half-ancestor's hand. It burst out with a berserk aura and swept towards Xiaoqian, wanting to chop him in half. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiaoqian did not dodge at all. Instead, he brought out the eightfold incarnation's extreme speed to its limits and charged over with the sword in hand, chopping the Azura half-ancestor in half. Such a desperate fight made many of the powerful rogue cultivators on the ground shudder with fear. The Azura half-ancestor thought quickly. In his opinion, Xiaoqian without the stone statue was like a toothless tiger. Such a desperate fight was simply seeking death. If the two of them ended up severely injured, the one in danger would definitely be Xiaoqian. After all, there were still 3 strong Azura half-ancestors by the side. Hence, the Azura half-ancestor pressed forward with an indomitable will, clashing head-on. The instant the two clashed, they raised their swords, and a piercing light lit up the sky. Pooh, dang, scarlet light spurted out, and sparks flew everywhere. The Azura half-ancestor nearly got chopped in half. Although he managed to avoid the head, his chest and abdomen were completely cut open. Blood spurted into the air, and blood gushed out of his chest. The Azura half-ancestor simply could not believe all this. Unexpectedly, the holy sword in his hand did not manage to cut Xiaoqian's body. It did not even leave a mark on the flickering dark armor. On the ground, the experts watching the battle went into an uproar. In just one exchange, Xiaoqian nearly chopped the Azura half-ancestor in half. What kind of strength was this? The shattering of the stone statue was within Xiaoqian's expectations. Based on the time, this stone statue should have died of old age long ago. However, he was not worried at all, as he still had the strong black iron armor. This was the battle armor of an ancestor, and it was even stronger than the broken stone statue. At this moment, the underworld iron armor flickered with dark light, making Xiaoqian look very majestic. His black hair stood on end as he held a sword and charged at the golden deities and the huge man-tiger. All this happened in an instant. The instant Xiaoqian brushed past the Azura half-ancestor, he directly launched himself at the two giant deities. The light of the two giant deities formed by the ancient formations dimmed to its lowest point. It was the best time to kill them. Startling sword chi swept through the sky. 27 swords streaked across the sky, shattering everything in their way. Pooh! Pooh! The two giant deities were suddenly attacked, and they were instantly chopped into 4 pieces. Not good. The 500 divine knights have reunited. White Tiger reassembly. The two clans shouted loudly, trying their best to reassemble their spirit. Although Xiaoqian's stone statue was shattered, his combat prowess was not affected in the slightest. His sudden attack caught them unprepared. He had already charged into the ancient divine formation and mercilessly brandished the sword in his hand. Pooh! 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 Blood splashed everywhere. Xiaoqian brandished the sword in his hand continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of heads had already rolled down from the sky, and headless corpses were falling continuously. Xiaoqian was like a reaper of life. He slaughtered his way in and out of the battle god of the Tiger clan and the divine knights of the solar sect, sweeping everything in his way. The sword was dripping with blood, and the underworld iron armor was already dyed with ghastly blood. Beads of blood were rolling down unceasingly. Although the two clans suffered heavy losses, they still managed to reassemble 2 huge deities in a hurry. However, their radiance was clearly much dimmer than before. At the same time, the half-recovered Azura charged over with the holy sword in hand. The skeleton sovereign was also surging with monstrous demonic clouds as he stood on the sea of bones. Xiaoqian used the 24 battle swords to defend against the 2 powerful half-ancestor. Meanwhile, he himself faced the 2 deities in front of him. His battle intent rose to the peak. A long and drawn-out roar shook the entire universe. Boundless battle prowess surged out violently. As the 2 swords rushed forward, the 2 indomitable deities crumbled with a loud rumble. Xiaoqian used his powerful battle intent and killing intent to shatter the 2 giant deities at the end of their flight. At this moment, Xiaoqian's gaze became ice-cold and ruthless. He took a step forward and brandished the sword in his hand unceasingly. PFFF, PFFF, waves of blood surged as heads flew diagonally. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people from the Tiger clan and the Solar sect were beheaded. Blood was still splashing everywhere. Xiaoqian was like a god of slaughter with overflowing battle intent. Blood kept flowing down from the flickering underworld iron armor, and the sword had already turned blood red. When the Azura half-ancestor and the skeleton sovereign charged over, Xiaoqian had already beheaded more than 200 people. At this moment, Xiao Jing was quietly standing in the void. He appeared calm and unperturbed. The underworld iron armor flickered with luster, beads of blood kept rolling down unceasingly. And the blood-stained sword in his hand was raised horizontally, pointing at the Azura half-ancestor and the skeleton sovereign king. The moonlight was like water, the hazy and pure white radiance sprinkled down. In this clear and cold sky, a few clouds were dyed with the pure radiance. However, this did not change the tense atmosphere in the sky. Xiaoqian's underworld iron battle armor flickered with a cold black light. The blood on it had yet to dry. The sword he pointed forward was dripping with blood. It was dyed with the blood of the divine knight and had beheaded the White Tiger battle god. Now, it was pointed at the 2 half-step martial ancestors, causing the killing atmosphere to turn extremely cold. The surroundings were filled with a bloody mist. The divine knight and the white tiger battle god retreated in horror, hugging the headless corpses like they were avoiding the plague. They disappeared into the horizon. The azure half-step martial ancestor's eyes shot out two scarlet lights as his pupils constricted. He had not expected Xianxia's battle armor to be so extraordinary. Even his holy sword could not leave a mark on it. This made him feel both fervent and uneasy. With such astonishing defense, how was he going to kill it? The skeleton's sovereign king also felt some regret. It seemed like he had been too rash this time. Now, the two huge deities formed by the two ancient divine formations had been killed. The situation was not good. Unexpectedly, after not seeing you for more than 150 years, you have already broken through to the earth-penetrating realm. Furthermore, you have such a divine battle armor. I think that is most likely an ancestor god's battle armor. Otherwise, how could it have such defensive power? The moment the azure half-step martial ancestor said that, many of the cultivators on the ground burst into an uproar. An ancestor god's battle armor was definitely a legendary item. Normally, it was rare to even see a half-step martial ancestor's treasure, not to mention an ancestor god's battle armor and weapon. Xianxia raised his sword and pointed it at the two half-step martial ancestors. Then, he walked forward step by step, not showing any pressure at all. His calmness and composure were somewhat frightening. Not only did he show no fear when facing a strong half-step martial ancestor, he even revealed a high fighting spirit. What's the point of saying so much? Don't you want to take my life? In that case, make your move. The underworld iron battle armor around Xianxia shone with a crystalline luster, making the two half-step martial ancestors feel pain in their eyes. That was not true pain but mental pressure. There was no mistaking it. That was the battle armor of an ancestor god, with their cultivations of second heaven half-martial ancestors. It was simply impossible for them to breach such a frightening defense. At this moment, the two of them could be said to be in a situation where it was difficult to get off. They wanted to retreat, but they couldn't. If they did that, they would lose all face, and how would they face the world? In your words, the battle from more than 150 years ago has continued until now. Let's have one. After Xianxia spoke to this point, he crossed 300 meters with each step. When he arrived, he swept the sword in his hand at the two half-step martial ancestors. The resplendent divine light extended for dozens of kilometers, its light piercing the eyes as it tore through the world. In the 9 prefectures and the 4 realms, he was the only one who was not a half-martial ancestor, yet he dared to brandish a bloody sword at a half-martial ancestor. Arrogant brat. In any case, Old Azura and Old Skeleton's nickname was half-ancestor. It was truly a loss of face for them to be swept away by a junior. The Azura half-step martial ancestor soared into the air and dodged that divine light sweeping across the sky. The scarlet Azura holy sword in his hand gave off a brilliance that made the stars and moon pale in comparison. It chopped down at Xianxia, dyeing the entire sky scarlet. The pungent smell of blood spread in the sky, and a sea of blood appeared. At the same time, the skeleton sovereign king also soared into the sky. He waved his snow-white bone staff and smashed it forward. The bone staff quickly enlarged, becoming as majestic as a white mountain. It turned into a huge mountain of white bones pressing down. Chi! 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 War swords tore through the air. 27 war swords rushed out at the same time, breaking through the boundless sea of blood and blocking the huge mountain of white bones. They crisscrossed in the sky, creating comet-like lights. An intense battle broke out. Soaring waves of blood and a vast sea of white bones appeared at the same time, drowning the 3 great ancestors. Fortunately, this shocking battle took place in the distant sky. Otherwise, the earth would have been destroyed beyond recognition. Boom! Scarlet waves surged into the sky, and a scarlet sea surged in the horizon. This was the Azura Blood Sea. Xianxia laid 2 sword formations, each with 13 war swords. They surrounded 2 half-ancestor martial ancestors. At the same time, he held one in his hand. Chi! The sword light spat out for dozens of kilometers, making the stars and moon pale in comparison. The war sword in Xianxia's hand chopped a blood spirit that charged out of the sea of blood in half. A scalp-numbing shriek rang out. The blood spirit returned to the sea of blood to recover and prepare for another attack. This was not a simple blood spirit. It was a strong evil spirit from the Azura half-step martial ancestor's world. It was condensed from the remnant soul energy of an Azura half-step martial ancestor. Its combat prowess was close to that of a half-step martial ancestor. Boom! Thousands of waves of blood surged in the sky. The blood spirit healed in the blink of an eye. It was reborn bathed in blood and launched another sneak attack. Xianxia was as calm as an ancient well. He took out a black jade and poured out a drop of sparkling, translucent blood bead. Then, he smeared it evenly on the war sword. When the blood spirit surged with boundless waves again and charged over under the cover of thousands of blood fiend evil spirits, Xianxia left behind an afterimage and entered the sea of blood. Chi! The sword light soared into the sky and split the sea of blood. Countless blood fiend evil spirits turned to ashes. The war sword giving off a startling scarlet light pierced the chest of the strongest blood spirit. Immediately, azure smoke rose. The blood spirit let out a blood-curdling scream. It was incomparably mournful as it turned into a blood mist and fled. In the distance, the Azura half-step martial ancestor's expression changed drastically, revealing extreme shock. He could already feel that the blood spirit was severely injured and nearly collapsed. That is, the blood of an ancestor god. It is specialized in restraining evil spirits and evil beings. The skeleton sovereign king also noticed the situation here and was incredibly shocked. Just at this moment, Xianxia pressed forward with surging killing chi. Rumble, mountains of white bones flew out from where the skeleton sovereign king was. Who knew how many white bone creatures bared their fangs and claws on the bone mountains? They waved their bone sabers and soared into the sky, charging at Xianxia. Break for me! Xianxia swung his war sword and hacked forward. A piercing light illuminated the mountains and rivers, and a might pressed down. The vast white bone mountains shattered one after another, and those white bone creatures turned into ashes. Come, let's go to the outer world for a decisive battle to the death. The Azura half-step martial ancestor and the skeleton sovereign king clenched their teeth as they struggled to break free of the sword formation and flew to the outer world. Xianxia followed closely behind. Many rainbow-like war swords surrounded him, radiating a strong fighting spirit. The strong loose cultivators soared into the sky, wanting to see what was going on in the outer world. Unexpectedly, a horrifying might cut off their path, filled with a destructive aura. This was a magic skill that only a strong half-step martial ancestor could execute. This was a warning, not letting them follow. Everyone could only return resentfully. Tonight was destined to not be a peaceful night. It would leave a deep imprint in many people's hearts. At the summit of Mitika's peak, Lan Nua connected to thousands of stars. Beams of divine light fell from the outer world like a huge waterfall, all of them connected to her divine body. Everything in the world, the stars in the universe, and the outer world continuously tempered her divine body. It had already lasted for an entire night, and it looked like she was about to reach perfection. Lan Nua's skin was as fair as ice, and her beauty was unmatched. A holy radiance overflowed from her. She was about to become an eternal half-step martial ancestor. The battle between half-step martial ancestors could no longer be seen. Everyone's gaze was focused on the summit of Mitika's peak, watching the proud goddess of this generation. When dawn broke in the east and the first ray of golden sunlight shone out, Lan Nua's entire body erupted with light, cutting off the divine light connected to thousands of stars. She let out a phoenix-like cry, and the divine light spread over the entire snowy mountain. She stretched out a slender finger and pointed at the air. Instantly, there were tens of thousands of multicolored lights and thousands of auspicious lights. A small mountain of refining materials appeared. They were all legendary peak-quality divine materials. She was going to become a half-step martial ancestor and refine her own intellectual sword at the same time. She was only one step away. At this moment, the seven-colored cloud carried Lan Nua and all the refining materials towards the east. Her speed became faster and faster. In the end, she tore open the space and headed straight for the sun. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lan Nua's target was actually the sun. The powerful rogue cultivators knew her intention. She wanted to use the heavenly fire inside the sun to refine the most powerful divine weapon. It could be said that this was the most crucial step for her to become an eternal half-step martial ancestor. If she really succeeded, her divine treasure would possess an incomparably terrifying divine power. Since ancient times, only a few people dared to take such a risk when they became an eternal half-step martial ancestor. They went deep into the center of the sun to refine their divine weapon. If they succeeded, the might of the divine weapon would be unimaginable. Xing Tian's battle axe and heavenly shield were the best examples. The brass essence was tempered by the heavenly fire of the sun, and it was watered by the divine radiance of millions and millions of stars. Its might reached an appalling level. In the starry heavens, the battle reached its climax. Xianxia swung his sword and directly split the scarlet sea in half. Then, he charged over like a meteor with boundless killing intent. He split the mountain of white bones in front with his sword and started a close-range fight with the two half-step martial ancestors. The Azura clan's half-step martial ancestor's hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in blood. The skeleton sovereign king was also riddled with wounds. Cracks covered his bone staff, looking like it would break at any moment. This was an earth-shattering battle. Dozens of asteroids had already been reduced to ashes by them. Roar! At this point, the Azura clan's half-step martial ancestor's eyes were already bloodshot. After suffering a great loss today, his chi and blood surged wildly. He roared, and a huge palm covered the sky. Then, he grabbed 10-odd asteroids in the distance and refined them to the size of pearls before smashing them at Xianxia. Although they had shrunk, the horrifying energy contained within them was completely stimulated. At the same time, he infused close to half of the Azura clan's half-step martial ancestors' strength into them. He wanted to use this to break the ancestor god battle robes. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter Xianxia at all. Xianxia moved the 20-odd swords to his side, forming a sword formation for defense. The sword in his hand was dyed with a drop of the ancestor god's blood, making it incredibly sharp. Xianxia held the sword with both hands and hacked forward. A resplendent sword light traveled for dozens of kilometers, illuminating the dark starry heavens. Pooh! The unparalleled battle sword hacked apart the first asteroid. Vast energy immediately spread out in outer space, covering the sky. The dazzling light made the quiet sky flare up. Following that, the second, third, fourth, 10-odd asteroids crashed into Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia continuously hacked with the sword in his hand. Piercing light burst forth continuously, dazzling and resplendent in outer space. That terrifying energy fluctuation was sufficient to destroy a vast number of cultivators. Even if an absolute being were here, he would probably turn to ashes. Xianxia's ancestor god battle robes flickered with a dark light, looking crystalline and translucent. A 7-colored holy tree hovered above his head. Its 7 leaves were resplendent and transparent, sending down 7 silk-like beams of divine light that firmly protected his head. The skeleton sovereign king was even more ruthless. It directly refined 20-odd asteroids and sent them smashing at Xianxia. The sky shattered. The energy containing the aura of destruction shook the starry heavens. Xianxia's body erupted with light, and the 27 swords danced wildly. He shouted and shattered many asteroids as he charged towards this half-step martial ancestor. At this moment, magic skills and combat techniques appeared everywhere. The entire sky seemed to be in a frenzy. On the surface, Xianxia looked fine. The ancestor god battle robes blocked most of the attacks. However, his physical body suffered some injuries. That was the strong and horrifying half-step martial ancestor god energy that shook through the battle robes. The three started fighting again. At this moment, their eyes turned bloodshot. The boundless sea of bones shall turn you into a demon. The skeleton sovereign king waved his hands, and thousands of skeletons appeared in the starry heavens, charging towards Xianxia. Then, a huge ancient city appeared before him. Although it did not have the majestic might of the ghost city, it could still be called majestic and imposing. The entire ancient city pressed down on Xianxia from high up in the sky. At the same time, the Azura half-step martial ancestor split into thousands of clones, appearing in the sea of bones and working with the skeleton sovereign king to surround Xianxia. Rumble. The huge ancient city descended, shattering countless white bones and pressing Xianxia inside. World of death, boundless might, heed my call. Destroy. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged violently. The skeleton race had escaped from the world of death in the past. Although the Skeleton King's generation didn't know where the world of death was, they still mastered some secret techniques that were related to the world of death. However, he wanted to borrow the might of the world to suppress Xianxia temporarily. I'll borrow the power of your world of death to refine my divine body. Although Xianxia was pressed inside the ancient city, it did not pose much of a problem. He continuously guided the might of the world of death into his body. He had been reborn in that world in the first place. How could he fear such an attack? Explode. Rumble. That huge ghost city immediately shattered in the starry heavens. This was definitely a shocking battle, even more intense than the battle at the Forbidden Sea back then. After fighting for a long time, Xianxia vomited 10-odd mouthfuls of blood, getting knocked back by the two half-step martial ancestors. The ancestor god battle robes are not omnipotent. Even though the Azura half-step martial ancestor and the skeleton sovereign king's combat prowess plummeted, their eyes still blazed with a ferocious fighting spirit as they charged at Xianxia. Suddenly, sword light soared into the sky, the dazzling light illuminated the starry heavens. The 26 swords ignored the skeleton sovereign king and surrounded the Azura half-step martial ancestor. Divine lights glowed as they charged at the old Azura. At the same time, Xianxia raised the sword in his hand above his head and hacked down. A 50-kilometer-long sword light shot out. Pooh, a scarlet light soared into the sky. The Azura half-step martial ancestor was hacked in half, although he managed to dodge the 26 swords, Xianxia's sword struck him. Ah, the Azura half-step martial ancestor screamed. He felt intense pain from his soul. That sword was stained with the ancestor god's blood. It seeped into his flesh, causing his soul to tremble continuously. Bang, the two halves of the Azura half-step martial ancestor recombined with much difficulty. A glaring drop of blood was squeezed out and flew back to the sword in Xianxia's hand. The Azura half-step martial ancestor was significantly injured. Once again, he felt the terror of the ancestor god. On the other side, for the sake of dealing with the Azura half-step martial ancestor, Xianxia suffered 3 strikes from the skeleton sovereign king and vomited blood repeatedly. Finally, he turned around and used the 27 swords to hack at the old skeleton. King Chong sounds rang out incessantly. The white bone staff in the skeleton sovereign's hand finally broke, and his arm bones, leg bones, and other bones were also cut off by the battle sword. Roar, the skeleton sovereign king was anxious and furious. He felt the danger. Not far away, the Azura half-step martial ancestor recovered his physical body temporarily. He had no choice but to rush over to rescue him again. This was a great battle that no one in the starry field could see. It was incomparably intense. The killing intent made the starry river pale in comparison. And in the vicinity of Mitika's peak, many loose cultivators had yet to disperse. They were waiting for Lan Nua's return. They were also waiting for the result of the battle between Xianxia and the two half-step martial ancestors. Everyone was looking forward to it with excitement. At this moment, it was already noon. The winter sun was not dazzling. It gently illuminated the earth. Just at this moment, a spatial door appeared in the sun. The exceptionally beautiful Lan Nua appeared and descended to the ground. Thousands of rays of multicolored light and tens of thousands of auspicious lights. Her entire body was enveloped in divine splendor. In her hand, she held a holy sword that could make the sun, moon, and stars lose their splendor. Forged by the heavenly fire of the sun, refined by the half-step martial ancestor's mind, and watered by the divine power of billions of stars, she finally created this intellectual sword. Clang, Lan Nua descended to the summit of Mitika's peak and sheathed the intellectual sword. All the light vanished. Then, she used her powerful spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Finally, she asked Beyond the Mountain. Beyond the Mountain was very gratified. He pointed to the sky and told her where the battlefield was. Lan Nua soared into the sky and was about to fly away. However, just at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Xiaoqian's iron clothes were stained with blood. Even his fluttering black hair was somewhat wet. Blood was dripping from his sword unceasingly. Everyone was horrified. One had to know that he fought with the two half-step martial ancestors just now. It went without saying whose blood it was. This was simply too horrifying. His black hair fluttered, his battle clothes flickered, and his sword was stained with blood. Xiaochen landed on the ground and sent a voice transmission to Crisis and the others. After that, he nodded at Lan Nua. With a flash of light, he disappeared into thin air. Originally, he came to see Lan Nua. In the end, he only nodded his head. It was as if he had just turned over a page in history. Then, Xiaochen went far away. Back then in the lifelong realm, Lan Nua once sent someone to pass a message to him. If he was in trouble and was not in closed-door cultivation, she would definitely go and help him. Even though he did not receive her help, Xiaochen could be considered to have completely repaid this favor. Seeing Xiaochen disappear into thin air, Lan Nua was slightly stunned. After that, she nodded her head gently. All the practitioners were in an uproar. They felt that Xiaochen's cultivation was too terrifying. After disappearing for more than 150 years, he actually killed 2 deities comparable to half-step martial ancestors after he returned. Then, his sword was stained with the divine blood of 2 half-step martial ancestors. In the 9 provinces and the 4 realms, he was the only one who was not a half-step martial ancestor, yet he could contend with a half-step martial ancestor. He returned from the battle in the sky and left just like that. He did not say anything, as if he had never appeared. Oi oi, I say, little old man, don't run away. Back then, you shamelessly followed us here, making people think that I kidnapped you. Now, not only did you see that beauty become an eternal god, you even got to watch a great battle between half-ancestors for free. You want to run away after watching it? Crisis grabbed that fat Western god and said, shouldn't you repay me now? Repay what? The little old man stammered. Hey, don't pretend. I'm not a beauty, why are you stammering? When I was stammering, who knows where you were standing? Don't give me that. Crisis looked down at the little old man and said, I'm also making things difficult for you. Aren't you a gift-giving old man? Go and help me deliver 2 gifts. Only, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the east and give the best gifts you have to Rimmed Orchid and Snowdream. Yeah, just say it's from me. Cheer and Tianya rolled their eyes. This guy was really too much of a bastard. How could he do this? Capturing Santa Claus to serve him like this, he was really lacking in morals. The fat Western god nodded his head repeatedly. He was only released after agreeing to Crisis' request. He wanted to run away as if he was granted amnesty. Who knew, Crisis would grab him again and said with a beaming smile, I'm not done yet, don't be in a hurry to run away. SSS, what other requests do you have? The fat god really stammered this time. It wasn't an act. I heard there's a god called Cupid in the West. Introduce him to me. I want to make friends with him. Your third brother is a very kind person. I like to make friends with all the gods in the world. Santa Claus was really speechless. Did this guy really want to make friends? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Hey, old man, have you never seen such a handsome brother before? No need to look at me like that. Crisis squinted his peach blossom eyes and said, actually, it's nothing much. I heard that the god called Cupid seems to have a pretty good divine weapon in his hands. It seems to be some bow or something. Ask him to help me shoot 7 or 8 arrows. Oh, no, shoot 17 or 18 arrows. Of course, I won't complain if he's willing to shoot more. Of course, you have to tell him to open his eyes wide when shooting. The target he chooses has to be at least at the level of that beauty over there. Speaking until here, Crisis pointed at the goddess Lan Nua in the sky. Of course, Binglan and Shui Meng must be included in this group. In the end, he didn't forget to remind her, of course, if he's really busy, you can send that set of god tools over. I don't mind. I can shoot him with 70 or 80 arrows. Yes, it's a deal. Don't forget, or else I won't let you off. I'm a vengeful person. Hashtag at %% hashtag, everyone was speechless. This guy was too much of a bastard. No one could comment on him. The only one who could admire him was Killing Wolf, who kept giving him a thumbs up and shouting, good, good, good. The role model of our generation. Brother, you really are my confidant. Geniuses like us are really lonely. Life is really as lonely as snow. Crisis patted Vanquish Wolf's shoulder and sighed, as if he understood everything without saying a word. Whoosh, after getting rid of Crisis' entanglement with great difficulty, the short and fat Western god immediately ran away. Unfortunately, with a bang, he was grabbed by the collar again. This time, Santa Claus wasn't just stuttering, he was about to cry. Third brother. What other requests do you have? Can you say it all at once? However, when he turned around, he discovered that it was a skeleton. For a light god like him, that was a demon. Although Killing Wolf tried to make his skeleton smile as kind as possible, the result still scared this kind god so much that he almost threw his gift bag on that skeleton's face. Old man, what's wrong with your eyes? Is a handsome skeleton like me really that scary? Killing Wolf was very dissatisfied. Very soon, he lowered his voice and said, I say, old brother, we really hit it off at first sight. I have something to discuss with you. Killing Wolf squatted down and hooked his arm around the short and fat god's neck as they walked to the side. They began to talk in a low voice. After listening to just a few sentences, Santa Claus' face immediately turned green. He immediately drooped his head and looked very dispirited. In the end, he left with a sad and sickly expression. In the sky, Lan Nua and beyond mountains turned into two rays of light and disappeared. And the practitioners that came to the vicinity of Mitika's peak also gradually dispersed. Everyone was discussing the result of the battle in outer space. The Azura half-ancestor and the skeleton sovereign king wouldn't die. This was the opinion of most people. That was because it would be very difficult to kill a half-ancestor, even if it was a half-ancestor. I heard that the martial soul is hiding in the west, practicing his pure martial physique. Let's go and take a look. Crisis took the lead and walked forward. Brother Crisis is really too bad. And Killing Wolf is also not a good person. Xianxia was very angry. He felt injustice for the short and fat god who had gone far away. In the world of death, Xianxia appeared in the bone well. He was extremely fatigued. When he climbed out of the bone well, the bloodstains on his body had already been washed clean. However, the pain all over his body did not lessen at all. With a flash of light, he disappeared. Not long later, he appeared in the Divine Village. After being in closed-door training for 10 odd days, Xianxia finally recovered to his peak state. A desperate half-ancestor was indeed scary. The battle this time was far more dangerous than the one at the Forbidden Sea. Even with the protection of the ancestor god's battle robes, Xiaoqian's martial physique suffered severe injuries. That kind of terrifying energy nearly broke all the bones and meridians in his body. If he had not reached his current cultivation realm, he would have been crippled. In the final moment of the battle in outer space, when the three experts clashed, they erupted with a light comparable to the destruction of a star. Even now, Xiaoqian still felt some lingering fear. Those two old fellows must have suffered more severe injuries than me. The instant his body recovered, Xiaoqian wanted to immediately return to the 9 provinces and kill his way to Azura Island and Skull Island to settle the score with those two. However, when he thought of the words outsiders in outer space, he resisted the urge. There would be a great calamity in the future. A half-ancestor was an indispensable combat force. He could not act on impulse and start a massacre. Everything in the Divine Village was the same as before. It was very peaceful. The 6 sovereign kings were recuperating here, making this place impregnable. The sovereign Treant king had a large number of yin-yang fruits. He offered them to the 6, allowing them to recover smoothly. With the assistance of the ancestor god's blood, it would not be long before they reached their peak cultivation realm again. Xiaoqian had already told the sovereign Treant king about the abnormality in Ghost City. The two were very shocked, but they did not say anything. After resting in the world of death for close to 20 days, Xiaoqian bade farewell to the Divine Village and appeared before Ghost City again. The instant he appeared, he flew directly to Western Earth, pushing his speed to the limit. Mountains and rivers flew behind him continuously. Western Earth could be seen in the distance. Xiaoqian already knew where the Tiger Castle was. He rushed to a beautiful mountain range. The Tiger Castle was like a crouching tiger. It looked very real and gave off a majestic aura. From a distance, it looked very majestic and tall. The majestic Tiger Castle was completely made of black crystals. It flickered with a black light, looking dignified with a trace of mysteriousness. It was situated in the middle of a beautiful mountain range. The surrounding trees were verdant. Although it was winter, the trees were still purple and red. This place was as warm as spring. The flowers and grass were not withered, forming a sharp contrast with the ice and snow in the distance. Xianxia descended and walked up the 100-step black crystal stairs towards the tiger castle. When the guards of the tiger castle saw this uninvited guest with black hair and black eyes, wearing a nether iron battle armor and holding a sword, they felt an invisible and powerful pressure. They felt a sense of horror. It was the fear that came from the deepest part of their hearts. Who is it? Stop. If you dare to take a step forward, kill without mercy. Stop. The Tiger Clan guards in front shouted loudly. Xianxia did not care about them. He raised his war sword and walked forward step by step. His gaze was incomparably cold. He ignored the people in front and only stared at the tall gates of the Tiger Castle. Fire the god-killing arrows. The leader of the guards gave the order. Dozens of people in front of the Tiger Castle drew their bows and nocked arrows. Beams of divine light shot out and gave off an ear-piercing sound. It was like the cry of a 1,000-year-old wolf, making people's hair stand on end. The name of the arrow was God-killing. It was a divine arrow that had been strengthened and refined. It could kill an expert above the immortality realm. The arrows were shot at the same time. Beams of rainbow light were dazzling. They crisscrossed and looked like a rainbow. However, it was not effective today. Hundreds and thousands of rainbow-colored arrows stopped 3 feet away from Xiaoqian's body. They encountered an indescribable resistance. Then, with a boom, all the divine arrows were shattered into powder and scattered in the air. The divine light flashed and disappeared. After seeing this situation, everyone's expression changed. Ignoring the god-killing arrows was too scary. He is Xiaoqian. Someone said this name in a trembling voice. It immediately caused a commotion among the guards. Some of them fled on the spot. However, after the leader of the guards killed a few people, the commotion calmed down. Thud, 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 the footsteps got closer. Xiaoqian walked along the 100-odd stone steps and soon arrived at the Tiger Castle. No matter who he is, we only have one duty. That is to protect this gate. The leader of the guards shouted and ordered everyone to stop him. Kill. There were indeed loyal warriors of the Tiger Clan. Even though they had heard of Xiaoqian's ferocious name, they were not afraid of death. They raised their weapons and rushed over. Xiaoqian could fight with a half-step ancestor. How could he be stopped by them? Xiaoqian did not change his rhythm. He approached unhurriedly and slowly raised the sword in his hand. Pooh, the first person was beheaded by Xiaoqian. The head flew more than 10 meters away. Blood spurted out from the headless body. The headless body stood there for a long time before it fell to the ground. Pooh, the second person was chopped in half by Xiaoqian. Even when he died, he still had that horrified expression. The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the side. Xiaoqian stepped on the blood and walked through the middle. Pooh, the third person was chopped in half at the waist. The upper half of the body was still brandishing his sword when he realized that the lower half of the body was standing on the same spot. The upper half of the body flew away with a large amount of blood. Puff, 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 terrifying sounds were heard unceasingly. Xiaoqian did not change his rhythm. He walked forward step by step. He almost killed one person with each strike. No one could stop him. Everywhere he passed, there would be corpses lying on the ground. It was like cutting tofu. Xiaoqian entered an unstoppable state. Every time he swung his sword, there would be a weapon breaking. There would be a guard's head being separated from his body. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. In the blink of an eye, the front of the Tiger Castle was already covered with corpses. At this moment, Xiaoqian was like a demon. He did not say anything. He just moved forward silently. Anyone who tried to stop him would definitely be dead. Even if these guards were loyal and not afraid of death, they were all scared at this moment. This man with fluttering black hair, wearing a battle suit and holding a blood-dripping sword did not have any emotion. His eyes were extremely cold. He simply did not treat them as humans. He was chopping them like they were dead trees. Hula! Everyone retreated to the sides. No one dared to stop him anymore. Xiaochen dragged the blood-dripping sword. The bloody edge of the sword not only drew a terrifyingly deep groove on the ground that was paved with black crystals, it also left a ghastly bloodstain. He stepped onto the highest step and walked towards the tiger castle. The bell rang loudly. The alarm in the tiger castle rang loudly. A large number of experts rushed out. This was the rule of the tiger clan. In case of an emergency, the experts at each position must put down what they were doing and come to support. However, this did not stop Xiaochen's pace. He dragged the blood-dripping sword. His pace never changed. He walked forward step by step. Whenever someone approached or tried to stop him, he would kill them with a wave of his sword. That eerie cold light and that ghastly bloody light made people involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. It was like entering an unstoppable state. This was the true portrayal of Xiaochen at this moment. Pfff, the sword slashed diagonally. Half of a head flew off. The red blood and white brain matter were especially terrifying. Pfff, with a thrust of the sword, the cold light illuminated all directions. It pierced through a commander who was blocking the way. The corpse was immediately torn into pieces. Large chunks of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The sword in Xiaochen's hands seemed to have a terrifying magical power. As long as he brandished it, there would definitely be blood and someone would definitely die. It was unknown how many corpses had fallen. During this process, Xiaochen did not say a single word. He just unswervingly walked forward. Those who dared to stop him only had one word: kill. He quickly beheaded them as if he was chopping vegetables. Heads rolled down unceasingly. It's the Demon King Xiaochen. It's him. Naturally, someone recognized Xiaochen. For the Tiger clan, the person in front of them could be said to be infamous. Many people retreated in shock. Xiaochen did not chase after them. He walked straight inside. As long as they did not stop him, they would not have to suffer the misfortune of blood and corpses. A middle-aged man rushed over from the front. His face was filled with shock and anxiety as he shouted, "Stop, stop. Release the girl who was used as bait by your Tiger clan more than 150 years ago." Xiaochen only had this kind of cold words. However, his feet did not stop. He dragged the sword on the ground and continued to advance. "I don't know where she is. You stop first." The expression of the middle-aged expert from the Tiger clan was grave and stern. Looking at the bloodstains in the surroundings, his pupils rapidly contracted. "Even now, you still dare to say you don't know?" Xiaochen's voice was bone-chilling. It was obvious that he was truly angry. He took large strides forward and raised his sword once again. Clang, the middle-aged man pulled out his glistening blue treasured sword, wanting to block Xiaochen who was closing in on him. However, in just one exchange, a lightning-like cold light chopped off the sparkling and translucent blue treasured sword in his hand. Moreover, his body was also cut into two halves. Fresh blood gushed out. The surrounding people felt a chill in their hearts. That was a fish-leaping realm expert. He was actually killed so easily by a sword. Everyone was retreating. Meanwhile, Xiaochen was like an emotionless demon god. He advanced with large strides. He did not chase after them. If he obstructed him, he would definitely kill him. "Stop, don't kill him." 5 fish-leaping realm experts rushed over and blocked Xiaochen's path. They said, "You stop first. Everything can be discussed. Let her go." Xiaochen only uttered these 2 words. He was still dragging his sword as he advanced step by step. "She is no longer in the Tiger Castle." Hearing these words, Xiaochen's expression became even colder. He raised his sword and said, "Even now, you still dare to be like this? You still don't let her go? Then I will kill until you let her go. I will kill until the person in charge comes out personally." Those terrifying footsteps were extremely rhythmic. The speed of his advance never changed. However, it was the most terrifying demonic sound in everyone's ears. Pfff, blood splattered everywhere. The sword swept across. The cold light radiated in all directions. Heads rolled down. Pfff, 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 5 heads fell one after another. The 5 fish leaping realm experts couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Xiaochen held his sword and walked inside. A large number of guards quickly retreated to the 2 sides. They didn't dare to stop him anymore. The majestic ancient castle was made of black crystals. It was flickering with black light. At this moment, a murderous aura filled the air. A bone-chilling cold air filled the air. Xiaochen dragged his sword and walked to the main hall in the middle with large strides. He raised his arm high up and a rainbow light immediately swept out. The white tiger Saint Emperor statue in the main hall was split into pieces. Xiaochen, you can stop now. A white-haired old man walked out. His eyes were fierce as he said, I am the 2nd-generation elder of the Tiger clan. I can be considered as the person in charge. Xiaochen stabbed the blood-stained sword into the ground. He looked at him calmly and said, You are only at the Paragon realm. Let the earth-penetrating experts come out. The earth-penetrating experts are not here. This 2nd-generation elder looked at him with a stupefied expression. Then let her out directly. Although Xiaochen's tone was very calm, everyone at the scene could already feel his intense emotional fluctuation. That girl is really not in the Tiger Castle. If she is not here, then where is she? Xiaochen stared at him and said, Either the earth-penetrating experts come and see me, or let that girl out immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. You are too arrogant. This 2nd-generation elder of the Tiger clan's expression changed when he heard that. He revealed a ferocious expression and smashed the walking stick in his hand. A black mist immediately drifted out. All the Tiger clan's guards had already retreated. The doors of the main hall flickered with brilliance. They were actually sealed. Ancestor God's corpse poison? Xiaochen turned pale with fright. He slashed at the stone wall on the right. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. Even though the main hall was sealed, it could not stop him from leaving. He slashed open a path. As for that 2nd-generation elder of the Tiger clan in the main hall, his body and soul were already destroyed. He turned into a corpse liquid and flowed all over the ground. The amount of the ancestor god's corpse poison was very small. It dispersed very quickly. Even so, it still caused the surrounding plants to wither. The snowy mountains in the distance even turned gray. Xiaochen stood in the Tiger Castle with his sword in hand. His voice was cold and emotionless, but it was heavy and powerful. It clearly spread for dozens of li. I will kill until you all tremble in fear. Xiaochen said these words very calmly. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the solar god religion. Kill. With a deep roar, more than a dozen people rushed over. They did not want to sit still and wait for death, so they did their best to attack. These people were all experts. Among them, 4 middle-aged men had reached the Paragon realm, and the rest were in the fish leaping realm. Even though their battle prowess was astonishing, they were not Xiaochen's match at all. One must know that the person in front of them was someone who could compete with a half-step ancestor. Xiaochen strode in the void and walked to the center of the battlefield. He brandished his sword, and it was as if there was a huge waterfall in the sky. The dazzling sword light was incomparably gorgeous. The torrential river was like a surging river, surging and roaring in the sky. 3 fish leaping realm practitioners were crushed on the spot. In front of that huge white waterfall, they seemed so powerless. The cold light of the battle sword shone for hundreds of miles. In front of this astonishing killing intent, one of the fish leaping realm experts was strangled by the formless killing intent before he could even get close. He was shocked to death by that powerful killing intent. He brandished his sword casually, and the sword light was like a rainbow. It chopped an Paragon expert in half at the waist. With a flick of his hand, the heads of the 3 fish leaping realm experts flew off, bringing with it a large amount of blood. This was a battle without any suspense. The vast white river-like sword chi in the sky cleanly cleansed the sky. More than a dozen people were completely annihilated. The 2nd generation of the Tiger clan, did they all run away? Boom, with Xiaochen as the center, the huge and majestic Tiger Castle was torn apart in an instant. A dazzling sword light swept in all directions like a volcanic eruption. The Tiger Castle was completely destroyed by the might of the sword, turning into a ruin. The broken walls proved that there used to be a majestic ancient castle here. Most of the experts of the Tiger clan flew into the sky and looked at everything in shock. Xiaochen stood alone on the battlefield. The nether steel battlesuit on his body was flickering, and the sword in his hand was sharp. Earth-penetrating realm experts of the Tiger clan, did they all run away? Not a single one of them dared to stay? Xiaochen looked at the group of Tiger clan practitioners in front of him. The second-generation powerhouses and the direct elites of the Tiger clan had all left the Tiger castle a long time ago. The people in front of them were not the true backbone of the Tiger clan. I really don't want to go on a killing spree. I don't want to kill innocent people. I just want to save that girl called Suing and hand over Hu Ben, one of the second generations of your Hu family. I won't make things difficult for anyone else. Back then, it was precisely the White Tiger Divine Emperor's third son, Hu Ben, and the Sun God's son, Arito, who destroyed Xiaochen's hometown and captured Suing. Later on, he found out that Suing had died, but he didn't expect the information to be wrong. The poor girl had always been under the control of the two great families, and more than 150 years ago, she was used as bait. However, at that time, he didn't know that Suing was still alive. The three forefathers of the Tiger Ben left the Tiger Castle a long time ago. As for the woman, she disappeared 150 years ago. I don't believe that a weak girl can go missing in your Tiger clan. Xiaochen strode forward and swung his sword. Instantly, several people were chopped in half at the waist. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. At this moment, even the strong-willed people were intimidated. Many people soared into the sky, wanting to escape. However, under the huge sword light, everyone's path was cut off. The resplendent divine rainbow split the sky and forced them back. Speak, where is Suing? She really went missing. Some of the weak-willed Hu family practitioners were already crying. The person in front of them was definitely a demon king, they definitely wouldn't blink their eyes. Xiaochen didn't say anything, he just stared at them quietly like that. The powerful spiritual pressure almost made some of them collapse. Even if she went missing, there should be a reasonable explanation, right? Is there no one who knows the inside story? I know a few things. An old Hu family practitioner walked out from the crowd and said, back then, it was my Hu family and the solar sect who controlled that girl together. My Hu family definitely didn't do anything. I just don't know if the solar sect did the same. Even at this time, you still don't forget to shift the blame. Xiaochen smiled coldly and drew his sword. With a pu sound, that person was cut in half at the waist. He swept out with his powerful spiritual sense and started to search the memories of a few old practitioners. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the reality that Suing was already missing. Although he was furious in his heart, he still let these hundreds of people go in the end. The elites of the Hu family had all escaped. These people who were kept in the dark were just scapegoats. He felt that there was no point in killing these people. The third son of the White Tiger Divine Emperor, Hu Ben, and the Solar Divine Son, Arito, were already on his must-kill list. These two people had to die no matter what. Back then, many of his fellow villagers were personally slaughtered by these two people. Xiaochen disappeared into thin air. This made many of the Hu family practitioners on the ruins feel like they just had a nightmare. After that, everyone quickly flew into the distant sky. With a flash of light, Xiaochen arrived at the important place of the solar sect 1,000 miles away. This was a golden heavenly palace. It was shining brightly and stood on the peak of the snowy mountain. It looked like it was cast in gold and emitted a divine light like the sun. The surrounding pure white snow was dyed with a layer of gold. Xiaochen had already lost his patience. After knowing that the pitiful girl was missing, his mood was very bad. Arriving in front of the golden solar heavenly palace, he directly waved his sword and slashed down. Rumble, the sword chi poured down like the Milky Way. It was dazzling and boundless. A huge crack spread out on the ground. Kacha! Kacha! The huge mountain was cut in half. The solar heavenly palace was also cut in half. In an instant, hundreds of people rushed out and surrounded Xiaochen. It's Xiaochen. When someone shouted this name, those holy knights all backed off. If you don't want to face a disaster, behave yourself. Xiaochen's words were very simple, but it was very threatening. I came here to find a girl called Suing. Also, hand over the solar divine son, Arito. Otherwise, the solar heavenly palace will be razed to the ground. Arrogant. Eh? Xiaochen looked forward and saw a young holy knight with long golden hair. He was holding his spear tightly and was full of hostility. Beside him, there were more than a dozen other similar young holy knights. I want to challenge you. The young holy knight's golden hair fluttered in the wind as he stepped out from the crowd. He looked very elegant and confident. You? Xiaochen looked at him calmly. This slightly hesitant you seem to have pricked the heroic golden-haired divine knight. He shouted, maybe you don't remember me, but I still remember you. Back then, I was ranked number 1 among the top 10 experts of the Holy Roman Empire. Among those of the same generation, you were ranked below me. Back then, Xiaochen recalled. He indeed remembered this person. This person's strength seemed to be above Samo. He had once fought against one of the top 10 young experts of the Great Shang Empire, Absolute Blade. That was the glory of the past. What about now? Xiaochen looked at him calmly. Now. I have reached the 9th celestial layer of the Paragon realm. The Golden Holy Knight shouted, if you take off the ancestral god battle armor, I won't lose to you. As you wish. With a flash of light, the underworld. Iron battle armor on Xiaochen's body disappeared. Of course, it didn't leave his body. If there was a half-step ancestor eyeing him from the dark, the battle armor would appear at the first moment. The Golden Holy Knight urged the beast he was riding on to launch an assault in the sky. The golden spear in his hand radiated in all directions as it spat out a blazing golden radiance. Chi! Chi! The golden rainbow broke through the sky with a sound like the ripping of brocade. At this moment, Xiaochen sheathed his sword. Facing the charging Holy Knight, he raised his palm and sent a palm strike forward. Bang! A huge heavenly monument appeared and sent the Holy Knight flying. The beast he was riding on was torn into pieces on the spot, and the Holy Knight spat out a mouthful of blood. He let out a loud roar and attacked again with the golden spear in hand. At the same time, the few young Holy Knights who were with him earlier also urged their beasts to attack. Xiaochen crossed 100 meters with a single step and rushed into their encirclement. He launched the 4 major techniques in succession. Bang! Bang! The shadow of the huge heavenly monument appeared one after another and sent all of these people flying. Each and every one of them had their bones broken and their tendons torn. The number 1 expert of the Roman Empire's younger generation was once ranked above Xiaochen. But now, he was almost smashed to pieces by a few big slaps. I don't have time to waste with you guys. The nether steel armor appeared on Xiaochen's body once again. The 27 swords transformed into streaks of auspicious colors. With just one attack from the Golden Sky Palace, nothing was left in this place. Even the huge mountain was chopped in half. Get into formation and surround him. Back then, during the calamity of the false gods, many sun god knights died. Most of the elites didn't fall. Especially those old knights who had existed since the ancient times. They already possessed the strength of Emperor Realm. However, most of the elites had already withdrawn in advance. Even if these people surrounded Xiaochen, it was basically impossible for them to pose any threat to him. However, the Holy Knights were still very unyielding. All of them were not afraid of death. Xiaochen killed more than 30 people in succession. After catching up to an old knight, he used his divine sense to search. He discovered that it was just like what the tiger family said, Suing was really missing. He let out a furious roar that shook the surroundings. That roar echoed unceasingly in the mountains. I don't want to kill the innocent. However, the divine son of the sun god Arito must die. As long as he is still in this world, he can forget about escaping from my pursuit. Xiaochen brandished his sword and chopped down more than 20 mountains in the surroundings. This startled the Holy Knights so much that their faces turned ashen. Xiaochen let those Holy Knights leave. He stood alone in the ruins of the Heavenly Sun Palace and quietly stayed there for a very long time. Now, he could already fight against half a martial ancestor. However, he still couldn't find his old friend and protect her. Suing, the talented girl from back then, had such a miserable life. Her fate was not supposed to be like this. Yet, she was dragged into this kind of suffering. Suing, the little tale of his youth. She followed behind him all day. However, her experience was very rough. When she was young, she cried when he didn't return. Then, she went through a lot of hardships and suffered all kinds of torture. Over the years, he had been held captive by someone else, becoming a prisoner. Xiaochen regretted that he couldn't protect her back then. There were always regrets in life. There were always some things that were hard to let go of, some memories that were hard to forget, and some people that were hard to forget and made people sad. Although Xiaochen only treated her as a younger sister, he still felt sorry for this girl in his memories. He wanted to capture Hu Ben and the divine son of the sun god Arito immediately. The cold wind howled, and the dark clouds churned. Heavy snowflakes drifted down, covering the mountains in a vast expanse of white. Xiaochen stood there quietly. Snowflakes covered his body, slowly turning him into a snowman. A few figures flew over from the distant sky. At the very front was a white-haired girl. She was very pretty, giving off an indescribable sense of innocence and emptiness. She was like the crystal in ice and snow, giving off an incomparably pure and fresh feeling. Her smile was so pure as if there were no worries. There was an indescribable charm to it, making people feel at peace with her. When Xiaochen saw that white-haired girl through the wind and snow, his expression immediately froze. Isn't that Suing? To save her, I destroyed the Tiger Castle and destroyed the Solar Divine Palace. However, I can't find her anywhere. Why am I here? Behind her were Qi'er, Xianxia, and the others, as well as Wu Zhanhun. Eh? Uncle, why are you daydreaming here by yourself? The white-haired young man was as pure as white paper. His smile was very bright. Xiaochen's beard was unkempt at the moment. He looked haggard and indeed looked like an uncle. He fixed his gaze on the white-haired young man who was full of misfortune in front of him. You don't recognize me? Uncle, you are so strange. This is the first time we meet. Behind him, Wu Zhanhun secretly transmitted his voice to Xiaochen. 150 years ago, I was the one who saved her. I erased her memories of the past filled with hardships. Today, I specially brought her here to meet you. Hearing these words, Xiaochen fixed his gaze on the white-haired girl again. That innocent smile made him feel an indescribable sourness in his heart. Yes, this is the first time we meet. When he said these words, he felt that his eyes actually became a little blurry. There were indistinct sparkles flickering in his eyes. He said to himself in his heart, that's right, you will never know who I am. Oh, but I feel that you are very familiar. The white-haired young man tilted his head and looked at him. Thinking about the past, Xiaochen felt very sad again. He knew that he would never see the original Suing again. The little tale of the past was gone forever. I didn't protect you well, Xiaochen said to himself in an inaudible voice that was almost choked with sobs. What's wrong with you? You feel so strange. The white-haired girl asked innocently. It's nothing, I am very happy to see you. Xiaochen forced himself to return to the state of an ancient well without any ripples. After that, he revealed a brilliant smile and said, I sincerely wish you happiness forever. Thank you. The white-haired girl revealed an innocent smile and said, I also wish you happiness forever. Goodbye, I hope that you and I can always remember today's happy smile. Xiaochen suddenly turned around and flew into the distance without looking back. Meeting again in the ice and snow. The brilliant smile, the short eternity, covered the hazy memories of the past. I wish you happiness forever. The white-haired girl waved her hand unceasingly. After that, she said with a slightly perplexed expression, such a strange feeling, Xiaochen disappeared in the vast expanse of white snow. A pleading voice resounded in Wu Zhanhun's heart, thank you, please take care of her, let her be happy forever. What is this? I am not the you from the past. I am only an independent martial soul, where are you going to go? Wu Zhanhun roared loudly. Where am I going to go? Xiaochen asked himself, and then answered himself. He would forcibly let go of the past and prepare to welcome the incomparably strict future. From now on, he wanted to become stronger. Even if he had regrets in his heart, as long as the flower of his wish had not withered, there would always be a gorgeous fragrance. His path was in front of him, he wanted to advance courageously and unswervingly. Where was the great desolate realm? How could he enter it? Since ancient times, not even the half-ancestor knew about it. It was a place only the ancestor gods knew. It was filled with endless secrets. Xiaochen had been thinking about this. When Keek's father passed away, he left a spiritual imprint saying that death was not the end and the battle had just begun. What did this mean, and the threat from the otherworldly ancestor gods? They were so powerful, so where was the so-called otherworldly realm? It was once suspected to be the great desolate realm, but it was refuted by some facts. The calamity that Sky Beyond Sky and the outsiders worried about was the attack from the otherworldly realm. When would they launch a large-scale attack? In this peaceful era, the undercurrents were already surging. The strong were all restless because they didn't know how fierce the storm in the future would be. Everyone wanted to increase their strength so that they would have more confidence. Xiaochen had let go of a lot of things in this trip to the West Earth. He had one less burden, but the regret in his heart was hard to describe. This was life. When you thought you had let go, you would feel a kind of bitterness. Xiaochen flew all the way. The mountains and rivers quickly passed by and the East Earth was in sight. Just at this time, he suddenly saw two familiar figures. They were Sky Beyond Sky and the outsider. Two seniors, we haven't recovered yet. The chubby outsider looked at him with a smile. We're just worried that you'll fight the old Azura and the others. It's fine if you just fight, but don't fight to the death. I didn't fight to the death with them. I still remember your words. Xiaochen looked at them doubtfully. They had clearly warned him many times in the Divine Village. Why did they purposely come to the human world now? We feel that it's better to tell you some things in case something unexpected happens. The three stood on top of the clouds and strolled on top of the cotton. Sky Beyond Sky said, Limu in the Divine Village found out that the Tiger Clan and the Solar God religion have defected to the Azura Clan and the Skeleton Clan. We're afraid that you'll fight the Azura half-ancestor and the Skeleton Sovereign King. I won't hurt the innocent. I just want to get rid of the Tiger Clan and the Solar God Sun Oritos. The outsider nodded with a smile and said, then we can be at ease. Heavens Beyond Heaven was usually sloppy and had the look of a delinquent. However, at this moment, he was very serious and said, you asked about us in the past. I can tell you now. Since you already possess the strength to contend against half-martial ancestors, you should know some secrets that only people of that level can understand. Although he seemed like a child, his eyes were as deep as the ocean. He had already lived for countless years. He stared at the clouds in a daze, and only after quite a while did he say, didn't you ask us about the 100 races in the past? I'll tell you right now that the 100 races are one with us. We come from the same source. The 100 races are one with us? Xiaochen's expression filled with confusion. The three of them strolled through the clouds. The wind was biting cold, causing their sleeves to flutter. There was also the brilliant rays of the setting sun in the distant sky. We are not a family in the symbolic sense. We are truly related by blood. What are you guys talking about? Xiaochen was a little dumbstruck. The 100 races and humans were related by blood. This was a little inconceivable. The battle race and the angel race were still understandable. After all, they looked very similar to humans. However, the demonic ape race, the scorpion race, and the winged dragon race all appeared in beast form. Saying that they were closely related by blood to humans was really a little shocking. Didn't you ask about the origin of the 100 races in the past? I'll tell you now. Heavens Beyond Heaven sat cross-legged on the clouds. He pointed with his right hand, and a pearl floated in the sky. It stopped the wind in the surroundings and immediately made this place peaceful. Then, he waved his hand, and a jade table appeared in front of him. It was filled with immortal fruits, and a few of them were especially eye-catching. Yin and yang energy circulated around them, and a sweet fragrance wafted in the air. Life is the greatest miracle in the world. Heavens Beyond Heaven spoke very seriously. The 100 races were really separated from us humans. They had the same miracle and potential as us. After that, Heavens Beyond Heaven and Beyond Heaven gave Xiaochen a good lesson. They unraveled this ancient mystery and told him a historical secret that could shock the world. The 100 races were actually a failed experiment. This conclusion made Xiaochen's mind buzz. Everything was so unbelievable, it felt like a dream. There was actually someone controlling the evolution of life. There was a mysterious giant hand controlling all of this. The strongest life form. They wanted to obtain the strongest life form. Beyond Heaven looked at the setting sun. Although the sun was at the same level as the clouds, it was still very glaring. However, it seemed like he didn't notice it at all. The otherworldly ancestor gods? Xiaochen hurriedly asked, is it the otherworldly ancestor gods that are controlling everything? All sorts of clues prove that it was indeed their doing. Heavens Beyond Heaven sighed and said, they were born in this world before us. They might be the most ancient primate life forms. They wanted to become stronger, so they used the life forms that evolved into primates as an experiment? After Xiaochen came into contact with the truth, he felt both angry and sorrowful. The facts have proven that it is indeed so. Beyond Heaven was very indifferent. He had also been angry in the past, but now, he had already calmed down. All of this was not something that a half-ancestor could detect. It was a secret discovered by the ancestor gods and the truth was restored after deducing. Back then, before Shenong fell, he had told all of this to a few half-ancestors. The demonic ape race, the scorpion race, the giant race, the angel race, and so on were all experimental products. They used humans as the mother and underwent modifications. The code of life could be inherited. From then on, many unusual races appeared in this world. And the mastermind behind all of this was secretly observing everything. They wanted to obtain the strongest life form. Everything was for their own sake. That was because they wanted to break through and make their entire race stronger. Countless years ago, an otherworldly ancestor god once said that we were only low-level beasts that they reared in captivity. Everything was for the sake of observation and experiment. Their race wanted to use this to break through the barrier. Under the same sky of civilization, there was a powerful race that first developed spiritual intelligence. In the end, they transcended worldly affairs. After that, they looked down on the boundless land and interfered with the evolution of the races that developed spiritual intelligence later on. They wanted to gain inspiration from this and speed up their own evolution. Although the races that developed spiritual intelligence later on were born in the same sky, they were like beasts reared in captivity. However, the entire livestock pen used the world as a cage, making it seem overly large. Observation, experiment, and strengthening oneself. These were the various reasons why the mastermind behind the scenes continuously pushed for the evolution and transformation of the various races. Everything is so inconceivable. The 100 races are one family with us. Someone is interfering with all of this. While Xiaochen was shocked, he also felt exceptionally furious. Using the world as a cage and rearing humans in this world, the primates under the sky of civilization were actually just the subjects of observation and experimentation. This truth is very cruel. Xiaochen clenched his fist tightly. What's even more cruel is that when we reach a certain scale, they will come out and destroy us. Then, they will leave behind a small portion of the flame seed and watch us struggle and evolve again. Among them will definitely be some half-ancestors, as half-ancestors are the foundation of the flame seed. It's fine if they just observe and experiment. Why is it like this? Xiaochen found it hard to calm down. That's because they want to firmly control us. They want everything to be under their control. They will never allow any power that could threaten them to be born. Our journey is to provide inspiration for their evolution. We are merely their experimental subjects. Beyond the Sky was as calm as an ancient well. He calmly narrated everything and said, they have really gained a lot from us. Every time we encounter a great destruction, we provide them with a brand new evolutionary path. In the ancient past, the martial realm, Qi realm, curse realm, and soul realm respectively corresponded to martial artists, Qi practitioners, spell masters, and soul cultivators. They have already observed and grasped all of these ancient evolutionary systems. Beyond the Sky was silent for a long time. Then, he said, I have to say, we humans are really creative. Every time we are destroyed, we will take a different path. In the past, we even created a completely different technological path. It was still very powerful, but it was also destroyed after being observed by them. That huge black hand is mercilessly controlling all of this. They are really too powerful. Beyond the Sky sighed helplessly and said, especially when it comes to ancestral god-level existences. They are even stricter in their control. They will never allow our side to have more than 10 ancestral god-level existences. Paying attention to the process of humans successfully advancing to ancestral god level was undoubtedly the greatest inspiration for them. Even they didn't dare to play with fire too much. While talking about this, the childlike Beyond the Sky gradually became a little depressed. He forcefully took a bite of the yin-yang fruit and said, the illusory half-ancestors were also their experimental subjects. They used the power of faith in the human heart to create a powerful life form. They used the illusory half-ancestors to control the human heart and absorb the power of faith to control the real life forms in the human world. However, in the end, the illusory life forms were inevitably abandoned and killed by them. In the end, only a small portion of the illusory life forms survived. Although they knew that the remaining illusory life forms were like parasites and blood-sucking worms that would only greedily absorb the power of the human heart, the ancestral gods could only tolerate them for the time being in order to fight against the otherworldly half-ancestors. However, they didn't expect that the strongest illusory life forms actually reconciled with the otherworldly ancestral gods and joined hands. Until now, Xiaochen still clearly remembered that during the false god tribulation, Han Jun and an otherworldly ancestral god attacked. Shenong fell, and Yellow Emperor Shenyuan appeared. He joined hands with the previous ancestral dragon and fought against Hong and that otherworldly ancestral god in outer space. At this point, an oppressive light shot out from Master Layman's eyes, and he said, perhaps, when the illusory and real are reversed, when yin and yang coexist, when the world is shaken, the mysterious and unfathomable mighty force that emanates is the only way to restrain that supreme ancient life form. This inference wasn't baseless. In the past, when the illusory and the real were reversed, the power of yin and yang shook the 9 prefectures and the 4 great realms. Even the otherworldly ancestral gods all retreated from these realms. In the end, only one otherworldly ancestral god stayed behind to attack. Drawing a prison, we are just beasts that are being reared in captivity. Haha. This is too absurd. While he was angry, he also felt that it was pitiful. All primordial life forms originated from the 9 prefectures, including the Black Hand. Later on, after they walked different paths, the 4 great realms were opened up. Beyond the Sky said unhurriedly, the martial realm, the Qi realm, the curse realm, and the soul realm, how glorious were they in the past. The 9 prefectures, the cradle of life, was incomparably splendid. 100 schools of thought contended for supremacy. But today, everything has changed. The pure martial artists of the martial realm are extinct. The ancient Qi practitioners of the Qi realm have turned into a cultivation system. The curse realm and the soul realm are no longer as prosperous as they were a long time ago. As for the 9 prefectures, it's even more needless to say. Xiaochen didn't feel good in his heart, but he listened quietly. You once asked about the 9 prefectures and the 4 great realms. I can only tell you some of the past events of ancestral god Shenong's generation. In the distant past, the human race was destroyed several times. I don't know about the situation. Beyond the Sky sighed and said, the ancestral gods on our side, at their strongest, were only humans with physical bodies. They couldn't reach the number 10. Although they resisted with all their might, they could only retreat to the martial realm, which is also the immortal realm. Although the other 3 worlds have many of our people, the ones at the very top of the pyramid are undoubtedly the otherworld elder gods. During the era of Xianxia, Nuwa, and Xianxia, the martial realm, which was later known as the world of Immortals, was the only place that didn't have any otherworldly ancestor gods descending to rule over. Fuxi, Nuwa, Yukashi, and Xianxia were the ancestral gods of this era. In the past, they had fought against the half-ancestor of the otherworld and the illusory life forms that the half-ancestor had just created. They had suffered heavy losses and several ancestral gods had perished. In the end, they had retreated to the martial world and gathered the power of all the ancestral gods to protect the martial world. Xiaochen felt very heavy after hearing all this. Fuxi, Xianxia, Nuwa, Shenong, and the others had really paid too much in the past. After remaining silent for a long time, Xiaochen thought of another question that had troubled him for many years. He had asked Sky Beyond Heaven and outsiders more than once. That was the death of a martial ancestor. This topic seemed to be very heavy. Even Sky Beyond Avalon, who didn't care about anything and was extremely optimistic, sighed repeatedly. That is a huge loss that is difficult to make up for. Sky Beyond Heaven let out a long sigh. The martial ancestor was a peerless expert who had reached the peak of the ninth celestial layer of ancestral god. He could be said to be unparalleled in the world. The power of a pure martial artist was really too strong. Even the ancestral gods of the otherworld were extremely afraid of him. However, that was also the beginning of a tragedy. This was a bloody past. The martial ancestor was plotted against. Several ancestral gods of the otherworld crossed over to the martial world and used underhanded methods to kill the martial ancestor. After paying the painful price of 2 ancestral gods' deaths, they killed the martial ancestor. At the same time, in order to thoroughly exterminate the martial cultivator lineage, they made the half-ancestor of the otherworld transform into chi refiners, spell masters, and soul cultivators to attack the martial cultivator lineage. As a result, a great chaotic war broke out in the martial world. They killed their way out of the martial world and into the 9 prefectures. They killed each other. The pure martial artists were exterminated and many half-ancestor of other systems also perished. That was an era of bloodshed. That was a period of darkness. That was a history of blood and tears that made people sigh and lament. There wasn't much to say. When the fog of history was uncovered, there was only the heaviness after the pain. This sad history was only known to the ancestral gods and a few half-ancestor gods. The practitioners of various systems that retreated to the martial world, the number of experts sharply decreased to the lowest point. Only one knows the warmth and coldness, the living licks their wounds alone. The martial world didn't live up to its name anymore. Several ancestral gods changed its name to the world of Immortals, meaning eternal life, peace, and harmony. They wanted to protect and create an ideal country. However, was there really a world of Immortals in the true sense? No, the world of Immortals was just a dream. Now, the ancestral gods that protected it were almost all dead. If there is a dream in the heart, there is still hope for everything. Regardless of the 9 prefectures or the 4 directions world, they will all become the world of Immortals sooner or later. Xianxia muttered to himself. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Outsiders said the word difficult 3 times in a row. In the past, the human race was destroyed several times. Several civilizations were destroyed and everything had to start from the beginning. Now, they were far from their former glory. How could they truly create a world of Immortals and harmony? Now, the ancestral gods are almost all dead. The ancestral gods of the otherworld are descending once again. Don't tell me we are going to be destroyed again? Perhaps. There might be variables. Sky Beyond Sky looked up at the blue dome of heaven as if he was looking at a mysterious place. He said, in the past, the 4 directions world and the 9 prefectures were already weak. However, when they were about to be destroyed, the Great Desolate Realm intervened and prevented another tragedy from happening. Great Desolate Realm? Xianxia was astonished. Don't ask me. I don't know what kind of world it is either. Sky Beyond Sky shook his head. There are many variables outside of the world. The outsider continued, let's not talk about the evil abyss in the ghost town. I think it might be a cradle of life that has already been destroyed. It is an unimaginable place. In history, there has been more than one ghost town. The 9 lanterns have accompanied the 9 cities, and the current ghost town is the 9th. Although Sky Beyond Sky and Sky Beyond Sky had truly entered the world of death, it was hard to say for sure. This was a variable. When the illusory and real reversed, the world of death released a yin and yang energy fluctuation through the Nepha's abyss that even the otherworldly ancestor gods felt uneasy. They had no choice but to retreat. Perhaps they could make use of it in the future. Perhaps it was just as Sky Beyond Sky and Sky Beyond Sky speculated. The world of death was a place filled with miracles like the 9 prefectures. It was a cradle of life that existed alongside the 9 prefectures. However, it had already been destroyed. On the other hand, the Great Desolate Realm was aloof and filled with boundless mysteries. Even the ancestor gods might only be able to get a glimpse of it. The sun had already set long ago. As the setting sun faded away, the twinkling stars shone on the layer of clouds. Xianxia mentioned the heavenly steel, the mysterious object that created him. At the same time, he mentioned the stone man that he believed to be the most tyrannical weapon in the world. The stone man was split into 9 parts and scattered all over the world. It was treated as a supreme treasure by several ancestor gods. If it was a weapon, it would definitely be the most tyrannical. Back then, when Xianxia blocked the otherworldly ancestor gods in the ancient god desert, it was clearly the power of the sword. In reality, Xianxia believed that it was the stone man's power. Its incomplete body sat quietly in Xiaoqian's body and created such a huge stone statue. Even though it cracked later on, it could still contend against a half-step ancestor god. One could easily imagine how terrifying a real stone man was. I've said it before, the human race has been destroyed several times in the past. The mastermind has destroyed many of our civilizations. Xianxia, Yuqiao, Fuxi, Shenong, and the Yellow Emperor are just characters from the most recent 1 or 2 civilizations. In the distant past, there is no need to be surprised about how many earth-shattering characters have appeared, and how many incomprehensible divine weapons have appeared. After all, the human race used to be glorious in the past, although they have already fallen. Sky beyond sky said. Raising his head to look at the dark blue sky, lowering his head to look at the boundless earth, it turns out that we are not the only masters, there are even more ancient and powerful life forms that were born before us. However, under the same sky of civilization, they treated us as the object of observation and experiment, overlooking our evolution process. In their eyes, we might only be low-level beasts. This shocking truth was very cruel. If it was spread out, it would definitely make everyone feel uneasy. The 3 of them talked for a long time on the cloud. In the end, sky beyond sky and man beyond man left. Xiaoqian lay on the white cloud and looked up at the brilliant starry sky. Even though he knew all these, he was powerless to change anything now, he still had to continue to train hard. However, he was looking forward to it. The future might be filled with dangers and challenges, but it would definitely be an era where experts would emerge in large numbers. The most dazzling sparks would definitely appear. The clash with the otherworldly ancestor gods was not far away. Where were those people, how powerful they were, everything would be revealed. And what was in the depths of the world of death would eventually surface. Perhaps, there was a power that could obliterate the otherworldly ancestor gods. The high and mighty great desolate realm would also reveal its mysterious veil along with the passing of time. The supreme experts inside could make the otherworldly ancestor gods retreat, it was enough to prove their unshakable position. Lying high in the sky, overlooking the world, such a cultivation was enough to be proud of in the past. However, under such a huge background, Xiaoqian felt that it was not enough. He needed to become even stronger. When the first ray of golden light shone from the east, he opened his eyes and strode in the sky, flying towards the north. At noon, Xiaoqian arrived at Yandu. He could see the soaring purple aura even from far away. That was the essence of the dragon veins rushing to the sky. There were hundreds of spiritual veins underground, it was even more suitable for training than the famous mountains and great rivers. Walking into the bustling ancient capital, there were all kinds of dazzling goods on both sides of the street. There were top-grade jades from the western region, exquisite silks from the south, and all kinds of antiques and porcelain. The street was crowded with people, it was incomparably lively. Pedestrians jostled each other, the stream of people flowed in an endless stream, the sound of people shouting and selling their wares lingered in the ears. Ancient imperial jade pendant, quickly come and see, quickly come and buy, the highest bidder will get it. Jiangnan's divine quality, auspicious light descending from the sky, only seen once in 100 years. All the shops were trying their best to tout their goods. Whether they were real or not was debatable. However, what made people speechless was that there was a butcher who was too high profile. Dragon meat. The meat of a wingless dragon. Come and buy some dragon meat. Walking and passing. Don't miss it. I say, bro, you're really dishonest. This is clearly donkey meat, why are you yelling about dragon meat? Brother, haven't you heard of it? There's dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground. A pair will be born every 2 days. Dragon meat is donkey meat, and donkey meat is dragon meat. Xiaoqian saw all this from the side and felt speechless. He continued to walk into the city. His target was the Xiaoyaohou residence. Seeing all sorts of goods on the streets and listening to the sounds of people calling out to buy and sell, he felt that everything was filled with the aura of life. Xiaochen came to search for Wu Ming. However, he did not see Wu Ming in the Xiaoyao Marquis' residence. Instead, he was told that Heavenly King Wu Ming was in the Forbidden City remnant. The original Forbidden City had long been in ruins, buried underground for countless years. The later generations did not rebuild it, but creatively developed a famous garden on the ground. Not only did it have the atmosphere of the northern gardens, but it also absorbed the elegance of the Jiangnan gardens. It collected all sorts of precious flowers and trees, as well as all sorts of precious stones. It even drew the water from the divine spring to form a spirit lake. This place had already become the #1 scenic spot in Yan capital. Everyone who entered Yan capital would come here to take a look. What a great place! Xiaochen sighed. This place was worthy of being the #1 scenic spot in Yan capital. Even in winter, it was lush and green. People like him, who had the heaven's eye, could naturally see the reason. The entire garden was filled with purple energy, and it was completely nourished by the 100-vein ancestral roots. The flowers and trees here were verdant and verdant. Even though they were all ordinary flowers, they were already tainted with a bit of immortal energy. Those pure white lotus flowers were faintly flickering, those dazzling peonies were blooming incomparably fervently, multicolored light lingering about. There were also those wondrous trees that were even more green and shining. Of course, those colors were not something that ordinary people could see. They could only see the beautiful flowers and trees. As soon as he entered the garden, Xiaochen met a familiar person. He immediately smiled. Although Zhuge Fadi's hair was as white as snow, his complexion was rosy, and he was full of vigor. After so many years, this guy still looked very healthy. It must be said that he was a person who knew how to enjoy life. With a cat in his left hand and a dog in his right, a group of followers followed behind him. In addition, there were also 2 beauties closely following him. He looked like a typical spoiled brat going on an outing. Damn Fatty, you really know how to enjoy life. After so many years, it is really hard to change one's nature. The moment he saw Xiaochen clearly, Zhuge Fadi was startled at first, then he was overjoyed. He said with a smile, "Life is short, we should enjoy life while we can. Brother, I am really happy to see you. Why did you come to the 9 provinces from the world of immortals?" "Hee, brother, I may not be able to cultivate, but I do have a knack for business. More than a decade ago, I partnered with someone to buy 30% of this garden. This place is a cornucopia. After more than a decade, I've earned back all my capital and interest." This guy was immensely pleased with himself. He moved his business from the world of immortals to Yan capital. He did have some skill. "Who's your partner?" Hearing this question, Zhuge Fadi laughed dryly and said, "I was just about to ask you for leniency." What's going on?" "My partner is Toady. How about asking your brother, Third Stutterer, to let him go? I heard that Third Stutterer, who had disappeared for 150 years, has reappeared in the world. Toady is very anxious about this and feels very pressured." "The Toady who was sold to the black coal mine by Crisis, the cheap father of the sun divine god?" "That's right, that's him. This guy's life is really tough. After escaping from the black coal mine, he was sold by Crisis again. Who would have thought that he would be able to make a name for himself again? He can be considered as a weirdo. Alright, I will inform Crisis." Zhuge Fadi, whose hair was as white as snow, was overjoyed when he heard this. He patted the butt of the beauty beside him and said, "Go, decorate the #1 flower viewing platform in the sky. I want to invite the most distinguished guest." At the same time, Zhuge Fadi instructed the followers at the side to invite Toady. The fatty no longer played with the cat and dog, he accompanied Xiaochen to tour around the garden. Then, they walked towards the flower viewing terrace. The so-called flower viewing terrace was a pavilion built on a higher ground. It allowed one to overlook the beautiful scenery in the surroundings. Drinking wine in such a place had a different kind of atmosphere. However, after they arrived, something unexpected happened. A youth with a heroic air reached the Sky 1 flower viewing platform before them. "Young master, please wait a moment. This flower viewing terrace has already been reserved." The young and beautiful flower girl stopped him with a smile on her face. The young man immediately frowned in displeasure and said, "The person who reserved it hasn't arrived yet. Tell them that this young master has reserved this place. I want to invite the distinguished guest here. Tell them to look for another flower viewing terrace." "Young master, please forgive us. This place really has been reserved in advance." The flower girl said softly, "Please look for another flower viewing terrace. Didn't you hear what this young master said? Tell them to look for another one." The young master's expression immediately became stern. "Do you know who my young master is? Why aren't you arranging it quickly?" An old man who looked like a steward flew onto the flower viewing terrace and shouted at the young maid. The flower girl was scared to the point of being a yes man. The young master glanced at the old man, and the old man immediately withdrew. And just at this time a few young men and women flew over from the distant sky and stepped onto the flower viewing terrace. "Wu Xiaoshi, your yandu is really not bad. Especially this garden, it is very special. Enjoying the flowers and drinking wine here is very artistic. It would be even better if there were a few snowflakes falling from the sky," a red-haired young man said. Wu Xiaoshi smiled and said, "You are the eldest grandson of War King Ma Bao. You can call the wind and summon the rain. How about you summon the snow?" A purple-clothed girl with a charming and confident disposition said, "The scenery here is very beautiful. I really want to buy it and stay here for a long time." "Wu Xiaoshi, can you help me do that? What's so difficult about that? If the people of Yandu knew that the princess of the Scorpio race will stay here for a long time, they would be more than happy to welcome you." Wu Xiaoshi had a smile on his face. At the side, a green-haired girl had a cold and arrogant expression. She said, "I am not interested in this garden. Instead, I want to enter the earth spirit root of Yandu to cultivate." Wu Xiaoshi laughed loudly and said, as expected of the granddaughter of the Xianxia heavenly king, "You are training so hard. Don't tell me you want to be like your grandfather and look down on your peers?" At the side, a male Azura also laughed and said, "Back then, the Xianxia heavenly king was almost undefeatable among his peers. You are indeed a proud daughter of heaven." "Humph, didn't he still get killed by Xiaochen?" The cold-looking girl stared at the young Azura and said, "Didn't your grandfather, the Azura heavenly king, also die in Xiaochen's hands? Sooner or later, I will personally chop off Xiaochen's head." The Azura man said coldly. Ma Bao's eldest grandson also smiled coldly and said, "Who does Xiaochen think he is? He is just a little older than us. In a few decades, I will definitely kill him and take revenge for my great-uncle, the War King Jingpu." Wu Xiaoshi smiled and said, "Well said. Sooner or later, I will make him crawl under my feet." The girl from the heavenly scorpion race smiled and said, "You all only dare to boast here. When Xiaochen really comes, I think all of you will have to shrink your heads. Our seniors all lost to him. Even the previous king of our race was personally killed by him." Wu Xiaoshi smiled coldly and said, "Humph, so what if he is here? I dare to say the same thing. In a few decades, it will be hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker." Below the Tianzi No. 1 flower viewing platform, Xiaochen touched his chin and muttered to himself, "Am I that hateful?" The white-haired fatty Zhuge said, "These people are all outstanding youths in recent years. They are the strongest of their generation. There is the son of the heavenly king Wu Ming, the eldest grandson of the war king Ma Bao, and the granddaughter of the Xianxia heavenly king. We have reserved this place in advance." Xiaochen shouted at the people on the flower viewing platform. "You all should look for another place. This place has already been reserved by our young master." An old man who looked like a housekeeper walked over with a frown. As for the people on the flower viewing platform, they looked down in disdain and did not care about him at all. The fatty Zhuge wanted to say something, but Xiaochen stopped him and said, "Forget it. If I bicker with a few juniors, people will say that I am bullying them. Do you know what you are saying?" The old housekeeper reprimanded Xiaochen in a cold voice with a sullen expression. Xiaochen ignored him and turned around to walk to another flower viewing platform. "Did you not hear what I said to you?" The old housekeeper's expression turned gloomy and revealed a murderous intent. However, Xiaochen treated him like air. He got the fatty Zhuge to lead the way and left this place. The old housekeeper revealed a murderous intent in his eyes and sent out a finger wind, aiming for Xiaochen's back. However, he did not expect that Xiaochen did not even turn his head. He just waved his sleeves and a strong wind blew, knocking him into the flower viewing platform behind him. The flower viewing platform was made of hard diamond. However, a human-shaped hole appeared in it. One could imagine how terrifying that force was. "Young master, save me." The old housekeeper's weak voice came out. As for the young talents on the Sky Series' first flower viewing platform, they had already noticed what was happening below. Their expressions changed at this moment. "Who are you? Stop right there!" Wu Xiaoshi shouted. However, just at this moment, a scene that made Wu Xiaoshi and the others dumbfounded appeared. The legendary Heavenly King Wu Ming, who was unrivaled among the Heavenly Kings, flew over like a golden rainbow. He landed in front of that person and performed a cupped fist salute with an incomparably radiant smile on his face. "Wu Xiaoshi, isn't that your father? He seems to be very respectful to that person," the eldest grandson of the war monarch Ma Bao said as he pulled on Wu Xiaoshi's sleeves. "Who is that person? Even father seems to be afraid of him." The Xianxia Heavenly King's granddaughter also revealed a doubtful expression. Wu Xiaoshi shook his head, indicating that he did not know that person. Wu Ming cursed in his heart, but he maintained a radiant smile on his face. He said, "I did not know that Brother Xiao had come to the Yan capital. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Under his accompaniment, Xiao Chen and the others ascended the Sky Series' first flower viewing platform. Wu Xiaoshi and the others greeted Wu Ming. "This is my son," Wu Ming introduced Wu Ming to Xiao Chen. Then, he turned his head around and said, "Xiaoshi, why are you not coming over to greet your uncle Xiao Chen?" "Greet me?" Wu Xiaoshi was just about to greet Xiao Chen. However, when he heard the word Xiao Chen, he felt like a dead mouse was stuck in his throat. He immediately choked, and his face turned red. He felt extremely uncomfortable. "Evil creature, why are you still not greeting your uncle Xiao Chen?" Wu Ming immediately glared. Wu Xiaoshi was tongue-tied, nearly suffocating to death. Not only did Wu Xiaoshi feel extremely uncomfortable, but the faces of the men and women behind him also turned purple. They felt so uncomfortable that they wanted to roar. To hell with this uncle. Wu Xiaoshi really wanted to draw his saber and fight. However, under Wu Ming's sharp gaze, Wu Xiaoshi still braced himself and bowed. He said in a low voice, "Greetings, Uncle Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "What a pretty good child. Your talent is extraordinary. You may dispense with the formalities." Wu Xiaoshi really wanted to find a hole to hide in. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it. He looks like he is only a few years older than me, but I actually bowed to him and called him uncle." The young men and women behind Wu Xiaoshi also felt extremely uncomfortable. They wanted to leave, but they were unwilling. If they did not leave, they would feel depressed. Wu Ming smiled and said, "You guys should address him as Senior Xiao as well. This damn Senior Xiao Chen." The young men and women were all furious. They remained silent and stood at the side, unwilling to come over. "Haha. Never mind." Xiao Chen waved his hand magnanimously and said, "There is no need to be so polite." Wu Xiaoshi felt like vomiting blood. He had just bowed to Xiao Chen. Wu Ming smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, you must be here for that matter as well?" "Huh?" Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression and asked, "What matter?" "Naturally, it is about the Martial Ancestor Sutra." "Martial Ancestor?" Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He exclaimed, "You mean Martial Ancestor?" If it were someone else, Xiao Chen would not lose his composure. However, when Wu Ming mentioned a peak ninth heaven ancestor god realm Martial Ancestor, Xiao Chen could not help but change his expression. Xiao Chen had just learned the truth from heaven outside heaven and the outsiders. Now that he suddenly heard about the Martial Ancestor Sutra, he was extremely sensitive. Don't tell me there are two martial progenitors? Back then, he dominated the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world. He was said to be a peerless expert. Rumor has it that he once killed 3 otherworldly ancestor gods by himself. He is one of the few heaven-defying characters in history. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he raised his head and drank a cup of wine. He did not believe that Xiao Chen did not know about the martial progenitor. There must be more to it than meets the eye. Could it be that the Martial Progenitor Sutra appeared in Yandu? Xiaochen looked at Wu Ming doubtfully. If there really was such a sutra, this scheming guy would not tell him about it. Of course, it is. Absolutely true. Wu Ming gave a definite answer. This was definitely a major event. The appearance of the Martial Progenitor Sutra would definitely cause a huge commotion. This was a sutra left behind by an outstanding ancestor god. Its value was immeasurable. Doesn't that mean that Yandu will become a place where the wind and clouds gather? Of course. Wu Ming smiled and said, many cultivators have already entered the ancient capital. These are my son's friends. They also want to try their luck. As he spoke, he pointed at Wu Xiaoshi and the others. Oh, you don't seem to be afraid of the news leaking out. Aren't you afraid of attracting strong competitors? Xiaochen poured himself a cup and looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming seemed to be very depressed. He drank the wine in his cup and said, I am not fated to learn the Martial Progenitor Sutra. Why is that? Wu Ming seemed to be unwilling to accept the reason. He said, to be honest, I really have the urge to curse. I was looked down on by the Martial Progenitor Sutra, or rather, ridiculed. Xiaochen was startled. He said, wait, did you say that the Martial Progenitor Sutra is a living creature? That's right. It is a living creature with a consciousness. It is hazy, like a beam of green light. Wu Ming squeezed the cup in his hand and said, it actually mocked me, saying that my talent is ordinary and I am not qualified to learn the Martial Progenitor Sutra. Wu Ming was one of the strongest among the heavenly kings. He was rated as one of the 3 to 5 most outstanding cultivators in the past 500 years. However, he was looked down on by a sutra. The evaluation he gave me was that my aptitude is only seen once in 500 years, which is far from his requirements. Upon saying this, even Wu Ming could not help but feel the urge to curse when faced with the temptation of the peerless treasure, the Martial Progenitor True Scriptures. Even a talent that could only be seen once every 500 years was eliminated. How many people in the past could meet the requirements? He felt that this was deliberately making things difficult. After Xiaochen heard this, he laughed without any sympathy. At the side, Wu Xiaoshi and the others were gnashing their teeth in anger. This was just too arrogant. He was actually taking joy in others' misfortune. It really made them want to attack. Wu Ming remained calm and said, you won't be chosen either. The Martial Progenitor's True Scriptures once said that if I'm a pure martial artist, I can reluctantly pass on the true meaning to me. Since you're cultivating a divine ability, you're obviously not a pure martial artist. Of course, there's no fate between you and me. Xiaochen laughed loudly, not because he rejoiced in Wu Ming's misfortune but because he now knew what the martial ancestor's true scripture was. Back then, Xiaochen was in an even more miserable state than Wu Ming. He had been ruthlessly looked down on and dealt a blow. His physique, which only appeared once every 20 years, was evaluated as terrible. That's right, the so-called martial ancestor's true scripture was definitely that martialist mark. However, Xiaochen was no longer the same as before. His potential was limitless. If he reunited with the martialist mark now, he would definitely not receive the same evaluation as before. The Nirvana realm was a watershed. After crossing this threshold, everything would change greatly. After crossing the threshold of the Nirvana realm, those with outstanding talent and those with ordinary talent might become even more extraordinary or even more mediocre. However, there were exceptions to everything. There were also those with ordinary performance in the past. After experiencing the Nirvana realm, their true potential might surface. It would be like being reborn from the flames. From then on, they would shine brightly and have limitless potential. That would prove that their true potential had been buried in the past. As for those with extraordinary performance in the past, after undergoing the Nirvana realm, they would lose their luster and fade into the crowd. That would prove that their past glory was just a waste of their potential. There were too many examples of the weak rising to the top. It was unknown how many of the so-called top 10 experts of the Shang Empire and the Roman Empire were left. Almost all of them had faded into the crowd. And Chu Xingquang, who was not among the top 10 experts back then, had grasped the Destiny Twin divine ability. After experiencing the Nirvana realm, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Other than the Absolute Blade and a few others, he had already left the top 10 experts far behind him. Naturally, Xiaochen was also a very obvious example. In the past, he was evaluated as a talent that only appeared once in 20 years. After undergoing the Nirvana realm, his true potential slowly surfaced. And there were many stronger examples. Compared to the Golden Lion King, Zhao Chongyang, and the others, they definitely advanced rapidly. In the end, they were enveloped by the halo of absolute talent. The martial ancestors' true scripture, it actually came out on its own. I wonder who will be able to obtain it this time. Xiaochen muttered to himself. It was very obvious that the martial soul should be the inheritor of the true scripture in name. This time, he did not know who would be chosen. That sentient azure light was hiding in the ancestral root of the Yen capital. It released the news, attracting practitioners from all over to come here to choose the inheritor. Without a doubt, it would lead to a huge storm. This flower viewing platform was worthy of being called the #1 pavilion. The beautiful scenery of the garden was panoramic. The waterfall and flowing spring in the garden adorned the flowers, trees, and pavilions. It made this beautiful scenery even more lively. The long bridge was like a soaring white jade dragon, adding a kind of charm to the scenery. In this cold winter, the pavilions were verdant and lush. Hundreds of flowers competed with each other, and the spiritual spring was gurgling. It was exceptionally beautiful. As a result, it attracted a lot of tourists. It was truly one of the world's best scenic spots. Brother Xiao, if there's anything you need from me, just tell me. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I will not even frown. Wu Ming looked like he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. His words were very sincere. Whether it was from the bottom of his heart or not, who knew? Xiaochen immediately smiled and personally poured a cup of fine wine for him. He said, "You know that I don't visit you for no reason. I do indeed have something to ask of you. I want your weapon refining sect to help me repair a few divine weapons." "Oh, what kind of divine weapons are they?" "I think the treasures that Brother Xiao values must be extraordinary." Clang, a light flashed, and Xiaochen placed the 3 swords on the jade table. He said, "It's these broken swords." Wu Ming immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. How could he not recognize the swords in front of him? This was a terrifying divine weapon that could pierce through the immortal heavenly divine bell. Back then, he had suffered greatly because of it. Now, it was actually broken. It was truly inconceivable. The expressions of Wu Xiaoshi and the others changed as well. Although they had not personally seen it before, they had heard too many rumors about it. It's hard to imagine how they were damaged. I think even a half-step martial ancestor would not have the strength to destroy them. Wu Ming frowned and said, "It's not that I am not willing to help. It's just that this kind of divine weapon is too heaven-defying. It exceeds the limits of my weapon refining sect. I'm afraid there is no hope of repairing it. I would like to borrow your weapon refining sect's manual to take a look. Is that possible?" Xiaochen raised this request and added, "I will not look at your cultivation methods. I will only look at the refining manual. Don't worry, I will not look at it for nothing." Wu Ming's expression was somewhat unsightly. "I am serious. I really want to take a look." Speaking until here, although Xiaochen appeared to be very calm, he naturally revealed an aura. This was a formless aura. It immediately made Wu Xiaoshi and the other young men feel a strong pressure. They could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. "All right, I will report to the elder." Wu Ming cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to agree first. Just at this time, Torty, who had not been seen for many years, went up to the flower viewing platform. This guy did not change much. His long golden hair was glistening. He reeked of alcohol. He greeted Xiaochen nervously at first, then he said with a slurred tongue, "Just now. I accompanied an esteemed guest to drink a few more cups. I was late, I accept the punishment." After saying that, he punished himself by drinking 3 cups. It was very obvious that this guy was drunk. After drinking 3 cups of wine, he immediately grabbed Xiaochen's hand and did not let go. He said with a lisp, "Brother, do you think it is easy for me? I was sold several times by Crisis. Now, this stutterer has appeared again. I #it %." Don't worry, I will let him know this time. He won't make things difficult for you. Xiaochen smiled and said, actually, the two of you are quite similar. Both have a pair of peach blossom eyes. Both are so charming like jade. He really did not know how to describe these two guys. In the end, he only evaluated them as romantic characters. When Torty heard this, it was as if he had met a bosom friend. He drunkenly confided in Xiaochen, I have a big wish. That is, to sell the stutterer a few times. Didn't I tell others that he was 13 seconds back then? But it was not me who said it first. It was Oxman who spread it. I heard it was the truth. You blabbermouth. Zhuge Fatty patted his shoulder and said, the stutterer is very vengeful. Pay more attention in the future. Snowflakes suddenly floated down from the sky. They landed on the lush green garden, creating a kind of artistic conception. And at this time, the banquet had already ended. Xiaochen and Wu Ming tore through the space and entered the world of cultivation. Xiaochen wanted to repair his sword as soon as possible. Whether he could form a sword formation or not was related to his future combat power. In the cultivation world, there were many immortal mountains and spirit veins. There were beautiful mountains everywhere. After flying for tens of thousands of li, Xiaochen finally arrived at the crafting sect. The enormous divine mountain was majestic and elegant. Spiritual energy was vast and mighty. Immortal cranes danced in the air on top of the mountain, and the grass was covered in jade. It was like an otherworldly pure land. When Wu Ming entered the mountain gates, there was immediately a celestial child who came to welcome him. It seemed that Wu Ming's position in the weapon refining sect was very high. Xiaochen was carried by a crane to a palace in the middle of a bamboo forest to wait for news. When the elders of the weapon refining sect received Wu Ming's report and carefully examined the broken swords, they all revealed shocked expressions. They were weapon refining grand masters, so naturally, battle swords were like thunder to their ears. It is said that there are a total of 49 of these swords. When they are gathered together, they possess a heaven-defying power. If they were to fall into the hands of our crafting school, Wu Ming hurriedly reminded, Elder, our sect currently does not have a half-martial ancestor, and our opponent is someone who can contend against half-martial ancestors. We should think of a way to get rid of him. Xiaochen was invited to the palace at the summit of the Divine Mountain. For earth-penetrating realm elders received him. This battle sword was forged in defiance of the heavens. It is probably impossible to repair it. Is there really no hope at all? Xiaochen did not want to give up. Even if we forcefully repair it, the sword formation in the sword will be reduced to nothing. The battle sword will be reduced to an ordinary divine weapon. This explanation was the same as what Sky Beyond Heaven and the others guessed. Is there really no way to reverse this hopeless situation? Since we were able to refine it back then, why can't we repair it? That is because the person who forged this battle sword is at least an ancestor god. How can we repair such a divine item? Unless an ancestor god does it himself. Xiaochen was close to despair. The conditions were too harsh, he was helpless. Hey, this is an innate sword. It is not forged by humans. An elder suddenly exclaimed, his expression changing again and again. What are you saying? Xiaochen stared unblinkingly at the elder of the weapon refining sect who was holding the broken sword and examining it. Oh, nothing. That elder had the air of an immortal. At this moment, he was as calm as an ancient well. He placed the broken sword on the tea table. Xiaochen immediately smiled. It would be strange if there was an accident. If it was really sentenced to death, then there would be no hope for the perfect sword formation to reappear in the world. Senior, I hope you will not hide it. Please tell me. I just suddenly feel that this battle sword is innate and not forged by humans. Only then does it match the legend. The elder's expression was calm as he said, the Diyen number is 50, and it uses 49 to represent all things in the world. As for the one that is not used, it represents a variable in the world. This saying is said to be related to the battle sword. Since there is a one that is born from the heavens, then this battle sword is definitely not made by humans. Therefore, it is even more impossible to repair it. Alright then. Goodbye. Xiaochen stood up and turned to leave. Wu Ming stood up to send him off. There is no need. I will return to the 9 prefectures now. Many thanks for this. There is no need to thank us. We were not of much help. We are really ashamed. Wu Ming sent Xiaochen off. Xiaochen directly tore through space and left. When Wu Ming re-entered the palace, he found that those elders were very excited. Unexpectedly, there really is such a thing in this world. Seeing how the elders lost their composure, Wu Ming knew that these people must have made a major discovery at the last moment. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Be careful. That guy might have some suspicions. Even if the elders have made some discoveries, don't reveal your emotions right now. I am afraid that he will return." The 4 elders hurriedly returned to their normal state. They began to communicate secretly with each other. Wu Ming asked anxiously, "What kind of shocking discovery did the elders make?" "We've discovered a huge secret." "What secret?" Wu Ming felt that his breathing was a little hurried. "Eternal light." "What?" Wu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to ask, "Could it be the eternal light recorded on the last page of our sect's supreme scripture? Isn't that just a speculation? It is only a theoretical thing. Does it really exist in the world?" "Of course. The broken swords just now have already proved it." The elder who spoke was very excited. He secretly transmitted his voice, "Now, I finally understand why the swords are so mystical. They are sharp weapons that can kill ancestor gods. It turns out that they actually have a world-shaking origin. They are definitely forged from the eternal light." "The eternal light? How can such a thing exist?" Wu Ming didn't dare to believe it. He muttered to himself in extreme shock, "Doesn't that mean that a group of ancestor gods fell in the same place? We must find the eternal light. Read all the history books of the 9 provinces and the 4 realms. We will definitely be able to deduce where the eternal light is buried." Just as Wu Ming expected, Xiaochen left and returned. He secretly saw that the few people in the palace had calm expressions and didn't have any abnormal reactions. However, he didn't leave just like that. Instead, he hid on this sacred mountain. He knew that the elder must have some secrets that he didn't tell him. 3 days later, Xiaochen found an opportunity to sneak into the place where the elder was in closed-door cultivation. He discovered that the elder was burying his head in all sorts of books. Among them, there were many jade books and stone tablets. Some of the words did not belong to this era at all. They were very similar to the words of the heavenly books of the destroyed eras described by the heaven beyond heaven and the beyond man. This old thing indeed discovered something. Xiaochen suddenly made a move. He used the 27 swords to isolate this area and silently sealed the elder's closed-door cultivation place. After that, Xiaochen walked in. The underworld iron battle suit on him flickered with a cold and eerie light. How did you get in?" Seeing Xiaochen barge into his residence, the weapon-refining sect elder's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something bad had happened. "During the great calamity of the false god realm, I once killed a half-step martial ancestor and sent off many experts. Now, my hands are stained with blood. Today, I don't mind having another immortal monarch." Xiaochen walked into the residence step by step. His face was sharp and resolute. His black hair moved without any wind, the underworld iron battle suit flickered with a dark light, and the broken sword in his hand flickered with a scarlet light, giving the elder a strong sense of pressure. It was a direct and simple intimidation, and it was very intimidating. Now, Xiaochen's name had already spread throughout the 9 provinces and the 4 great realms. 200 years ago, he sent off an illusory half-step martial ancestor. 150 years ago, he fought with the Xianxia half-step martial ancestor and the others in the Forbidden Sea. Not long ago, he severely injured the Azura half-step martial ancestor and the skeleton sovereign king in Western Earth, forcing them to retreat. It could be said that Xiaochen's ferocity spread throughout the 9 provinces. "What do you want?" In this world, there was no one who did not fear death. It was just that some people were strong and some were weak. I am actually a very easygoing person. If others did not force me, I would never kill. However, it is different today. The sword is too important to me." Xiaochen stared at the elder and said, "Tell me the secret you discovered. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless and letting your blood splatter everywhere." I don't understand what you are saying. I am really powerless to repair the sword. The elder of the weapon refining sect slowly calmed down. Very well. Since you are not speaking, I will kill you and extract your memories from your soul. Xiaochen spoke very mercilessly. This elder was undoubtedly a very strong person. However, under such circumstances, his expression still changed. His face turned ashen. His expression changed again and again as he said, very well, I will speak. Don't think of lying to me. I will verify it with the other elders. If there is any deviation, don't blame me for being impolite. Your weapon refining sect might be very strong and have countless battle formations, but if I want to sneak attack someone, it is still very easy. Xiaochen's expression turned grave and stern. Very well. I will speak the truth. We discovered the eternal light. The sword was made from it. The elder helplessly told the truth. What is the eternal light? Xiaochen had never heard of it before. He revealed a doubtful expression. That is the supreme treasure of our weapon refining sect. The last page recorded something. It is a kind of divine light deduced by the founder of our weapon refining sect. It is a theoretical thing. Only some of the most ancient sects have deductions and records about this thing. I want to see the last page of your supreme treasure. Xiaochen directly made this request. When Xiaochen opened the copy of the treasure, he flipped to the last page and read it seriously. He revealed an extremely shocked expression on the spot. Not to mention the various unimaginable abilities and miraculous effects of the eternal light, just the way it was formed was too shocking. It required at least 10 ancestor gods to fall at the same place. Their souls would not be extinguished and their consciousness would disperse. The divine light formed from the burning of the pure souls of the ancestor gods would never be extinguished. It was known as the eternal light. In this world, is there such a place? More than 10 ancestor gods are buried together? Xiaochen was really shocked. More than 10 ancestor gods had fallen at the same place. Their consciousnesses scattered, but their souls were not destroyed. Their consciousnesses gathered together and burned to form a divine light that could never be extinguished. It was known as the eternal light. The last page of the weapon refining sect's supreme canon recorded the speculated eternal light, which gave Xiaochen an incomparable shock. All of this was too inconceivable, and it felt so unreal. It was simply inconceivable. The requirements for the formation of the eternal light were unimaginable. How many ancestor gods were there in the world? Even counting the ones that had fallen, it was possible to count them. To form the eternal light, more than 10 ancestor gods had to be buried in the same place. This was too shocking. These were not half-step martial ancestors, where one could find dozens of them, nor were they ordinary cultivators, where one could easily find them. These were the legendary ancestor gods. From the start to the end of a civilization, there would never be more than 10 ancestor gods. Furthermore, the requirements for the formation of the eternal light were so harsh. It required more than 2 ancestor gods from the same civilization to be buried in the same place. However, this was also somewhat inconceivable. Ancestor gods could not die a normal death. Their lifespans were endless, they could only die in battle. After all, when an ancestor god died, it was difficult to preserve their corpse and soul. The instant they died, it meant the destruction of their body and soul. Otherwise, their enemies would not be at ease. Good. The weapon refining sect is indeed one of the most ancient sections. You even know about the eternal light. Xiaochen paced around the cave twice before sitting on a stone chair. He said, continue to look through the books. You must find the place where the eternal light can appear. The weapon refining sect elder's expression immediately changed. He said, You want to put me under house arrest and make me serve you? Before I came in, weren't you looking through the books as well? Xiaochen appeared easygoing. He said, I am not making things difficult for you. I just want to repair the sword and hitch a ride. If you can find the eternal light, you should understand how much benefit your weapon refining sect will receive. The cave was filled with books. They were all records of the 9 provinces and the surrounding realms. There were many jade books and stone inscriptions. Many of them were ancient items from the previous civilizations. The elder of the crafting school had no choice but to accept this reality. He began to rummage through the area, trying to figure out where the 10 or more elder gods were buried. At the same time, the other caves were also very busy. The elders of the crafting sect and Wu Ming were all seriously reading the ancient books. On the contrary, Xianxia was very relaxed. He put away the 27 swords and clearly told that elder that no one would be able to stop him here. Then, he hit on the weapon refining sect's deity mountain and waited for the result. 5 or 6 days passed like this, and the few of them were still immersed in the investigation. Xianxia entered the herb garden of the weapon refining sect and picked some spirit fruits. After that, he divinized some invisible acupoints and sat down cross-legged, cultivating quietly. Only on the 9th day did the few elders gather together. Xianxia also woke up at this time. He hid in the dark and quietly listened to their results. More than 10 ancestral gods were buried in the same place. Even after searching the 9 states and the 4 corners of the world, it is still very difficult to pinpoint the exact location. However, there are a few areas that are important and are very likely to be the place we are looking for. That's right, I searched through all kinds of ancient books, but I didn't find a clear location. There are only a few areas that might contain the eternal light. The few elders were discussing. Wu Ming was also at the side. I feel that the dragon's sacred mountain is a very suspicious place. That place is filled with mysteries, even the dragons themselves might not be able to understand it. I think that countless years ago, that place might be the resting place of more than 10 ancestral gods. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many strange phenomena. Hearing an elder speculated like this, Wu Ming immediately nodded his head and said, I agree, I also suspect that place. That makes sense, the Dragon Island has hidden too many secrets since ancient times, that place is definitely strange. Another elder also nodded his head in agreement. At the same time, he voiced out his own speculation and said, other than that, I feel that the Devil's Plane in the world of Immortals is also an important place. That place is always shrouded in layers of mystery. In my previous life, Laozi turned into meat paste on the Devil's Plane. It took me 800 years to reform my soul. At the same time, the Buddha was nailed to death on the Devil's Plane. He died of blood exhaustion. He was only able to reincarnate after 1,000 years. From this, one can well imagine how evil that place is. The Devil's Plane is indeed suspicious. Everyone present nodded their heads one after another. At this moment, 6 elders gathered in the palace. All of them had their own opinions. At this time, a middle-aged elder who looked rather calm spoke, just now, all of you were talking about other worlds, how could you forget about an important place in our world of cultivation? How could we forget, we are only listing them one by one. You were talking about Sky Burial Valley, right? Yes, that's the place. The middle-aged elder nodded his head and said, I feel that Sky Burial Valley is the most important place. It has been suppressed by the heavenly steel for countless years. Even though we don't know what secrets are hidden there, we can guess that it is definitely not an ordinary place. Moreover, from its name, we can speculate that there should be something buried there. It is very possible that it is the burial place of the ancestral gods. Very reasonable. Everyone present nodded their heads, expressing their agreement. In the past, we didn't believe in the existence of the eternal light, but now that it has been proven to exist, if we make another deduction, it will be very easy to filter out some important places. Elders, the few places you have listed all have the same characteristic. Wu Ming raised his own opinion and said, all of them are suppressed by the heavenly steel. Is this really a kind of coincidence? Or should we just go to the place suppressed by the heavenly steel to search? The 6 elders all revealed contemplative expressions. Wu Ming continued, if that is the case, we need to investigate that ghost town. Furthermore, we seem to have overlooked a very important problem, the yellow clay platform that Xianxia controlled in the past. That's right. An elder cried out in surprise, that yellow clay platform has an extraordinary origin. It is said that it is forged from the flesh of the ancestral gods. Could the eternal light be hidden in there? Otherwise, with Xiaoqian's cultivation, how could he have died for a half-step martial ancestor? That's right, it is very possible. We nearly overlooked the most crucial detail. The other elders all agreed. Wu Ming continued, the most suspicious thing is that when Xiaochen was fighting outside the divine capital Luoyang, a divine light shot out from the divine capital Luoyang and fixed the yellow clay platform in place, nearly causing Xiaochen to meet with an accident. Before that, there was a rumor that there was a power under the divine capital that could resist the yellow clay platform. However, in the end, that resplendent divine light was absorbed by the yellow clay platform. All the elders fell silent. Could the eternal light be hidden under the divine capital Luoyang and absorbed by the yellow clay platform? Everyone present creased their brows. However, another elder quickly said, it shouldn't be like that. If it was the eternal light, I'm afraid the yellow clay platform wouldn't have been able to take it away. After all, the legendary eternal light is formed by the divine souls of more than 10 ancestral gods burning together. Rumor has it that the yellow clay platform is merely forged from the flesh of Nuwa, Fuxi, and several other ancestral gods. It shouldn't be able to contain the eternal light. This problem is very complicated. When I was looking through the ancient records, I inadvertently came across an astonishing record. Since ancient times, 8 ghost cities had appeared in the 9 prefectures. However, they were all destroyed. If we count the one that is still intact, then it should be the 9th one. Rumor has it that we can vaguely sense some residual energy fluctuations in the depths of the divine capital Luoyang. It seems to have an indescribable connection with the ghost cities that were destroyed in the past. Could the divine light that was absorbed by the yellow clay platform have rushed out from the ruins of the destroyed ghost cities? All the people present were seriously analyzing and discussing. I think we seem to have entered a misunderstanding. I firmly believe that there is a true resting place of the ancestral gods in this world. It has nothing to do with the ghost cities, and it also has nothing to do with the yellow clay platform. The 9 ghost cities were temporarily ignored by everyone. They began to discuss the other places that were the most suspicious. The soul world has always been mysterious and strange. I feel that it is the most likely place where the ancestral gods are buried. I think the environment of the soul world might be related to the fall of many ancestral gods in the same world. The soul world is worth paying attention to because of the legendary evilest place. As they discussed, they drew circles on the map of the few realms beside them. In the end, they arrived at the curse realm. They all frowned when they saw this realm because they felt that they didn't know where to start. It was very difficult to delineate an important area. It wasn't because the curse realm wasn't worthy of suspicion, but because it was too worthy of attention. However, it was hard to find the main point. The curse realm maintained its most primitive appearance. Ancient forests stretched across the land, and barren mountains and huge ridges stretched across the majority of the curse realm. It was sparsely populated, and it was the most mysterious world among the few realms. There were many remnants of civilizations that didn't belong to this era. Almost every area was hiding secrets that no one knew of. In the end, they had no other choice but to draw a large circle on the entire curse realm. Alright, let's ignore the curse realm for now. Let's start from the following places. An elder pointed at a few maps and said, the Dragon Island Sacred Mountain, the Immortals World of Devil's Plain, the Cultivation World Sky Burial Valley, the 9 Prefectures Ghost City, and the Soul World's evilest place. Let's start from these 5 places. A place with eternal light will definitely have all kinds of extraordinary characteristics recorded on the last page of our sect scripture. Immediately send our disciples to investigate secretly. This isn't something that can be done in a few days or months. It might take 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. However, we must do our best to find it. Xiaochen left silently. Although there was a glimmer of hope in his heart, he felt that it was too uncertain. Even though the crafting sect had delineated a few important areas, he still felt that it was not very reliable. He returned to Yandu on the same day. He was going to see the martial imprint. Who knows, he might be able to find some clues from it. At the same time, in the crafting sect, Wu Ming slapped his forehead and said, silly, I forgot something important. I said that I can get some important information from the martial imprint. After a few elders asked about the situation, 2 of them immediately accompanied him to Yandu. The martial imprint was definitely an ancient artifact. Who knows, it might really know the shocking secret of the eternal light. At this moment, a storm was brewing in Yandu. Cultivators from all over the 9 prefectures had all gathered here. There was only one goal, the martial imprint. HHHH. Motherf asterisk cur, I hashtag it at hashtag. When Xiaochen returned to Yandu, he happened to bump into Crisis in the Forbidden Garden. That guy was so angry that he was stuttering again. What's wrong with Crisis? Why is he stuttering again? I'm so angry. This damned martial imprint, it actually dares to ridicule me like this. I'm a proud son of heaven, but I'm actually evaluated as a mediocre person. He looks down on me, so I look down on him instead. Xiaochen laughed heartily without the slightest sympathy. At the side, Killing Vanquishing Wolf was also furious. He said hatefully, he actually told me that a skeleton like you is here to join in the fun. He even advised me to return to the Yellow Earth. This is intolerable. Xianxia's face was also filled with unhappiness. He said, damn it, he's a demon, at this point, Xianxia's face turned red from anger. He could not continue. Xiaochen asked with a smile, what exactly did he say to you? Chiyo laughed heartily and said, that demon scripture was very amiable to Xianxia. It very politely told him to go back and continue drinking milk. I'm so angry. Even the good-tempered Xianxia was about to go berserk. I'll go and meet him as well. Below Yandu, in the Forbidden City remnant, a purple aura soared into the sky. There were people everywhere in this underground ruin. All of them came because of the fame, wanting to obtain the scripture. Xiaochen saw many old acquaintances among them. War Sovereign Mabao, 5 Elements Heavenly Kings, and so on. He even sensed the auras of half-ancestors and angels. He did not even know how many half-ancestors came. It was easy to imagine how tempting the martial ancestor scripture was. Even half-ancestors were tempted. Martial ancestor scripture, can I inherit the true meaning of martial arts? 1,000 years of aptitude, I'm a rare talent that only appears once in 1,000 years? Does that mean I can cultivate the scripture? You can see 10 million people like you in 1,000 years. The martial ancestor scripture ruthlessly attacked. What about me? What a waste. You really deserve to be struck by lightning. The martial progenitor true scripture was truly infuriating. I was once evaluated as a rare talent that only appears once in a decade. Next. A few more people stepped forward and bowed respectfully towards the ball of green light. What about me? So mediocre that I can't bear to look at you. The people in the distance were dumbfounded. This martial ancestor scripture was too unorthodox. At this point, Crisis and Killing Vanquisher Wolf could not help but start to feel lucky. I'm so angry. Just seeing this made Crisis furious. He stammered, he also evaluated me like that. He said that I deserved to be struck by lightning. The Forbidden City remnant was in ruins, but it was filled with spiritual energy. Just at this moment, Xiaochen saw the angelic holy deity walking forward. What about me? You. The martial ancestor scripture seemed somewhat shocked. He nodded. Just when everyone thought that he approved, he said, you fail. You're too weak. When the angelic holy deity heard this evaluation, her body shook visibly. She was definitely angered. Which half-ancestor was not an outstanding talent? To think that he received such an evaluation. Just at this moment, the Xianxia half-ancestor also walked forward and asked, what about me? Not good enough. Very mediocre. The moment Xiaochen said that, the Xianxia half-ancestor's complexion turned somewhat green. This martial ancestor scripture was truly hateful. To think that it evaluated him like that. If an outstanding talent like him was considered mediocre, then were there any outstanding talents in this world? You said that the two of us are mediocre? Then let's see if you're qualified to say that. The Xianxia half-ancestor and angelic holy deity pressed forward at the same time. They dodged all the purple chi in front of them. Even the spiritual roots of the earth trembled. You too? The martial imprint was indifferent. His tone was truly infuriating. He said, cultivate for another 10,000 years. The Xianxia half-ancestor and angelic holy deity did not say anything else. They pressed forward at the same time. The myriad world enveloped them, trying to shatter the hazy azure light. However, the power of the world could do nothing to the azure light. In that instant, the azure light shone brightly. The Xianxia half-ancestor and angelic holy deity were forced to take 10-odd steps back. It was unknown if the two suffered a great loss. Their expressions changed, and they revealed themselves. Following that, with a flash of light, the two disappeared. That's, two half-ancestors? It's the Xianxia half-ancestor and angelic holy deity. As the crowd discussed, they were even more convinced of the extraordinariness of the martial ancestor scripture. Even a half-ancestor was attracted over. One could easily imagine how important this scripture was. At this moment, those who had doubts all rushed forward for the martial ancestor scripture's selection. The War God King, Battle King Ma Bao, Fire Spirit King, Sea God King, Emu King, Big Earth King, and Thunder God King appeared one after another. Yi Jing and the others from the cultivation world also showed themselves. Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xianxia, Songhai, and Oxman also arrived. However, the martial imprint's mouth was too vicious. Facing these geniuses who could control the wind and rain, the evaluation he gave was simply too horrible. With your talent, you might as well commit suicide. The heavenly Tao is unfair. How could it give birth to such a mediocre person like you? It's a miracle to have a trash like you. I can't be bothered to evaluate your horrible talent. Ma Bao, the War God King, the Fire Spirit King, the Thunder God King, Yi Jing, Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xianxia, and Songhai all wanted to find a place to hide. The martial ancestor scripture was too vicious. These were definitely the geniuses of the 9 provinces and the 4 cardinal worlds in the past 1,000 years. However, they received such an evaluation. This made these geniuses all blush. In the end, when it was Oxman's turn to step forward, the martial ancestor scripture said something even more vicious: you came to the wrong place. You should go find the demonic ancestor. F***ck, I'm a human, okay? Oxman shook his huge bull horns. Then you should go find the demonic ancestor. The simple and honest Oxman also went berserk from anger. Xiaochen could tell that the martial ancestor scripture was born with a vicious tongue. Making him evaluate it was purely asking for trouble. However, just at this moment, the martial imprint noticed him and said, "You." Seeing that this poisonous tongue wanted to evaluate again, Xiaochen took a step forward and said, "You're not up to standard. You're too weak, too horrible to look at. It's truly a miracle that a scripture like yours could be passed down. The heavenly Tao is unfair. You should be struck by lightning. I can't be bothered to evaluate you anymore." Everyone was dumbstruck. What was this guy doing here to vent his anger? That was the martial ancestor scripture. Was he really not tempted at all? The martial imprint seemed to be in a daze. It did not expect someone to be so rebellious, not caring about it at all. It's you, you terrible brat?" The hazy azure light pulsated continuously as if it was observing Xiao Chen and explaining to everyone, "The reason why I'm so demanding is that once you're chosen by me, it means that you have the qualifications to become an ancestor god." Everyone was horrified. The inheritor of the martial ancestor scripture had to have the potential to become an ancestor god. Even if they searched for several lifetimes, they would not be able to find one. Seeing that the martial imprint was going to evaluate him again, Xiaochen quickly said, "You can't teach me. I'm not here for you to choose. I have something to ask." Following that, he sent a secret voice transmission: "You stole a portion of my remnant soul and accepted it as your disciple, so you owe me a favor. Right now, I only have one thing to ask you. Do you know where the eternal light is?" "Of course, I know where the eternal light is," the martial ancestor scripture replied. Everyone was stunned. Almost no one knew what the martial ancestor scripture meant. However, the expressions of all the half-step martial ancestors who came here changed. If they could find this legendary item, it was very likely that one of them could become an ancestor god. "You are really a blabbermouth." Xiaochen felt extremely frustrated. He had not expected this fellow to blurt it out so carelessly. "Let me think. Oh, the eternal light seems to be on Dragon Island's Holy Mountain, Devil Plains, Heavenly Burial Valley, or one of the evilest places in the soul world." Xiaochen was utterly speechless. How can this fellow be like this? Does it really know? To think that it said it so carelessly. Far away, Wu Ming was also speechless. He felt an urge to curse. Light flickered, and sonic booms rang out endlessly. The half-step martial ancestors left through space. In just one day, the news of the eternal light spread throughout the world. Everyone knew about it. In less than 3 days, all the cultivators in the 4 great realms knew about it. The personal disciples of the half-step martial ancestors spread all sorts of secrets about the eternal light. 10 ancestor gods fell in the same place? I'm not dreaming, right? The result of burning the soul light of more than 10 ancestor gods? Where are the bones of more than 10 ancestor gods buried? The words of the imprint of martialism stirred the world. Everyone was searching for the eternal light, for the burial place of the ancestor gods. The world was in a state of turmoil. The peaceful Dragon Island was frequently invaded. Dragon roars shook the sky. The dragon race's peak half-step martial ancestor, the divine war monarch, went on a killing spree. He killed dozens of cultivators who didn't know when to retreat. He even heavily injured a half-step martial ancestor. After that, he swore in the name of the ancestor dragon that the dragon race's holy mountain was not the burial place of the ancestor gods. In the end, he even invited several half-step martial ancestors to search together. Only then did the Dragon Island calm down. At the same time, the people who went to Devil Plains and Heavenly Burial Valley did not gain anything. In the end, many cultivators rushed to the evilest place in the soul world. Almost half of the half-step martial ancestors set off for this. The eternal light possessed an unparalleled charm. Even the half-step martial ancestors found it hard to resist that temptation. The soul world's ancient forests had a primitive style. However, the yin qi was very heavy. Even though it was noon, people still felt a chill. White bones could be seen everywhere on the plains and in the mountains. No one knew which era these bones were left behind. Just by digging a hole, one could dig out a few cold and hard corpses. Xianxia had also entered the soul world. This was the first time he came to this world and found the most evil place in the legends. However, before he could find it, he was already trapped in a boundless and incomparably desolate reddish-brown rocky mountain. Unexpectedly, he lost his ability to fly here. Furthermore, he found it very difficult to move. It was like this place was filled with a vast and unfathomable mysterious energy, affecting everything here. Xianxia could not make out his bearings or find a way out. Xianxia knew that there was definitely an unimaginable ancient formation here with startling might that could trap a half-step martial ancestor. After being trapped here for half a month, when Xianxia entered an even taller stone mountain, he saw a broken stone stele with a few words carved on it. His expression immediately changed. Killed an otherworldly realm's ancestor god, here. The place where the name should have been carved had been erased by someone's finger. However, the remaining words were still very clear. An unparalleled expert killed an otherworldly realm's ancestor god here. The broken stone tablet recorded the fact that the otherworldly ancestor gods had fallen here. Countless years ago, a world-shaking war had occurred here. But under the power of time, everything in the past had vanished like smoke. Who was it that killed the otherworldly ancestor gods? This would forever be a mystery. The unparalleled experts of the past were most likely no longer in this world. Xianxia suspected that this was the battlefield where Xianxia, martial ancestor, Fuxi, and the others had shed their blood. He straightened the stone tablet and continued to walk forward. Gulu, such a sound came from under his feet, and a skull was inadvertently kicked out. After walking 100 steps, he was shocked to discover a ground full of skulls. There were no less than 1,000 of them. These should not be weaklings. When they were alive, their cultivation had probably far surpassed the immortal realm. That was because he discovered a dazzling and peculiar skull among these 1,000 skulls. That was definitely left behind by a half-step ancestor. This is not a good place, Xianxia made such a judgment and became more cautious. This mountain range was barren. It was filled with reddish-brown stone mountains. Some were like divine swords standing erect, some were like intersecting fangs. The atmosphere was very sinister. Moreover, a mysterious and unfathomable power pervaded this place. Not to mention flying, even walking was somewhat difficult. Rumble, a skull suddenly rolled towards him from the stone forest. Xianxia immediately drew a sword and held it in his hand. Qi, the sword light suddenly appeared and the snow-white skull was split in half. A black-furred wild rat squeaked and escaped from inside. Something's not right. Xiaochen instantly became alert. Even a Heavenly King expert would find it difficult to move in this stone forest. How could a rat have such a fast speed? So, sure enough, the sound of breaking through the air could be heard. A black light, like a black lightning, shot toward his throat. It was the jet-black wild rat. At this moment, its fur was shining like silk. The sharp teeth in its mouth were as white as a bayonet. They were sharp and cold. A cold light radiated in all directions as it prepared to bite Xiaochen's throat. Xiaochen leaned to the side and slashed with his sword at the same time. Squeak, unexpectedly, this wild rat was as fast as lightning. The moment the sword came down, it turned its body in the air and dodged the attack. That's weird. A demonic rat. Xiaochen took a step forward, and his entire body lit up. He overcame the strong pressure in this area and increased his speed. Then, he swung his sword again. Pfft, blood splattered everywhere. The blade of the sword had sunk into the body of the wild rat, but it did not cut it in half. It had only cut it open, and there was still a layer of skin attached. One must know that the battle sword was incomparably sharp and could cut through anything, but it had not completely torn the demon rat apart. This result was very strange. However, this sword was definitely fatal. It had completely cut open its body. If there were no accidents, the demonic rat would not have been able to survive. Xiaochen wanted to take a closer look and understand what was going on. However, something unexpected happened. The cut on the dead rat quickly healed, and all the blood that flew out flowed back. Xiaochen was astonished. Even a mouse was so strange. It made him feel that this place was filled with evil. Furthermore, he noticed that the flesh of the mouse was sparkling and glistening. There was a faint radiance flickering on it. This was definitely not ordinary. Seeing the flickering black light of the wild rat, its eyes actually flashed with a cunning light. It was just like the eyes of a human. Xiaochen was even more astonished. Pfft, a blood arrow shot out from the mouth of the wild rat. It was aimed straight at Xiaochen's forehead. Courting death. Xiaochen dodged to the side. At the same time, the sword in his hand fiercely stabbed down. With a pfft sound, it pierced through the rat and stabbed into the sword. And it was also at this moment that he felt danger approaching. His body moved several meters away. When he turned his head to look, the blood arrow actually turned around and shot back to its original position. At this moment, it was rushing towards him. With a flash of red light, it entered the mouth of the wild rat. Squeak, the pierced wild rat did not die at all. It screamed crazily. What is so strange about this place that it could create such a wild rat? Xiaochen felt very puzzled. Perhaps if an ordinary practitioner came to this place, they would be killed by the demonic rat if they were not careful. Just when he was observing the wild rat, a rustling sound came from all directions. Moreover, there were many skulls rolling over. Xiaochen immediately felt the hair on his body stand up. In all directions, there were actually no less than 10,000 wild rats surrounding him. Among them, there were several hundred of them that were flickering with black light. They were exactly the same as the ones he had nailed into the sword. The rest were all blood red in color. The densely packed wild rats all had cold teeth. It was like a flood rushing towards him, making him feel uncomfortable all over. 27 swords appeared. Facing the tide of rats, they slashed horizontally and vertically. Immediately, a bloody light burst out and a bloody path was cut open. However, something that made Xiaochen astonished happened again. None of the black wild rats died. Even if their bodies were cut open, they would be as good as new in an instant. Furthermore, the blood that splattered everywhere would flow back to where it came from. And although those blood rats were not as strong as the black rats, their wounds were also slowly healing. There was no sign of them dying. Xiaochen immediately wrinkled his brows and said, "A familiar aura, this is, an ancestor god." He was greatly shocked. Suddenly, he thought of something and violently shook the black rat that was nailed into the sword. Fresh blood splashed out. At this moment, he became alert. The strange demonic rat's body really contained the aura and divine power of the ancestor god. They. Could it be that they ate the corpse of the ancestor god from the other world? This result made Xiaoqian's heart jump. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Tens of thousands of wild rats frantically rushed over here. Just at this moment, Xiaoqian discovered a huge golden rat. It looked like it was cast from gold. It was as big as a horse. It let out a sharp cry from a distance. It seemed to be commanding all the demonic rats. Xiaoqian's eyes shot out two cold lights. 3 swords soared into the sky and formed 13 long rainbows as they chopped downwards. The resplendent rainbows made the sun and the sky lose its color. The chi-chi sound could be said to be terrifying and ear-piercing. All of them chopped towards the huge golden rat. The huge golden rat was obviously an old demon that had already gained intelligence a long time ago. It actually left behind an afterimage in its original position and dodged the 13 rainbows. It seemed as if it had passed through space and crazily pounced towards Xiaoqian. This powerful huge golden rat had almost reached the earth-penetrating realm. The 13 swords chopped back. A total of 27 rainbows charged in the stone forest. It was incomparably dazzling. Even though the horse-sized golden rat displayed powerful strength, it still suffered a big loss when it reached Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian allowed it to bite at him. He simply kicked out. Even though the sharp teeth of the rat had bitten the underworld iron battle suit, it was impossible to tear it apart. In the next instant, the 27 swords all chopped down on its body. 27 terrifying wounds appeared. Golden blood immediately flowed out. However, the huge rat was not torn apart. It turned into a golden light and quickly retreated. All the golden blood also flowed back. Its combat power was not its most terrifying aspect. This huge rat's biggest advantage was its undying body. After it was cut open, it could quickly recover. Xiaoqian intercepted a few drops of golden blood and carefully examined it. He felt an even stronger aura of the ancestor god than the black rat's blood. This group of wild rats was too heaven-defying. They actually had such a big opportunity. No wonder their physical body was so tyrannical. Xiaoqian was secretly surprised. Where do you think you're going? The sword swept across the sky. Xiaoqian killed a bloody path and chased after it. Just at this moment, that huge golden rat turned into the image of a middle-aged man. It was as if he was forged from gold. His entire body was golden. You actually dare to intrude into my clan's forbidden area. Leave behind your flesh and blood. I can let your divine soul leave. The golden middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a gloomy light. Your tone is not small. You dare to eat my flesh? Xiaoqian waved the sword in his hand and slashed forward. The golden middle-aged man knew how powerful he was. He turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the distant stone mountain. The sharp teeth in his mouth were terrifying. A few golden lights shot out and immediately opened a cave on the stone mountain. The sword swept out a beam of light that was several miles long. The huge beam of light split that stone mountain in an instant. The golden figure escaped in amazement and said, "You are indeed very tyrannical. However, we can't kill you. And you will never be able to walk out of this ancient forbidden formation. You will be eaten by us sooner or later. If you want to eat me, you will have to train for another 1,000 or 800 years." Xiaoqian's sword swept across. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The wild rats screamed in succession. A large number of blood rats had already died, but not a single one of the huge black rats died. He frowned and stretched out his right hand. It was as big as a small mountain. It enveloped the area and grabbed dozens of black demonic rats. After that, he used his divine power to refine them. PFFF. After no less than a quarter of an hour, a bloody light flickered. The black demonic rats' physical bodies finally shattered. They wanted to reassemble, but their blood was also evaporated by Xiaoqian. The sparkling and translucent crystals turned into ashes. The black demonic rats were completely dead. You dare to kill my people. You are dead for sure. The huge golden rat the size of a horse revealed its original form again. It faced the sky and screamed from a distant stone mountain. Rumble, it was as if a dam had burst. The distant stone mountain was actually trembling. Countless demonic rats covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed over. It was simply like a tidal wave. There were at least several 100,000 of them. The whole place was covered in blood red. The momentum was terrifying. What made Xiaochen feel a little relieved was that most of them were blood rats. There were only a few thousand black demonic rats. However, 3 more golden demonic rats appeared. In addition to the original one, there were a total of 4 horse-sized golden rats. Their strength was already close to the earth-penetrating realm. Moreover, they had an undying body. The flood-like demonic rats rushed over from all directions and completely submerged Xiaochen. At this moment, he was secretly rejoicing that he had the underworld iron battle armor to protect him. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome in this evil land where flying was not allowed. A rainbow-colored radiance flickered. Xiaochen summoned the little sacred tree from within his body and made it float above his head. It dropped down a silk-like propitious light to protect his head, the only part that was not protected by the ancestral god battle armor. He killed his way through the flood of demonic rats. He used the battle sword to open up a path and slowly walked forward. Xiaochen felt that these 4 huge golden rats should be on equal footing. Presumably, there should be an even stronger rat king. He wanted to find the source. Who knows, he might be able to make a shocking discovery. The otherworldly ancestor god's corpse created this group of demonic rats. Who knows, there might be some other important artifacts left behind. Chi, a blazing golden light flickered. A huge golden rat pounced over and was cut in half by Xiaochen's sword. Unfortunately, it had an undying body. If he didn't catch it and refine it, it was impossible to kill it. The golden rat retreated far away after one attack. Very soon, it was submerged in the rat tide. Chi, the second huge golden rat appeared. It seemed very greedy and brutal. Not only did it want to cut Xiaochen's head, it even wanted to grab the rainbow-colored sacred tree above his head. 27 battle swords shattered the surrounding demonic rats and blocked it in an instant. The horse-sized golden rat screeched. It wanted to escape through the earth, but it couldn't. That was because when it tried to grab the rainbow-colored sacred tree, it was fixed in place by the rainbow-colored radiance. I've been waiting for you to walk right into my trap. Watch how I destroy your undying body. Xiaochen meditated on the spot. He pierced the huge golden rat with the battle sword and froze it in midair. Then, the underworld iron battle suit emitted a terrifying black light that submerged this place. An overwhelming divine power surged out. Xiaochen started to refine this huge golden rat that was comparable to the earth-penetrating realm. The divine power surged and the stone forest shook violently. Hundreds of thousands of demonic rats rushed over in a frenzy. The 3 huge golden rats attacked continuously, but they couldn't break through the black light emitted by the ancestor god's battle suit. After 2 hours, the huge golden rat that was pierced by the battle sword gradually became dispirited. The energy of the ancestor god in its body was forcefully extracted. It looked like it was going to be completely destroyed in both body and soul. Just at this moment, a deep roar came from the ground. It was a muffled sound, like the vibration of a dragon skin drum. The surrounding stone mountains that towered into the clouds began to shake. There is indeed a big guy. Xiaochen tossed the half-dead huge golden rat aside and walked forward with large strides. At this moment, the 100,000 demonic rats retreated in one direction like the receding tide of the sea. Xiaochen followed. There was a large, pitch-black hole at the foot of a towering mountain. All the demonic rats had entered it. This was a pitch-black and incredibly sinister hole. It looked like it was connected to the yellow springs. Whimpering came from inside, and death chi permeated the air. Xiaochen wore the underworld iron battle suit and the 7-colored holy tree above his head. 27 battle swords floated around him as he walked in. Using the holy tree's light, Xiaochen could see everything clearly with his heavenly eye. This was a huge cave that seemed endless. The entrance was at the foot of the mountain, leading to the belly of the mountain. After that, the ground slowly sank, leading deep underground. After 3 kilometers underground, Xiaochen arrived in a vast underground palace. Pairs of rat eyes glowed with faint green light. However, Xiaochen did not care and continued forward. The underground palace widened, and the large cave gradually flickered with light. Strange glowing crystals were embedded in the walls of the cave. Suddenly, a great sense of danger appeared in his heart. At the same time, Xiaochen felt a terrifying force striking his waist. Immediately after, he felt a boundless force approaching him at a horrifying speed. However, this time, the 27 battle swords hacked down under his control. Clang! Xiaochen immediately felt a boundless force approaching him at a terrifying speed. However, this time, the 27 battle swords hacked down under his control. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was so loud that it hurt his eardrums. It felt like his eardrums were about to burst. Just now, it actually managed to hide from Xiaochen's spiritual sense. The sneak attack was a success. Xiaochen turned around to take a look. This was actually a set of white bones. There was no flesh or blood on it. The bones were crystalline like white jade and did not give off a sinister feeling. There was only a sinister aura, causing people to feel fear involuntarily. This was because this set of white bones was very peculiar. It was not a human skeleton. On the sides of the human-shaped body, there were 8 white bone spikes that looked like spider legs. They were about 1.5 meters long. Furthermore, there was a scorpion tail-like white bone spike at its tailbone. It was 2 meters long. This was simply a monster. It was very different from a human skeleton. Ancestor god skeleton? Xiaochen was greatly shocked. He took a dozen steps back. He did not feel any energy fluctuation from the other party, but he felt a dangerous aura. The crystalline white skeleton before him seemed to be filled with a tyrannical aura. There was a formless killing intent. There was no fluctuation, but it was clearly transmitted to his heart. Even if it was a living half-ancestor, it would not be able to give him such a feeling. However, this set of white bones before him was able to do so. It made him feel a chill in his heart. Xiaochen did not feel any soul fluctuation from the white bones. He also did not see any flickering flame in the skull. The white bones seemed to be moving based on a kind of instinct from the remnant imprint. Whoosh, with a flash of white light, the ancestor god skeleton disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the battle sword in front of Xiaochen also burst out with dazzling radiance and intercepted it. Clang! The ancestor god skeleton blocked the battle sword with its hand. There was not a single trace of damage, the white bones were sparkling and translucent. It was like the toughest divine weapon in the world. It was impossible to leave any mark on it. Xiaochen was horrified. The might of an ancestor god was indeed unimaginable. The unconscious white bones were already this strong. There was no need to mention a living ancestor god. No wonder the 3 battle swords broke at the same time in the heavenly palace of the death world when the mysterious expert used the battle swords to kill an ancestor emperor. If the battle swords were not complete and did not form a true sword formation, it would be hard to kill an ancestor god. Xiaochen's eyes immediately lit up. This was an ancestor god skeleton in name. It could be considered a peak treasure body. If placed in the death world, it would definitely make millions of flame-type lifeforms go crazy. Even a sovereign king would find it hard to resist the temptation. Exchanging for such an ancestor god skeleton would greatly increase the combat prowess of the flame-type lifeforms. Even if Xiaochen did not give it to others, he could use it for himself. This was definitely a valuable treasure. The ancestor god skeleton moved like lightning. It was unbelievably fast in the underground palace. It was just a simple attack, but it already displayed strong combat prowess, not fearing the 27 battle swords. Clang! 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 The battle swords clashed with the ancestor god skeleton. Just at this moment, the 8 spider-like spikes on both sides of the pure white skeleton suddenly expanded and pierced towards Xiaochen. They were like bone spears, incomparably sharp. The battle sword soared through the air and blocked the 8 bone spears. The vast underground palace gave off a bright light. The 8 bone spears and the 20-odd battle swords clashed intensely. Suddenly, a white light burst out, a white light soared up from behind the ancestor god skeleton. It was incredibly fast and dodged the light screen formed by the battle swords. Then, it drew an arc and pierced towards Xiaochen. He hastily used the 4 major techniques to block it. With a pung sound, it was as if he was struck by lightning. The nether iron battle armor on his arm caved in. If it wasn't for the ancestral god battle armor, his arm might have been pierced through. Xiaochen was shocked. The scorpion-tailed bone behind the ancestor god's skeleton had shocking penetrative power. Although it did not pierce through the ancestor god battle suit, it caused it to cave in and deform. Xianxia was enraged. The seven-colored holy tree above him shot out beams of auspicious light at that skeleton. At the same time, the 27 battle swords formed an incomplete sword formation and surrounded the skeleton. Chi! 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 The sound of the air being pierced lingered on. Finally, he managed to suppress this ridiculously powerful skeleton for the time being. After that, he fell back. The skeleton could not threaten him for the time being. Xianxia was astonished to find a jade book. It seemed to belong to the ancestor god's skeleton. His aura was still left on it. Could it be the scripture left behind by the ancestor god? He speculated that this skeleton most likely belonged to that otherworldly ancestor god. Then, the jade book in front of him must be a mysterious scripture from another world. Danger! Just at this time, Xianxia felt an intense dangerous aura. There seemed to be something hidden in the depths of the underground palace. Suddenly, he heard that oppressive sound again. It was like the ancestral dragon drum was being beaten. The entire underground palace was shaking. There really is a big guy hiding here. Those damn rat demons seem to be serving it. What exactly is it? He determined that it was not the so-called Rat King. It should be a super huge monster. Xianxia was on guard. There was an unknown danger in front and the ancestor god's skeleton blocking his way. His situation was really not good. In the depths of the earth, the muffled sound made people feel irritated. It was as if a peerless giant was walking, or as if 100,000 gods and devils were locked in a dungeon, roaring in unison. The muffled roars came through the sealed room. Rumble, countless rat demons were like a flood, rushing over from afar. Pairs of ferocious eyes were all staring at this place. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the horrifying monster deep underground was about to appear. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of rat demons shrieked shrilly as they charged at him, not fearing death. Rat demons were very ugly, making one's scalp go numb. If not for the ancestor god battle robes, Xianxia would have suffered greatly in this dark underground palace 3 kilometers underground. Bang! Several dozen black rat demon crashed into Xianxia's body. He could clearly hear the clanging sound of their sharp teeth biting the ancestor god battle robes. Boom! Several dozen rat demons piled up and surged over, drowning Xianxia. Xianxia did not care. He used his origin heavenly melody to kill a large number of rat demons. However, he paid attention to the ancestor god's white skeleton and the savage beast that had yet to show itself. The ancestor god's white skeleton was simply too strong. It could clash head-on with the ancestor god's white skeleton. It moved as fast as lightning, its divine energy shaking a vast mountain. 8 bone spears charged out, possessing unparalleled penetrative power. They successfully blocked the ancestor god's white skeleton, preventing it from getting close. Xianxia frowned and instantly summoned back his 13 swords to protect himself. He had to guard against the ferocious beast in the dark. Only 14 swords remained to attack the ancestor god's white skeleton. Roar! Just at this moment, a roar came from deep underground again. This time, it was much louder and clearer. Although the sound was vast and deafening, it calmed Xianxia. That horrifying monster was a half-step martial ancestor. It was not as monstrous as the great might underworld king. Perhaps it was stronger than the Azura half-step martial ancestor or the skeleton sovereign king, but not by much. He used the 13 swords to open the way, and suddenly rushed forward. 13 long rainbows danced in the air, and the blood and flesh of the millions of demon rats flew everywhere. Although many of the black wild rats could be resurrected, but such a terrible lethality shocked them for a short time. Xianxia carved out a bloody path and charged into the depths of the earth. The ancestor god's white skeleton chased after him, but it was trapped by the 14 swords and stopped in its tracks. It was unknown how wide this cave was. Xianxia rushed out very far, and then he started to go deeper into the huge cave. He could vaguely hear the sound of surging flood, and at the same time, waves of bitter baleful chi rushed over. Even someone as strong as him at this moment felt waves of chilliness. The evil underground was beyond his imagination. It was truly a place of great evil. The demonic blood of tens of thousands of demonic rats splattered everywhere. Xianxia finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. With the help of the glowing crystals around him, he saw a terrifying scene. A huge yellow river surged forward. The stench of corpses and the aura of death were everywhere. This place was even more terrifying than the world of death. A baleful aura filled the air. After Xianxia arrived here, he was startled by this ocean-like aura of death. He retreated more than 10 steps. That was a formless aura that forced him to retreat involuntarily. What kind of evil place is this? How can there be such a corpse river? Xianxia was secretly shocked. That huge yellow river was covered in a corpse aura. It was simply the legendary Yellow Springs. He was sure that it was a corpse river. It was completely formed by corpse water. How can there be such an evil river? Xianxia was indeed startled. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the source of this river would be. What he saw in front of him was not inferior to the world of death. Roar, a soul-shaking roar came from the upstream of the corpse river. It was not far from here. Those demon rats did not dare to get too close to this evil yellow river. Xianxia was wearing the ancestor god's battle armor, and he also had a sword in his hand. Hence, he was not afraid. Even if he could not defeat it, he still had the ability to protect himself. Xianxia walked along the shore towards the upstream of the corpse river with large strides. He wanted to see what kind of evil beast it was. Boom, suddenly, there was a huge wave. The yellow corpse water in the corpse river was like a boundless yellow wall as it pressed towards Xianxia. The pungent corpse stench and the suffocating baleful aura made one's soul feel cold. The 7-colored sacred tree above Xianxia's head burst out with radiance. 7 different colored divine lights were like rainbows piercing through the sun. They protected him tightly, blocking a large amount of corpse water. The surrounding corpse rain poured down. A large amount of smelly yellow water fell down. It corroded dozens of black demonic rats that did not give up. Not even their remains remained. One could imagine how terrifying the corpse water was. How can this be? This corpse water can instantly kill the black demonic rats that ate the flesh and blood of the ancestor god. This? Xianxia was horrified. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. The end of this corpse river was definitely an unimaginable place. Roar, the roar shook the sky. The depths of the earth trembled violently. The corpse river roared and surged up boundless huge waves. The vast expanse of yellow water made one's heart palpitate and shiver. And just at this time, Xianxia discovered a huge monster in the corpse river. It was bobbing up and down in the corpse river. A tyrannical aura was being emitted from that place. What the hell is that? Come out! Xianxia shouted from the riverbank. Petty and weak lowly creature, you dare to barge into my immortal cave and disturb my cultivation. You are courting death. The oppressive voice was like the rumbling of thunder. The corpse river was surging violently along with it. A huge monster revealed its true body from the yellow corpse water. It was several tens of meters tall and looked very sinister. This was a human-bodied monster with the head of a rat. It had the body of a human and the head of a rat. It was like a small mountain as it stood tall in the corpse river. Rumble, the sound of iron chains shaking could be heard. As it floated to the surface of the water, one could clearly see that huge blood-red iron chains were tied around its body, imprisoning its physical body. Could it be locked in this place by someone? Xianxia was astonished. Who exactly was it that locked a half-step martial ancestor monster in the corpse river? You seem to be an expert. It has been a long time since I tasted the hot-bloodedness of an expert. Today, you delivered yourself to me. I will give you a quick death. The huge monster in the corpse river looked down at Xianxia. It was like everything was under its control. The rat head looked very sinister and scary. What big words! I thought it was some savage beast. Unexpectedly, it is just a rat. Your eyes are really as good as the legends say. What? What are you talking about? The huge monster stood in the corpse river and roared. The sound caused the ground above to tremble. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the power contained in this fellow's body was. I said you are short-sighted. Xianxia replied casually. However, the more he did so, the more furious this monster was. Pooh! It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of yellow light. A disgusting stench assaulted Xiaoqian's nose. Even someone as strong as Xiaoqian felt dizzy. However, he soon woke up. Xiaoqian's body gave off a bright light as he shouted, shattering the yellow light in the air. A large amount of corpse water fell down. That was the essence of the corpse river, the evil water refined by the monster. When it landed on the ground, it even corroded the rocks. Do you think that you are great just because you are big? Xiaoqian smiled coldly and said, someone locked you here. Why are you not obediently passing your days? Are you trying to force me to kill you? Someone locked me here? When the monster heard this, it laughed loudly. A ferocious light appeared in its rat eyes, making it look incredibly sinister. It said, sorry to disappoint you. It is not someone else who locked me here. Instead, it is me who bound myself here for the sake of tempering my body with the corpse river. Bang! At this point, a wave dozens of meters tall surged up in the corpse river. A huge scarlet chain as thick as a water tank broke apart and swept towards Xiaoqian. When such a huge chain swept over, it gave off a ghostly wail. Space shattered, and a black hole appeared. It was very horrifying. The chain was like a huge scarlet flood dragon writhing in the corpse river. Nothing could block it as it passed. A light flashed, and Xiaoqian moved 300 meters away, dodging this attack. Just at this moment, a world-shaking sound rang out. 10 odd huge scarlet chains all broke. They were like venomous dragons soaring through the sky, all of them piercing towards Xiaoqian at the same time. The 13 swords around Xiaoqian all soared into the sky, turning into resplendent rainbows as they chopped down in the air. Clanging sounds were deafening. 10 odd chains as thick as a water tank broke and fell to the ground. Good sword. That is mine. The huge monster revealed a greedy look in its eyes. It stirred up boundless waves as it walked out of the corpse river. Its true body inspired fear. It was very similar to the white bones of the ancestor god that Xiaoqian saw earlier. On both sides of its humanoid body were 4 pale white bone spears that looked like spider legs. At the same time, its rat tail was curved and pointed at the sky. At the end of the tail was a sharp bone spike, like the tail of a scorpion. It looks like you not only ate the corpse of the otherworldly ancestor god but also learned some techniques and gained a lot of benefits. Xiaoqian looked quietly at this huge monster. The benefits I gained far surpass your imagination. Do you know where the source of this corpse river is? Oh, there is no need to tell a dead person. Even if you know now, it is too late. Your sharp sword is mine, and your flesh is mine as well. The monster looked down at Xiaoqian and revealed a sinister smile. Then, its body quickly shrank to the height of a normal human. You don't like to hear me call you a rat? Will you be happy if I call you a toad? Xiaoqian mercilessly countered, you are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Do you think that you are an ancestor god and can eat me whenever you want? Although Xiaoqian said that, he was on high alert. This monster was definitely a strong half-step ancestor. Furthermore, it seemed to have grasped the techniques of the otherworldly ancestor gods. It would probably be very dangerous. You are seeking death. The monster shouted coldly when it heard that. Then, it vanished from its original spot. After that, Xiaoqian felt an intense danger signal from behind him. He did not even turn his head and kicked backward. At the same time, the 13 swords swooped down and chopped behind him. Whoosh, an extremely dangerous fluctuation brushed past Xiaoqian and went far away in an instant. The monster reappeared at the place where it was standing earlier. This startled Xiaoqian. This monster was indeed terrifying. With such a fast speed, it was probably not any weaker than his octatic extreme speed. You are indeed an expert. This kind of flesh is my favorite. After saying this, the monster disappeared again. Dang, more than 10 swords soared into the sky and chopped at the void, giving off a metallic sound. The sound of the air being pierced resounded unceasingly. That monster revealed itself. It was actually using the bone spears on both sides of its body and the tail hook on its back to block the swords. Even though the bone spears and the tail hook kept on cracking and were almost chopped in half, there would be a flash of bloody light every time the cracks appeared. Undying body. Xiaoqian frowned. This guy ate the flesh of an ancestor god and obtained an undying body. Even the bone spears and the scorpion tail had this kind of strange ability. It was very troublesome. Chi. Chi, chi. The sound of the air being pierced resounded. Even though the monster was surrounded by the sword formation, it actually took the stance of a life and death struggle at this moment. It swooped down. 3 swords hacked at its body, but it still paid no attention to them. When it got close to Xiaochen, the 4 bone spears on both sides of its body pierced through. The 4 white lights were as crafty and ruthless as 4 venomous snakes. However, they were a million times more terrifying than a venomous snake. These were the deathly bone spears that could definitely pierce through the body of a half-step ancestor. The monster's body was cut by the sword. Although it bled profusely at first, it quickly healed the moment the sword cut through it. Not even a drop of the blood was wasted as it returned to the monster's body. It smiled sinisterly. With an undying body, it was already in an invincible position. It ignored Xiaochen's attack and directly charged forward. However, just at this moment, Xiaochen's action made it feel very strange. Unexpectedly, he did not dodge and allowed the 4 bone spears to pierce through. Both of his hands were almost transparent as they instantly struck out. Dang, the 4 bone spears that could pierce through a half-step ancestor's body all struck Xiaochen's body, giving off a loud sound. However, it did not result in 4 bloody holes as the monster expected. The battle armor flickering with a dark light blocked the 4 bone spears. The monster cried out in alarm. By the time it retreated, it was already too late. Xiaochen's jade-like palm sent out 4 images of the heavenly steel, which gave off a rumbling sound as they all struck its chest. The monster's physical body was indeed strong. Even though it vomited blood, its sternum did not shatter. Only 2 of its ribs broke. The monster was knocked back. The battle armor you are wearing is, when the monster landed on the shore of the corpse river, it wiped off the blood at the corner of its mouth. When it saw the underworld iron battle armor on Xiaochen, it revealed an astonished expression. You want to eat my flesh? Come on. Xiaochen held a sword in his hand and controlled the other 12 swords, pointing them at the sinister monster. The monster's eyes gleamed with a divine light. Without saying a word, it charged forward, leaving behind many afterimages in the sky. Xiaochen chopped down with his sword. This monster was very strong. If not for the ancestor god battle armor, the 4 bone spears would have been indestructible weapons. Even if they were cut by the sword, they would recover in an instant. Furthermore, the scorpion tail-like bone spikes were incredibly vicious and extremely fast. They attacked from inconceivable angles, brushing past Xiaochen's throat a few times. These 2 people's fighting methods were very special, ferocious and savage. One had the ancestor god battle armor protecting him, and the other had an undying body. They often ignored the other party's attacks and attacked the most vital parts of the other party. When the monster used its scorpion tail to stab at Xiaochen's head, it was blocked by the rainbow-colored sacred tree. It felt like it was at a loss. It possessed an undying body, it had recovered from many injuries. However, the other party had a tortoise-shell-like battle armor, it was unable to make a move. If this continued, it would not be good. Splash, it jumped into the corpse river, but Xiaochen was not afraid at all. He chased after it. His feet stepped on the corpse water, and the battle armor blocked the intense baleful aura. The corpse river immediately surged violently. A foul stench surged, the sinister wind howled, and the corpse aura spread everywhere. The 2 experts fought in the corpse river. A terrifying light shot out from the monster's eyes. It was waiting for an opportunity. Although the other party had the terrifying battle armor, if it managed to break through it once, it would be fatal. On the other hand, it had an undying body. Even if it kept getting injured, it would only be weakened once. Hee, the corpse water will bestow me with endless power. The monster stirred up endless waves in the corpse river. I'll wait and see, let's see what kind of ability you have. Xiaochen replied with a cold smile. However, he was shocked to discover that this monster was indeed becoming more and more tyrannical. Its strength had increased by 1 level. I used the divine chains to lock myself in the corpse river. Do you think I am just for show? The corpse river has endless demonic power. With it, my combat prowess will never dry up. Speaking until here, the monster licked its lips and revealed its sinister white fangs. It said, "I like the taste of experts' flesh and blood." Just at this time, a whining sound came from the upper reaches of the corpse river. The sound was very mournful. Even Xiaochen felt his scalp go numb when he heard it. And after the monster heard this sound, its expression changed in an instant. It seemed to be very frightened as it said, "Lord is going to wake up again. Oh, if I offer your flesh and blood to him, I believe Lord will definitely be very happy." Xiaochen was overwhelmed with shock. That kind of whining sound was really very scary. It was as if it resounded in one's heart, causing one's hair to stand on end. One must know that his current combat prowess was comparable to a half-step ancestor. If it could make him feel such a chill, the source of the corpse water must be a terrifying and ominous place. What exactly is in the upper reaches of the corpse river? Xiaochen asked closely. Of course it is the Supreme Lord. What kind of demon is he? Demon? Lord is the #1 unparalleled expert since ancient times. The entire corpse river appeared because of Lord's existence. Xiaochen was greatly astonished. This corpse river was able to corrode the black demonic rats that had devoured the flesh and blood of the ancestor god. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the corpse water was. Furthermore, the entire surging corpse river was actually created by that Lord alone. Even the ancestor god of you humans is nothing in front of Lord. From the monster's words, it was not hard to imagine how terrifying the existence at the end of the corpse river was. Even though the monster's words were exaggerated, it was still worthy of extreme vigilance and attention. Xiaochen had a bad feeling in his heart. This underground cave was really too sinister. First, he encountered the corpse of the ancestor god. Then, he saw this monster that had devoured the flesh and blood of the ancestor god. Furthermore, there was an unimaginable existence at the end of the unknown corpse river. Woo! A mournful sound came from the upper reaches of the corpse river. Boom! The yellow corpse water surged and roared. At this moment, it was as if it was boiling. Hundreds and thousands of huge waves rushed up. The underground cave was covered in yellow mist. The smell of death was everywhere. The stench of the corpse made people want to vomit. Lord, what's going on? Don't tell me it's going to come into being? The monster was in awe as it looked at the upper reaches in fear. Xiaochen's complexion was very unsightly. At the end of the corpse river was definitely an unparalleled monster. If he really went down the corpse river, then his situation would be very bad. He immediately thought of retreating. Otherwise, he might suffer a great loss or even die here. Want to leave? Impossible. A cold glint flickered in the monster's eyes. It rushed out of the corpse river and blocked Xiaochen's path. Today, I will offer you as fresh meat to Lord. This is your fate. A mere rat dares to talk nonsense. Get out of my way. Xiaochen controlled the 13 swords and arranged them in a conical shape as he pierced towards the monster. 1,000 illusions. The monster let out a long roar. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000. His figure was everywhere. It was different from the ordinary incarnations and phantoms. It seemed like every monster was the real one. Even with the celestial eye, it was hard to distinguish them. There were monsters in all directions. All of them had 4 bone spears and a scorpion tail. Their attacking methods were extremely ruthless as they surrounded Xiaochen. Kill. Xiaochen used the 13 swords to sweep in all directions. 13 rainbow-colored radiants instantly expanded and became several miles long. They swept across this vast underground palace. PFFF, PFFF, blood splattered everywhere. The phantoms were chopped into bloody mist unceasingly. They turned into a bloody water that radiated divine radiance in all directions. There were many monster phantoms. Every one of them was formed by a drop of blood. They possessed extremely powerful combat prowess and were impossible to guard against. The main body of the monster lurked in front of Xiaochen. It was finally waiting for an opportunity to launch an attack. Bang! The 4 bone spears on both sides of the monster burst out with glaring white radiance at this moment. They combined together and condensed into a terrifying death spear. It pierced towards Xiaochen's throat in the blink of an eye. The 7-colored radiance circulated around. The holy tree hung down its holy radiance like a silk ribbon. It stopped the terrifying white bone spear at the crucial moment. Ding, the long bone spear moved down and struck Xiaoqian's chest heavily. Although it did not pierce through the ancestor god battle robes, it gave off a strange energy that shook Xiaoqian's body through the battle robes. Chi, at the same time, the scorpion tail turned into a white light and stabbed at the same spot like lightning. Xiaoqian felt as if he was struck by lightning. His complexion turned somewhat red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The monster used all its strength to attack twice, and both of them pierced into his chest. The eccentric and tyrannical power injured him. When the Great Devastation Battle Spear reaches the pinnacle, it can kill enemies even if they are separated by a few planets, or even a starry sky. The monster's cold voice rang out. Back then, the Otherworld's ancestor god was able to injure the human's ancestor god even though they were separated by an infinite starry sky. While he was speaking, his movements were not affected in the slightest. Thousands upon thousands of spear images pierced towards Xiaoqian. Chi. At this time, the battle sword had already killed all the monsters around it and was heading for the real body. Boom, but just at this time, the thousands of blood droplets floating in the air suddenly gathered together and formed a blood-colored battle spear. Ancient Great Devastation Battle Spear, please heed my call and show yourself. The monster shouted. That blood-colored spear floating in the air became brighter and brighter. It appeared in the monster's hand as if it was a real Great Devastation Battle Spear. Xiaoqian was startled. He knew that such a battle spear should really exist in this world. Now, a part of the weapon's soul was summoned. Break! Xiaoqian didn't want to see that battle spear summon the majority of its soul. The 13 battle swords formed a sword formation and descended. Boom, the earth-shattering attack shook the entire underground palace violently. The corpse river burst out a huge wave that was more than 100 meters tall. It was misty and stinky. The chilly wind howled and ghosts wailed. It was enough to make people's hair stand on end. If not for the underground palace being reinforced by a powerful spell, it would have already been destroyed countless times. Perhaps the ground above would have already sunk in. Rumble, the battle sword cut that half-summoned Great Devastation Battle Spear into pieces on the spot. It left more than a dozen wounds on the monster's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Shwa, with a flash of light, the monster retreated several hundred meters away. The wounds on its body healed quickly and the blood flowed back. He stared at the battle sword beside him and said, "They actually managed to cut the Great Devastation Battle Spear into pieces. These battle swords are really terrifying. They should be able to clash with the real Great Devastation Ancestor God Battle Spear." If he wanted to escape from the underground palace, he had to get past this monster. Xiaoqian didn't feel like talking nonsense with him and immediately charged forward. Leave the flesh behind. The monster charged forward fiercely. The two of them fought fiercely again. Boom. The monster drew the water of the corpse river over and wreaked havoc in the underground palace. It borrowed the power of the corpse river to trap Xiaoqian. Woo. Woo, a whimpering sound that made even a half-martial ancestor's scalp go numb resounded in the upper reaches of the corpse river again. It made people's hair stand on end. That kind of terrifying aura seemed to penetrate into their bones. It was impossible to avoid it even if they wanted to. Lord, what's going on? The monster revealed a frightened and puzzled expression. Xiaoqian also felt that it was strange. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Just the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart go cold. If they were to face it head-on, how would they fight? But just at this moment, something astonishing happened. The roaring corpse river gradually calmed down. In the end, it became like an ancient well without any ripples. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Eh? Xiaoqian didn't understand. Lord has fallen into a deep slumber again. I have become the ruler of this underground world. As if it was granted amnesty, the monster heaved a sigh of relief. After that, it looked at Xiaoqian and said, "Since Lord has fallen into a deep slumber again, I shall enjoy your flesh." Xiaoqian originally wanted to escape. However, he wasn't afraid of the monster before him. He was only afraid of the unknown existence in the upper reaches of the corpse river. Now that he heard those words, he no longer tried to escape. "You damn rat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It won't be too late for me to leave after I kill you. I possess an undying body. How are you going to fight against me? And I will find an opportunity to break through your battle clothes. The monster was incomparably malevolent. Then let's wait and see. Let's see who kills who. Xiaochen made up his mind to get rid of him. Now that the unknown expert in the upper reaches of the corpse river had fallen into a deep slumber, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. No matter what, he couldn't let it go. An intense battle broke out again. The two of them turned into two rays of light and intertwined with each other. They bobbed up and down in the corpse river, setting off a huge wave. The fishy corpse water splashed everywhere. This kind of battle lasted for a whole hour. The monster still didn't find an opportunity. In the end, it kept appearing and disappearing in the corpse river. Neither the water nor the soil could stop it. It was like a fish in the water, and like a pangolin in the soil. As expected of a rat. Your ability to hide and dig holes is #1 in the world. Xiaochen purposely provoked it. However, the monster remained unmoved. It was faintly discernible in the corpse river and the soil. However, after 2 hours, it still didn't find an opportunity. Originally, I wanted to slowly torture you to death and enjoy your terrified expression. Tasting your flesh like this is a kind of enjoyment. But now, I changed my mind. After the monster finished speaking, it appeared again. Its shadow was everywhere as it attacked Xiaochen frantically. The 4 bone spears and that scorpion tail clashed against the underworld iron battle clothes unceasingly. Although it couldn't penetrate through, the momentum was terrifying. The monster's sinister shadow was everywhere. Just when Xiaochen thought it was going to go all out, the monster suddenly merged into one and appeared in front of Xiaochen. 2-inch-long green rays suddenly shot out from its eyes. Burning pain, an intense burning pain, Xiaochen felt as if his eyes were about to shatter. A powerful divine sense was attacking him frantically. Since the physical attack was ineffective, the monster used a pure spiritual attack to entangle Xiaochen's divine sense. It wanted to rush into his physical body. Rat eyes. Xiaochen cursed. But this rat eyes was really too powerful. Those 2-inch-long rays of light and the powerful divine sense entangled the divine sense that Xiaochen released. It wanted to break it down forcefully. Damn rat. Xiaochen was in a deadlock with that monster. He felt a splitting headache. The divine sense that he released was suffering a violent attack. I'll break it. Xiaochen bellowed. He grabbed the rainbow-colored sacred tree floating above his head and swung it forward. The rainbow-colored divine rainbow illuminated the entire cave. The 2 green rays of light were immediately pushed back a little. However, the monster clearly didn't want to give up. It still entangled a part of Xiaochen's divine sense. Rat, go to hell. The strand of ancestral essence that Xiaochen absorbed from the great might Dark King suddenly emitted a pressuring pressure. The monster's divine sense was immediately startled. It was incomparably shocked. Xiaochen was finally out of danger. Just at this moment, the monster suddenly screamed in fear, "You are not dead yet. Your remnant imprint has not completely disappeared." Although the 2 green rays of light returned to its eyes, the monster's body was still stiff. It was as if it couldn't control itself. It seemed to be talking to another soul in its body. It let out a miserable shriek. How could Xiaochen let go of such an opportunity? He raised his sword and rushed over, brandishing it continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. Under the slashes of the divine rainbow, the monster's body was filled with horrifying wounds. In the end, it was even chopped into several pieces. Blood flowed all over the ground. But just at this moment, something strange happened. The miserable shriek actually turned into laughter. Following that, the body on the ground quickly reassembled. All the wounds were almost healed. The monster moved its body as if it had just been reborn and awakened. It was filled with curiosity towards everything around it. Haha, then, he started laughing maniacally. Who are you? Xiaochen looked at him with incomparable vigilance. Ancestral god Babula. The monster stopped laughing maniacally. It stared at Xiaochen coldly and said, "You are not a weak human. However, you can only die when you meet me. You are the otherworldly ancestral god?" Xiaochen's expression was grave. One wave after another rose. The unknown unparalleled expert at the end of the corpse river was in deep slumber. However, another ancestral god appeared before his eyes. Otherworldly? That's right. From your perspective, it is indeed so. I am the otherworldly ancestral god Babula. The monster in front of him had a disdainful attitude, as if he was the only sovereign. This filthy rat makes me feel even more uncomfortable and unpleasant than a human like you. Ancestral god Babula looked at the body he was currently residing in. Then, he looked down at Xianxia. It was as if he was looking at a beast instead of a human. His gaze was filled with contempt. I actually feel that this rat is cuter than you. You make me feel disgusted. Xianxia also had a contemptuous expression. It was as if he was looking at an ant. You, the otherworldly ancestral god Babula stared at Xianxia coldly and said, back then, even Nuwa and Xianxia did not dare to humiliate me like this. They just couldn't be bothered with you. Xianxia sneered and said, but I don't care about the consequences. Even if you are an otherworldly ancestral god, you still have to lie down without any flesh. You lowly human, how dare you be so impudent in front of me? This is truly unprecedented. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. I will let you understand that the dignity of an ancestral god is not to be offended. Although the otherworldly ancestral god Babula's tone was very calm and his expression was calm, the more it was like this, the more frightening he appeared. An ancestral god would never joke around. He was a man of his word. Dignity of an ancestral god? You think you are worthy? Whose ancestor are you? Whose god are you? Xianxia stared at him without a care in the world. It was as if the one in front of him was not an ancestral god, but an unremarkable nobody. He said, before you say those words, please add the word otherworldly. Sorry, to us, you are really not even worth a fart. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the monster disappeared into thin air. Immediately after, Xianxia felt as if he was struck by lightning, it was too fast. He couldn't even see the opponent's movement trajectory clearly before he was sent flying. The 4 bone spears all struck the same spot on his chest. The impact caused the blood and energy in his body to churn. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. With another flash of light, the monster had already returned to its original position. This filthy rat's body is really too weak. Speaking up to here, his eyes emitted 2 ice-cold rays of light. He swept his gaze over Xianxia and said, but even so, it should be enough to kill you. Stop boasting. Xianxia used all his swords to block in front of him and said, I have killed half-ancestors before, but I have never killed an ancestral god of a different world. I think I can fulfill my wish today. With just you? In the past, not many of your humans' ancestral gods dared to say such arrogant words. The monster's expression turned even colder. He said, back then, I personally killed half of the Yuchao clan. Now, I am being looked down upon by an ant like you. This is really unforgivable. Yuchao clan's ancestral god? When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. He really wanted to know what those ancestral gods did back then. Seeing Xianxia's expression fluctuate, the otherworldly ancestor god Babula revealed a cruel sneer and said, when I saw the Yuchao clan's blood staining the ground, that feeling was really too wonderful. Xianxia quickly calmed down and said coldly, but in the end, didn't you still fall? Although the martial ancestor killed me, he must have died as well. Back then, I left behind a plan to deal with him. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula shook his head and showed a regretful expression. He said, what a pity. He cultivated to the 9th heaven of the ancestor god realm for nothing. It's you, you treacherous bitch? Xianxia's eyes immediately turned red. He was so hateful that he gritted his teeth and his blood surged. He already knew about the past events from the sky beyond heaven and the outsiders. The martial ancestor and Fuxi were the strongest ancestral gods of the human race back then. The death of the martial ancestor was too regrettable. It seems like the martial ancestor is really dead. That means he died indirectly in my hands. The monster laughed loudly with a sense of pleasure and cruelty. Then, he stared at Xianxia coldly. The heavens have eyes. Today, I met you, Babula. You gave me the chance to kill you with my own hands. Xianxia's tone was very cold. he said, without flesh and blood, you are only a cat or dog. Even if you don't want to, you will still have to. Today, I will avenge the ancestral gods who stained the ground with blood. I will skin you alive. Flay me alive? The otherworldly ancestor god Babula sneered. You're not worthy. But just at this time, his words came to an abrupt halt. Xiaoqian's entire body shone with boundless radiance, as if his entire body was on fire. The 6 heavenly steels appeared in the void, as if they were real. The vast fluctuations undulated violently, like the roar of the sea, and also like the shaking of the starry sky. Boom, there was a massive stone steel in each of the 4 directions, forming a total of 6, and they trapped Babula within. They exploded out with a shocking divine power, and the 6 stone steels simultaneously trembled, causing Babula to cough up a mouthful of blood. Heavenly steels? He seemed to be very shocked. All the bones in his body crackled, as if all the blood essence in his body was ignited. His entire body blossomed with soaring radiance. Even someone as strong as Babula had no choice but to resist. All of this happened in an instant. This was the first time Xiaoqian had unleashed 6 heavenly steels since his rebirth. This kind of terrifying phenomenon could only appear after operating the secret art to the extreme. It didn't seem like an illusion at all, it was exactly the same as the real steels. Even a half-ancestor felt their heart palpitating. The 6 huge heavenly steels seemed to have traveled through time and space from the primordial era. It was so abrupt and terrifying, the terrifying aura it emitted was enough to shake one's soul. Ancient patterns were carved all over the steels, the radiance they emitted was as oppressive as the edge of a blade. And the instant the heavenly steels manifested, the 13 swords already rushed into the battlefield and hacked at the otherworldly ancestor god Babula with astonishing radiance. The startling sword radiance was compressed into a very narrow space, slashing horizontally within the sealed space. It was impossible for the otherworldly ancestor god Babula to dodge even if he wanted to. PFFF, blood splashed everywhere, under the dazzling radiance of the 13 swords, terrifying wounds appeared on Babula's body. Roar, the otherworldly ancestor god Babula faced the sky and let out a long roar. His rat head was incomparably malevolent, the flesh and blood all over his body surged, as if a horned dragon was crawling on his body. It looked exceptionally terrifying. But even so, he still couldn't block the unceasing slashes of the swords, blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, he could not pass through space at all. The moment the sword entered, the 6-sided divine monument had already completely sealed this place. It was like the toughest cage, without a single flaw. Xiaoqian immediately took out his trump card, the 6-sided heavenly steel sealing space. This was an ability that he had gained after his rebirth. However, he had only used it today. Lowly worm. You can't kill me. Although Elder God Babula's entire body was covered in terrifying wounds, his voice was still as cold as ever. Anyone who heard it would feel a chill run down their spine. Pfft, blood splashed everywhere. No matter what, he was still trapped, and right now, he was suffering a destructive attack. Babula finally shouted out loud. At this moment, the 13 swords had already cut him into 8 pieces and completely dismembered him. That space was filled with blood mist. At the same time that Babula was furious from suffering such a loss as soon as the battle began, he felt extremely aggrieved as well. A dignified universe-enlightened ancestral god had actually fallen to such a state, and it was unimaginable in the past. Boom, just at this moment, the 6-sided heavenly steel trembled again. They slowly pressed towards the center. An unimaginably vast power caused the entire underground palace to tremble. Not far away, the corpse river surged up with monstrous waves. The smell of death and the stench of corpses wreaked havoc everywhere. And at this moment, huge cracks appeared on the ground. Even though they were separated by thousands of meters and protected by the power of the seal, they were unable to block this kind of terrifying shockwave. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula screamed loudly. His dismembered body was gradually being crushed by the 6-sided heavenly steel. Your hands are stained with the blood of the universe-enlightened ancestral gods. Today, I will properly entertain you. Xiaoqian's voice was very cold. Ever since he found out that Babula caused the Yuchao clan's ancestor god to stain the ground with his blood, and even schemed against the martial ancestor, his heart was filled with resentment. Bang, the six-sided heavenly steel pressed down, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Many of the reddish-brown mountains on the ground were not reinforced by divine power. At this moment, dozens of sturdy mountains suddenly collapsed with a loud rumble. And on the ground, there were still many mountains further away that had huge cracks on them. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the pressure from the six-sided heavenly steel was. "You, the otherworldly ancestor god Babula," roared loudly, "lowly insect, you will regret everything you have done. You old worm, you are still so stubborn even at death's door. I will refine you." Xiaoqian's entire body erupted with radiance. Mysterious patterns appeared one after another. The heavenly steel also blossomed with radiance, appearing even more majestic and unreachable. As his words fell, the six-sided heavenly steel let out a terrifying trembling sound. It shook unceasingly, and that terrifying destructive power was all concentrated in the center. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula's dismembered body shattered on the spot, turning into a large amount of blood mist that thoroughly splashed out. This sealed space was dyed blood red. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula kept roaring furiously, but he was unable to struggle free. "Human, you have angered me. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I will make the earth of this world collapse, flood the heavens, and thoroughly destroy everything. And you will suffer for eternity." Babula's cold voice was like a curse. It was incomparably cold, and the chill made people feel a chill down to their bones. Xiaoqian remained unmoved. He said, "I will not give you a chance. You are no longer the Babula from back then. You can't do anything to me. I am immortal, eternal, and undying. You can't kill me. I will let you know the meaning of the word regret." Babula was filled with resentment. His voice was frighteningly cold. "If you still had a little bit of the ancestor god's power after your death, you wouldn't have been eaten by a group of rats. You even had to hide that remnant soul, not daring to let the original owner of that body discover it. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to occupy the dominant position of that body." Xiaoqian's voice was also very cold. Then, he coldly shouted, "Refine for me." Boom, the radiance of the six-sided heavenly steel became even more resplendent. An ancient and desolate aura covered the sky and covered the earth. The engraved patterns on the steel seemed to have come to life. The blood mist that was confined in this space was immediately enveloped by the light beams of the heavenly steel. TSS sounds could be heard as white smoke rose into the air. One could clearly see that the blood mist was dimming. Much of the pure divine power had been refined away. Damn it! The otherworldly ancestor god Babula was startled and furious. The heavenly steel swayed. The swords inside resonated at the same time and arranged themselves into an indescribable sword formation, separating the blood mist layer by layer. At the same time, it blossomed with divine radiance and began to refine the blood water inside. This was an arduous battle. Although the otherworldly ancestor god Babula was trapped, he was attacking frantically in an attempt to escape. He shook the heavenly steel to the point of slanting several times, but Xiaoqian blocked him every time. He sat cross-legged beside the corpse river, motionless. The radiance around his body flourished like the sun. Many patterns appeared in the surroundings. He operated his secret art to the extreme. He was doing everything he could to control the heavenly steel and the swords. He wanted to thoroughly eliminate this great threat. Pained howls resounded from the side of the corpse river. Ancestor god Babula had fallen into the most dangerous situation. Xiaoqian had already done what he said. At this moment, he could be considered to have skinned Babula alive and thoroughly crushed his flesh. However, it was still very difficult to truly kill him. He could clearly feel that he couldn't hold on any longer. The amount of essence energy required to make these 6 huge heavenly steels appear was too shocking. Even if he was strong, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. However, there was no need to doubt the might of the heavenly steel and the swords combined. Even if it was the monstrous rat's body that had devoured the ancestor god's flesh, it was no longer immortal. After being smashed into pieces and refined like this, half of it had already been destroyed. An hour later, the 6 heavenly steels no longer emitted any sound. It had sunk into a deathly silence. It was as if the otherworldly ancestor god Babula had been thoroughly refined. At this time, Xiaochen also felt extremely exhausted. However, he didn't dare to relax. He summoned the rainbow-colored sacred tree into his body and replenished his divine power with the rainbow-colored divine radiance. He continued to refine. Another 2 hours passed like this. Xiaochen felt that the heavenly steels no longer had any spiritual fluctuation. It had been completely refined. However, that was still an otherworldly ancestor god in the past. He didn't dare to be careless. Borrowing the divine power of the rainbow-colored sacred tree, he refined it for another 2 hours. At this time, he could already clearly feel that it was empty inside. There was nothing left. Babula, you shouldn't have continued to appear in this world. You can rest in peace today. Xiaochen adjusted his condition as he continued to refine. It wasn't until 6 hours later that he gradually relaxed. And just at this time, Xiaochen's expression changed greatly. Another powerful enemy had arrived. Babula's skeleton body broke through the blockade of the 14 swords and charged towards the depths of the earth. Earlier, Xiaochen was too engrossed. He was slightly careless in his control of the 14 swords and the ancestor god's skeleton rushed over. It should have been completely refined. Xiaochen stood up. The rainbow-colored sacred tree appeared and protected his head once again. Countless auspicious lights descended from the sky above his head. At the same time, the six-sided heavenly steels gradually became blurry. Then, they shook violently and disappeared completely. It was as if they had traveled back to the immemorial era. The 13 swords flew back and protected Xiaochen's side. That space was completely empty. Nothing was left. I finally refined it. Xiaochen let out a long breath. Just at this time, a white light flashed and a terrifying figure appeared. Babula's skeleton body rushed to this place. The 8 bone spears on both sides of its body were like 8 spider legs. The scorpion tail behind it was shining with white light and pointed at the sky. At the same time, the 14 swords flew back and protected Xiaochen's side. That skeleton still had a bit of imprint. It still had its battle instincts. After all, it didn't have any spiritual sense to guide it. To Xiaochen, it wasn't a big threat. Whoosh, this skeleton had an unparalleled speed. It left behind a series of afterimages near the corpse river as if it was looking for something. The 8 bone spears pierced through the void. The pale white scorpion tail even tore a terrifying black hole. Suddenly, the void trembled. Xiaochen cried out in alarm. The 27 swords slashed at the place where the heavenly steels were sealed. But it was already too late. A fist-sized blood ball burst out with soaring radiance and broke free in an instant. After that, it turned into a blood light and rushed into that skeleton body, entering its skull. Lowly insect, you can't kill me. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula's voice resounded again. After entering the skeleton body, he seemed to be a lot calmer. It seemed like he had nothing to fear. Just now, Babula had indeed suffered a destructive attack. That monster's undying body was completely destroyed. There wasn't even a bit of residue left. Now, only this fist-sized blood ball was left. It was the purest ancestor god's blood. It protected his fragmented spiritual sense and avoided a calamity. In the end, I still couldn't refine you. What a pity. Although Xiaochen said that, he didn't have any expression of regret. He said calmly, at most, I will refine you again. Ha ha ha, Babula faced the sky and laughed wildly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He only stopped after a long time. With an incomparably cold voice, he said, you already have no chance. You want to trap me with the heavenly steels? The same thing won't happen a second time. I just want you to fall into the same pit twice. Xiaochen said tit for tat, do you still think that you are the Babula from back then? It's just a fragmented spiritual sense. One could clearly see that there was a fingernail-sized divine light inside the blood ball in Babula's skull. It was precisely the fragmented spiritual sense of the otherworldly ancestor god Babula. However, one could see how terrifying he was from this. Even if it was just a fragmented imprint, it still had the battle prowess of a half-ancestor-level expert. One could well imagine how terrifying he was in the past. Enough. Although the body of that damned rat just now is powerful, it still isn't my ancestor god's bone body. Compared to before, I can only be stronger now. It's enough to kill you. After obtaining the powerful bone body, Babula became even calmer. He began to size up the corpse river at the side. Then, he let out a cry of surprise. Although the yellow corpse water had calmed down, the chilly wind was still howling in the surroundings. Deities were crying and ghosts were howling. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula walked 100 meters away and immediately appeared at the riverside. He seemed to be very serious. He squatted down and reached his skeletal hands into the corpse river. He scooped up a handful of corpse water and carefully observed it. This is, as if he was stung by a scorpion, his skeletal hands trembled and the corpse water splashed all over the ground. He staggered back a dozen steps. How is this possible? Even if Babula was a skeletal body, one could still see his terror from the radiance emitted from his eye sockets. He looked towards the end of the corpse river. His eyes conveyed an extremely complicated emotion. Disgust, joy, hatred, gentleness, shock, fear, and so on. Lowly insect, you make my mood very bad. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula once again turned around and said, let's switch to another place to fight. Otherwise, if we continue here and wake up the person sleeping at the end of the corpse river, neither of us will be able to survive. You also have someone you are afraid of? Who is that person? You don't need to know. Babula's figure was like an illusion. With a flash, he disappeared from his original spot. Xiaoqian's six-sided heavenly steel instantly missed its target. He also quickly chased after him. When Xiaoqian arrived at the upper floor, Babula suddenly appeared. 8 white bone spears pierced through the void and pierced his body. The ancestral god battle armor immediately collapsed. Xiaoqian felt as if he was struck by lightning and was sent flying. Xiaoqian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and landed on the ground. The underworld battle armor returned to its original state. He stared at Babula and said, however, it seems like there is nothing to be afraid of even after fusing with the bone body. So it is the ancestral god battle armor. No wonder you are so fearless. Babula stared at the underworld battle armor on Xiaoqian's body and said, however, this is nothing. Watch how I break it. At this point, he raised his right arm horizontally, and a bloody light rushed into the sky from his bony palm. An ancient spear filled with the smell of blood slowly appeared. Not only can my great destruction spear pierce through everything in this world, it can also pierce through the entire world. The ancestor god rank great destruction battle spear materialized in Babula's hand, exuding a monstrous blood chi. Xiaoqian remained unmoved. He shook his head and said, unfortunately, you do not have the ability to truly summon this battle spear. Otherwise, I would have another item in my collection. Boasting. You human ancestor gods actually dare to speak to me in such a manner? In the past, this spear was stained with the blood of more than one ancestor god. You're the one bragging. Xiaoqian brandished his sword and charged over, saying, I will kill you for the ancestor god of the past. The sword radiance was tens of miles long, shining with a dazzling brilliance in the vast underground palace. Clang, the sword and the spear clashed. Xiaoqian was sent flying 5 to 6 miles away, while Babula was also sent flying 3 to 4 miles away. Let's fight outside. Xiaoqian was also afraid of startling the terrifying existence in the upper reaches of the corpse river, so he took the lead to rush upwards. Very soon, he returned to the surface from underground. But just at this time, a huge radiance that was more than 30 miles long suddenly burst out from the surface. It submerged Xiaoqian and swept him away. The terrifying blood-colored light beam shattered dozens of mountains in the surroundings. This was actually transmitted from the depths of the earth. Xiaoqian vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying for dozens of miles before he fell into the stone forest. It was very difficult to fly in this region. There was a mysterious formation that restricted everything here. Xiaoqian's speed reached its limit. He passed through the mountains in an instant and returned to the place where he stood earlier. Only now did Babula walk out from underground. He sneered, back then, I was able to injure your ancestor god Yukashi across the starry sky, dyeing the earth with his blood. Even if I don't have that kind of strength now, I can still injure you across a mere layer of land. The current Babula posed a great threat to Xiaoqian. Even with the protection of the ancestral god's battle armor, he would definitely be injured. Even if the Great Destruction War Spear was only a part of the soul summoned, it still possessed unfathomable power. Although Xiaochen looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The might of the otherworldly ancestor god was indeed unimaginable. Fortunately, the person in front of him had already fallen from that realm. Otherwise, even if there were 100 of him, he would still be annihilated. Boom! Babula raised the Great Destruction Spear with one hand and pierced through the sky in an instant. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. After that, he arrived in front of Xiaochen with a single step and fiercely thrust at him. At this moment, an inexhaustible blood-colored light soared into the sky like a raging fire. Everywhere within a circumference of 100 miles was filled with glaring radiance. The sky and the earth were dyed red. Especially Babula, the blood-colored light around his body soared to the sky. It was as if there were millions of indomitable divine swords on his back. Facing this majestic and tyrannical battle spear, Xiaochen didn't dare to be careless. Even if he had the ancestor god battle armor, he wouldn't be able to take it head-on. He grabbed the rainbow-colored sacred tree above his head and circulated his secret art with all his might. Not only did the 6 heavenly steels appear in his surroundings, the rainbow-colored sacred tree also shone with boundless radiance. A strand of the ancestor god's essence was as dazzling as the sun. It pressed down on the Great Destruction Spear. A boundless majestic power instantly spread out in the world. The surrounding reddish-brown mountains crumbled unceasingly and turned into ashes one after another. The rainbow-colored sacred tree illuminated the earth, and the ancestral god's essence was like the blazing sun. The two of them intertwined and shone brilliantly, shaking heaven and earth. Boom! The rainbow-colored sacred tree and the Great Destruction War Spear collided. Radiance filled the sky and the earth. A raging wave of divine power surged out. In the surroundings, hundreds of reddish-brown mountains crumbled. They rose and fell one after another like the waves of the sea. In the end, everything returned to silence and turned into dust. The original stone forest turned into a plain. The overflowing energy wave swept through all directions. The dazzling radiance filled every inch of the space. The rainbow-colored sacred tree pressed down on the Great Destruction War Spear. The ancestral god's essence was especially blazing. It shackled that blood-colored war spear like the blazing sun. Xiaochen and Babula were almost stuck together. They tried their best to shatter the other party. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough. It's hard for you to bring out the true power of this sacred tree. Even if you have the ancestral god's essence, it's still not enough. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula's eye sockets emitted a strange radiance. He stared at Xiaochen coldly and said, "If it were Fuxi and Xianxia fighting me, it would be more like it. You are far from enough. If they come, you will probably piss your pants and run for your life. You still have the nerve to say such arrogant words with just this little bit of spiritual sense. I alone am enough to kill a half-dead person like you." Xiaochen didn't hold back and attacked the other party. At the same time, the 6-sided heavenly monument descended and suppressed Babula. Great Destruction War Spear, pierce through the world. Babula shouted loudly. The blood-colored war spear burst forth with a soaring bloody radiance. The waves within a circumference of 100 miles surged up to the sky and turned into a blood-colored world. During this process, the Great Destruction War Spear trembled repeatedly. The impact was like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the other. The heavenly monument was blocked by him, and the rainbow-colored sacred tree that was pressing down on the Great Destruction War Spear was gradually lifted up. I am unparalleled under the heavens. You, an ant, have profaned me before. Accept your punishment. Babula shouted loudly. His skeleton seemed even more majestic and tall. The Great Destruction War Spear suddenly flipped over and pressed down on the rainbow-colored sacred tree. At the same time, the 8 snow-white bone spears on both sides of his body pierced through the void, thrusting towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen was already prepared. More than 20 battle swords guarded his front as he clashed with the 8 ancient spears at close range. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack and slashed at the ancestral god skeletons that approached him. I, Babula, am invincible under the heavens. Lowly humans, endure my torment. Babula bellowed. His entire body blossomed with monstrous demonic flames. The ancestral god's blood that was originally in his skull burst forth at this moment, dyeing the entire ancestral god's skeletal body red. The scarlet-red color of blood became the only color in the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the originally snow-white universe-enlightened ancestral god skeleton seemed like a crystalline red agate, and it was dazzling, translucent, and emanated a myriad of rays of light. Boom, the ancestral god skeleton erupted with divine power that shook the 9 heavens. That tyrannical aura was unimaginable, more than a dozen waves of energy exploded from the great destruction battle spear. There was no way to resist, this was an unstoppable force. The great destruction battle spear sent Xiaochen, the rainbow sacred tree, and the battle swords flying. Xiaochen found it hard to resist. That tyrannical aura sent him flying high into the sky. The rainbow sacred tree and the battle swords clanged. As for the 6 heavenly steels, they all dimmed and disappeared because of him. During this process, Xiaochen continuously coughed out blood. His entire body was in extreme pain. Even with the protection of the ancestral god battle armor, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. At least 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were also violently impacted. Back then, when Babula wielded the great destruction battle spear, he stood in the starry sky and shook the ancestral gods of the 9 prefectures until their blood dyed the ground red. It indeed possessed an unfathomable and shocking might. Now, he only summoned the weapon soul, yet he was able to severely injure Xiaochen. Xiaochen was sent flying for more than 30 kilometers. During this process, he continuously coughed out blood. It was easy to imagine how severe his injuries were. At the same time, Babula turned into a beam of scarlet light and chased after Xiaochen. The great destruction battle spear was pointed at the southern sky. Then, it drew a terrifying trajectory and pierced through the void. Xiaochen's expression changed. The rainbow sacred tree already floated above his head again, protecting his head. The 27 battle swords arranged themselves in a formation to resist that scarlet battle spear. Boom, Xiaochen fell to the ground and smashed a human-shaped pit in the stone forest. Although the ancestral god battle armor did not shatter, it was somewhat powerless against the great destruction battle spear that could exert power through the starry sky. Xiaochen's complexion was pale. His entire body had several broken bones. He did not know how many mouthfuls of blood he had vomited. This was one of the few times he ended up in such a sorry state since his debut. Ever since he started fighting against a half-step martial ancestor, he had been unstoppable. Even when he faced the Azura half-step martial ancestor and the skeleton sovereign king, he could still suppress them. However, he suffered such a huge loss today. This made him clearly realize that he was still far from being a true peak expert. Even among 4th or 5th heaven half-step martial ancestor experts, there were still terrifying people. Xiaochen had been flying high for so many years and had never met a worthy opponent. Today, he was severely injured. This was a significant blow. Even if my flesh and blood no longer exist, and my soul is destroyed, leaving only a remnant of my spiritual sense, an ant like you is still not a match for me. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula traveled through the stone forest. He used spatial shrinking, covering 15 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen stood up on the cracked ground and walked forward step by step. He said, "If you are strong, you will kill me. If I am strong, I will kill you. Today, it is that simple." Xiaochen walked forward barehanded. All the battle swords protected him. "Then you can disappear from this world." The otherworldly ancestor god Babula shouted and swung the great destruction battle spear in his hand. Everywhere the spear pointed, space collapsed, time stopped, and supreme divine energy spread out. At this moment, Xiaochen faced the sky and roared. His entire body burst forth with a soaring light. All the acupoints in his body lit up as he circulated his profound technique to the extreme. 6 huge heavenly steels appeared. They were even clearer than the previous time. The patterns carved on them were clearly visible. They gave off an ancient aura, making one suspect that they had arrived at the immemorial era. Bang, with a wave of Xiaochen's right arm, the first heavenly steel smashed down and suppressed Babula. Clang, the otherworldly ancestor god Babula raised the great destruction battle spear diagonally and forcefully shook the heavenly steel. The huge energy vibration immediately made it seem like heaven and earth were about to flip over. Boom! The heavenly steel was sent flying. However, Babula also staggered a dozen steps back. At this time, the second heavenly steel descended and pressed down on Babula. "Open for me!" the otherworldly ancestor god Babula shouted. The bloody light of the battle spear in his hand soared to the sky. It carried an incomparably fierce baleful aura and shook the sky. Buzz. The bloody battle. Spear bent, but it still managed to send the second heavenly steel flying. "Suppress!" Xianxia shouted. His entire body was as glaring as the sun. The third heavenly steel descended. Clang, the ear-piercing sound spread for several hundred kilometers. Even if an immortal realm expert was in the vicinity, their eardrums would be broken. The third heavenly steel was sent flying by the battle spear. Boom! Just at this time, the fourth, fifth, and sixth heavenly steel arrived and pressed down at the same time. This area reinforced and protected by the ancient divine formation cracked open. The three heavenly steels pressed down on Babula. Although the bloody light of the great destruction spear soared to the sky, it was still suppressed and bent down. Gotcha, the battle spear shattered, but at the same time, it also sent the fourth and fifth heavenly steel flying. The sixth heavenly steel descended and firmly bombarded Babula's ancestor god skeleton, directly smashing it into the depths of the earth. This was not using the heavenly steel to seal the space, it was just waving them around. It almost drained all of Xiaoqian's energy. However, the rainbow-colored sacred tree quickly replenished his divine power. This way, he would not be exhausted. However, he could not condense another 6 heavenly steel immediately. Bang, the earth collapsed and Babula rushed out from the depths of the earth. At the same time, the bloody light in his right hand shone brightly and a new great destruction spear was condensed. "I will not decay for 10,000 generations, I will never perish." He brandished the great destruction spear and pierced through the void towards Xiaoqian. Boom, Xiaoqian was sent flying on the spot. He suffered heavy injuries once again and was sent flying for more than 20 miles. Babula held the great destruction spear with one hand and instantly appeared before Xiaoqian again. The demonic flame overflowed into the sky. The so-called unparalleled experts looked down on the world. That kind of unparalleled demeanor was completely imaginable. When Babula was at his peak state, he must have been like that. Now, his flesh and blood were all gone, his divine soul was destroyed, only a fingernail-sized spiritual sense was left behind. However, by relying on his skeleton body, he still displayed a kind of tyrannical aura. He held the spear with one hand and pierced through the sky. Babula and the great destruction spear became one, it was as if they were born as one. At this moment, the might of the aura suppressed the 9 heavens. The surrounding 100 miles were completely red. The bloody light was everywhere, the vast energy made people tremble. Near those shattered rocks, millions of rat demons were crawling on the ground. At this moment, they were trembling with fear. Die. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula followed up and swept his battle spear horizontally. With a bang, he sent Xiaoqian flying again. This was one of the few crushing defeats Xiaoqian had experienced since he came into being. It had always been him defeating his enemies, but now, he was clearly not a match. The great might underworld king was comparable to an ancestor god. That kind of expert didn't count. However, this Babula before him was clearly only at the half-level realm, yet Xiaoqian felt that he was no match for him. It had been many years, he had not tasted this kind of defeat for a long time. However, he was not dispirited. It was not that easy to kill him. He still had the ability to fight a great battle. It was still hard to say who would win. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula walked over with large strides. The heaven and earth trembled because of him. He was like an unparalleled demon king. You have a terrifying battle technique and a terrifying divine weapon, but your absolute strength is too weak. And, disappear. Babula raised the great destruction spear. You want me to die? Not that easy. Xiaoqian grabbed the 7 sacred trees again and let the 27 swords guard the sky above his head. At the same time, he took out a jade bottle from his acupoint and poured out a few drops of ancestor god's blood and smeared it on the tree. Ancestor god's blood? 2 terrifying rays shot out from Babula's eye sockets. You can even have such a thing? Not simple. Just at this time, the ancestor god's essence in the rainbow-colored sacred tree seemed to have sensed something. Its radiance intensified and actually showed signs of rushing out from the sacred tree, trying to merge with the ancestor god's blood. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula sneered. "Let's see what you can do to me." Boom, Xianxia held the rainbow-colored sacred tree in his hand and swept it towards ancestor god Babula. The ancestor god's essence was like an inextinguishable beam of light, incomparably resplendent. Rip, the ancestor god's essence was like sword chi, emitting a piercing sound. Boom, after colliding with the great destruction spear, the ancestor god's blood spear shattered. At the same time, the sacred tree smashed into Babula's ancestor god skeleton, sending it flying for dozens of li. Xianxia did not expect the ancestor god's essence to be so tyrannical. He turned into a black light and chased after it. Bang, the rainbow-colored sacred tree swept across again, sending Babula flying again. The bones in his body creaked. "Lowly worm, you have once again profaned the dignity of the ancestor god. Enjoy the torture." The immortal heavenly shield, even the martial ancestor and Fushi could not shatter it. "With the great destruction spear in my hand, let's see what else you can do." Babula's words were very cold. It seemed like he did not want to drag it out any longer and wanted to end the battle immediately. The immortal heavenly shield might look ancient, but it also gave Xianxia a great pressure, even more so than the great destruction spear. If there really was such a perfect shield in this world, it would be a supreme treasure that even the ancestor god would fight over. Xianxia did not reply and swung the rainbow-colored sacred tree again. Boom, the rainbow-colored radiance and the ancestor god's essence collided with the immortal heavenly shield. Boundless energy undulated and sent the two flying. It blocked it. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He had a bad feeling. That immortal heavenly shield had blocked his attack. "These are the two divine weapons that followed me in the past. They accompanied me through the ages and made me unparalleled under the heavens. Using them to kill you is like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife." Unparalleled under the heavens? You gave it to yourself, right? Back then, Fushi and martial ancestor could kill you like chickens and dogs. Don't forget, you are already dead. Xianxia's words immediately made Babula choke. Kill. Babula only spat out this one word and charged over. Xianxia brandished the 27 swords and the rainbow-colored sacred tree at the same time to fight against the otherworldly ancestor god Babula. However, it was just as Babula said. Regardless of the swords or the sacred tree, they were both top-notch divine weapons. It was only because Xianxia was not strong enough that he could not bring out their full potential. Boom, the radiance that filled the sky was like the eternal light. The heaven and earth were illuminated. Babula used the immortal heavenly shield to block all of Xianxia's attacks. Then, he used the great destruction spear to pierce through the heaven and earth and sent Xianxia flying dozens of miles away. Bang, when Xianxia fell into the rubble forest, Babula had already caught up to him. He was closing in on him step by step. His expression was incomparably cold as he said, "Everything should end now. You can die now." Xianxia coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was very difficult for him to stand up. Babula, who had fused with the ancestral god's bone, made him feel powerful and terrifying. Even if an ancestral god expert had fallen, he still had unimaginable heaven-defying methods. The earth trembled along with Babula's footsteps. Babula had the immortal heavenly shield on his left arm and the great destruction spear on his right. The two weapon spirits were very glaring. "Weak race, lowly reptile. Even if I kill you and dirty my hands, I will still annihilate your body and soul." Babula revealed a cruel smile. Xianxia roared loudly and raised his secret art to the limit realm. He wanted to summon the six-sided monolith again to defend against the enemy. But just at this time, he heard a rumbling sound coming from his body. After raising his secret art to the limit realm, the 365 acupoints on his body suddenly became as dazzling as the stars. It seemed like they were going to rush out of his body. 365 furious roars came from Xianxia's body. The wind and clouds immediately changed, and the heaven and earth lost their color. The 365 acupoints were blazing with radiance. When they combined together, it looked like a miniature starry sky. The dazzling radiance forced the otherworldly ancestral god to take a few steps back. Swish, the sound of air being pierced through could be heard. The great destruction spear in Babula's hand had already pierced through the void. He vaguely felt a trace of discomfort, so he didn't want to give Xiaochen any chance. Bang, Xiaochen was sent flying, but this time, he didn't suffer a devastating injury. The 365 divinized acupoints all emitted a terrifying radiance. It was as if millions of starlight were interweaving together, dazzling the eyes. At the same time, the 365 furious roars rang out again. This time, it was even louder. It could be said to shake the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. It forcefully stopped Babula, who was chasing after Xiaochen. Xiaochen's body radiated brilliance in all directions. The 365 main acupoints all emitted a dazzling divine radiance. Babula's pupils contracted rapidly. He was incomparably shocked. At this moment, a human figure appeared around Xiaochen. It was hazy, and he couldn't see it clearly. However, there was a terrifying aura. That kind of aura of supremacy was not concealed at all. Roar, this furious roar was even more terrifying in the outside world. It shook the mountains and caused them to crumble. Was it an illusion or a phantom? It didn't seem like it. This was simply a living god. At the same time, the rainbow sacred tree trembled. Not only did it contain the essence of an ancestor lord, but it also contained the essence of 7 ancestor dragons. The wind and lightning formation opened up around the sacred tree, and dragon roars shook the sky. Kill! Along with Xiaochen's shout, he rushed over with the rainbow sacred tree in hand. The god behind him also rushed forward at the same pace as him. In the end, that god even controlled all the swords floating in the surroundings and slashed at the otherworld's ancestor god Babula. Bang, the rainbow sacred tree collided with the undying heavenly shield. This time, 7 ancestor dragons' essence and 1 ancestor lord's essence burst out with a terrifying fluctuation. The ancient shield was shattered in an instant. At the same time, that god controlling the 27 swords also used the swords to block the great destruction spear. Bang! The instant Xiaochen shattered the undying heavenly shield, he brandished the rainbow sacred tree again and again to attack the otherworld's ancestor god Babula. Babula was sent flying all of a sudden. Xiaochen chased after him closely and attacked unceasingly. And that god controlling the swords was running side by side with him. He controlled the swords to slash at this otherworld's ancestor god. An intense battle broke out. This region was collapsing, ghosts were wailing and deities were howling. The fierce battle lasted for more than 4 hours. Boom! The instant Xiaochen sent Babula flying again, that god controlling the swords rushed over and dislocated the otherworld's ancestor god Babula's left calf bone with a kacha. Even if Babula was knocked down, he wouldn't be able to shatter the ancestor god's skeleton. He could only dismantle him. You're courting death. The otherworld's ancestor god Babula was furious. He fought over the calf bone and finally seized the soul bone. However, the left calf bone was seized by Xiaochen. Brat, you have angered me. I don't care how strange you are today, I will definitely destroy your body and soul. Babula stood on the ground with one leg. His empty eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared at Xiaochen. At this moment, the soaring killing intent filled the air. The heaven and earth were shaking, but all of a sudden, Babula felt very dizzy. He had a surreal feeling. He saw behind Xiaochen a large group of figures. There were no less than 300 of them. Babula was really dumbfounded. He felt completely dizzy. After that, he couldn't help but curse, "Qiao Ma." Then, he actually fled without looking back. Xiaochen still didn't know that a group of figures had appeared behind him. Seeing Babula fleeing, he was a little confused. It was already too late to chase after him. The otherworld's ancestor god Babula actually ran away. He abandoned his calf bone, completely lacking the demeanor of an ancestor god. He could simply be called an elite in the escape world. He disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only when Xiaochen turned around did he understand what happened. He also felt dizzy. There were no less than 365 of them. What a hazy shadow. All of them were standing behind him. Their hazy appearance was somewhat similar to what he imagined, but it didn't seem to be the case after a careful look. After careful observation, Xiaochen saw through the truth. Other than that god that appeared first, which had a very powerful battle prowess, the other 364 hazy shadows were all shadows. They didn't have any battle prowess. Xiaochen was a little dumbfounded. It was actually this group of shadows that scared the otherworld's ancestor god Babula away. Ha ha ha, in the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This really made people speechless. If the otherworld's ancestor god Babula knew the truth, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood in anger. The 365 gods turned into 365 beams of light and rushed back to his acupoints. If it wasn't for the 365 gods appearing and scaring Babula away, the outcome of this battle would really be hard to say. The otherworld's ancestor god Babula was really very powerful. After fusing with his own bone, he held the weapon soul in his hand and floated in the air. This battle made Xiaochen clearly realize that he was still far from being a peak expert. Suffering a setback might not be a bad thing. Thinking of Babula's dizzy appearance at the end and how he used his spiritual sense to cast out the otherworld's curse before escaping without a trace, Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. He reckoned that Babula would definitely be depressed for a few days. Xiaochen walked back into the underground palace and put away the jade book. However, he didn't continue exploring. This place was very close to the corpse river. The unknown existence that was in deep slumber made Babula feel fear. He didn't even need to think to know that it was extremely dangerous. Xiaochen only walked out of this stone forest after half a month. He didn't know how to break the ancient divine formation in this area. Only when he discovered the traces of Babula breaking the formation did he find a way out with great difficulty. After leaving this strange mountain range, Xiaochen flew for several hundred li and met many cultivators. They were all people looking for the eternal light. After a short contact, he found out from those people that the evilest place of the soul world seemed to have been discovered. Everyone was flying in that direction. Xiaochen followed them and flew over many verdant mountains. After several hundred li, he was shocked to find that the evilest place was actually the upper reaches of the underground corpse river. Xiaochen did not continue to follow those people. Instead, he stayed in a lush primeval forest. He wanted to recuperate. After the battle with the otherworldly ancestor god Babula, Xiaochen suffered extremely severe injuries. After he escaped, he had to recuperate for a few days before he completely recovered. This battle was a wake-up call for him. Even though the ancestor god had fallen, any remnant spiritual sense had unimaginable heaven-defying methods. He was still far from reaching the peak. Xiaochen frowned as he flipped open the jade book in his hand. He could not recognize a single word. The words of the otherworldly language were crooked, making it hard for him to decipher its meaning. Most of the contents recorded in the Holy Scriptures were left behind in the form of a spiritual imprint. However, this jade book was completely written in words. Xiaochen pondered for a long time but still could not understand it. Only when he flipped to the last 2 pages did he gain something. He carved out 2 pictures. The first picture was just a spear soaring straight into the sky. The tip of the spear seemed like it was going to pierce through the wall. Its aura was incomparably sharp, making people feel a chill in their bones. Needless to say, this was the Great Destruction Spear. It was powerful and tyrannical, bringing with it a boundless destructive aura. Just this picture alone gave people a strong sense of pressure. It was like a peerless sword was pressed against the throat. It is just a spear. I can't recognize the words at the front. I can't obtain the cultivation method at all. What should I do? Xiaochen observed carefully. Just at this moment, he felt a soul-intimidating power rushing out from the spear. It almost destroyed his spiritual sense. Sharp, swift, and destructive. It was like a divine punishment that could destroy the world. It contained an extremely mysterious and horrifying aura. Xiaochen was startled and immediately took a few steps back. He pointed with his finger and shot out a beam of divine light towards the jade book. Chong! The jade book was unharmed. The divine light did not destroy it. This is really a divine book. It is very difficult to destroy. Although I don't recognize the words inside, I can obtain the essence of the pictures on the last 2 pages. Xiaochen muttered to himself. At this point, he already knew that although the engraving was simple, it directly expressed the true meaning of the Great Destruction Battle Spear. As long as he could quietly comprehend it, he would definitely be able to understand the profoundness within. He had already obtained the celestial monument mystic technique, so he did not care about the moves and mental cultivation methods. The most important thing was to experience the artistic conception that the divine book wanted to convey. What he needed was the true essence of the Great Destruction battle spear. Moreover, it wasn't hard to obtain. The battle spear was just like its name. The true essence of its fierce and overbearing attack was Great Destruction. Xianxia used his spiritual sense to attack the jade book. He immediately felt a destructive aura. The true meaning of the Great Destruction war spear seemed to have taken a tangible form. It pierced through the void and pierced towards him. Xianxia roared and raised his right arm horizontally. His right palm gave off a bright light, and a spear filled with overwhelming killing intent and a boundless destructive aura slowly appeared. Although it wasn't as imposing as the spear in Babula's hand, it was still incomparably sharp and captivating. In the future, it would definitely grow stronger. As the saying goes, understanding one method leads to understanding all methods. Xianxia meticulously pondered for 10 days and gradually grasped the true meaning of the 3 words, Great Destruction. Although its might was far from being able to contend against the spear in Babula's hand, he believed that he would be able to surpass it one day. Babula, I will use your combat technique to give you a surprise. Who knows, I might summon the true Great Destruction war spear. At that time, you will be in for a tragedy. Xianxia flipped to the last page of the jade book. There was nothing to doubt, it was the carving of the immortal heavenly shield. A simple and unadorned big shield, it gave people a stable, firm, and unbreakable feeling. Although it was only a carving, it gave people a great sense of heaviness. The immortal heavenly shield was just like its name. Immortal for 10,000 years, indestructible for eternity. It was as majestic as the sea, as heavy as the earth, and as profound as the starry sky. This was an ancient shield that had existed since the ancient times, an immortal shield. Xianxia's desire for this shield surpassed that of the Great Destruction war spear. That was because he already had a sword to attack with. Even if he couldn't obtain the Great Destruction war spear, it didn't matter. However, if he could find the true body of the immortal heavenly shield, then his defensive power would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Babula once said that even the martial ancestor and Fuxi, the 2 strongest among the ancestral gods, were unable to shatter the immortal heavenly shield. It was easy to imagine how powerful the immortal title was. Immortal heavenly shield. Xianxia shouted loudly. His left arm flickered with radiance, and a simple and unadorned shield appeared. It was as if the heavy earth was protecting his front. Finally, Xianxia took out another spoil of war. It was a leg bone as white as jade. It was taken from Babula's body. Even a sword couldn't cut it. It was easy to imagine how hard this leg bone was. He wanted to polish it into a bone dagger, but he discovered that he couldn't even scratch it a little. As expected of the ancestral god's bone, this made Xianxia feel a little helpless. However, he also knew that Babula would definitely be more depressed in comparison. He even lost the ancestral god's leg bone. Perhaps Babula had been sulking these past few days. It was only a matter of time before he came looking for him. Xianxia meditated for close to 20 days before leaving this mountain range. He crossed the tall mountains and flew towards the north for more than 600 miles. Finally, he arrived at the place suspected to be the most sinister place. Many practitioners had already arrived here a long time ago, but none of them discovered the eternal light. They couldn't even confirm that this was the most sinister place. In the past 20 days, more than 100 people had already ventured deep into the ground, but they never returned. It was as if they had completely evaporated. This was a deathly still land. The mountain ridge was barren, not even a blade of grass grew. There was no vegetation at all. The color of the soil was also different from other places. It was completely corpse yellow, gloomy and frightening. In the mountain ridge, even in the daytime, it was gloomy and chilly. It seemed like the blazing sun in the sky couldn't transmit its heat to this place. Even the sunlight appeared pale and gloomy. Regardless of whether this was the most sinister place or not, this place was very strange. There must be an inexhaustible destructive power buried under the ground. Otherwise, the surface of the earth wouldn't be like this. Xiaochen carefully observed the area within a circumference of 100 miles for a long time. He felt that this place might be the source of the corpse river. Would there be the eternal light in this place? He couldn't judge for a moment. After all, the eternal light required the burial of more than 10 ancestor gods to form. Presently, he knew that at least 2 universe-enlightened ancestral god realm experts were buried beneath this ground. One was Babula, and the other was the lord that even Babu feared. Perhaps there really were few universe-enlightened ancestral gods buried beneath the ground. Up until now, none of the experts present had died. Not a single half-ancestor had shown themselves. The experts were all watching from the sidelines. Those who threw themselves to death were the ones who thought themselves infallible. Xiaochen had already changed his face and hid his identity. He wasn't afraid of the old Azura, the skeleton sovereign king, and the others. He just had to guard against Babula's sneak attack. He mixed in the crowd and watched quietly. He didn't believe that those half-ancestors would stay still. The eternal light could help them become half-ancestors. Any half-ancestor would be tempted. After a few more days, Xiaochen unexpectedly learned from a heavenly king that those half-ancestors had invited the experts of the soul world over and researched for a long time. After a secret discussion, they prepared to enter the underground to search for the eternal light. In the past few days, aside from the secret discussion, the half-ancestors had also been actively preparing all sorts of materials, preparing to lay down a divine formation to seal this place. First, it was for safety reasons. If there were any changes underground, they could retreat quickly and use the divine formation as a shield. Second, it was to prevent others from entering, preventing them from sharing the spoils of war underground. Xiaochen was not in a rush at all. Even the eternal light was hard to obtain. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the Lord at the end of the corpse river was. Originally, Xiaochen wanted to warn those half-ancestors. However, late at night, those half-ancestors had already taken action. They appeared silently, not giving others any chances. They directly laid down a large formation, isolating everyone outside. Xiaochen looked at the sun-blocking divine formation and said, "I can't even warn you out of goodwill. If you run into danger, it is purely your own fault." More than 100 bone banners stood among the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, all of them more than 100 meters tall. Xiaochen did not know how they were made. The huge white bones looked exceptionally terrifying. The banners fluttered in the wind, releasing boundless black fog. Soon, this strange land was sealed. From a distance, ghosts cried and gods howled. Many gods and demons gathered around the 100-odd bone banners, rearing their heads to the sky and howling. How was this a divine formation? It was clearly a malicious spirit formation. Without even thinking, it was clear that this was the work of the skeleton sovereign, supported by many half-ancestors. Gloomy clouds filled this place. Sinister winds howled, and demonic chi soared into the clouds, covering the sky and sun. The place was dark and gloomy. This was an ominous land in the first place. With these arrangements, this place became even more sinister. Humans, ghosts, and gods would all retreat when they saw it. On this night, everyone in the periphery was shocked. They all cursed the skeleton sovereign and the others for being immoral, cutting off the fortuitous encounters of others. Xiaochen learned from the curses of those in the know that the half-ancestors working together were his enemies, the Azura half-ancestor, the skeleton sovereign, the Xianxia half-ancestor, the holy god, and the others. By the time the sky brightened, the region covered by the 100 bone banners was so dark that one could not even see their fingers when stretched out. It was clear that the half-ancestors had set up a tight formation here. The main reason they mustered such a large force was to block the other half-ancestor-level competitors. You all want to monopolize everything. In the end, you will end up smashing your own feet with a rock. Xiaochen smiled coldly as he watched all this quietly from the side. When the Sovereign King formation completely formed, this region looked like a deep abyss. We will go underground from other places. I don't believe that we cannot barge through this formation. Someone shouted, and several people immediately responded. However, everyone was disappointed to discover that the Sovereign King formation reached the clouds and descended into the netherworld. There was no way to pass through it. Xiaochen hid in the crowd and discovered a few people who did not look outstanding wandering around the formation. He gradually paid attention and felt that these people were probably half-ancestors. In the end, 3 of them actually managed to walk into the black fog formation, while the others were blocked outside. They were still wandering around and thinking about it. Xiaochen was not anxious at all. Even if these people managed to enter, they might not be able to obtain anything. However, this thought did not persist for long before it changed. This was because he discovered the powerful Babula. Although this otherworldly ancestor god used an illusion to hide his true body, when he wandered near Xiaochen, he still felt the unique aura of an ancestor god's blood. That was the ancestor god's blood chi that Babula could not truly conceal. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula only circled around the formation once before he immediately started to break it and successfully barged in. Xiaochen was greatly surprised. Babula was clearly very afraid of the Lord at the end of the corpse river, but why was he so impatient to barge in today? Could it be that the eternal light is really here? At this point, Xiaochen could no longer remain calm. After he watched the few half-ancestors break the formation, he also started to make his move. However, this Sovereign King formation was no small matter. Those who did not know the ins and outs would find it hard to enter. Fortunately, he was not the only one who wanted to barge in. Coincidentally, there were 3 other half-ancestors that barged in. Xiaochen used all his vital qi and followed them in. What was Babula trying to do? This was what Xiaochen urgently wanted to know. The 3 people ahead disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, after entering the hinterland, although there were still some formations, they could no longer stop Xiaochen. Soon, he discovered an entrance. The skeleton Sovereign King and the others worked together to excavate a huge cave. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Xiaochen did not have any reason and directly went down. A sinister wind blew, and the cold air was very strong. Furthermore, there was a faint corpse stench. After going down for several thousand meters, the sound of flowing water could be heard. A yellow river that sent a chill down one's spine surged and roared. Corpse River, indeed, it was the location of the Corpse River. The water in this area was very rapid. The yellow corpse water occasionally surged up, and the stench assaulted the nose. Experts who cultivated to the half-ancestor realm were all extraordinary people. Clearly, the people who entered later discovered that something was wrong and became very cautious, carefully advancing along the Corpse River. Just at this moment, a furious roar came from the front. It came from the skeleton Sovereign King. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. If that sleeping lord woke up, not many people here would survive. However, the worst-case scenario did not happen. The skeleton Sovereign King rushed downstream and looked around furiously. The few half-ancestors in front all looked at the old skeleton strangely. Xiaochen nearly laughed out loud. The skeleton Sovereign King's left calf bone had disappeared. It seemed like someone had snatched it away with brute force. Did you see a monster with 8 bone spears? The skeleton Sovereign King was very sullen. Clearly, its mood was very bad. Just at this moment, the Azura Sovereign King and the Xianxia Sovereign King rushed over. No one rushed out at all. If an enemy ambushed you, they must still be in front. Let's go. Hearing that, the expressions of the Xianxia half-ancestors and the others changed. They immediately rushed upstream, afraid that someone else would beat them to it. Xiaochen snatched away the left calf bone of the otherworldly ancestor god Babula. Now, he sneak-attacked the skeleton Sovereign King and snatched away the calf bone. A Sovereign King was plotted against and had a part of its body torn away. How could it not be angry? Xiaochen felt somewhat anxious. Babula did not retreat. Clearly, he had gone deep into the Corpse River. He dared to take such a risk out of fear of the sleeping lord. The Kim clan had something that could attract the otherworldly ancestor gods. The few half-ancestors in front of Xiaochen also increased their speed. They rushed upstream as fast as lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen did not dare to delay. He followed the surging Corpse River and rushed quickly. The stench in front was unbearable. A yellow sea appeared in everyone's vision. How can there be a yellow corpse sea underground? Xiaochen could not understand. Soon after, he seemed to have discovered something. He muttered to himself, "That's not right. This place is a world of its own. It is a mysterious space opened by someone. That is, Xiaochen could not help but reveal a startled expression. A huge island appeared indistinctly in the boundless yellow corpse sea. Unexpectedly, it gave off a divine light that soared into the sky. All the half-ancestors were already rushing there. The yellow sea undulated up and down. It could be considered magnificent, but it was far from magnificent. The stench of the seawater soared to the sky, and the yellow color made people feel very uncomfortable. The corpse water converging into a sea was very frightening. How could such a scene be created? It was simply unimaginable. Divine light would occasionally soar up from the enormous islands in the vast sea of corpses. The half-martial ancestors all soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the sea of corpses. All of them had only one goal: to fight over the eternal light. Xiaochen could be considered as a latecomer. Most of the half-ancestors had already rushed to the front, but he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The most tempting place was also the most frightening place. He was constantly on guard against that lord. The sound of air being torn resounded again. Two unknown half-ancestors appeared behind him. They observed the shore for a while, but in the end, they also couldn't resist the temptation and rushed towards the suspected location of the eternal light. Suddenly, Xiaochen discovered a familiar figure. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula emerged from the corpse sea. He seemed to have gone deep into the stinking yellow seawater. What is Babula doing at the bottom of the sea? Xiaochen hid his tracks and observed this otherworldly ancestor god from the shore. Babula seemed to be searching for something. The moment he emerged from the sea, he used his powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings. Then, he once again sank to the bottom of the sea. What is this guy looking for? Seeing that this powerful otherworldly ancestor god didn't go to the island in the depths of the corpse sea, Xiaochen didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Xiaochen observed for a long time. He discovered that Babula was getting further and further away, searching even deeper into the corpse sea. In the end, he clenched his teeth and also sank into the corpse sea. He used his divine power to block the stinking seawater and prevent it from corroding his body. Soon, he understood why Babula had to resurface every once in a while. There was a bitter baleful aura in the corpse sea. It had an extremely strong corrosive power that could even slowly corrode the half-ancestor god's power. No wonder the rat demon bound himself in chains and tempered his body in the corpse river. The corpse water was indeed extraordinary. If this corpse sea was caused by one person, then it would be too terrifying. Xiaochen muttered in his heart. Soon, he made a discovery in the corpse sea. The stinking seabed was filled with rubble and broken walls. He had already discovered more than a dozen ruins. In the distant past, this must have been an extraordinary place. What is Babula searching for? Could it be the Great Destruction Spear? Thinking of this, Xiaochen couldn't help but feel moved. Back then, Babula was killed by the martial ancestor in the lower reaches of the corpse river. Maybe his Great Destruction Spear and immortal heavenly shield were in this region. If that was the case, it would be a big deal. No one knew better than him how terrifying the Great Shattering Spear and the Undying Heavenly Shield were. Only those who had personally experienced that battle could understand. Babula had only summoned an incomplete weapon soul, and it was already so powerful. If two ancestral god weapons were to appear in their true forms, it would be even more unimaginable. Xiaochen followed Babula in the dark, and searched the corpse river unceasingly. During this process, he really fished out a few broken divine weapons. What made him astonished was that one of them was actually a spiritual treasure refined by a half-step ancestor. However, it was already corroded beyond recognition by the corpse river. Voila, Xiaochen floated to the surface of the sea again. Just at this time, he discovered that Babula had already soared into the sky. He was flying towards the huge island in the depths of the corpse sea. It seemed like he had already lost his patience and directly rushed towards the center of the corpse sea. If there was anyone who understood this place, it would undoubtedly be Babula. No one knew the secrets of this place better than him. Xiaochen decided to follow his footsteps. This otherworldly antique would definitely not court death by himself. Following behind him would be much safer than following the other half-step ancestors. The huge island looked very far away, but it was even further away when one flew. It was as if it was forever on the horizon. Divine radiance would soar from time to time. Could it really be the eternal light? Xiaochen became bewildered as well. With Xiaochen's speed, he only got close to that huge island after flying for a quarter of an hour. A desolate aura assaulted his face. This huge island seemed like an ancient battlefield. It was brimming with the aura of slaughter. There was no vegetation on the island, the divine radiance originated from the center of the huge island. Walking on the huge island, skeletons could be seen everywhere. Finding skeletons in the soul world was nothing special, but to find so many skeletons on this huge island in the middle of the corpse sea was a little unusual. After all, this was a very ominous place. Xiaochen couldn't help but admire Babula. The 8 bone spears on both sides moved at the same time like spider legs, making his speed inconceivably fast. In the blink of an eye, that guy had already circled around the periphery of the island. He searched all the places in the periphery, and only then did he hide inside. Unhurriedly. Rumble, an intense energy fluctuation transmitted over from the front. The half-step ancestors had started fighting. The black clouds churned, he could vaguely see the skeleton sovereign and the Xianxia half-step ancestor unleashing their divine abilities to fight against the enemy together. That place was already not far from the center of the island. He could clearly see one divine radiance after another rushing towards the horizon. It was extremely similar to the eternal light. Everyone couldn't suppress the excitement in their heart and started fighting because of this. The battle between half-step ancestors was exceptionally intense. It caused the surrounding corpse sea to churn up huge waves. The corpse aura wreaked havoc in all directions. F***ck, the skeleton sovereign who was in the middle of a great battle discovered Babula who was stealthily approaching. He immediately let loose a torrent of curses without the demeanor of a sovereign king. Not long ago, Babula launched a sneak attack on him and forcibly tore off his left calf bone, turning him into a cripple. This was unimaginable for a powerful sovereign king. It was simply an extraordinary humiliation. At this moment, the skeleton sovereign suddenly jumped out of the battle and charged towards Babula with bloodshot eyes. "Where do you think you're going? You evil thief, return my calf bone." While shouting these words, a black line appeared on the skeleton sovereign's forehead. He discovered that his calf bone had already been reattached to Babula's leg. Babula stood out magnanimously. He was calm and unperturbed as he said, "Weak skeleton, don't seek your own death. I don't feel like killing you right now." If the skeleton sovereign had lungs, he would definitely explode from anger. The evil thief in front of him had just snatched away his calf bone, yet he had this kind of fearless appearance now. It really made him angry. "Eight-legged monster, even though you and I are both fire-type life forms, I will not let you off today." The skeleton sovereign king gritted his teeth and immediately unleashed a great divine ability. A white bone hell came crashing down and enveloped Babula, wanting to refine him. However, an incomparably sharp spear quickly appeared in Babula's hand. It pierced through heaven and earth in an instant and directly flew out of the white bone hell. He saw that the 8 groups nearby were all fighting, and his expression was very unsightly. Not only at the skeleton sovereign, he shouted at everyone, "If you don't want to die, all of you stop immediately." All the half-ancestors stopped, including the skeleton sovereign, and looked at him in astonishment. This 8-clawed expert was too arrogant. This was what everyone was thinking. With 8 spider legs and an extra scorpion tail, do you really think you're a few kilograms heavier than others? That's right, you do have a tail, but you can't be so arrogant. The 2 half-ancestors among them couldn't help but ridicule. What's there to say? Let's seal him first so that he doesn't get in the way. The skeleton sovereign shouted. He couldn't wait for the monster in front of him to offend everyone and become the public enemy. "Chuga, stop your horse." Babula was furious. He was a former otherworldly ancestral god, and no one had ever dared to point fingers at him. However, he quickly figured out his identity and shouted, "I'm doing this for your own good. Can't you sense it? This sea of corpses has a majestic aura that intimidates people? What kind of power can intimidate half-ancestors? I'm sure you all know." "You're saying there's an ancestral god here?" someone asked in astonishment. The half-ancestors' expressions all changed. When they first entered the sea of corpses, they felt a peculiar fluctuation. They were deeply frightened, but for the eternal light, they had no choice but to take the risk and come here. Babula's hollow eyes emitted eerie radiance, and he said, "I don't need to say much. You all should be able to guess that the expert sleeping in the sea of corpses can easily destroy everyone here. If you don't want to die, don't disturb the sleeping person. To be able to destroy all the half-ancestors present, if it wasn't an ancestral god, then what was? Only an expert of that level could do it. Thinking of how evil this place was and how the sea of corpses was, the dozen people present felt a chill in their hearts. How do you know all this? The skeleton sovereign pressed. I don't have to tell you. Babula raised his head and looked at the place where the divine light soared into the sky. He didn't even look at the skeleton sovereign, and a sense of contempt seeped out from his bones. He was an otherworldly ancestral god when he was alive, and even after he fell, it was difficult to change that aloof attitude. The skeleton sovereign was furious and shouted, "You evil thief, give me back my leg bone. Do you want everyone to die with you?" Babula said calmly, "If you force me to make a move, you will definitely disturb the sleeping person in the sea of corpses. At that time you will be equivalent to murdering everyone here." The dozen or so half-ancestors at the side all changed their expressions. Even Azura half-ancestor and Xianxia half-ancestor transmitted their voice to the old skeleton, telling him to temporarily endure. Fine. When we get out of this sea of corpses, I'll make you wish you were dead." The skeleton sovereign spoke ruthlessly and walked to the side. The dozen or so half-ancestors present were all extraordinary people. They naturally knew how strong an ancestral god was. No one dared to act rashly anymore. All of them flew towards the center of the huge island, temporarily putting aside their fight. Xianxia followed from a distance. For some reason, he felt an intense dangerous aura when he arrived here. It was not because his spiritual sense caught anything, but an innate intuition. The center of the huge island was in sight, and the dozen or so half-ancestors tore through the sky. It was a ruin, but beams of divine light soared into the sky from time to time. They were dazzling and dazzling, emitting a divine and gentle radiance. The divine aura surged, and everyone could clearly feel that this divine energy fluctuation could purify one's soul, giving the half-ancestors an exceptionally comfortable feeling. At this moment, the dozen or so people found it hard to remain calm. If there was enough eternal light, that was a supreme divine item that could allow half-ancestors to advance to ancestral god. No one could remain unmoved. Even Xianxia felt a trace of nervousness. He paid close attention to that ruin. Just at this time, Babula suddenly became incomparably excited. He quickly rushed forward, and before Xianxia could make a move, the skeleton sovereign and the others rushed over together and blocked his path. "If you want to get there first, you have to get past us first." The skeleton sovereign sneered. The otherworldly ancestral god Mabula's eyes were extremely cold, but he did not flare up. He said to everyone in a deep voice, "Sure, I also thought that this place has the eternal light you speak of, but it seems that is not the case. Since there isn't, why are you so anxious? Then, please return." The skeleton sovereign retorted without any trace of politeness. "My divine weapon from the past is buried here. Naturally, I have to come here. It is definitely not the eternal light you are looking for," Babula said in a deep voice. Immediately, a half-ancestor sneered, "Your divine weapon? Why don't you say that this sea of corpses is yours?" Babula was very angry in his heart, but he had no choice. He was no longer the otherworldly ancestral god of the past. Now, he could not fight against so many half-ancestors head-on. "If you don't believe me, you can dig through this ruin. There will definitely be a war spear inside." He did not reveal the name of the Great Destruction War Spear to avoid unnecessary trouble. Walking into the ruin, some half-ancestors could not hold back anymore. They really hoped that this was the eternal light. Bang, the surrounding rubble soared into the sky, and the center of the ruin was completely cleared out. The place of the seal, it was unknown how long it had existed. The powerful seal had already loosened, and the divine power was starting to dissipate. The soaring divine light was actually the power of the seal. "This is the ancestral god's seal." The dozen half-ancestors gasped. Even if the seal's divine power was about to dissipate, it was not something that one or two half-ancestors could open. What exactly was under the ruin that required the ancestral god's seal? Everyone revealed a doubtful look. No one dared to act rashly. If there was an unimaginable existence under the ground and some evil demon was released, it would definitely cause a huge disaster. The item sealed by the ancestral god was definitely not an ordinary item. It is indeed my divine weapon. Babula could not suppress his excitement and rushed forward again. However, he was blocked by the skeleton sovereign again. It said coldly, "Don't be presumptuous. Everything here is ownerless. Should they open the seal or not?" Everyone was very hesitant. "I think there is no harm in opening it and taking a look." A meticulous half-ancestor cleared the dust on the ground of the seal and pointed at the ground. "Look, the symbols here seem to be the language of the other realm. They should not have been set up by our ancestral god. We can naturally open the place sealed by our great enemy." "That's right, these seem to be the language of the other realm." A half-ancestor beside him nodded in agreement. The other realm ancestor god Babula heard this and walked forward to take a look. He was immediately shocked. He naturally recognized the 4 words, "dangerous ground." However, he did not say anything because he really felt the aura of the Great Destruction War Spear. At this point, no one objected to breaking the seal. Even Babula sensed it, but he did not say anything. This was a seal set up by a powerful other realm ancestor god. Even though 90% of the divine power had already dissipated with the passage of time, it still took a lot of effort for the dozen half-ancestors to break the seal. Rumble, following the activation of the divine power, the dazzling radiance made everyone close their eyes. The gate of the seal was broken. Xiaochen was very far away, so he did not receive any impact. At this moment, he keenly sensed the abnormality in the sea of corpses. Standing high up in the sky, he could clearly see the waves of the sea of corpses. The endless corpse water had turned even more yellow. Just looking at that color would make one's heart palpitate. At the same time, the powerful aura in the sea of corpses had clearly strengthened a lot. Not good. Could it be that the unknown existence sleeping in the sea of corpses has been sealed? Could it be that breaking the seal will release it? It is not as simple as sleeping. Xiaochen was overwhelmed with shock. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. He wanted to retreat immediately, but after noticing Babula's action, he stopped. Babula reacted very quickly. The instant the seal was broken, even though the divine power was overwhelming, he did not take half a step back. Instead, he condensed the weapon soul of the Great Destruction War Spear in his hand and pierced through the void, charging into the ground. By the time the other half-ancestors reacted, Babula had already disappeared from the ground. "Not good, we cannot let him succeed." More than 10 half-ancestors all rushed into the subterranean cavern. Miserable shrieks resounded from the subterranean cavern one after another. Not long after, 7 or 8 half-ancestors soared into the sky. Their bodies were badly mutilated, their physical bodies were on the verge of destruction. Following that, the remaining half-ancestors also rushed over in a battered and exhausted manner. All of them suffered light or heavy injuries. Then, a golden radiance soared into the sky. It was very dazzling. However, it emitted an incomparably sinister aura. Moreover, there was a dense corpse stench. This was actually corpse water. The terrifying corpse water corroded the physical bodies of the half-ancestors. It was as if a huge golden spring had been dug up. Golden corpse water gushed out, instantly filling the island with corpse energy. At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate spread out. Bang! Just at this time, Babula crawled out from the golden corpse spring. He was holding a 3-meter-long, 1-foot-wide jade box in his hand. The top of the box was densely engraved with otherworldly runes. It was impossible to make out. "Stop him!" Sacred God Angel shouted. "The unimaginably mysteriously Liang is sealed underground. We only broke the first seal. There is still an unknown divine formation below, and the central formation flag is the jade box in his hand. Don't let him take it. We need the jade box to seal this place again and continue to break the formation." Ancestor God Babula was also very surprised. The Great Destruction Spear was a heaven-defying ancestral god weapon, yet it was actually sealed here as the central formation flag. This was truly strange. The underground divine formation was sealing an unknown cavern. Logically, it should be very easy to breach it from the outside. However, if it wasn't for the dozen or so half-martial ancestors rushing down and unleashing a powerful attack, it would have been impossible for Babula to obtain the formation flags. Ancestor god Babula soared into the sky. He didn't care about the seal below. It was enough for him to obtain the Great Destruction Spear. He already knew that there was something strange about this place, but now, he realized that it was far beyond his expectations. He wanted to immediately leave Zhenlu, because he also had a strong premonition of danger. However, the many half-ancestors weren't slow either. They all soared into the sky to intercept him. Babula was still very confident in his speed. He directly tore through space to escape, however, he didn't expect that someone would directly shatter space with a loud rumble. Xiaochen had already been lying in ambush for a long time. When he saw Babula trying to escape, he used the heavenly steel to blast him out of the spatial tunnel. Being disturbed while traveling through space was the most dangerous thing. Something unexpected happened. The berserk spatial power made ancestor god Babula dizzy and disoriented. He didn't even have time to condense the Great Destruction Spear. The 6 heavenly steels bombarded him one after another, sending him flying. The 3-meter-long jade box even flew out of his hand. Xiaochen pushed the 8-fold extreme speed to the limit. He soared through the sky and snatched the jade box, holding it in his embrace. Ancestor god Babula stabilized himself and immediately recognized Xiaochen. Even though Xiaochen had disguised himself, how could he fool his eyes? Babula was infuriated. Without saying a word, he charged forward. Xiaochen cried in his heart because 10 odd half-ancestors had already cut off his path. The exit was blocked. Babula, Chugolima. Xiaochen first cursed before saying, "Are you not afraid of awakening the existence sleeping in the sea by fighting with me?" Chugolima. Babula cursed angrily, "That is my divine weapon. If you don't return it, I won't rest until you die." Seeing the 10 odd half-ancestors surround him, Xiaochen didn't say anything else. He directly charged into the depths of the corpse river. It was impossible for him to hand over the Great Destruction Spear. He had personally witnessed the terror of the spear's weapon spirit. If he could wield the spear itself, he could imagine the scene of it lifting the sky with one hand. Xiaochen charged into the depths of the corpse sea at lightning speed. As he flew, he tried to open the jade box. However, he discovered that the strong sealing power of an ancestor god couldn't budge it at all. Every time it shook, the dense runes on the jade box would release a dazzling light. The light hurt his eyes and his entire body. At this point, he didn't dare to try again. He could only put it away first and think of a way later. However, Xiaochen helplessly discovered that he couldn't store the spear in his spatial acupoint. The sealing power on it was very strange. When he looked back, ancestor god Babula and 10 odd half-ancestors chased after him, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Xiaochen didn't dare to casually travel through space. He was afraid of being blasted out like Babula. That would be terrible. He could only use 8-fold speed to fly. However, the half-ancestors behind him didn't have such worries. Babula was the first to travel through space and block Xiaochen's path. Xiaochen had no choice but to change directions and fly to the west of the corpse sea. That is, just at this time, Xiaochen discovered another faintly discernible huge island. Divine radiance also soared into the sky from that island. Obviously, the others also discovered the mysterious island in the corpse sea. They were all shocked. Why did another similar island appear? Even from far away, he could feel the surging divine power. The pure and holy aura was even denser than the sealing divine power on that island. It was like a divine island. Xiaochen directly flew towards the mysterious island in front. There were white bones all over the ground. However, the murderous aura was completely covered by the divine power. The radiance here was even more intense. One after another, auspicious colors lingered around. It was like a volcanic eruption soared into the sky, and then it fell down from all directions. Could this be the true location of the eternal light? Xiaochen had some doubts in his heart. However, he soon had a bad thought. According to what he saw on the first island, this should be a sealed land as well. What would it be if he broke it open? Would it be the immortal heavenly shield, or some other divine weapon? Just now, he already took out a formation flag from beneath a sealed land. It made the corpse sea undergo an abnormal change. If he broke the seal here as well, Would it trigger a chain reaction? Could it be that the entire sea of corpses contained a huge sealing formation? Could it be that the seal he broke just now was merely the first layer? At this moment, Xiaochen felt an intense unease. Aside from that sleeping existence, what else was there to be afraid of? Let's see where you can run to. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula shouted. He was the first to charge over and cut off Xiaochen's path. Following that, the 10-odd half-martial ancestor gods turned into 10-odd beams of light and descended, surrounding Xiaochen. Xiaochen carried the jade box with the great destruction battle spear sealed in it. Seeing that he had nowhere to run, he descended to the huge island below. White bones littered the ground. When Xiaochen stepped on them, they gave off cracking sounds. Many of the withered bones had already been eroded by the wind. When Xiaochen stepped on them, he kicked up white bone dust. Everyone, we put in a lot of effort to obtain the battle spear. In the end, he snatched it away. I feel that there is a need to demand an explanation from him. How about we work together to seal him here first? After that, we can discuss the ownership of the battle spear. The otherworldly ancestor god Babula calmly made such a suggestion. He wanted to borrow everyone's help to eliminate Xiaochen. Furthermore, he made the first move. It had to be said that this fellow was ruthless and sinister. With just a few casual words and then making a move, if the others followed suit, Xiaochen would be in danger. Just as the 10-odd ancestor gods revealed their murderous intent, Xiaochen casually tossed the jade box with the great destruction battle spear sealed in it. Pooh! The jade box landed not far from Babula. Everyone who wanted to attack immediately stopped and looked at the jade box in front of the otherworldly ancestor god Babula. Xiaochen said calmly, "Everyone, don't forget that this fellow was the first to flee with the battle spear, wanting to keep it for himself. I shattered space and helped everyone stop him. Otherwise, he would have fled without a trace long ago." At this point, Xiaochen paused for a while before continuing, "If you want to fight for this jade box, sure. However, before that, I feel that we should get rid of one person first." Babula immediately felt that something was wrong. Before the others could say anything, he quickly asked, "Are you trying to sow discord?" Xiaochen mocked, "What sow discord? I am just stating some facts." "Everyone, you still do not know his origins, right? You are Xiaochen?" At this moment, the Azura half-ancestor suddenly frowned. When he recalled the miserable defeat in the western earth of the mortal realm, he still felt very uncomfortable. "That's me." Xiaochen generously revealed his true appearance. "What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's just kill him and then discuss the ownership of the treasure." The otherworld ancestor god Babula felt a little guilty and took the initiative to attack. Clang, the 8 bone spears pierced through the void and clashed with Xiaochen's sword. The two of them moved like the wind and lightning. In a short moment, they had already clashed thousands of times. During this process, Xiaochen's voice rang out clearly. He said, "Everyone, you all achieved your Tao in the ancient era. Don't you find the person with 8 bone spears and a scorpion tail somewhat familiar?" The scorpion tail behind Babula was even scarier than the 8 bone spears. It moved like lightning in the cold light of the battle sword and was unstoppable. Clang, when the scorpion tail's white bone hook stabbed into Xiaochen's netherworld iron battle suit, they gave off metallic sounds and deformed the netherworld iron battle suit. Xiaochen dodged a heavy attack, then pointed at Babula and shouted, "This fellow is an expert from another world. Everyone, surround him first, do not let him escape." Expert from another world. The moment these 4 words came out, everyone was startled. "Nonsense!" Babula shouted coldly, trying to sow discord between half-ancestors. "This kind of method is too low-level and boring." As he spoke, he launched an even fiercer attack. Xiaochen blocked with his sword and shouted at the surrounding people, "If everyone doesn't believe me, feel free to surround the two of us." Crash! Over a dozen half-martial ancestors surrounded the two of them. The otherworld ancestor god Babula immediately trembled. 2 cold glints shot out from his hollow eyes and temporarily stopped fighting. The Azura half-ancestor shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's attack together. No matter who these two are, we will seal them first and deal with them later." This old fellow clearly had a selfish motive. He suspected that Babula was an expert from another world. At the same time, he also wanted to seal Xiaochen. That's right, let's capture these two first. The skeleton sovereign king agreed. The two people before him were his great enemies, they made him feel incomparable hatred. Everyone somewhat believed Xiaoqian's words, because they could vaguely feel an unusual aura that was emitted from the fist-sized ancestral blood on Babula's body. It was very difficult to conceal it. Xiaoqian's expression was incomparably solemn as he let out a thunderous shout, "Everyone, don't lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake. This person is really an expert from another world. His name is Babula. In the distant past, he raised the Great Destruction War Spear and once fought against our ancestor god." Babula? The Babula who was killed by the martial ancestor? Someone cried out in alarm. Among them, some had clearly heard of the name Babula. That's right, the legendary Babula indeed looks like this. His weapon is called the Great Destruction War Spear. It once heavily injured the Yuchao clan. Everyone revealed a grave expression. They completely surrounded this place and sealed off all of Babula's escape routes. No wonder he knew that there was a war spear sealed in the jade box. He said that it was his divine weapon in the past. So it turns out to be the otherworld ancestor god Babula. The skeleton sovereign gnashed his teeth. These half-step ancestors were all experienced people. Previously, in order to fight for the precious treasure, they all pretended to be ignorant. But now that they confirmed that it was the fallen otherworld ancestor god, no one dared to play with fire anymore. The pressure that the otherworld brought to the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds was too great. Only people of their level could truly understand it. We must not let him go. Humph. The otherworld ancestor god Babula sneered coldly. His identity had already been exposed. He no longer hid the ancestor god's skeletal body. The skeletal body immediately burst out with an incomparably pure and holy aura. The ancestor god's skeletal body immediately shocked everyone present. At the same time, the fist-sized ancestor god's blood essence in the skull made everyone's heart beat faster. You bunch of ants. In the past, you were all insects crawling under my feet. Now, you actually dare to make a move against me. Only Babula dared to speak like this. He had never let go of his arrogant attitude. You 8-legged spider, if you die, then die. You still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. We, the martial ancestor, will return you to the dust again. None of these half-ancestors were vegetarians. It had been a long time since someone dared to be disrespectful to them. How could they swallow their anger after being ridiculed by the otherworld ancestor god's fragmented spiritual consciousness? The skeleton sovereign king was the first to make a move. The white bone domain pressed down and collided with the 8 bone spears with a quang sound. We must get rid of him. The other half-ancestors made their moves one after another. It was rare for them to be united against a common enemy. Making such a big fuss will startle the expert sleeping in the sea of corpses. Don't even think of living. The otherworld ancestor god Babula sneered again and again as he faced everyone's attacks. Let's end this quickly and get rid of him. Xiaoqian raised his battle sword and rushed forward. Among these people, the one Babula hated the most was Xiaoqian. He used the all-conquering scorpion tail's white bone barb to meet the attack. Clang! The barb collided with the battle sword. Just this one attack between the two was enough to make the sea of corpses churn like a giant wave. It was very obvious that Babula did this on purpose. He wanted to startle the terrifying expert sleeping in the sea of corpses and scare everyone away. Bang! Bang! More than 10 half-ancestors made their moves one after another. Even someone as powerful as Babula found it hard to parry. He suffered heavy blows in a short period of time. However, he possessed the body of an ancestor god. It could be said to be immortal and indestructible. It was basically impossible to shatter it. This made everyone feel apprehensive. Ah! The otherworld ancestor god Babula shouted loudly. Immediately, the wind and clouds changed. The heaven and earth lost their color. The roar originated from the soul and made the corpse cloud in the sky tremble. They gathered above the island from all directions. An incomparably swift and fierce battle spear appeared in his right hand. He pointed it at the southern sky and emitted a soaring killing intent. The sea of corpses not far away suddenly went berserk. huge waves surged up. The yellow corpse water made everyone's heart palpitate. The powerful fluctuation contained within made the half-ancestors feel very uncomfortable. If we are going to die, we will die together. Let the existence in the sea of corpses destroy all of us. Babula's action was close to madness. However, his tone was gloomy and calm. At this moment, everyone had a feeling of holding back for fear of harming the innocent. Bang! 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 Xiaoqian slammed the huge heavenly steel over and hit Babula 3 times in a row. And the other half-ancestors were also ruthless. They made Babula's joints creak from the impact. You guys forced me to do this. Babula roared loudly. That fist-sized blood essence in his skull immediately dyed his entire body red. The white bone became as lustrous as a cornelian. It was sparkling and translucent. At the same time, the great destruction spear in his hand became even more realistic. The terrifying aura it emitted shook the heaven and earth. Boom! Just at this moment, he swept the spear in all directions with one hand. The weapon soul of the great destruction spear that could pierce through the world suddenly crumbled. An unparalleled divine power engulfed the heaven and earth. It immediately made the sea of corpses not far away flare up. And the divine radiance that lingered on the island also became even more resplendent. If we are going to die, we will die together. Babula was incomparably crazy. Just at this moment, everyone felt an unusual aura strengthening. It was as if a huge monster was awakening in the sea of corpses. An earth-shattering pressure enveloped all directions and intimidated the soul of the half-ancestors. Babula was very decisive. Not only was he ruthless to the enemy, he was also ruthless to himself. Rumble. The boundless yellow sea of corpses surged violently. The overflowing waves swept up to the sky and scattered the cloud of corpses. Just at this moment, everyone felt a buzzing sound in their ears. It felt like a huge hammer was pounding on their hearts. Their bodies trembled violently. Who is it that disturbed my slumber? That vast voice reverberated in the entire heaven and earth. Every word rumbled like a clap of thunder. Not only was the sea of corpses roaring, even the blood in the half-ancestors' bodies was also surging uncontrollably. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. At this moment, the half-ancestors held their breath. Their hearts were filled with reverence. It really woke up an expert from his slumber. It was definitely an existence that surpassed the half-ancestor realm. This made everyone incomparably nervous. Only Babula's hollow eyes were emitting indeterminate rays of light. It seemed like he was pondering about something. There's only one outcome for intruding into the sea of corpses and disturbing my slumber: death. The vast voice was extremely dignified. It resounded in the sea of corpses and caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Killing over a dozen half-ancestors at the slightest provocation. Just the thought of it was terrifying. There really was such an existence in the sea of corpses. At this moment, everyone fell silent. They originally thought that this was a place where the ancestor god of the other dimension sealed, and that there should be someone or something from their side buried here. But now it seemed like their guess was wrong. This expert seemed to be happy and angry at will. He didn't even ask about their origins. I'll give all of you a chance. Otherwise, I'll obliterate all of you from this world. The vast voice resounded in the ears of the half-ancestors, and it caused their blood to surge. Pull out the formation flags on the island beneath your feet. The half-ancestors couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the last sentence. Could it be that the expert was sealed? If that was the case, then he wouldn't be a threat to them. Don't doubt my ability. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth in the distance suddenly collapsed. The exit of the sea of corpses was instantly sealed. Everyone's expression changed. Since the expert had the ability comparable to an ancestor god, why did he still need everyone to help him pull out the formation flags? If you don't want to be obliterated, then do as I say. Begin immediately. No one knew what the ancestor god Babra was thinking. He was the first to walk towards the center of the island. The half-ancestors looked at each other and followed. Divine light shot into the sky from the center of the island like a volcano eruption. It was exceptionally gorgeous. Boom, Babra struck out with his palm and cleared the ruins in an instant. Now, everyone couldn't be bothered to settle the score with him. All of them were thinking in their hearts. The seal here was obviously much stronger than the island from before. They needed to join forces again. Rumble, after 15 minutes, the seal on the surface was broken by everyone. Since you were the one who pulled out the formation flags on the first island, then you'll deal with the formation chess on this island. The skeleton sovereign stared at Barbara. Under everyone's gaze, the ancestor god Barbara nodded and said, "All right." Then, he pointed at the jade box that was temporarily held in the arms of the half-ancestor Xianxia and said, "My great destruction battle spear is sealed inside. I need to borrow its power. Moreover, all of you must help me." The half-ancestor Xianxia threw the jade box over. Barbara jumped into the cave. The half-ancestors all released divine light. However, after 15 minutes, miserable cries came from below. The ancestor god Barbara held the jade box and soared into the sky. Then, he fell on the island with a bang. He screamed miserably and rolled back and forth on the ground. The half-ancestors were shocked. At this moment, Barbara's entire body was charred. His originally snow-white ancestor god's skeletal body looked like it was dyed with ink. It was charred black and emitted a foul stench. Beside him, the jade box with the great destruction battle spear had already cracked open. An evil corpse liquid that made even the half-ancestor's hair stand on end was flowing out. Liquid ancestor god corpse poison. Someone cried out in alarm. Everyone retreated together. Xiaoqian's eyes gleamed coldly. He was sure that it was indeed ancestor god corpse poison. He had seen it in gaseous form before. Barbara's heart is very evil. He used our power to help him open the jade box. He wants to take out the great destruction battle spear. He didn't expect it to contain ancestor god corpse poison. The ancestor god Barbara's entire body was charred black. He kept rolling on the ground. He was hovering between life and death from the poison. Even the essence blood in his skull was corroded. It was no longer bright red. All the half-ancestors felt their hair stand on end. The ancestor god corpse poison was said to be able to poison anyone below the ancestor god realm to death. Everyone was somewhat frightened and retreated one after another, afraid of being contaminated by even a drop of it. Cho'Golima, this is their corpse refinement ground. Barbara roared and rolled back and forth. He seemed to be grieved as he shouted, "I left behind a poisonous plan, but I didn't expect it to come true on her body." Her corpse was refined into ancestor god corpse poison. The corpse fruits were really caused by the corrosion of her flesh. The ancestor god Barbara seemed to have gone crazy. The ancestor god corpse poison didn't kill him. He wailed in pain as if he was in extreme grief. All the half-ancestors felt a chill down their spines. They were actually fighting over such a terrifying corpse poison just now. If one of them had opened the box, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just thinking about it made them afraid. At the same time, everyone deduced many things. Back then, the ancestor god corpse poison invaded the world of immortals. In order to neutralize the poison, ancestor god Shinong even destroyed his physical body. Unexpectedly, the place where the ancestor god corpse poison was extracted was actually here. The boundless corpse sea was caused by this. Xiaoqian immediately understood. This space was the same as the ancient remnants of the 9 prefectures. It was a space created by the ancestor god of the 9 prefectures. In the ancient remnants of the 9 prefectures, many experts of the 100 races were imprisoned. They even sealed a sovereign king in a blood pool. The Beyond Heaven and Beyond Heaven had once told Xiaoqian that the ancient remnants of the 9 prefectures was an important place created by the ancient remnants of the 9 prefectures. And this place was undoubtedly an important place as well. However, the target of the experiments was not the 100 races, but the ancestor god-level experts. They refined the ancestor god that died in battle into a terrifying corpse poison. And that person seemed to be the girl that Babula liked. Babula's jet-black left calf bone was immediately shattered. Although the other bones were charred black, they were not damaged. The skeleton sovereign could regrow flesh and blood, but it was in the state of white bones at the moment. Otherwise, his face would definitely have turned green. He was so angry that he couldn't help but roar. That was his calf bone, and it was destroyed by the ancestor god corpse poison just like that. They are so ruthless. Babula, had unrivaled achievements. Back then, I fought everywhere, but in the end, I was forgotten by people. Even the corpse of the girl I liked was refined into corpse poison. Ah. The ancestor god Babula was like a wounded wolf. He faced the sky and roared crazily. The voice of his soul shook the sea of corpses. He seemed to be in extreme pain. I didn't expect that after death, the two of us would be so close. I was downstream of the corpse river, and you were above it. Babula pounded the ground in pain. You are Babula? Your name is very familiar. Just at this moment, a terrifying voice came from the yellow sea of corpses. Back then, they seemed to be preparing to refine two corpses. They wanted to find your corpse as well and refine it into the ancestor god corpse poison. However, due to some reasons, they didn't find your corpse. They want to refine me into the ancestor god corpse poison as well? Babula let out a roar similar to that of a wild beast. Insect, don't roar in front of me. The loud voice shook the blood of the half-martial ancestors. It was like the rumbling of thunder. The dozen or so half-martial ancestors were very quiet at this moment. Facing such a powerful existence, they didn't have the strength to resist at all. Xiaochen also didn't say a word and frowned. Babula roared, "What are you all saying? Are you saying that I am an insect? In front of me, you are indeed an insect. You. Who are you?" Babula roared furiously. Babula wasn't the only one who wanted to know. The dozen or so half-martial ancestors also wanted to know. Worm? You said I'm a worm? Babula was greatly provoked. The ancestor god of the past was an invincible existence, yet he was being looked down upon like this. He roared. Who are you? Who am I? The vast voice in the sea of corpses seemed to be filled with sorrow as it muttered to itself. Who am I? It's been so long that I've almost forgotten myself. I'm an ancestor god? No, I've never been an ancestor god, but I'm not afraid of him. The dozen half-ancestors on the giant island were startled. They didn't understand why he said this. If he wasn't an ancestor god, how could he have such power? Maybe I'm already an ancestor god. Those people from the other world have been pondering for so long in this sea of corpses. Their tricks on me should have worked. These words shocked everyone. Their conjecture was confirmed. This expert who had just woken up was once controlled by the powerhouses of the other world. This was really shocking. How powerful was the power of the other world? Using a living universe enlightened ancestral god as an experiment was truly a shocking extravagance. It seems like I've really forgotten who I am. Those ancestor gods from the other world did it very cleanly. Oh, I still remember those things. Now that I think about it, I'm no longer the original me. I should be an amalgamation, a new ancestor god living corpse. Everyone was puzzled. Only Babula vaguely guessed something and said, You're a peerless expert of the primordial era. Yes, I've lived long enough. I'm afraid all my old friends have already disappeared in the river of history. Babula struggled to stand up from the ground. At this moment, his entire body was scorched black. His snow-white bones had completely turned black and flickered with a chilling black light. Especially the 8 bone spears on both sides of his body and the scorpion tail behind him. They were millions of times more terrifying than the fangs of a poisonous snake. The dozen half-ancestors were shocked. He suffered such a heavy injury but didn't die. Moreover, the corpse poison of the ancestor god might become a kind of weapon for him. Babula faced the sea of corpses and shouted, You, which one of them are you? Humph. A cold snort came from the sea of corpses, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. They felt as if the blood in their bodies had increased by 100 times, causing them to feel as if there were thousands of horses galloping in their bodies. How dare a worm like you interrogate me like this? Everyone guessed that it might still be corpse water. The long jade box that was suspected to contain the Great Destruction War Spear was sealed by over a dozen half-martial ancestors. That thing was too sinister. If it were to spread, it would likely cause the destruction of tens of millions of lives. As such, they had to handle it carefully. Very good. Follow the sea of corpses and fly 300 miles to the west. There is a huge island. Pull out the array flag. More than 10 people landed on the third island. The divine power here was vast and resplendent. It was not much weaker than the previous island. After the seal on the ruins on the surface was broken, Babula went underground again. A dozen half-martial ancestors provided him with divine power to help him pick up the formation flags. Everyone gradually understood that if it was anyone else, they would not be able to remove the array flag at all. Only Babula knew the secret of the array in the catacombs. But this time it took a long time. After 2 days and 2 nights, the so-called array flag was still not removed. Why is it so slow? A terrifying voice sounded from the sea of corpses. We have used up too much divine power. Right now, it is beyond our power. Moreover, the seal's power did not dissipate much. Babula replied. One could imagine how strong the seal was. A dozen half-martial ancestors and Babula who knew how to break the seal were unable to do anything. Humph. An ice-cold snort came from the sea of corpses. Then, the sea suddenly shook violently and surged high into the sky. Get out of the way. The dozen half-martial ancestors felt as if they were struck by lightning. They could not help but retreat. Just at this time, a tiger's roar shook the entire world. Even the half-martial ancestors' souls could not help but tremble. At the same time, a huge spotted tiger appeared on the sea. It was several dozen miles long and was simply like a majestic mountain range. Babula had already flown up from the catacombs. When he saw this scene, he muttered to himself, "It really is an ancient giant, one of the 12 zodiac war ancestors." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This expert who had just woken up from a deep slumber actually had such a great background. It was truly shocking. Among the 12 zodiac war ancestors, only 2 or 3 were ancestral gods. However, they had the battle strength to contend with ancestral gods. Yes, in a real battle, they were not weaker than ancestral gods. The only thing they lacked was comprehension of the universe. However, their strength was indeed comparable to ancestral gods. It's the Tiger War ancestor. Even if they were not ancestral gods, they had enough battle strength and were respected as ancestral gods. He is on our side. In the primordial era, the 12 zodiac war ancestors were the main force in the war against the ancestral gods. These half-martial ancestors were deeply shocked. Strictly speaking, the Azura half-martial ancestors and the others respected the 12 zodiac war ancestors more than the human ancestral gods. In a sense, the 12 zodiac war ancestors were born from the 100 races and were comparable to ancestral gods. Of course, the so-called 12 zodiac war ancestors could not exceed the number 10. In the past, when 8 or 9 of them were born, they encountered a destructive war. It was impossible for the ancestral gods of the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds to have more than 10 ancestral god experts in the same era. Xiaoqian was also very shocked. The 12 zodiac war ancestors were really incredible. He still clearly remembered that the place where Xingtian was sealed was the Changyang mountain of the 9 prefectures. That was another giant of the 12 zodiac war ancestors. That is, at this moment, the expressions of the dozen or so half-martial ancestors changed again. The sea of corpses surged, and a huge snake of unknown length rushed out of the sea like an endless great wall and tangled with the fierce tiger. That's the sacred snake war ancestor. Everyone was shocked, but they quickly understood. The expert in the sea of corpses once said that he was no longer who he was in the past. The ancestral gods of the 9 prefectures had done something to him, and he was now a composite body. The tens of miles long tiger and the immeasurably long serpent shook fiercely, and a terrifying light fell down from the sky, landing on Babula's body. Quickly pull out the formation flag. You are the ancestral god of the 9 prefectures. Only you are of great use. Babula absorbed the terrifying light and jumped back into the underground cavern. Everyone already understood that the expert in the sea of corpses really needed Babula. There was a formation in the underground cave that targeted the expert in the sea of corpses. It was a formation laid down by the ancestral gods. It was a mysterious technique of the 9 prefectures, and only Babula understood it the best. You guys, continue to provide him with divine power. After the expert in the sea of corpses said this, the entangled tiger and snake suddenly sank into the sea. At the same time, the terrifying light attached to Babula's body also flew away. The dozen or so half-martial ancestors had no choice but to quickly replenish their divine power. Everyone was a little confused at first, but they understood in an instant. The tiger and snake just now seemed to be formed by divine sense, and not their original bodies. From the looks of it, didn't it mean that the expert in the Sea of Corpses was really sealed? Moreover, it seemed that he could only manifest his divine sense for a short period of time. He couldn't rush out of the Sea of Corpses for a long time. The dozen half-ancestors gradually guessed the truth. The expert in the Sea of Corpses couldn't truly escape. Only a powerful divine sense could temporarily rush out. If that was the case, could it resist him? However, everyone quickly dispelled this thought. Although that powerful divine sense was only for a short period of time, it was enough to intimidate their souls. It was enough to kill any one of them. Boom, the heaven and earth shook like a volcanic eruption. The formation flag on the third island was pulled out after a few attempts. It was also a sealed jade box that was filled with otherworldly runes. Doomsday Halberd. Babula revealed a shocked expression and muttered to himself, "It's the jade box that stored the Doomsday Halberd. I understand now." They used the jade box as a formation flag to summon the soul power of the Great Destruction Battle Spear, Immortal Heavenly Shield, Doomsday Halberd, and other ancestral god weapons. Ancestral god weapons were peerless treasures. They couldn't really leave them here. Thus, they could only settle for the next best thing. There are 2 more islands. Pull out all the formation flags and I'll let you guys leave. After 2 days and 2 nights of hard work, and after the experts in the Sea of Corpses temporarily used their divine power, the formation flag on the 4th island was also pulled out. On the last island, all the formation flags were pulled out. On the 5th island, everyone saw a huge boulder that was filled with otherworldly runes. Babula walked forward and muttered to himself, "Fuse the fierce tiger and the sacred snake, whose strength is comparable to an ancestral god, into one, erase their memories, and leave behind their will of killing intent. They will become powerful killing tools against the 9 provinces and the 4 realms after we leave." Everyone was shocked. The otherworldly ancestral gods were truly vicious. Fortunately, an accident happened. According to the record on the boulder, the killing tool's memory was not completely erased. Thus, it was sealed here. When the killing intent of the beast took over the dominant will, it would be the day it escaped. Originally, the otherworldly ancestral gods wanted to make it even more perfect. However, the order to retreat had come, so they had no choice but to retreat. After Babula learned that the body of his former lover was destroyed, he seemed to be filled with anger towards the otherworldly realm. Therefore, he did not hide from the people present and read out all the words on the boulder. The dozen or so half-ancestors were silent for a long time. Was the expert in the Sea of Corpses good or evil? Right now, no one had any confidence in their hearts. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I am not the same as I was in the past. The fierce tiger and the sacred snake have fallen. Unforgettable? Or will it all be forgotten with a smile? The vast heavenly voice surged above the Sea of Corpses. After being silent for a long time, that thunderous voice sounded again, "Not forgotten? Will it all be forgotten with a smile? From today onwards, my name is Unforgettable." When they came to the 5th island, the dozen or so half-ancestors all became silent after learning the truth. Except for the otherworldly ancestral god Babula, no one else was willing to make a move. This so-called Unforgettable, although his original memory had not been completely erased, the consciousness of killing was implanted in the depths of his sea of consciousness. If they really released him and he started a massacre in the 9 provinces and the 4 realms, then the dozen or so people present would be sinners for all eternity. "Senior, may I ask if you are still our battle ancestor?" a half-ancestor asked. Although he knew that this would not change anything, he only asked for peace of mind. If he was released, he would most likely be the first target. The dozen or so people were very hesitant. Although the expert in the Sea of Corpses did not show any desire to kill, if he was released, he might turn hostile in the blink of an eye and directly kill them. You do not have a choice. Either be killed, or pull out the ladder's array flag. The voice of the expert in the Sea of Corpses was very cold. There was no explanation for his state. We do not want to be sinners for all eternity. If you want to kill us, then come. The few half-ancestors took the lead to express their stance. Very well, I will kill you one by one. Let's see how hard your bones are. The sea of corpses suddenly surged with thousands of waves. A fierce tiger that was dozens of miles long and a huge snake that was unknown how long emerged from the sea of corpses. Endless clouds of corpses gathered in the sky, surging violently. Unforgettable wanted to make a move and kill everyone present. Boom! At this time, the sky above the sea of corpses suddenly ruptured. This world was violently pierced by someone with great power. The heavenly death bridge that had disappeared for many years suddenly appeared, connecting the outside world and the sea of corpses. The former battle god, the current unforgettable, was furious and shouted, "Who is it?" The heavenly death bridge was simple and natural. It was filled with blade scars and sword holes, all left behind by the ancestor god-level powerhouse. At this moment, it shone brightly, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, from the distant horizon of the soul world all the way to the depths of the sea of corpses. A hazy figure, divine and flawless, shrouded in a halo of light, moved with extreme speed along the heavenly death bridge, arriving in front of them from tens of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the clouds of corpses in the sea of corpses dispersed. With the arrival of the figure, the entire world seemed to have been purified by half. The world of corpses instantly became divine, no longer sinister and sinister. Thus, the corpse-chi disappeared without a trace. No one could see his true body. Although he was just standing quietly on the heavenly death bridge, no more than a dozen miles away from everyone, they couldn't see his body. In other words, everyone could see his body, but they couldn't form any impression in their minds. This was a terrifying divine sense. The sea of corpses was silent. The corpse-chi was completely restrained, and a divine aura filled the air. The aura of a single person suppressed the entire sea of corpses. To be so powerful, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This was definitely an ancestor god, to be able to extend the heavenly death bridge to tens of thousands of miles and control it freely. One could imagine his heaven-defying methods. Shwa, with a flash of light, the dozen people on the island involuntarily flew onto the heavenly death bridge. Then, a gust of wind appeared beneath their feet, and a dazzling light appeared. In just a blink of an eye, everyone discovered that they had been teleported out of the sea of corpses along the heavenly death bridge. Moreover, they were already tens of thousands of miles away. This was simply like a dream. More than a dozen powerful half-rent did not even have time to do anything before they were teleported out by the heavenly death bridge. It was truly shocking. That person's methods made them feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. With a flash of dazzling light, the heavenly death bridge that was tens of thousands of miles long disappeared from their feet. It was like a surging river, or an ancestral dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It retreated towards the direction of the sea of corpses, and in just a blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. The sea of corpses had not completely closed yet. Many of the half-rent ancestors felt a powerful aura suddenly erupting, causing them to tremble in fear. This was a great collision between ancestor god-level powerhouses. Who are you? The former battle ancestor, and the current Mo Xiaowang shouted. A beauty ages in a snap, a fleeting moment of youth. In dreams, words are true and illusions are true. With the same smile, everything becomes empty in the end. These words came from the sea of corpses. The holy aura covered the sky and the earth, and the sea of corpses became completely divine. Then, with a loud rumble, the sea of corpses was sealed. This was the last scene that these half-rent ancestors saw. A figure that they had to look up to quietly stood on the heavenly death bridge, and the radiance it emitted purified the entire sea of corpses. What kind of mighty power was this? It was simply beyond their imagination. End of chapter 478. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.